scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. I got the scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. I got the scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. I got the scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. I got the scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. I got the scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. I got the scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. I got the scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall.
They get the views from the UFO fairy tales and the UFO fairy tale huckstering.
Scrapings off Jim's wall.
They get the views from the UFO fairy tales and the UFO fairy tale huckstering.
Scrapings off Jim's wall.
This UFO circle jerk. 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 This UFO circle jerk.
I got scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. I got scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. I got scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall, Jim's wall, Jim's wall, Jim's wall.
This UFO circle jerk. 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 They get the views from the UFO fairy tales and the UFO fairy tale huckstering.
Scrapings off Jim's wall.
They get the views from the UFO fairy tales and the UFO fairy tale huckstering.
Scrapings off Jim's wall.
Greetings and salutations, friends. And just so everyone is aware, Ross Coulthart and Gary Nolan promised everyone that they had conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man. And then they cut to a shot of Michio Kaku in the promos. This was a completely and totally overhyped, over-sensationalized fake story. So fake, in fact, that they basically had to take the video off of YouTube because of the deception. YouTube has a policy against deceptive clickbait, I guess, or something. They had to take the entire documentary off of YouTube. But I still have a copy. And we still have copies of the promo, which is interesting. If you're just joining us tonight, we'll be talking about one of my favorite UFO scammers ever, Ross Coulthart, who, if you don't know about him, he's a disgraced Australian journalist. A lot of people like to say, oh, no, Stephen, he's an award-winning journalist. Yes, in Australia, he has won some awards, and he's also won the Ben Spoon Award for the most fake stories of, I think it was 2024. He won the award for generating the most fake stories of any journalist in all of Australia. So there's your award-winning journalist. Basically, Ross Coulthart is a UFO garbage peddler scumbag, and he became that because he got well, a lot of people say he got fired from 60 Minutes. He claims no, it was routine budget cuts, and those routine budget cuts just so happened to come right after Ross Coulthart got caught peddling the most egregiously fake story ever to air on 60 Minutes, Australia or otherwise. And in that story, Ross Coulthart accused totally innocent men of being child predators, child aurists. And his evidence was basically a crazy source that he didn't vet properly, who was there making these outrageous claims just to sue people for money. That person was later prosecuted by the British government for making these false claims and allegations against members of the British Parliament. Ross Coulthart, to this day, has still yet to apologize to those men that he accused of being a child predator, which I think says a lot about him. You know, as an investigative journalist myself, at least I consider myself such. Sometimes we do really deep investigative pieces. It's okay if well, it's not okay. You got to do your very best not to make mistakes. But when you make an egregious mistake that's so terrible that you're accusing people of R-ing children in your story, and it turns out that's completely and totally fake, you would think that a normal person with a conscience, you know, would apologize to the men that he made these accusations against. No. And of course, his contract right after that story got busted as completely and totally fictitious or fake. Um, his contract was not renewed at 60 minutes. And so basically, he was fired, in my opinion. I don't think it's a coincidence, right? And because that story was so outrageously, completely and totally fake, allegedly or apparently, Ross Coulthart couldn't get a job as a reporter anywhere else. So what did he do? He jumped in to sell fake alien stories to retarded people on the internet. And it's very lucrative. Just so people are aware that it's not it's been called a $1 billion industry, and with good reason. I myself, through my investigations, have found that there are many people that are making millions of dollars promoting and selling these fake, often, usually evidence free or totally fake alien and UFO stories. And Ross Coulthart is just one of those people. Now, I wanted to take a moment before we get too deep in the weeds here, just to remind people of some of his previous fake stories. And by the way, I got a message shortly before broadcast. Oh, Stephen, why are you hating on Ross Coulthart again? Why do you hate Ross Coulthart? I don't hate him. And by the way, hate is a very strong word. He does piss me off, however, because this guy's making tons and tons of money lying to people. And I think that's completely and totally wrong. So just to be clear, I don't hate the guy. I hate what he does, which is peddle a false reality, a completely and totally false reality. Tales of the Sonic Voyage is here, first to hear the call of the goal. And you were correct. That's just one of his peddled fake stories. Ross knows where the hidden giant alien spaceship is hidden. Spoiler alert, it's at Disneyland. Yeah, maybe that's what the Epcot Center building is, right? But thank you, Tales of the Sonic Voyage, for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. I appreciate your kindness, generosity, and long-time show support. And thanks for being a member. Arlene Crafter says Bryce Zabel, whatever his name is just as bad for promoting Ross and giving him a legitimate platform. Yeah, well, they had a falling out, Arlene, and they're not doing a show together anymore. Listen, when somebody who's a total wackadoo UFO alien nutter like Bryce Zabel, like basically cuts ties with you and doesn't want to work with you anymore, that says a lot about how fake as shit your stories are, right? Yes, it's not hate, it's disgust. I prefer the term righteous indignation. It is righteous to hate people who are hurting people with complete lies. It's righteous to hate, to have some anger, not hatred. Like I said, hate is a very, very strong word. I have found that apathy works best for some people, right? First, you have to hate somebody, you have to care about them, right? Yeah, apathy is better sometimes. So I wanted to take a moment just to go down memory lane and remind people of some of Ross Coulthart's egregiously, completely, and totally fake stories that he has been caught peddling on numerous occasions. This is a thumbnail for one of our deep dives. There was the British Parliament PDF file ring story. That was 100% fake story. There was him claiming that they have conclusive proof of alien technology. That was a 100% fake story. There's the Area 51 reverse engineering program story. That was a 100% fake story. And of course, the Jim's Ball story was completely and totally fake. And also, Ross Coulthart is a person who brought us the Jake Barber egg story. That, I'm pretty sure we can say that was a completely and totally fake story. After all, Jake Barber, wasn't he one of the guys who claimed he had superpowers and he can summon alien spaceships, right? Yeah. That was a fake story. And there was also the story where he promoted LED flashlight. So tremendous. Oh, I don't know why I derez there for a second. He has a tremendous history. Like, I don't know, listen, I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. In any other field, If you get caught selling completely and totally fake stories 3 or 4 times, your career is over. But not in UFO land, there's never any consequences. So why does this guy have a huge following and he's on all these big podcasts? I found one of the latest podcasts he's on. What is it? Area 52. That guy's a garbage peddler. Like, how do you not know? How do you host this guy and not ask him serious, hard questions about all these fake stories that he's been caught peddling? And the answer is very simple. You can't ask him, because if he were ballsy enough to accept a real interview, like an interview from me, by the way, I would leave him in a puddle of his own piss and he would be crying when I got done with him. He won't do a real interview. He will only do the softball circle jerk interview, where everybody just plays along and pretends he hasn't been caught selling completely and totally fake stories over and over and over and over again. But the fake stories and the fake sources, it just never ends. It just gets more grandiose. And adding to his fake stories, he knows the exact location where a giant alien spaceship is on Earth. But he can't tell us because that would endanger national security somehow, right? And I apologize to the Twitter folks. Apparently, Twitter is having some issues with live streams. I don't see the live stream. It's not on my feed, though Twitter says I am live. That's weird. I don't know that I can resolve it today, so we'll have to wait until, I resolve it tomorrow, I suppose, for tomorrow's show. I apologize to the Twitter viewers. I am getting a lot of messages, people saying they're happy that we are broadcasting on Twitter again. So you're welcome for that, and thank the big supporters here. I want to take a moment before we begin to remind everybody that we are a viewer-supported show. We read every single super chat. We thank every single person who supports us. I only want to mention that once per show, just so people are aware. How you can help and support us is in the description of the video. And if you're tired of seeing despicable, disgraceful scumbags like Ross Coulthart, just run rampant selling fake stories with nobody there to fact check them, well, here I am. And I would appreciate your support. And there's multiple ways you could support us. You could send super chats, support us on Kick, buy me a coffee, join our Patreon, become a channel member. And here's Mysterion to let you all know how you can support the broadcasts here.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support.
Okay, I'm hearing that Twitter is working fine, so I apologize then. I don't see it on my Twitter feed. I don't know. We'll revisit this a little bit later. I want to thank you all. Oh, look at that. We've got Jim Bob is here. One for the goal. Trust the scams, he says. Show the truth, get her done. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Much, much appreciated. We've got Perfect Harmony chiming in. Thank you, Stephen, for exposing all these scamming wackadoos, and praise the cash. Thank you, Perfect Harmony, who's a big show supporter and a YouTube channel member. Thank you for that as well. And look at that, Salty Pug just became a YouTube channel member. And I always say, if you become a YouTube channel member during a live broadcast, you get a big shout out and thank you. So we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Salty Pug is our newest YouTube channel member. Get access to all those YouTube members goodies. I think there's up to 80 now members only videos on our members only section. You get a YouTube channel member badge and more. So big shout out to Salty Pug, and thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. And no, I will never apologize to Bob Lazar. Never. Never. He's a pimp. He's a pimp. Convicted pimp, fake scientist. And by the way, he's going to be making the rounds again because now there's another asshole that's making a documentary. And, you know, I'm sorry, but if you make a documentary and you leave out half the evidence of the story, then you're not a documentary film producer. You're a propaganda maker. Congratulations, you asshole. And by the way, I haven't seen this new film yet, but based on a few interviews of the guy making the film, he's a total Bob Lazar believer. Yes, Bob Lazar is a fraud. Solar Marshall is here. All right, so before we get too deep in the weeds, though, I wanted to just show you one of my favorite of Ross Coulthart's fake stories. And in this story, in the very promos that I'm about to show you, by the way, thanks to, I used Stephen Greenstreet's version of the promos because he put Gonzo floating on balloons in the promos. It makes it much, much better. But the important part is in these promos, he promised that they had conclusive proof of alien technology. And that was the big hook to sell the story. It was completely and totally fake. And this is how these assholes get away with this. They deceptively edit everything. And watching this promo, all confirmed by this man. And then they cut to a shot of Michio Kaku. I've reached out to Michio Kaku many, many times. By the way, I hear Michio Kaku is a bit of an asshole. One time, long time ago, I put together a list of like 10 people that I'd really like to interview, but that I didn't think that would say yes. Does that make sense? Anyway, he was on the list. His handler or whatever got back to me. He wanted $5,000 to do a 1-hour podcast interview. I've reached out to him many, many times asking him, did you confirm that these guys had proof of alien technology? Crickets. I guess I have to give him $5,000 to get an answer to a very simple question. But let's just check out this promo so that you can understand the kind of person that we're dealing with. He's willing to lie through his teeth just to sell a fake story and get everybody to click on it.
Can I just say, you know, even though I'm not entirely comfortable at times with the way they sensationalize in their promos, because I thought the promos for our story were a tad over the top at times.
What you're seeing here is momentous.
You think that's alien technology?
Yes, I do.
I thought the promos for our story were a tad over the top.
We have new conclusive proof.
Testable evidence of alien technology.
Tad over the top at times.
Is it possible to exceed the speed of light? The answer is yes.
The biggest discovery in human history.
Promos for our story were a tad over the top.
New evidence that has to be seen to be believed.
7 News Spotlight, Sunday on 7 and 7 Plus.
Not entirely comfortable at times with the way they sensationalize in their promos, because I thought the promos for our story were a tad over the top at times.
And by the way, this is more than over sensationalized promos. And by the way, he did the voiceover. So if he didn't want to over sensationalize the promo, he should have said, no, I'm not reading this. No, he was all chips in. telling people they had conclusive proof of alien technology. They didn't have any proof whatsoever of alien technology. Disclosure Boner is here and says, interesting to see how they try to pull off Project Gravator. It's going to be a laugh. I tend to totally agree with you. And thank you to Xeno Scrape for the 10 pounds. Very kind, very generous of you. Thank you. So I have no idea why, but every time Ross Coulthart smiles, I can't help but see the same face as DS9's Odo. You know, you're right. He kind of looks like the guy from the Shapeshifter, right? Odo, the security shapeshifter. Yeah, he does look like him. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Much, much appreciated. Did I miss one? No, we're all caught up. Okay. And again, before we get too deep in the woods, I have been... I want to thank you all for indulging me, because sometimes I just use the live stream to make another video. So we're going to clip out the next portion, because the next portion is the most important thing that I want to say today. It's one thing to scam people with fake alien stories, but it's a whole nother thing to scam people with fake alien stories that directly involve people robbing graves, ripping apart dead humans, including dead babies, and gluing them back together again and pretending that they are aliens. And by the way, this latest fake alien body, you know, I kind of think he knew the Nazca mummies were dead, so he had to come up with something else. These latest fake alien bodies are completely and totally fake. And we're going to show you all the proof of that tonight from a PhD. You know, a very well-educated man when it comes to anatomy, who ripped his fake alien corpses to shreds. But I want to make sure that we put on the record, you guys know how I feel about anybody using dead people and robbing graves just to hoax alien and UFO stories. It is the most despicable thing. And every time I think that the UFO community can't get any scammier, or the people promoting these fake stories can't get any scummier, they prove me wrong. And we have to keep in mind that Ross Coulthart has a wife and children. And you know, I just wonder, like, what does he tell his wife and his daughter? Like, hey, girls, I made some great money today on a fake story, and all I had to do was sit there like an asshole and pretend I didn't know that somebody robbed graves and then glued shit together to look like an alien. Somebody desecrated human bodies in order for me to make some money for us, girls. His wife and his daughter should disown him. He should be divorced, and his daughter should disown him for doing something so ethically wrong, so morally reprehensible, so completely and totally despicable. His entire family should be ashamed of him. I'm ashamed of him. Everyone should be ashamed of him. His neighbors should be ashamed of him. His co-workers should be ashamed of him. By the way, News Nation, great job. You guys are now in the business of promoting fake alien hoaxes that are based on people robbing graves and desecrating human beings that have been dead, in some cases for hundreds of years. Great job, News Nation. Very credible of a news organization to greenlight a project like this. Don't you have access to some experts? Couldn't News Nation have called in an anatomy expert before they broadcast this completely and totally fake story that we're going to detail for you tonight? It's just one of those things, friends. Okay, so my on the record comments about these latest hoaxes involving the desecration of human bodies. The grave robbing, I'm sorry, let me begin again. The grave robbing profiteers peddling the Nazca alien mummies, hoaxes, and their variants. Listen closely, because this isn't some abstract debate about fringe ideas or open-minded inquiry. This is a crime against the dead, against people's families and ancestors, against human dignity, and against every ethical principle that separates civilized people from grave-robbing ghouls. The so-called Nazca alien mummies and their variants those three-fingered, elongated, skulled curiosities that were paraded in Mexican congressional hearings, Gaia documentaries, YouTube videos, and crowdfunding scams. They are not evidence of extraterrestrial life. They are fabricated atrocities, real human remains looted from ancient Peruvian burial sites, mutilated and glued together with modern synthetics, and sold as interstellar wonders. And at the heart of this horror are the very profiteers and promoters, so-called journalists or researchers or podcasts. They're actually media hustlers and self-proclaimed ufologists who know exactly what they're doing or choose sweetly imagine it, if your conscience can bear it, in the sacred deserts of ancient Peruvian burial sites. I'm sorry, one second. No, I knew I was going to screw this up. They know exactly what they're doing or choose not to care because the money and the attention flow and the clicks and views flow so sweetly. Imagine, if your conscience can bear it, in the sacred deserts near Nazca, Peru, home to one of humanity's most profound archaeological treasures. Jaqueros, or tomb robbers, descend like vultures. They rip open graves that have rested undisturbed for centuries, sometimes millennia. They pull out the mummified bodies of ancient Nazca people, men and women who lived, loved, and were buried with reverence by their families. But they don't stop there. Reports and investigations reveal they also seize the tiny, fragile remains of dead babies and fetuses, innocent lives cut short before they could even draw breath in some cases. These are not abstract specimens. These are the dead children of real human beings whose ancestors still walk the earth today. The robbers hack them apart, desecrate them, and rearrange bones to create freakish three-fingered hands and feet. They stretch skulls and stitch in animal parts, bones, or modern fillers. Then the so-called experts step in, synthetic glue, careful posing, and suddenly you've got your non-human being ready for the spotlight. This is desecration on a biblical scale. Across every culture that has ever walked this planet, from the Andes to ancient Egypt, from indigenous traditions to modern faiths, the dead are or should be sacred. They represent our shared humanity, our ancestors, and our connection to history itself. To disturb a grave without rigorous scientific necessity for profit or spectacle is theft of the highest order, stealing not just objects, but the eternal rest of the departed. To mutilate a baby's body, to turn the most vulnerable among us, those who died before they could even speak, into mere props for an alien hoax, that crosses from crime into pure moral abomination. It is the ultimate betrayal of the powerless. These profiteers aren't challenging the mainstream. They're violating the most basic commandment of human decency. That is, to respect the dead. And who benefits? It is the promoters and hucksters who flood the internet with these so-called revealing videos, pack auditoriums at live events, and crowdfund so-called research. They chase fame by claiming these horrors prove non-human life. They cloak their greed in pseudoscientific jargon, carbon dating, DNA anomalies, claimed fingerprints, while real archaeologists and forensic experts from Peru's own institutions have repeatedly exposed the fraud. These are earthly bones, often looted and altered, sometimes from children whose graves were plundered precisely because the alien hoax creates demand. Every ticket sold, every view earned, every book or documentary deal signed is literal blood money, built on the desecrated corpses of human beings, including infants. This isn't harmless entertainment. It is an exploitation that directly incentivizes more looting and more desecration of human remains. As long as the grift pays, more graves will be robbed, more sacred sites destroyed, more Peruvian heritage erased forever from the sands of time. The descendants of the Nazca people watched their ancestors' bones turned into circus freaks for foreign profit. And we are supposed to call this progress. Ethically, there is no defense for promoting these scams. None. Bioethics, archaeological ethics, and simple human morality all scream the same truth. The dignity of a person does not end at death. Consent cannot be manufactured after the fact. Science demands permits, context, and respect for the dead, not black market body parts rearranged for clicks. Those who promote this hoax, including Ross Coulthart, even if they claim ignorance at first, become complicit once the evidence piles up. They chose spectacle over sanctity. They chose personal gain over the profound wrong of turning human tragedy into alien entertainment. This isn't curiosity. It's capitalism, profiting from the ultimate vulnerability, the silence of the grave. To every promoter, every believer chasing views, every opportunist who turns a blind eye to these scams, shame on you. Your actions mock the very wonder you pretend to seek. Real mysteries of ancient civilizations, of human resilience, of our place in the cosmos deserve reverence, not violation. The Nazca lines themselves are wonders enough, carved by brilliant human hands. The figures who have sold their ethics for a payday built on baby bones, dead bones, and ancestral graves. This must end. Repatriate the remains, return them to their sacred burial sites, and prosecute the looters and their enablers and every single person who profited from this scam. Let the dead rest and let history be studied with honor, not horror. Anything less is a betrayal of what it means to be human. The profiteers have profited long enough from the desecrated. The moral ledger demands accountability, and it demands it now. All right, friends, I'll get off my soapbox for the remainder of the show. Thank you for indulging me. All right, we're going to go to the video that Ross Coulthart has released, which is, listen, it wasn't 5 minutes. The video wasn't out for 5 minutes before all the debunkers, those silly debunkers that Ross Coulthart can't stand because we ruin all of his completely and totally fake story, right? We ruin the fake stories, and we inform the public that Ross Coulthart is a scumbag and a scammer and a grifter who is intentionally selling fake stories. Listen, I'll give any researcher, I'll give any researcher the benefit of the doubt. But once you get caught selling, how many fake stories are you allowed to get caught selling before we know that you're a scammer? And I just want to put this on the record as well, because this was something funny to see. I wrote, when even the most believer-brained, retarded fan of aliens and UFOs calls out your latest story as totally fake, you've gone too far grifting, Ross Coulthart. And this is Joe Murgia, UFO Joe. He believes everything. He's kind of a moron, and I think he's a little retarded, so I generally leave him alone. You can't blame the guy. He's a little retarded. He writes, this really hurts the credibility of ufology, as if ufology had any credibility to begin with. But okay, this is a random assortment of animal bones just about any archaeologist with any faunal knowledge or an anthropologist can easily identify. What am I supposed to think about the vetting for other stories? Can it be trusted? No, you can't trust anyone. Pete says, Ross is going for gold. Not easy competing with Brazilian aliens or Corbell's crappy, blurry, leaked videos. Ross has nothing left, so he may as well make up as much fake shit as he can. His groupie fans don't seem to mind. It's pretty stupid. And I wanted to also mention that we have I think it's a 10-hour deep dive is in the description of this video or podcast you are watching right now. And this, people get mad at me sometimes for some of those deep dives. Like, come on, Steven, how am I supposed to sit through 10 hours of this deep dive takedown into all of Ross Coulthart's fake stories? Listen, it takes 10 hours to explain and unravel all the layers of deception and deceit that Ross Coulthart uses to create his fake stories. There's deceptive editing, there's fake sources, there's evidence-free storytellers, there's no fact-checking. It takes a while, but I'm here to tell you that if somebody can make a 10-hour long video about all the fake stories that you've been caught selling, then you're a piece of shit. You are a piece of shit, Ross Coulthart. You are a piece of shit. And of course, Ross Coulthart claims he knows where a giant UFO is buried, but he can't tell us, right? Ha ha! Can't tell us about that. Trolly Troll Troll is here with one for the gold. Wow, good for Trolly Troll Troll. He was buying some land, I think, right? Woohoo! I just found out our offer was accepted. Truth or consequences, here I come. Land of beautiful blue elephant, butt, lake, and palm trees. I don't know where you bought land, where they have blue elephant, butt, lake, and palm, whatever. Good for you, and thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Thanks for being a big show supporter, long-time show supporter, and a channel member. Thank you, Trolly Troll Troll. And we've got Railroad Bum here. I haven't seen you in a while, Railroad Bum. Do you know I played you and your son's song on the Internet Insanity Circus show? Railroad Bum, thank you for your kindness and for being a member. Says, greetings, Stephen. I seriously despise Rush Cuckhardly, so I am glad you are felting him emphatically. Best wishes to you and your family. And right back at you. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Okay, so Ross Coulthart's, we're just going to, let me put my fair use banner up. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public. News Nation, you're a media company. You know what fair use is. I'm going to be doing commentary. We're going to be talking about this video with my live audience. This is clearly a transformative work. You see the animated background. You see me here, the man in the box. I'll be talking about this. We'll be sharing comments on the screen from the live chat. You can put them in all capital letters if you want me to share them on the screen while we're sharing this video. You, the audience members, yeah, you can help me make it a transformative work, and we appreciate that. So let's get into the video. And the video is titled, New Pictures of 400-Year-Old Alien Skeletons Allegedly Found Underneath a Church. And of course, just put the word allegedly in there and you have no responsibility. It's not your fault if the story turns out to be completely and totally fake. By the way, this one got completely debunked in record time. Literally 5 minutes after the pictures of the so-called alien skeletons appeared on the screen, there was already anatomical experts calling bullshit on Ross Coulthart. So here's another one for you, you asshole. How many fake stories am I going to catch you selling, you Australian asshole? And by the way, somebody said we should call ICE on him. I don't know about that. He probably has a work visa, right? But if not, deport him. Deport him. Deport him to his home country. Let him sell fake stories in Australia. We've got enough people selling fake alien stories in the United States. Deport him. Call ICE. I agree. This guy gets me fired up. I really dislike, I don't want to use the word hate. I really dislike this asshole. Go back to Australia, you asshole. Stop flooding the internet full of fake shit. And you gotta love the show's called Reality Check. Didn't it used to be called Need to Know? Oh no, that was the show with Bryce Zabel. Bryce Zabel fired him too, just like 60 Minutes, right? Allegedly. No, I don't know. His contract wasn't renewed with 60 Minutes, and I guess his contract wasn't renewed with Bryce Zabel. He's grifting with Richard Dolan now on that show. He changed out Richard Dolan for Ross Coulthart. You gotta love it's called Reality Check. Hey, asshole, you need a reality check, you stupid Australian ass. Why didn't you get an anatomy expert to look at these pictures before you look like a dumbass showing completely and totally fake alien skeletons on a public live stream? And why do you have a job with News Nation? When are they going to fire you for you're promoting grave robbing? News Nation is promoting grave robbing. And by the way, I don't usually do this, but I'm going to. I'm calling News Nation. I'm going to find out who his direct supervisor is. And I want to, on the record, comment from News Nation, why are you allowing one of your employees to promote grave robbing and the desecration of human remains? Is that not a fireable offense when you work for a news organization? Ross Coulthart is literally promoting the desecration of human bodies. He's literally promoting people who rob graves and rip apart their bones and then further, desecrate them by putting an alien skull on the top. How disrespectful, News Nation, for you to allow this despicable, disgusting asshole, who, by the way, has been caught selling many, many, many more fake alien stories, many of which were you paid him to do that, News Nation. We're going to want to on the record comment from News Nation. Do they condone and support one of their reporters actively and emphatically promoting grave robbing and the desecration of human remains just to sell a fake alien story? I want to on the record comment, News Nation.
Well, g'day and welcome back.
Good day. Go back to Australia. Good day.
To Reality Check. I'm your host, Ross Coulthart, and I can tell you to...
Yeah, I'm going to call News Nation because Ross Coulthart needs a reality check. There's some things that you shouldn't be allowed to do as an employee, and one of them is promote robbing graves.
Today, we have a story that I think is absolutely mind-blowing, if true.
Well, it's completely and totally fake, so it's not mind-blowing at all. It's just you scamming the public again. How many times are we going to catch you scamming the public, Ross Coulthart? It's time to get a real job, you slob. And if it was up to me, you know what he would be doing? He would be reporting at a local news station on stupid things like mall openings, right? I think that's about the only thing that Ross Coulthart will be good at as a so-called journalist.
It's quite extraordinary, and I don't get the credit for digging this one up. The person who deserves the credit most of all are the two gentlemen that are joining us now, T.W. Mock.
Yes, two people promoting grave robbing. Congratulations, you have guests on your show that are actively promoting robbing graves. Great job, Ross. Great job.
Billionaire businessman, a huge success story in American military logistics, and former Special Forces veteran, Chad Robichaud. Guys, thank you so much for joining Reality Check.
That makes it even worse. Former military man. How would this former military man like it if I dug up any of his friends that died in combat and ripped apart their bodies and put together a fake alien skeleton out of his dead friends' remains? I mean, if he's okay with doing it to these dead people, then he should be okay with me doing it to his friends and his fallen comrades, right? Just incredible.
Both of you.
Thanks for having us on, Ross.
Thank you, sir.
I'll give you first a bit of a background on who TW is. TW Mock is a prominent American entrepreneur and chief executive known for building a massive empire in global logistics, private intelligence, disaster recovery, and supply chain operations.
Yeah, in other words, he's a war profiteer. Okay, great. Thanks, Ross. Thanks for letting us know that.
A great rags to riches story. Mock, TW, you launched your career in general.
By the way, if this guy's got $1 billion, he can't shell out a few $100s to an anatomy expert before he rushes to the internet to sell a fake alien skeleton. And by the way, we're going to show you the breakdown. This whole story is 100% completely and totally provably fake.
Construction, and you moved across into military logistics, arriving in Iraq with just $25,000, no government contracts, zero backing. You lived out of a shipping container near Camp Victory, which I've suffered many times myself, and I didn't envy you when I read about that. And you basically became driven by a mantra that you cite in your interview with Chad from General Robert Barrow that defined the philosophy: if you control the supply lines.
Yeah, when you don't have real evidence, talk up the people that are promoting the hoax. Great, okay.
You control the outcome. And because of this, you've become known as the god of war, because you've won conflicts and crises, or helped win those conflicts and crises, without ever pulling a trigger. The other thing I really want to give a hand to here is your great work in supporting veterans via the Resilient Project, which is very much a project led by Chad, and partnering with groups like Mighty Oaks Foundation. I can't think and I can't emphasize more strongly of the importance.
Okay, the guy does charity work. Does that excuse grave robbing?
Of supporting our veterans. They come out of war, we take it for granted, and the real battle begins when they come home. Now, TW, your company, your main company, is Tactical Advanced Deployment.
By the way, Ross Coulthart once took a job to discredit a war criminal and attack journalists who exposed a war criminal. That's another despicable, disgusting thing that Ross Coulthart did. This guy is Ross Coulthart is just a complete and total piece of shit of a human being.
It's your flagship firm, specializes in large loss disaster recovery, maritime logistics, oil and gas, and shadow economy. And it operates in 10 plus countries across 5 continents. And you've also founded Orion Global Intel and Technology, providing on the ground.
All right, we're going to pass forward to where they get to the part of the story about the alien mummies or whatever. So,
like to know?
I would think the Epstein files are dangerous. So, look, I think the global population has been misled from misinformation for so long that I think everybody is extremely tired of just being
money and greed will do that.
And quite frankly, the truth gives you the path to open the doors to make a better decision, more informed decision. But subsequently, this wouldn't, in my opinion, rock faith of anybody. I think if this were to rock your faith in any way, then you really weren't a true believer in the first place. So I kind of take it with a grain of salt. But look, there's so many other things out there in the world right now that are going on, that are geopolitically, that have a global instability perception to it, that it gets the masses. I mean, but how would you control the masses?
Notice that this whole story is clickbait out the wazoo. New photos of aliens. He's talking about Epstein. What does that have to do with the photos of alien bodies?
To some degree. Fear is typically how that's done. So, sure. And divide and conquer. Look, I'm not, it's way above my pay grade. I don't know where that's going with anything.
By the way, why is Ross Coulthart always on a set that looks like a hotel? Does he live in a hotel?
Other than the fact that what I do know is,
I'm pretty sure his family doesn't want him living with them, probably.
What I've been involved in, what I've seen, and how I feel about it. And subsequently, I think if every rational human being approaches it the same way, I think they'll have the same outcome, in my opinion. Do I think they're going to get a little bit spun up and a little bit out over this? Absolutely.
And we don't know where these things come from, right? At TW, just because you found it, you've seen it, you touched it, but we don't know the origin of where it came from. We don't know if
it came from a human grave, you asshole. It's a human skeleton with animal bones added. They made a fake alien skull out of animal bones.
If it is extraterrestrial or it's pre-diluvial, like, we just don't know this. I mean, look at the ocean.
Pre-diluvial means before the flood. A lot of people think that Nephilim skulls and giant skulls and things like that are possible. I haven't seen evidence that supports that.
I don't know the numbers on it, but we probably only discovered, a small fraction percentage of what exists on this planet. So we just don't know a lot of things. But
so let's go.
Yeah, they couldn't go to a billionaire, couldn't afford to hire an anatomy expert to look at these things and make a determination of whether they were human, desecrated human bones or an alien. He couldn't hire somebody, Mr. Billionaire.
Through this TW.
You know why? Because if he did hire somebody, there'd be no story to sell.
The first thing I've got to do is project, I think, a degree
And I heard I'm getting attacked on Twitter. Oh, why would a billionaire be scamming people with fake alien bones for money? He's a billionaire. Well, maybe he's just retarded. I don't know. I don't know what motivates. Some people aren't motivated by money. They're motivated by a desire for spotlight or fame.
Skepticism, because obviously I've just come back from Peru, and I've been looking at the so-called tridactyls, and
he's right in there to make money off the tridactyl scam too, which was completely and totally busted as a hoax multiple times. Ross never came across a hoax that he couldn't make some money out of. It just shows his greed and his insatiable desire to market over sensationalized fake stories for profit, no matter what the cost, including the cost of human dignity in this case. This is too much, Ross. You've gone too far scamming. When you're just okay with human babies being ripped apart and glued back together again so you can make some money, then you are a piece of shit.
Counter and pro arguments about the tridactyls, and I'm going to be presenting a story about that shortly, as to whether or not they are authentic objects, authentic beings. The implications of that investigation, though, are that there's going to be a high degree of public skepticism that these are constructed objects.
They're Bigfoot hoaxers
somehow,
as well, these guys.
Maybe the cartels trying to make money, maybe trying to lure some naive investor to extract millions of dollars. Maybe they've created fake skeletons, fake beings.
Yeah,
what do you say to that?
I agree.
Is there a possibility that this is an elaborate hoax?
Existed after the flood.
Look, I've been a skeptic most of my life.
Started to kill them all.
This. I would say that I was a skeptic up until August of 22. I am no longer a skeptic. I know what I was engaged with. I know what I saw. I know that wasn't human-like. None of the situations were, none of the objects, and really it's trust but verify. The information kind of led you down a different road. Now, do I think that a lot of folks, we'll call them folks, I won't name the cartel out directly, but I would say that do I think that there's been a lot of manipulation of information? Yes. Do I think that there's a lot of misinformation? Absolutely.
Yeah, and here you are putting out misinformation because these fake alien skeletons that you're about to show everyone are completely and totally human remains and animal bones. They're not extraterrestrial. They're not aliens. They're not unknown creatures.
Do I think the world continuously gravitates around the possibilities? Of course. I think it's rational to think that in today's stage and in today's environment, that with all of the encounters that we've had around the world, I'd go from Central South America to include the UK, to include Europe, to include the Middle East. There's too many coincidences right now, and I'm not a firm believer.
Coincidence is not proof.
In coincidence.
So TW, talk me through. I mean, you actually.
Oh, one moment here. Thanks to Chad Wellington, who heard the call of the goal. Chad Wellington's a big show supporter, always throwing a couple bucks in our hat, and thank you for this. Ross Coulthart, News Nation's #1 grave hustler, named best in the business for 2026. That is correct, Chad Wellington, and we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and big support tonight. Let's hit that goal tonight, friends. We haven't hit a goal here in quite a while, but we thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. And I'm going to go check in with the Kick Live chat as well. For those unaware, we have a Kick channel, and we get an extra paycheck every month. And we love that. Kick lets creators keep most of their money. If it was my decision solely to make, I would only broadcast on Kick and nowhere else. But we've been trying Kick-only shows, and it's a lot harder to get YouTube people over there than you would quite imagine. We want to take a moment to thank Winter Soldier, who subscribed, and Winter Soldier, who gifted sub over on Kick. We thank Winter Soldier for their kindness, generosity, and support of the show. One moment here. I'm going to try to get to the activity feed. Yes. Okay. We're all caught up on the Kick side. So thank you, Kick viewers, and thanks to all supporters. So now this guy's going to walk us through the alien skeletons, alleged alien skeletons.
You were on the ground personally, weren't you? Which I find incredibly exciting. And I envy you, Chad, that you're going to be getting there on the ground to actually see this for yourself in some future occasion. I want to know what it was like. I mean, what was that moment like when you first describe it to me? Take me through the first moment you saw what you believe are alien remains.
It's interesting. I'll back this up a little bit because this is I returned home. I want to say 3 to 4 days before my 20-year vow renewal with my wife, which was interesting because I remember my mental capacity at that time was absolutely strained on the ground
Yeah, well, could that have something to do with the fact that you're seeing aliens in regular human bones and desecrated animal bones?
In Mexico. But subsequently, when the engagement happened, I questioned. I remember this vividly in my head, and just simply saying, "What am I looking at?" Because I couldn't even comprehend it. It was one of these things where I'm a realist at the end of the day, and I was trying to make sense of what I was seeing, and I didn't believe that
My pleasure.
this asset could be in this
Yes, the
particular
aliens
location.
are
And
wicked.
why haven't they until now? Why haven't they? What am I doing there? All the things. Right? It's way above my pay grade. I knew that I had outpunted the coverage, as they say, on this one.
Okay, so we've got an image that we've put up here of what appear to be two skeletal remains.
Yes, so take very careful note of these skeletal. It's called skeletal. How is he a journalist and he can't say the word skeletal? He says skeletal. What? What did he say?
Two skeletal remains.
Skeletal? It's skeletal.
They're clearly not human.
Clearly not human. Clearly not human. That's what Ross Coulthart said. We're going to show you just how human they are. Chad Wellington with another one for the goal. Thank you, Chad Wellington. Ross Coulthart allegedly wants you to know that necrophilia is birth control. Damn, YouTube censorship is bad. Yeah, necrophilia is birth control. That's gross. That is gross. But we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and continued support of the show. Let's get some more super chats, friends. Let's hit that goal tonight. We might actually hit a goal. We're at 8 of 20. We need 12 more kind and generous friends to throw a super chat our way of 5 or more, and then we will finally hit a goal for once. I don't think we've hit a goal in weeks, but maybe I'm being too ambitious in the goal. I kind of feel like if Darkside Phil can ask for $150 to play children's games badly and yell at his audience, I should get around the same, but I don't know. What are you going to do? And I'm not even asking for that. I think the goal tonight is $100 in super chats. So, and let's get some gifted memberships, right? And before we get some gifted memberships, I should remind you that you should smash that subscribe button right now. Because if people gift memberships, you could win a free gifted membership tonight. But in order to do that, you must be a YouTube channel member. You must be a subscriber. And then when people gift these free memberships, you could win one. So Ross Coulthart says that these skeletons are clearly not human. Where are their hands? They don't have hands?
If we believe what you've been told about these remains, they date right back to the 1600s.
And there's no radiocarbon dating data shown to support that from an independent researcher or laboratory. This is just a claim. They're 1,600-year-old alien mummies, alien skeletons.
Correct.
Talk me.
And look at this. Friends, an orbital, I just want to put on the record one thing. Maybe I can see it better. I don't know if we will zoom in. But I just want to put one thing on the record. I'm not an anatomy expert, but I do know this. Orbital sockets are smooth. They're not jagged. These are cut. These eye holes are cut. There's even tool marks indicating that these were cut into this so-called skeleton, alien skeleton. Orbital sockets are not jagged, and they certainly don't show tool marks cutting them out. That is evidence of manufactured fakery, fraudery, and hoaxery.
Through what we're looking at here, they appear to be non-human. Talk me through what you're looking at.
Oh, before it's clearly not human. Now they appear to be non-human.
I'll move back to the original carving stone. That was one of the first objects that was identified.
And we don't get to see the carving stone that he's about to describe. It's just a part of the story, I guess.
And that particular stone had a reference of two skeletal looking beings, and one was stabbing the other on this stone. And then that stone was actually date stamped back in the 1632-34 range. Then that leads me to the skeletal remains that were found secondarily.
By the way, you notice that these are not intact skeletons. More evidence of fakery and fraud. Somebody had to place these bones together down on, a table or something. How did they know what bones went where? Who knows what an alien skeleton looks like? I don't know, Ross. Pretty deep in the bullshit on this one, buddy.
And then you put that, and I go back to this because it was carved in stone. It resembles the artifacts that I found as skeletal remains, and then subsequently,
can we see this carving? No, sorry, just part of the story.
Anyway, I was trying to process all of the information as it came together, and subsequently that led me to a place of saying, well, this isn't us. This isn't human. This isn't. This didn't even date back. The Mayans were basically carving something at that time, or the indigenous on the ground at that.
And again, no scientific data to support the claims being made.
At that time, basically put something in stone. And there were a bunch of other artifacts like that as well, but this one particularly, as it referenced the skeletal remains versus the object in the stone. It was actually kind of.
Why would somebody carve two skeletons, strange looking skeletons, attacking each other? I don't get it. Wouldn't they, if they were alive, not be skeletons? Are we talking about like zombie alien mummies now?
I want to put this. It was mildly concerning. That's probably a good way to put it.
Mildly concerning. I can imagine it was a huge.
I thought was super compelling as TW breaks down the history of this. This wasn't just bones like found in a pile of rubble. This was the locals, when these crashes, the story goes in the 1600s, they had these crashes. All these.
The story goes. Is there any proof of the story? No, just the story.
Anomalies begin to happen. The locals built churches on top of the crash sites, thinking that their religious buildings would protect them, and so these buildings have been there for hundreds of years. And so when they begin the excavation, they didn't just start digging in some dirt that someone could have threw some manufactured skeletons in. They had to bust through concrete and get into a cave system.
Oh, that's the prover maneuver. Couldn't be that somebody just planted these things. No, couldn't be.
For
We're going to show you the proof.
So if this was some kind of hoax, it would have been a hoax that was in hundreds of years in the making.
It would have been a production for sure. Yes.
Yeah, couldn't be a hoax, guys. We're going to show you just what a hoax this is in a moment. So everybody loves that gotcha moment. It's coming, friends. Just have some patience here.
We'll
do a few more minutes of this.
The skeletons, TW, were they buried in soil or were they just lying in a sarcophagus? How were they presented?
They were actually in a cave system underneath that church that Chad referenced. And you can look at the original photo of the unearthing of the entrance into the cave system. You can see where they actually concreted over that original entrance to kind of encapsulate that moment. But inside of the cave system was a natural cavern system, and that's where the artifacts were found, was in the cave system itself.
Okay. Well, could there be multiple entrances to one cave? Just because they close off one section of a cave. Dave 7244, who's a member, hearing the call of the goal. And he says Ross Coulthart appears as a BBC political presenter, makes him seem legit. It's all part of the act, will fool a lot of people. Yeah, just like calling him an award-winning journalist. Like, listen, just because a journalist wins awards for good stories early in his career doesn't mean that they're not turning into the dark side and pumping out completely and totally fake stories over and over again. But thank you, Dave, for kindness, generosity, and support. That's £5 and one for the goal. And we are now at 9 of 20. So almost halfway to the goal. You know what Darkside Phil says. It gets easier after we get halfway there, friends, right? So we'll do a few more minutes of this, and then I'm going to show you the definitive debunk of these fake as shit, fake alien skeletons.
The thing that fascinates me about all of this is I've been briefed privately by people aware of the legacy program who say one of the things that worries them most about us keeping this secret is that the Chinese particularly are stealing the march on us. They're actually getting ahead of us on this, which is a huge worry. Frankly, if anyone's going to have access to this technology and this knowledge, I want it to be the US. I couldn't think of a more important thing for the United States to be in control of technology and knowledge rather than authoritarian repressive regimes like Russia or China. TW, as I understand it, the background to this is that in the briefing that you were given,
he was given a briefing
to Mexico,
yeah.
You were told by, I think it's a JPL, Joint Propulsion Laboratories cover organization.
That's right. Trust me, bro.
Zero Gravity. You were told in the briefing that the Chinese had got there first and taken remains previously. Can you talk me through that, please, sir?
That was the actuating notification.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the Chinese Communist Party has better things to do. Perfect Harmony getting us halfway there. Saying praise the cash, praise the cash. Hallelujah. Thank you, Perfect Harmony, and thank you for being a member and your continuing support. Perfect Harmony has been a big supporter lately. Thank you for appreciating us. We certainly appreciate you. And thank you for your kind support. And God bless you and all of our supporters. Okay, yeah. Why? I've never heard of crashes from the 1600s myself.
When that came in, China had actually obtained one of the assets.
The assets.
And the technology.
You mean the fake alien skeleton? And by the way, if this guy is a billionaire and he really believes this, then he might be retarded. That's the only explanation I could think of.
Technology in Mexico, and then subsequently had taken that back to China, and that's what expedited this particular mission set. That it became a priority. Still to this day, I still question why the United States wasn't directly engaged with this from a governmental perspective versus going into a contractor environment and then stepping down. I mean, to me, that was very odd. And even Neeson even asked me the same question. Where's the United States? And the governmental agents in Mexico were asking, where's the United States? And I said, you have better access to them than I do at this point when it comes to this. Feel free to give them a call and ask them. So, I was just...
Where is the United States? Maybe the United States is a little busy with Iran and all that stuff. Boy, that's popping off. By the way, the protests have started again. And lots of explosions all over Iran for the last, week or more. And if you are interested, a few people have asked me to do this. We don't do geopolitical stuff but there's a channel called 2C TV, an Iranian gentleman who is the best reporter on this current situation going on with Israel, Iran, and the United States conflict. I highly recommend his channel. He certainly doesn't need help from me. I think the guy's got 500,000 or 1 million subscribers. He does an incredible job breaking it all down and showing videos from inside Iran from Starlink. People who have Starlinks are getting videos out of the new protests.
Volleying back and forth, but was put in the hot seat directly and put in the hot seat as soon as I hit the ground in Mexico to navigate those conversations.
Anime Chris is correct. Anime Chris with one for the goal. He's a YouTube channel member and a big show supporter, and we thank him for his kindness, generosity, and big support of the show. Always throwing a couple bucks in our hat, keeping us honest here. Anime Chris says the Chinese are going to get the aliens tech. Quick, fund my bullshit so I can get to them before China gets to the others. That is correct. Thank you, Anime Chris. Good point, right? Like, come on, man. There's always got to be, that or we got to beat the Chinese to this technology. So fund my research, right?
So, but to be really clear about this, it's quite clear the Chinese knew about this. And I understand from the excellent interview that Chad's done for the Resilient Show, as I understand it.
The Resilient Show, more like the retarded show. How do you after doing this, we're going to show you all the proof that these things are totally not alien and a complete and total hoax. How do you do this hoax and then not, have shame and never show your face on the internet again? This guy should be all three of these clowns should be completely embarrassed. They should be banished from the internet. And I'm not one to stomp all over free speech, but if you get caught promoting a hoax involving the desecration of human bodies and you're so stupid or gullible or profit-driven hoaxing kind of person, you don't deserve internet access. Banish them, I say, banish them all!
There's been a relationship between the Chinese and, incredible as it may sound, these reptilian beings. Historically, this has been going on for some time. I'm going to say something here that I understand the contact with the current Chinese government was first made during the period of Mao Zedong under the communist regime.
One
so
less
they've been
grifter in the world. One less hoaxing
I don't know this for sure, allegedly dealing with these reptilian beings since the period of Mao Zedong, of communism. What do you know about that, sir? What were you told in your briefing?
I was told that
dial-up.
I was told
back to a modem, bitch.
Subsequently, it was Russia and China that subsequently were of the reptilian end of the house, and if you will, and subsequently they were opposing the Anunnaki, which was supporting the United States program, and subsequently looking for peace. And that was the briefing in a synopsis.
Right, I don't think we're going to waste any more time. These people are despicable. They should all be ashamed of themselves. All three of them,
given to me,
especially Ross. Ross is a repeat offender with these completely and totally fake stories.
Subsequently, the matter of national security, and this is where things get interesting, because if it is a matter of national security, I shouldn't have been there. Is the way that I looked at it at that point. But subsequently,
it's totally secret.
Needed to get
classified.
They needed to contain that situation, and subsequently they needed verification that it existed. I think they questioned whether or not that it was real in some fashion.
Yeah, and to close off with this video, I would just like to say, all three of these people, am I allowed to go dig up your dead relatives and then add like a llama skull on top that I cut eye holes in to make it look like an alien? Because I need to make some sweet, sweet alien money. So maybe if you guys are okay with this scam, then they should be fine with me digging up their great-grandparents and ripping their dead bodies apart and gluing them back together to look like an alien so I can make some money. And of course, I'm not condoning anybody do that. We've heard my comments on the desecration of human beings. I would never do that. But I've asked every person from Jimmy Church to Jesse Michaels to Christina Gomer, whatever her name is, that dumb bitch, right? I've asked every one of these people that promoted this shit if they'd be okay with somebody digging up their dead relatives and gluing their body parts back together wrong to make it look like an alien so that they could make some money. If they're okay with other people's dead relatives being ripped apart, desecrated, and completely and totally disrespected, then they should be okay. They shouldn't be able to say anything if somebody digs up their dead relatives and does the same. Because this is where we're at. This is how despicable and disgusting and scummy this gets. Ross Coulthart is now a leading promoter of grave-robbing ghouls desecrating human beings so that he can make $1. Shame on you, Ross. Shame on you. This is just despicable, totally disgusting. But luckily, there are some good people that will step up, do the right thing, and tell people the truth. And so I did not know this person previous to this story, but we want to give him a big shout out. I think this is how you say it, Galactopithecus. And he is a biological anthropologist and a PhD. And here's how you know that he's going to be telling us the truth. He's not a skeptic. In his Twitter bio, he says, interested in UAP, UFO, remote viewing, consciousness, and psi. So I guess the guy is, open-minded. And by the way, I tried to get him to be a guest here, but he had previous commitments for the next couple of weeks, we wouldn't have been able. Maybe we'll get them later down the road if there's still interest in this story. But I appreciate that he gave me some valuable information and is okay with me sharing what he found. Now, again, this is something that Ross Coulthart. So Ross Coulthart, you didn't do your job. I'm going to do it for you. You lazy, disgusting, despicable scumbag clown. You have an entire news organization behind you, and I can find a guy on Twitter to debunk this in 5 minutes, but you can't? And a few people have asked me, why didn't Ross Coulthart just get like a guy like this? A guy who is a biological anthropologist, PhD, very, very, intelligent, well-educated expert, an expert. Why didn't he get an expert to look at these? Because if he did, there'd be no story to air, right? There's no story in, oh, this is a hoax created from dead, desecrated bodies. There's no story in that. There's story in an alien skeleton, though. You get lots of clicks for that. So Galathopithecus says Ross Coulthart on Reality Check for News Nation reports on alleged alien skeletons. He says, I'd love for these to be real, the real deal, Ross. But yet again, we're dealing with a hoax. The sort of thing that could be avoided if someone with anatomical knowledge were consulted. Yes, preferably before you air the story. But Ross didn't do that. And there's only, I think it's intentional. He knew that if he gets an anatomy expert to look at these things, there would be no story to sell. So he just didn't do it. And it's not that he's lazy. This is intentional deception and hoaxing. Galaxopithecus says, I provide pro bono consultation to various local law enforcement, distinguishing human from animal bones. I'd do the same for you. Just ask. In some ways, these hoaxes are worse than the Nazca mummies simply because they're more lazy. These reptilians are just an assemblage of animal bones placed in approximate locations to sort of look like a skeleton, making no sense biomechanically. This is a trivial debunk, honestly. So here is his summary. These skeletons are constructed from animal limb bones, mostly using you'll have to forgive me, I'm not a doctor, metapodials, tibias, and radi, or radi. None of the joints are functional, as they are all a functional mismatch of joint surfaces. The bones in the central areas are animal lumbar vertebrae. Their dorsal backsides facing forward, so they're put together all wrong. The pelvis on each specimen is an animal sacrum, part of the pelvis, also dorsal facing forward in the images. There are no hip or shoulder joints, you may notice, just tibias placed near the sacrum, I guess to suggest a skeleton. The skull is an animal skull with holes cut to resemble eye sockets and nostril holes. The cuts show very sharp edges, not a natural appearance. See the reply for more images. So here we have this anatomical expert, an anthropologist, identifying that these skeletons are made from animal bones, tibia, blue arrows, metapodials, orange arrows, radius. And let's go further here. These are more. Horse tibia. So they're using horse bones, I suppose. Various animal spine elements and sacrum, sheep sacrum provided as a reference. Cervical vertebrae, bone identification, ventral dorsal, reptilian skeleton hoax, upper limb bones are various animal metapodials, red arrows, and a radius, homologous to human metacarpals and metatarsals. A sheep is shown in comparison on the right. So pretty convincing debunk. Yeah. Extraordinary allegations from T.M. Mock, the man described as America's god of war. Great. A couple more images. And here's a few more. Animal bones. sacrum. Great. Yeah. So let me go, and this person, Galathopithecus, also did more debunking, but besides that, he also did an alien skeleton of his own. We're going to share this tab. I want to announce the birth of Dan Jr. He's assembled from some random animal bones I have around in my office. He hasn't made with the exact same bones as the recent reptilian alien skeletons covered by News Nation. But then again, those aren't all made the same either. I didn't want to destroy my deer skull, so I just covered the part with a piece of paper. If I were getting serious, I could saw off pieces to make it less recognizable and more alien. Anyway, here's my points. Placing a bunch of bones on a table in a configuration that suggests a skeleton is easy to do. I can assemble some that are closer color and condition match. Maybe make the limb proportions different, but this is just what I had handy. All that's missing are grandiose claims or a colorful story for context, but this doesn't resemble any real skeleton once you strip away the pretense. Anyway, that's Dan Jr., the alien skeleton from my office. He has long legs, so I imagine him hopping around at night, scaring the hell out of people. So that's how easy it is to put together a fake alien skeleton. And that should be concerning, right? Is it really that easy to put together a hoax like this? Yeah, apparently it is. And, it's what's really unfortunate is that this will only continue. It's only going to get worse. Okay, and we have one more to share with you. More alien bones debunking. The linked video appears to be a skull from one of the alien reptilian skeletons featured on News Nation by Ross Coulthart recently on Reality Check. Apparently, these skeletons have been debunked previously. I just want to point out a couple of the features evident on the lower jaw. The lower jaw is actually the back of an animal skull, maybe the back of the same skull in the video, since the back has clearly been cut off. The red arrow shows a cranial feature called the external auditory meatus, which is a mouthful, but is basically a hole. The whole sound passes through for hearing. It's basilar conduit of the ox connects the skull to the spine. Boy, that's a mouthful. Obviously, those features have no place in a lower jaw. So here is what they did. They cut apart an animal skull. They used the lower jaw is the back of the actual animal skull. And he found this video, which is a supposed alien bodies presented by Ross were investigated by Latin American researchers and found to be complete and total hoaxes. So great job doing your research before you ran with this story. And I'm going to have to read the subtitles because this person is not speaking English. Well, look at what, man, and believe me, I've been offered an unimaginable amount of these figures that if you look at them in profile like this, with these very long skulls, supposedly they seem to be extraterrestrial beings. There's nothing on Earth that looks like this. But look, I haven't bought any of them. This one was given to me. It was left at the museum. I want to explain a few things to you because there's a ton of fakes on the market. First, if you look at the teeth, they don't set the jaws at all. And second, those aren't natural teeth. They're resin. We're already off to a bad start. Second, if you look back here, it's very clear with magnifying glasses that I use for mystics. See around here, if it were bone, it would have porosity. All bone has porosity. This isn't bone, it's resin. And that's why it doesn't have porosity. And another thing that's really important to me is their eyes. If you look at the mold they used to make this piece, the eyes are terribly cut. I mean, they have sharp edges. Cracks, I mean. Whoever made this cut, because you can clearly see it was cut, you can see it on the inside surface, and you can see the imperfections in the cut. It's obvious that someone made that hole, but it's not a normal hole. If you grab any skull that has eye sockets, you'll see that the bone is perfect. In this case, It's absolutely cut. So in conclusion, this is an absolutely fake piece. There's a ton of fakes on the market, and for those that are offered, don't fall for it. Pay attention to the things I'm pointing out, and if you want, even listen to that sound. Look, this is not the sound a bone makes. Take care. So completely and totally, these were already debunked before Ross even transmitted the story. Isn't that great? Already debunked, right? The porosity thing is actually interesting. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. All right. We'll catch up with the super chats. Thank you. Amber Gannon with one for the goal says, felt this MF for Steven. Praise the cash. I would have dropped the F-bomb, but I'm not sure how many times I cursed so far in this broadcast. We got to keep it. We got to keep the monetization on so I get my YouTube ad pennies, Amber Gannon. But Amber Gannon is a big show supporter. She is a YouTube channel member and a big asset to our channel here, going over to Felt David Wilcock every time he does a live stream, trolling him hard. We thank you and appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us and praise the cash. Thank you, Amber Gannon. And we've got Troll. Butte is pronounced butte like in beauty. It's like a small mountain. If you say so, I don't know what that means, but thank you, Troll, for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Interesting. Somebody just found me on YouTube Music, of all things. I didn't even know I still had songs on YouTube Music, but I guess I do. But thank you, Troll, for your kindness, generosity, and support. I have a little more time to share with you. We're running ahead of schedule for once, running a little light. We try to keep the shows to about 2 hours. People don't like them too much longer. I get hate mail. I am not sure if cracks disprove skull because the actual ones have expectantly old, but it's made out of resin. Yeah, that's an odd coincidence. If it's made out of resin, it's not a real skull. It was made from a mold because these people, right? Someone will design a functional alien and print bones, then use mortar gypsum to fashion bones. Could be, you know. Can't let a little thing like it already being debunked get in the way of a good scam or grift. Yeah, exactly. So I'll take some comments and questions from the live chat. Please put them in all capital letters. I'll check back in with the Kick Chat, see if we have any support to call out over there. Also, want to remind viewers that of a few things. There is... Normally I just read this or, verbally say it. But if you're listening to the audio podcast land, you're missing half the fun, come on over to YouTube, subscribe to our YouTube channel. I'm going to remind people how they can support us by coming and subscribing and all that stuff.
Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
All right, friends. And I suppose there is good news that I forgot about, which is that Ross Coulthart's stories are getting debunked faster and faster. The longer he's here, the more desperate he is to sell a fake story and get those sweet clicks and views. Yeah, there's only 49 likes and there's 95 in the chat. So please don't forget to hit the like button. And if you haven't already, please be sure to subscribe to our channel. You'll know when we're doing a live broadcast. You are most welcome. Hit the notification bell. You get a notice on your phone or whatever, and you can come here and be a part of it. Amber Gannon reminding people to smash that like button, share, and subscribe. And Perfect Harmony says, don't forget to hit the like button like you would hit David Wilcox's face. That is correct. So comments and questions for me, please put them in all capital letters, right? Yeah, you would think the government would shut this kind of stuff down. Yeah, AI is alien tech coming soon to a grifter near you. Yeah, I'm surprised there hasn't been more hoaxes since the rise of these AI, especially video tools. I mean, there is, but not as many as I thought. I thought there was going to be a deluge of them, right? I really thought so. Yeah. So comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. We're going to call this one a quick one. Anime Chris with 1 for the goal. We're still inching towards that goal. 14 of 20. 6 to go. We almost made it. God damn it. And here I am with a short show where we almost, on a night we almost made it. But thank you, Anime Chris, who is a member and a big show supporter, says, smash that like button and don't be a brokey. Instead, praise the cash. That is correct. And Sam Core, thank you, Anime Chris. Big support from Anime Chris tonight. Oh, come on, God of all gods. Everybody knows what I think of that guy. He's a scumbag. Go to our free documentary section. There's a whole documentary about him in Third Phase and me just destroying them and all their fake shit, right? Me just destroying them and all their fake shit. They're fake as shit. Yes, I did see the arrest of Prince Andrew. And that's something else. That's pretty historic. I guess nobody really is above the law as long as people demand that these people are, are punished for 20 plus years. It's been 20 plus years, right? That guy's a scumbag. And look at that. We've got Perfect Harmony with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Truth Seekers memberships. That's how we like it, friends. And remember earlier I said you got to hit the subscribe button because when a kind and generous soul like Perfect Harmony gifts these Truth Seekers memberships, you could win one. And Perfect Harmony has been gifting a lot of memberships lately, free memberships for people so that they can check out our members only section. I think there's 80 videos right now in the members only section, and I'm going to be adding a few more this month before the end of the month. So be sure to smash that subscribe button because when these free gifted memberships come in, they get randomly distributed to people in the live chat who are subscribers but not yet YouTube channel members. So you could win a free channel membership, but you must be a subscriber. Smash that subscribe button. And thank you, Perfect Harmony. God bless you. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. And we've got Urban Terra with 1 for the goal. Cheers to another Grift Buster. That is correct. Cheers to another Grift Buster. So questions or comments for me? That's right, grift on. Andrew is the first royal in 400 years to be arrested. Yeah, he was arrested and instantly released, but that's going to be a hell of a court case. I wonder if they're going to televise that, right? Yeah, and here we go. The only person that gifted memberships tonight was Perfect Harmony. So if you just got notified that you got a free gifted membership, it came from Perfect Harmony. So you can thank Perfect Harmony in the live chat. The heart of the personal story says, thank you so much to whoever gifted me a membership. I love you. I love you. I love you. A lot of love in the live chat tonight. And I'm glad to see that, right? And we are at 16 of 20. 16 of 20 for the goal. We might actually hit it if I can stretch out time long enough like Darkside Phil. Maria Love the show. Keep up the great work. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. One for the goal. A big one. We thank you for that, for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Much, much appreciated. All of you supporters. And I have a special thank you for some of you people. I found, we've got some pretty old bumpers, right? I've got some praise the cash bumpers. Or, yeah, you know what? Maybe we could get some support if I show some character work. For those unaware, we often do characters like Linda Moulton Howdy Doody. We haven't seen a Linda Moulton Howdy Doody bit in a while. Let's see if we can get 4 more subs while this plays. 4 more YouTube super chats of 5 or more so we can hit the goal tonight. Don't you want to see confetti in the live chat? Linda Moulton Howdy Doody is one of my other all-time favorite scammers. We busted her selling fake alien pictures, not once, but twice, right? It's something else, right? And my character for Linda Moulton Howdy Doody is one of my favorites. Let's check it out, friends, and let's get 4 more. Let's hit the goal tonight.
Hello. Welcome, friends. I'm Linda Moulton Howdy Doody, and this is my pretty pussy. Isn't my pussy pretty? I have the prettiest pussy. Yes, I do. My pussy is awesome. Isn't my pussy awesome? Look at my pussy. Wait a minute. Hey, this pussy is dead. Mr. Producer, get me a new pussy. This is a dead pussy. Nobody likes dead pussy. Jeez. Let me fix that light over here. That's maybe better. It's the wire in the way. There we go. Somebody better get me a new pussy. This is a dead pussy, and nobody likes dead. Anyway, we have a very special show for you tonight. Tonight I will be discussing my new whistleblowing insiders who are telling me some fantastic fairy tales, stories about the spaceships under the ice in Antarctica. Yeah, did you know? They're spaceships, friends. They're spaceships under the ice in Antarctica. Yes, there is. 1 second. Okay. Oh, I really need to get my hair done, but this pandemic has been terrible. Okay, friends, so I've got some new insiders. His name is Spartan27, and he emailed me all of the proof that the aliens are under Antarctica. Yeah. Can you believe it, friends? This thing has been called a hall of mirrors with a quicksand floor. UFOs and aliens, sure, it's mysterious, right? And strange. Oh, how strange it is, friends. So, wow. Today we're going to be covering some fantastic stories from my new source, Spartan27. Or was it 28? I forget. Every time I need new fake stories, I just invent a new Spartan guy. Yeah, it's a great business. I sell fairy tales. And make sure you buy my new book, Bedtime Fake Fairy Tale Alien Stories by Linda Moulton Howe. It'll be available at Amazon and all booksellers so that I can make enough money to buy some new pussies. Because my pussy is dead, okay? And I need a new pussy. Yeah. All right, friends. So, what can I say? I got this new intel from my government insider, even though I didn't check that he ever worked for the government. Why would I do that? It might mess up a good story I could sell. So Spartan27, or let's just call him Spartan28. I can't remember. All right, it's Spartan28 sent me this email, quote, there are spaceships under Antarctica trapped in the ice, but since the ice is melting, the aliens are slowly waking up, unquote. Ooh, friends, the aliens are waking up, and maybe we'll be able to prove the existence of extraterrestrial biological entities. Wouldn't that be great? Now, friends, I gotta tell you another quote from Spartan Guy, okay? My fake source. Quote, the aliens are slowly waking up, and the U.S. government is sending dispatch teams to intercept the waking aliens. End quote. Ooh, I have quotes. Yeah, I like quotes, right? Quotes are good. Okay, friends, so you gotta admit that this is a great story, and we have proof, right? We have an insider whistleblower. Well, my friends, it's a great story, and the government is covering it up. Now, a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure the government is covering it up. Well, that didn't help with the support. It probably won't help with monetization. I forgot how many times I said the P word during that bit. You gotta love it. Linda Moulton, howdy doody. By the way, I do have some characters that I made the masks and got costumes for that I never did. We just kind of get sidetracked with those comedic parodies sometimes. So, yeah, maybe we'll get some more video game cover disclosure. That's right. Linda Moulton House sold a video game cover for a game called Alien. I don't know. No, it was called Area 51 for Xbox. The government is covering her up. Yeah. Yeah, what just happened? Well, we were sharing a bit from our comedic parody shows. So I guess let me check in with the Kick Live chat. Winter Soldier sent a hell yeah, one kick. Man, we're making money on Kick 1 penny at a time. Come on, man. Let me pop out the activity feed, see if we got any more pennies. The guys on Kick love to throw pennies at me. And they think I'm going to read out their penny support. Come on, guys. I'm not reading out pennies. Winter Soldier did gift a sub and become a sub, so I'll make an exception for Winter Soldier, but nobody else, right? No, it's Linda Moulton Howe. Look up Linda Moulton Howe. We caught her so many times. Here she is doubling down. I'll play this bit too. Here she is doubling down after we caught her selling completely fake pictures of aliens.
Personally, I think this is a strengthening education about what all has happened around this, what was just going to be the first photo of a orange-gray hand and a head. The head is still a question mark, even in Earthfile Support's mind. He's very analytical and very critical, and he did a side-by-side comparison in which it is very true that the eye pattern in the, we'll call it the alleged real photo, versus the 3D created head, the eyes do not match. And you can do an examination and make a comparison, and you will see that. But that does not mean that there isn't a real extraterrestrial, sort of orangish gray being or civilization or species that looks exactly like that photo. And as Buddy pointed out, that's counter intel.
Yeah, it's counter intel. We caught her selling completely and totally fake pictures of aliens. We found the artist who generated those fake pictures. It was for a fictional blog series about like the Men in Black. Completely busted her. Yes, that's right. Busted, right? Completely busted her. Yeah, that voice. I love how she is scientifically analyzing how she got duped. Yeah, she totally doubled down. You know, these grifters, even when they're 100% busted, they still don't give up the scam. And by the way, all of her monetized views for the completely and totally 2 fake stories of selling fake pictures of aliens, one of them was a video game cover, one of them was this other one, they're still up on YouTube generating revenue for her, right? Yeah, so dumb, says WatchSick. You are correct. It is so dumb, right? It is so dumb. I don't understand. I don't understand how people like, you know, people like her make so much money, you know? Like, man, sometimes I think I probably should have been a grifter. I would have cleaned up, right? Like, imagine if all I did was grift instead of exposing the truth. I just create it. and having a background as a stage magician probably would mean I could make some pretty awesome hoaxes. We still want to do that grift month idea where we will put out hoaxes, but then show people what we did to generate the hoaxes, right? They all have fake insiders. Yes, Archaic Revival's just getting here. Can I get you anything like a fucking watch, right? Still glad you're here. But what if the game is like The Last Starfighter and you play it to get transported to the space battles and it's real? A likely story, right? She tightly controls her chat. Yeah, they have to live in echo chambers. They can't have people asking questions because that ruins the scam. That Ashiana chick has to be the queen of BS so far. She makes Linda Moulton Howe and Kerry look like beginners. Yeah, pretty mind-blowing listening to her. I probably thought out a good explanation better than she did. Yeah, Griff Month 2026 will be epic. I gotta generate more hoaxes though. I got a bunch of them on my Google Drive. I made Bigfoot photos, Bigfoot videos. I made a bunch of UFO videos, right? Yeah, you can't question anything or they'll throw you out. That's what happens. They'll throw you right out. Well, listen, I think we've done our due diligence. We'll call it a quick one tonight. I'll be back tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. No place I would rather be. But that's all I got for you. We want to thank you, kind and generous benefactors, you YouTube super chatters, super stickers. Hey, super thanks. Did you know even if you're watching a replay, you could drop a couple bucks in our hat? I thank via a text reply every single person that sends a super thanks. We read and thank every super chat. We read PayPal pledges. If you buy me a coffee or beer during a live broadcast, we thank people for that. If you become a Kick subscriber or if you give some subs or send some kicks on Kick, we thank every single supporter that we have here. I'm just checking in with the PayPal, nothing will buy me a coffee, and we're all caught up on calling out and thanking the support. Also, I just wanted to mention that this Internet Insanity Circus show that we did 4 episodes for, I've already given those 4 episodes to the Patreon supporters and to the YouTube channel members unredacted and unedited and completely raw, the way that they were broadcast. But I've been trying to get them to clear through YouTube's terrible copyright claiming system. And I've gotten the first one through with no age restriction. The second one, they're age restricting it, I guess because of all the videos of the hot dancing girls, but they're fully clothed. It's kind of ridiculous. So I got to take the second episode and try to cut out some or all of the hot dancing girls and then re-upload it and see if they'll accept it then. I don't know. But anyway, this Sunday night, I'm going to be broadcasting on our YouTube channel here the first episode of the Internet Insanity Circus show. If you haven't seen that, it's just a wild and crazy show with costumes and puppets and masks and all kinds of craziness. If you haven't seen it yet, I highly encourage you to tune in this Sunday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. I've got the first one through the YouTube censor logs. I don't know, censorship situation. They didn't age. I don't know why they didn't age restrict the first one, but they age restricted the second one. I have to download the second one, which we've already had to cut out a big portion of because of copyright claims and things like that. Even though it's clearly fair use, I really don't want to fight with people over fair use. Yes, Ray Gutter says Internet Insanity Circus is worth a watch. Well, here's an announcement. I tried so very hard to promote that first run of 4 episodes. I tried to get co-hosts, some of which flaked out and some of which did show up, but I don't know. I'm going to do 4 more episodes of the Internet Insanity Circus, but most likely I'll be doing those solo as a sole show host. I really think that show needs a co-host, but finding somebody good that I kind of get along with and will show up and do what they need to do, especially because the show's making almost no money. I think we made a few $100s for the 4 episodes. By the way, I'm not complaining about that. just stating a fact. So it's hard for me to get a good co-host. I don't want to say, hey, show up and, maybe you'll make $25 or $40 for a 3-hour, 4-hour show. I don't really want to do that. So I'm going to be producing 4 more episodes, but to promote those episodes, we're going to try to get, even if it is a cut down, very censored version of the original show. If I got to cut out dancing girls, if I have to cut out the stuff that is getting it flagged for adult content, if I have to cut out copyrighted, people are copywriting stuff like body cam footage. Like, it's police body cam footage. You don't own it. You're not allowed to copyright claim that, but people are. So I end up having to cut out, 6 segments that are 2 minutes each or something, and it takes YouTube forever to do that. A co-host might slow the show down. Yeah. And I've got a lot of new stuff, new noisemakers and stuff for the show. I'm kind of clown on that show. It's a circus show, so we're getting ready for a new circus. And I've even got on the new shows, I can choke my chicken, right? It's kind of ridiculous. I've got 4 costumes ready to do 4 new episodes, but I have to generate the content that we're going to be commenting over and stuff like that. I have about 1 more episode ready, maybe 2, because there were some things that we just skipped from the first 4 episodes. Like the last show was terribly not well attended. We had very little people show up to see it, so I didn't want to do an extra hour for a very, very small audience, right? Does my link show on Kick? I keep getting "you're not allowed" message. I'll have to make you a moderator over there. You may be able to use the clown horn for a lot of people you cover. That is correct. So anyway, this Sunday night, 7 p.m., the YouTube world premiere of the censored version of the Internet Insanity Circus show. And I'm going to keep trying to get those other. Apparently, the Internet Insanity Circus episodes got crazier and more adult as time went on, because I'm having a real hard problem with the later episodes. The first one, it's fine. I had to cut one big section out of it, or a couple, for copyright claim reasons. But, so when you're watching the show this Sunday, if you see a jump cut that doesn't make sense, it's because YouTube made me cut a portion of it out to get it through the censorship system here. You can get into YouTube jail and not know what you did. That is correct. The episodes got better as time went on. Well, wait till you see episodes 4, 5, and 6. My wife and I were talking about it, and I mentioned a few of the segments that I have, and she was horrified. She was like, "Oh my God, you can't do a segment like that." We have a stinky pussy segment. Oh God, I said the P word again. We're getting totally demonetized for this stream. But anyway, we've done our due diligence. I'm going to bounce on out of here. I want to thank all of you kind and generous supporters. I'll be back tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. No place I would rather be. Tonight I'm going to spend editing hot girls out of a show. Why do I have to edit hot bitches out of a show that's supposed to have hot bitches? Right? It's kind of part of the show. YouTube. I'm not allowed to have hot girls dancing. They're fully clothed. It's not like they're naked. Anyway, that's all I got for you, friends. Good night, and God bless all of you.
UFO circle jerker extraordinaire. All of you UFO circle jerks are now on the table. UFO circle jerker extraordinaire. All of you UFO circle jerks are now on the table. They're there to help the grifters advertise their fake nonsense. That's their function. They're there to help the grifters advertise their fake nonsense. That's their function. That's what they're there to do. 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 That says.
advertise their fake nonsense. That's their function. They're there to help the grifters advertise their fake nonsense. That's their function. They're there to help the grifters advertise their fake nonsense. That's their function. They're there to help the grifters advertise their fake nonsense. That's their function.
Thank you for everything you've done and for risking your life to bring this forward.
Thank you.
Dark corners of the night, secrets hidden from the light. Whispers turn to screams, shattering all your dreams. Eyes wide open now, truth you can't disavow. Echoes through the halls, crashing all your walls. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes. Shadows try to hide, no place for them to bide. Light will pierce you through, reveal what is true. Running from your fears, can't escape the sears. Truth will hunt you down, tear apart your crown. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes. Eyes wide open now, truth you can't disavow. Echoes through the halls, crashing all your walls. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. If you're new to our channel, tonight it's time for you to take your second red pill. I know a lot of you people think that you've taken the red pill and you know the truth about what the government is really hiding. And I always say this, there is a UFO cover-up, but what a lot of people do not realize or know or recognize is that the real cover-up is that there are garbage peddling scumbags in the UFO community that will do literally anything to sell a story. Chief among them is certain to be some subject of tonight's conversation, and that would be one Ross Coulthart, who once accused a bunch of innocent men, completely innocent men with wives and families, of being child predators so that he could sell an over sensationalized, almost evidence-less story. The story turned out to be completely and totally false. And that, my friends, was the beginning of his fall from a real journalist into a clickbait merchant garbage peddling scumbag. And let's be clear, that's what he is. We have detailed here in a 10-hour video all, not even all, just some of his history of clickbait, over sensationalizing, over promising, under delivering, and just straight lying through his teeth to sell an often completely and totally fake story. Or let's not forget that one of the principal promoters of the Dave Grush story, by the way, it's been over 500 days now, still not a shred of evidence of his stories, was Ross Coulthart. And today, Ross Coulthart brought us another of his over-sensationalized stories. And we already know that he lied to sell that story, or at least did the lie by omission. He led everybody to believe that this so-called new whistleblower, by the way, that's a term that doesn't really exist. They're not whistleblowers. These people are storytellers because none of them have any real evidence. This time was supposed to be different because this guy was going to show us a video of him recovering an alien crash retrieval. But it turns out when we see the piece that the video that they showed us was not from that so-called whistleblower. It was from another anonymous source from a completely unrelated event. But I guess it's similar because it's an egg-shaped craft. But the entire story came crashing down and debunked. It's not aliens. Sorry, not sorry. So it's time to take your second red pill tonight on Truth Seekers. And I've assembled a great panel of guests, and we're going to be getting into all of this. And I'm glad for this panel of guests because if you saw last night's broadcast, I have some kind of death, cold, flu thing. I might have strep throat. I'm going to have a test for it on Monday. I can't get to the doctor. In the meantime, my voice is slowly leaving me. So I decided tonight we want to have some guests to fill in some of the time. And I'm just going to try to moderate. People know my thoughts, especially on Ross Coulthart. And I'm here to tell you, if somebody can compile a 10-hour video detailing and proving without a shadow of a doubt many of your previous stories were all completely over sensationalized clickbait garbage and fake, then maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't trust him when he comes up with a new over sensationalized story. And I warned everybody. We even did a public service rebroadcasting that 10-hour deep dive into his previous fake stories yesterday, or I'm sorry, the day before yesterday. And I told everybody to temper their expectations. You know how many people told me, oh, you'll be eating crow. This whistleblower has evidence. He's going to show us a video. That all turned out to be false. They led us to believe that he would have a video, but the video wasn't from him. And then the story gets crazy. We get into psionic superpowers. It's all so ridiculous. So we're going to be bringing in our guests. We're going to get right into the meat of things. But before we do, I want to welcome in our live chat. I also want to apologize because we have a goal here every night for our public funding. We're a viewer-supported show, and this keeps us honest. We're funded by viewers. So usually we have an overtime goal, and yesterday I promised that we would do an overtime, and my voice was completely gone by the end of the show. And I've really it just totally slipped my mind. There was just a quick thing we were going to throw in as a bonus. I'll do it at the end of tonight's broadcast. Corey Good's lawyer has gotten a restraining order filed against her, meaning that she could probably no longer represent him in any of the pending cases. We want to thank some kind and generous people. Before we even begin, they're starting. Detective gifted 5 Truth Seekers memberships, which is why you should hit that subscribe button. Because if you're not aware, if you're in the live chat and not a subscriber and a kind and generous person like Detective gifts memberships, you're not eligible to get them. But if you're subscribed but not yet a member here, these gifted memberships get randomly distributed to people in the live chat that are subscribers. Liz G got one. Yoshi got one. M. Namst got one. Zeta Contributions got one. Rotary Motion got a free one. All thanks to the kindness and generosity of Detective. Thank you. Stormcrow with a kind and generous $2 for the goal. Thank you. And another one from Stormcrow for $5 says wrong color. And Zero just became a member. If you become a YouTube channel member during a live broadcast, we shout you out. And Mezel with a kind and generous $4.99 towards the goal. And friends, that'll cover who I need to thank you, kind and generous people. And I understand people want the super chats read, but I always feel as if when we have a bunch of guests here, it's kind of disrespectful to all the guests to interrupt them while they're talking to praise the cash. So from this point forward, we love and appreciate all of you people. We've got the goal. You see it in the live chat. We're going to try to hit it. We'll do some overtime tonight. But we're going to read the super chats after we're finished with our discussion with the guests. I see Alien Scientist in the live chat saying praise the cash. All right, we'll do one more. RP, man, another stream. I still haven't even caught up from last night. Lots to listen to now. Yes, and thank you for your kindness. That's one for the goal. So let's get into it, friends. The subject of tonight's broadcast is all of these UFO celebrities cashing in on so-called UFO whistleblowers. And I always say this, they're not whistleblowers if they don't have real substantial amount of evidence to share with their so-called whistleblowing. If all they're going to do is tell stories and generate tons of monetized views for the people promoting them, they're not whistleblowers, friends. They're storytellers. So let's get into it. Joining us first, we have Grider. Welcome, Grider. And he's not there. Boy, we've got a professional panel tonight. We're going to bring in Sky Anomalies then first. Welcome, Sky Anomalies. Oh.
I'm here, but can you hear Grider?
Yeah, I couldn't hear him when we brought him in. Let's bring him in. Hello, Grider?
Hey, what's up? Thanks for having
me. Yeah, are you having a tech issue still, or are you okay? Are you good to go, Grider?
Am I? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I think you're fine. Okay. And I'm gonna ask each of you, starting with Grider, to just tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into the subject for the benefit of people who may not know you. Starting with you there, Grider?
Yeah, so I got into the subject. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Maybe I'm having some connection issues. I don't know. Yeah, so I got into the subject to assert my intellectual superiority and to debunk videos of orbs, make myself feel better, because in every other aspect of my life, I'm a giant failure. So I come here to feel better about myself, boost that ego. Thank you, Stephen.
Are you being funny? This is just what some of the critics say about you, right? The trolls. Grider does great.
Oh, I didn't know research. They said that about me.
Yeah, Grider does. For those unaware, I'll toot his horn for him. Grider does great sort of deep dive research. And one of the reasons I like Grider is because, unlike most of the people in this thing, Grider does not ignore the history and actually researches the history. And on to you, Sky Anomalies. Please tell us a little bit about your background and how you got into the subject.
Hey, happy to be here. I am a licensed clinical social worker, so I'm a therapist. I work in mental health. I've worked in the prison system for 5 years. I got into the subject, I think, when I was in my early 20s. I love sci-fi, and I've always been into the UFO topic and skepticism. I wasn't really super deep into it, though, until 2017 New York Times article. That's when I actually, for the first time ever, started to believe that there was actually possibly something there. And then the David Grush stuff just kind of almost sucked me down the rabbit hole. And
they almost got you.
They almost got me. And that's why I'm really interested in this, is because I think if it could almost get someone like me, who I consider myself fairly rational, then it can get anyone. And so I'm fascinated in that aspect of it, and also the psychology of certain things like the abduction phenomena, and also why people just believe weird things in general.
Spoken like a true psychologist. And Manny kind of needs no introduction. Most of my audience knows Manny is the author, the infamous author of the Who's Lou, and was an early sort of whistleblower, will pardon the pun, that some of these people that are UFO celebrities aren't who they pretend to be. But Manny, tell us a little bit about how you got into this and what your focus is here, and then we'll start on the rest of the conversation.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. Thanks for having me on tonight. It's been a while since I've been on.
Absolutely, Mr.
Yeah.
Debunk. For those unaware, I said that this thing would be debunked in 24 hours. Manny is the first person to identify the so-called alien egg as most likely a blimp, an aerogel surveillance. But we'll get into that. Go ahead, Manny. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so I've always been a sci-fi buff since I was a kid. Science fiction, into X-Files, Star Trek, Star Wars, Stargate, anything with the word star in it, and I'm pretty much going to be, a big fan. That's all you got to do to get me on board. And that leads itself like to growing up on the internet and going into, obscure news groups and looking up, UFO footage and files and things like that, and supposed leaks and things like that. So I've been around this topic, as a hobby for a long time, but it wasn't up until probably a decade or so ago that I got really kind of serious with it. Trying to research things, and I just found that there was a lot of channels on YouTube and things like that would research obscure esoteric subjects, but they would just kind of hit them on the topical level and not really deep dive to a level that I felt was that I wanted to have access to the information of. So I would go and I'd watch a video on I don't know, something like, let's say, Jeanette Island, which is one of the first videos I did was on Jeanette Island. I wanted to know what the backstory of Jeanette Island was, and the YouTube videos really didn't have it, so I would do my own research, and then I would kind of fulfill my curiosity and then just move on to the next subject. And after a while, I realized I was just kind of not really doing anything with that information, and I wanted to make videos about it to share that information with other people. So I started making videos and sharing my research, and that's kind of what got me into doing things like, which led me up to Who's Lou eventually, because I did all this research on Lou Elizondo and I wanted to share it with people because there was a lot of misinformation about the guy. And a lot of what I found was shocking and people didn't know about. And I felt that they really did need to know about. So I'm glad that I did and got it out there. And that's what kind of led me to where I am today.
All right, I don't even know where to begin after this then. So we've got Jeremy Corbell. I think we could go over his latest offerings pretty quickly. He's claiming he's going to cash in on a new UFO whistleblower, but most of his docu-series so far, has it been 1 or is it 2 hours now of him complaining and having a temper tantrum like a little bitch that for those unaware, there was a worthless document submitted to the Congressional Record about Immaculate Constellation, but several sources have already come forward and said there is no project called that, and this is basically a work of fiction. But he's pissed off that when they put in the Congressional Record, Nancy Mace said that it was put in by Schellenberger. So he made like an hour documentary about him being pissed off that they lied or something, and he didn't get the credit for the fake document or the worthless document. Am I wrong here? Anybody chime in?
That's a great summary of what happened.
That's pretty much it so far. We didn't get to the whistleblower yet. We're too busy listening to him cry like a bitch.
Yeah, he has been crying, and he's gone so far as to call Nancy Mace a straight up liar and attack her personally. And and all that I keep seeing when I see that is Jeremy Corbell crying that he's not getting the credit that he feels he deserves. He's like, me. I should get this credit. I should get this credit. Like, it really shouldn't matter. Like if the document is legit, which I think we all know it isn't, it just reeks like a repackaged form of Dave Grush's op-ed to me. And then Jeremy Corbell put his name on it and tried to kick it over to Mace and wanted it read into the Congressional Record, kind of like the Davis Wilson memo was, and wanted to get like some kind of, attaboy slap on the back. And he's upset that he didn't,
but isn't it ridiculous that he's upset that he didn't get credit for a completely worthless document that's like mentioning secret projects that don't exist?
Yeah.
And by the way, I have some intelligence sources besides the public ones that have come out and said there's no such project, that told me there's no such project. And other people I've talked to have said the same thing. So it's like, who cares about this document that some wackadoo wrote? It's an anonymous sourced document. So it's basically worthless because it's already been proven that that program doesn't exist. So who cares? But literally, friends, an hour long of him crying and complaining. And what is it, on Tubi or something? It's so stupid. I didn't know it was that easy to get a Tubi deal. You just got to cry and you get a deal, right?
Yeah, and I think it was produced by TMZ. So you got Harvey Levin there, the same guys who did the first one that he was a part of as well.
Which was a nothing burger, yeah, and filled with fake UFOs. and nonsense.
And then going back, if you remember, Harvey Levin was one of the people who interviewed Lou Elizondo back when Lou was in jeopardy of being prosecuted for leaking videos from the Pentagon. Harvey Levin was one of the first mainstream people that had Lou on to, get his bullshit story out onto the record, and let him give him a platform to talk about how they were retaliating against him and things like that. So whatever the connection is there, Harvey's been around for a while, and I'm not surprised that they're still getting in on this. They do clickbait journalism.
And then UFOs fits right in, right? And Grider, what did you think of Jeremy Corbell's docuseries so far? We could get through this one quick, I think.
Oh, I think Sensei Corbell is a very honorable person. I think he's got a lot of integrity and morals. And I mean, look what he did with the 29 Palms. I mean, only somebody with some grit and some character could turn that 29 Palms thing into the sensation that it was. I mean, did you hear it? I mean, it was a triangular craft out there that they had, not infrared flares, being deployed.
For those
by,
unaware,
one of the
Grider busted Jeremy Corbell out the wazoo and even talked to some of the original witnesses to the event that said, no, it was flares. We told them it was flares, or found the guy who said it was flares. So Grider's being sarcastic as usual, but you busted him so
What was
bad
especially
on that.
noteworthy about what was especially that I'm kind of proud that I was able to prove is that Corbell was not only telling the public, hey, I got a tip from high-level military sources, right? He was telling the Marine the exact same thing. So he was telling this young Marine witness, hey, man, your higher-ups, they don't even know what it is. So how could you know what it is, right?
Wow.
And he was doubting himself. Meanwhile, the public is thinking it's like this appeal to authority grift that he has going on where he's telling he's using this idea of having a high-level insider source to fool everybody into changing their story or into believing and going along with whatever he says. He's a very he's a lot smarter than he looks. I'll give him that.
Very manipulative, though, to convince one person of a story and say, hey, look, this other guy above you corroborated the story. And then to go back to somebody else then and say, hey, look, this other guy underneath you corroborated the story.
He basically had to talk this kid out of thinking it was flares so that he could sell it as something more than flares. And he was successful in doing that.
Meanwhile,
very manipulative.
How did he find this kid? How did he find out about the story? He found out about it on Facebook. He found this kid's post on Facebook. He
And
didn't
they
get
said
a
it was a
tip
military
about
source.
29 Palms. Yeah, there was no tip. I mean, it was like a 7-hour period overnight between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. the next morning, where he had sent this kid a DM, and found it. So it's just the guy's just a bullshitter,
Yeah, and of course,
par for the course around here.
Everybody
when it comes
knows.
to grifters.
Everybody knows that he grifted off of Bob Lazar, who, for those that are unaware, Bob Lazar is a convicted pimp fake scientist that Jeremy pretended was a former government scientist. And it's interesting that story comes crashing down so quickly. People were able to get to Bob's former, bosses at Los Alamos, who all confirmed he was never a physicist. He was a low-level technician. And of course, he got arrested and convicted for running a whorehouse. This is not a credible source of information, but Jeremy cashed in. He's probably made millions off of the Lazar story. That's completely and totally fake, provably fake.
What's your verdict on Knapp? Stephen Manny Kraft?
Here, I could give my quick verdict on Knapp. I kind of was like, oh, he's a grifting scumbag. And then I don't know why, but for some reason, from years and years back, he's a friend of mine on Facebook. And I saw some post of his super hot smoking young wife. And so I give him a pass because he's got a super hot young wife. She's a smoke show. She's going to want money. Look at him, dude. That's his only hope of keeping that super hot smoke show young wife happy. So he's got a grift. So I kind of let it go. He's entertaining though. I love his, the dog man at Skinwalker Ranch and the wolves and the dogs smoking cigarettes stories. They're so stupid. And what about you, Sky Anomalies? Are you familiar with George Knapp and his grifting?
Yeah, although I think he's a true believer. I don't think he's deliberately lying. I think he generally believes the stuff he peddles. I don't think he has been doing this for 20 plus, 30 plus years, deliberately knowing it's all false. I think he generally believes a lot of it, if not most of it.
Yeah, and people don't realize this, but back in the day, he did his fair share of grifter busting of some of the people in the UFO community. But looking at it now, I kind of feel like that was in his own best interests. Like, I feel like he was kind of removing the competition from the field. Like, he went after Bill Cooper for being a fraud. And there's ample evidence that he was a fraud and he was repeating stories and stealing stories from people and claiming them as his own. But it felt like self preservation, like there was only so much money in the UFO community. So he had to get rid of the people that were competing with him and John Lear, you know?
Yeah, I guess it's always important, at least for me, to try to delineate between the people who peddle this stuff because they have such poor standards of reasoning and evidence that they fall for it themselves versus the people who deliberately know that they're telling a falsehood for the sake of monetary or other kinds of gain. And I think he falls in the first camp.
He's like a true, yeah. I find I do the same thing. Like Linda Moulton House, she just truly believes this stuff. I don't think she's purposefully putting together fake stories, but she's just too credulous. Like anybody that comes to her with a story, she's just like, wow, aliens, let's run with it, you know. But I don't think she's maliciously and manipulatively putting together stories. She just believes what people tell her, and it fits with her sort of worldview, right? And Sky Anomalies, could you talk a little bit about the believer brain syndrome and like how people ignore the history of these people just because they really want to believe this stuff? Because you have a background in psychology, right?
Yeah, so it's not so much the believer brain syndrome because all of the things that they fall prey to are things that are universally we are all susceptible to. All the same biases that they fall for, we ourselves have to always be on the lookout for it. So confirmation bias, all of dismissing evidence that contradicts your own worldview, we all do it to different degrees. So like for example you were talking about Coulthart and his history of just bullshit throughout the years.
I think
And
it's intentional with him. I think he knows it's fake and he's still pushing it
yeah,
because it's money.
yeah, there's money. I'm in the fence about him. But in terms of why people ignore it, number one, there's many people who just don't dive into the history, obviously. So those people just are not aware of it. Then there's another group of people who do know that he has proven false stories in the past, but their way of reasoning is to explain it away as well. That story turned out to be false, but look at this one. There's always this kind of shifting of goalposts where even if you refute one, there's an endless supply of new cases that they can point to that are unsolved. And then three, there's something that happens whenever we look at evidence that contradicts our worldviews. Our amygdala gets turned on, which means that our physical bodies turn on, feel like we are in danger. Our fight or flight system turns on. And when we feel threatened, when we're looking at contradictory evidence, our prefrontal cortex is disabled offline, or less active. So we start engaging in more emotional reasoning because the part of the brain that is activated typically is going to prioritize emotional comfort over logical consistency. So we will go with what feels more comfortable to us, and usually it's retaining our worldview. So a lot of the times when people see stuff that they know contradicts their worldviews, instead of really engaging and grappling with it, essentially they will tune out because to them it's perceived as a psychological or physical threat of some sort. So, but again, this is not just believers that have to be on the lookout for this. We ourselves have to, because there's a danger in thinking that this is only a phenomenon that believers experience. And when we start thinking that, then that makes it easier for us to fall for it ourselves.
Well, that makes me feel a little better then. People aren't ignoring me out of maliciousness. It's actually part of neurology, then, right? Like they're not ignoring these histories that I put out. It's just
Yes.
uncomfortable for them and they'd rather stay in their bubble, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I mean, I can definitely immediately think of scenarios in which I have deliberately set out to read something from an opposing viewpoint, just so I can kind of maintain a healthy balance of news sources. And immediately when I read something like National Review, like a famous conservative outlet, I notice in myself a desire to just kind of click out of it because there's a dissonance there, a cognitive dissonance that is very uncomfortable, and you have to fight through it so that you can actually get that well balanced diet of news stories from different perspectives. And I think if people kind of think back on times that's happened to them, we could all probably find situations where we remember reading something that contradicted a belief that we held, and it felt very uncomfortable, and we all react to it in very different ways. But yeah, it's not maliciousness. A lot of times it really is a neurological discomfort, and the brain seeks to maintain balance and harmony. And the way it does that is by trying to tune it out or explain it away somehow.
I'm sorry, you'll have to excuse me. If anybody hears any dead air when I'm supposed to be speaking, it's because I keep having to mute myself because I don't want to be coughing all over the guests and you, the audience here. So uh, let's get to this Ross Coulthart thing, and we'll go round robin here. We'll start with Manny. I had incredibly low expectations, and I was warning everybody that everybody should have incredibly low expectations when you have this guy who, Ross Coulthart was literally willing to label a bunch of innocent men child predators to sell a sensational story and benefit his career, which pretty much ended his career at 60 Minutes because it was completely fake story. And then we've got he once claimed that they had conclusive proof of alien technology. That turned out to be a fake story. There was the Patchgate story. So I wasn't expecting him to have a real story this time, but a lot of people were. Manny, what did you think of the whole thing?
I think it was kind of par for the course for what we've come to expect out of Ross, which is over sensationalized promises and under deliverance of those promises. There's a lot of similarities if you go back to what you were talking about to the Spies and Lords debacle. He hyped that up the same way and said that this was going to be earth shaking, this was going to be paradigm changing, it was going to change the world, and it turned out to basically be a bunch of nothing based on stories of one or two people that were uncooperative.
He said it would be the biggest political story in England's history. That's what he said.
Yeah, and it ended up only costing him his job, unfortunately for him. Which probably should have, the way that you don't make claims like that and blow things up like that. Outside of the UFO community, there's repercussions for doing things like that. Clearly, in the UFO community, fool me once, you're invited to fool me again another dozen times. He's,
There's never any consequences. You're right. There's never any consequences.
There isn't. Nobody should be trusting anything that he has to say at face value, and they should be verifying everything. He's been caught too many times overselling stuff from having a giant crashed UFO under a building that was built on top of it, to Jim's ball shavings, to he just where do you go? Like, he's lost all credibility as far as I'm concerned. And so I was really skeptical, but when I saw the footage tonight, I was just disappointed. I really expected this to be maybe something different. I thought maybe there was going to be some conclusive. I finally want to see an egg or a Tic Tac zipping around doing some crazy shit that I can't explain. That's what I want to see. I want to see physics-defying movement that they're promising is out there on footage, but they just can't ever seem to deliver. It's always some garbage, it happened right before the camera was off, or here's some footage that happened right after that, or before that, or whatever. Where is the physics-defying movement? Where is the UFO? Where's the UAP? And I don't mean a guy telling me about him flying a helicopter and feeling all woojie-boo when he saw an egg. I mean, I can look at a sunrise in the morning and get an emotional response from it, but that doesn't mean the sun is causing me to have that response. That's the human condition, to look at something or to have an emotional reaction to an inanimate object. That's our perception. It's not the object causing it. It's ridiculous. And so I try to look at stuff like this footage tonight, like from a scientific point of view. We have to look at the footage and say, what can we analyze and what can we reproduce? This guy's feelings, anecdotal evidence really doesn't matter to me. There's not much I could do with that. That's crosses from science into theology, and you go from fact into belief. And I'm not here to talk about people's beliefs. I'm not here to talk about what he believed he felt during the time. I want to talk about what we saw in the video, which was an egg-shaped object appeared to be being towed by a long line on a helicopter, and that's about it. We don't know where it was. We don't know when it was taken. We don't know what the conditions were. I mean, was he dropping it off? Was he picking it up? Was he, why, if this was a crashed NHI, non-human intelligence craft, a UFO, why wasn't there dozens of guys around on the ground with fucking rifles and trucks? And, why wasn't every, military person in the, crash retrieval team, why weren't they all there? Why is it just some weird, quiet, middle of nowhere, blase footage that could be anything from a aerostat blimp, like I think it is, to, just a mundane object. There's nothing in the video footage.
I was expecting the footage to be. I honestly thought that it would be a helicopter transporting a big propane tank. That's what I was expecting, and it didn't disappoint. It was almost that bad. But I think you nailed it with the aerostat. I think we'll find out because some experts will surely chime in. And I think it's an aerostat. That's what I think it is. And I've already heard from at least one person who told me, and I haven't verified this person, so take from this what you will. But one person messaged me and said, "I'm a viewer of your show, and I work for the Border Patrol, and we use these aerostats for surveillance around the border. And we do transport them at times with a helicopter." And so to me, I went, well, that could easily be footage from one of those transportations, and I get it. I'm sure the true believers are going to say, you can't prove it's an aerostat. Well, you can't prove it's an alien spaceship either. So I guess we're at an impasse, which means this so-called evidence doesn't pass the test of falsifiability, which means it's worthless. It's totally worthless. And also, did everybody else catch this? Ross basically promoted this story, and all the true believers were saying, this whistleblower has a video. And it turns out that this video is not from the whistleblower. It's from a completely different source and a completely unrelated event to the story that he was talking about, but it matches his story, so we'll use it anyway. And also, this person that's the whistleblower, this Jay guy, he claims that this was classified. Therefore, he shouldn't be allowed to even speak about this, let alone show a video of it. So I guess that's what their excuse is going to be. Well, we couldn't show a video from him because it was classified. They dance around and they do this stuff. Grider, what did you think of the bait and switch? Do you think I'm right that they bait and switched it in order to sell this story? And what did you think of the so-called evidence, the video? We'll share it in a moment. And we've lost Grider.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Did you hear my question? I said, what did you think of the so-called bait and switch? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think it was pretty standard, right? It was pretty par. I mean, it was about what I expected out of Coulthart. I have to say that I think Manny's right on this one. Yeah, I'm gonna say that it's some type of lighter than air aerostat, helicite, something like it's some type of lighter than air ISR platform. But I've never seen one. I mean, not that I really have a lot of experience with them, but I've never seen a picture or an image of one being towed by a helicopter. Being sling loaded like that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, those things are pretty light to begin with, and usually you can tie them off to like the back of a Humvee or they actually have like a carrier system. It's like a trailer that you can dock them with. And then, so like why it would be towed by a helicopter doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But Manny, do you know any more on like why it would be towed like that and how it would kind of, not be floating up into the helicopter, being that it is like a lighter than air vehicle?
Well, the helium could be spent. The helium only lasts a few days in those things, maybe a week, right? And then it kind of stales out.
But then it would deflate, right?
Not totally. Have you ever had a helium balloon that just stopped floating and it deflates a little, but it's still mostly blown up? Like when you were a kid? That's what
Yeah,
I
and then it
thought
just
of.
sinks to the ground, which is what I think happened. I think the thing just sunk to the ground. It crashed, for lack of a better term, or at least it stopped floating and flying. And so this was part of the retrieval effort. They probably out in the middle of nowhere, because if they could get it with a truck, they probably would have. But they probably were just retrieving it. And there's also the possibility that it is what we think it is. It just wasn't one of ours. It might have been a foreign adversary's balloon that they flew over here and they're trying to retrieve it. Crashed in the middle of nowhere. Looks like desert, though. It doesn't look like forest to me. It looks like high
And so,
desert.
yeah, and so let's take a look.
Dude, that makes a ton of sense.
Oh, wait a second.
That makes a ton of sense.
Let me put up there. They're gonna copyright claim me, but
That
I don't
also
care.
explains why Greider, why they would, and Stephen, why they would classify it. If it was one of ours, it wouldn't be classified, because those devices aren't classified. You can find information going back to at least 2007 about those devices on the internet.
But if it was used in a war theater or in a
or if it was a foreign
project,
adversaries,
foreign
if it was Russian
adversaries.
or Chinese, then they definitely would classify it, because they don't want it to get
Yeah.
out until they can reverse engineer it.
But for the benefit of the audience, I want to share, this is what all of the hype was about. This is supposed to be video of an alien egg that crashed being retrieved by a legacy crash retrieval program. And we're citing fair use. We're discussing this with our panel. The live chat is discussing it. This is a transformative work, and we're using this clip to educate the public. So here is the alien. And it looks like it's not being retrieved. It looks like it's being dropped off. If it was retrieved, they would take off with it. They're leaving
Let's
it.
slow this down.
Right,
to
they're
take
dropping
a
it off
closer
somewhere.
look.
They're dropping it off
That's
somewhere,
an
not retrieving
egg-shaped
it.
UAP suspended from a 150-foot long line. We're told the craft is about 20 feet long. The egg suspended in a cradle. And look how careful the pilot is as they bring their precious cargo into land. Let's freeze frame here to look at one of the clearest images of a UAP.
You see how it
ever
rolled there when he
taken.
dropped it off?
This is
That's
no
very-
blurry
it looked like
light
a
in
balloon
distant
rolling to me.
sky.
100%.
The source of
If
the
that had
footage
any sort of weight,
poses
I'm not gonna
an
lie, like,
incredible risk to
it would have stayed in
record
place
this
if it
had
UAP
weight. like-
retrieval. Look at
At
how
first, I was
perfectly
convinced that
smooth
this
the
video was
craft is.
completely fake.
No
Like, I thought
markings
that
at
there
all.
wasn't anything real about
No
it.
visible
I thought it was like
means of
somebody with like a
propulsion
literal
or way
egg,
to
like
see
in a piece
in
of fabric. But I found a picture from some of my training when I was taking a picture over one of the crew chief that was in this Chinook that we were doing sling load ops with, and it was about 150 feet that we were up off the ground. And I have that. I can share my screen and show you guys what that looked
real
like.
quick, I'm glad you said that, Greider.
And it looks
That's
very, very
another
similar.
thing. Because you said Chinook, and will you explain to people the difference between a Chinook and, say, an Apache, or a Blackhawk or something? The biggest difference?
Oh yeah, so there's a big so well, I don't think we're sure which type of helicopter this was supposedly filmed from, right? Like, we don't know for sure, but a
We don't know
Chinook
anything
is
about-
basically
it
like
could
a
be
dual
any-
rotor.
It could be any kind of.
Yeah, we don't know anything. I would assume that it's probably not a Chinook, because the downdraft would be on those are really, really strong, even at 150 feet. But a Chinook is the most powerful dual rotor helicopter in the entire military. It's the fastest. It's the most powerful. It has 2 jet engines on it on each side of the back of it. It can hold up to right around 60 troops. If you have it fully loaded, and it can also get to the highest elevations. It's basically the best helicopter that we have. And there's different variants of it. And it can do sling load operations where it can sling load, heavy machinery. It can sling load howitzers, like artillery guns. It can sling load, ammo, artillery shells, and then take it out to, a base that's really remote. It
Pretty
can
versatile,
do
in
all
other
types of
words.
stuff.
Yeah.
Basically, it's
And that could
whereas
lift-
like an
that
Apache
could lift-
helicopter
that could lift the
has,
most weight too, right? That could lift the most weight of all the.
it can lift, yeah, absolutely. I think maybe the Super Stallion can lift a little bit more, maybe, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, as far as raw power, the Chinook is the fastest, the most powerful, most torque. It's great.
And biggest. Right? I've seen one at an air show. I've been inside one.
And the biggest. Yep.
I've been inside one at
it's
McGuire
a
Air Force
massive
Base.
machine.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was impressed at how big
it's
it was.
really
I
a beautiful
remember.
machine. So compare that to like a Blackhawk. A Blackhawk is about maybe a fifth of I'd say about 25% of the size would be my guess. Just much smaller. It can only hold right around, I want to say 10 8 to 10 passengers, and then it's got 2 crew chief, and it's got 2 pilots. So that's 4 crew typically, and then up to 10 passengers. Which usually Blackhawks are used for either medevacs, which is where they just have 2 medics on board instead of the crew chiefs, and then they have the seats that are emptied out. But Blackhawks typically aren't used for any sling load operations. Like, I've never seen one sling load. I'm sure they could, but they don't. And then Apaches are used for like close air support. So like an Apache is a 2-seater combat, like close air support CAS aircraft that is armed with usually some type of missile, whether it be Hellfire or 2.75 rockets, or and then it has some type of some type of gun, some type of minigun, some type of 50 caliber weapon also attached to it, and it's for close air support. But when I say close air support, an Apache can hit a target about 2 miles away. So like you can't, you could not even hear it, when it shoots at you. That's how far away it can be. But
So they're not using single
that makes
rotor
sense.
craft
And
like the Apache and the Blackhawk to sling load and carry and transport. They're using
no,
big Chinook,
I mean,
and these are
you
these are
can,
huge aircraft. I mean,
you
they're
can,
massive.
but I mean, it depends on if this is a contractor or if this is, like, I know that you can do it with single rotors, but most people would not. That
Right.
if
We see
they
them
have
do
the
it here in the
choice. Yeah.
Northwest. They do it around Christmas tree time. What they do is they'll load up a bunch of Christmas trees that are bundled together, and a helicopter will fly in. They'll hook a steel cable to it. They'll grab it and they'll pull it out of the woods up towards a truck, and then they'll load it from there onto a truck. And it's dangerous, high-paced work. They do it. It's not a Chinook at that point. It is a single rotor craft, normally like a Bell Jet Ranger or something like that. Like it's a private craft. It's not a military craft, obviously, but it's dangerous work, and you don't do it lightheartedly, and you don't do it on a whim. This looks like it probably is a Chinook, but that's my biggest question and concern here is why is there no rotor wash? Even if this is a 150-foot long line, we should still see some kind of rotor wash from a Chinook. Like there should be some kind of displacement on the ground. We're not seeing any.
Well,
of
that's just it. Do you leave everything open ended? Like, oh, we didn't say it was a Chinook. It could be a tiny helicopter that's just used for transport, or whatever. But I'm really shocked by the bait and switch, because all the true believers were like, oh no, Stephen, this time this whistleblower is going to show us a video, and then they bait and switch and go, oh well, this is a video of a similar event, or he didn't say similar event.
See,
but
I'll tell you what's most shocking, like, is the way that it's secured, the way that the sling load is set up. That does not look proper. Not that I did not go to air assault school, which is where you learn how to sling load, this type of stuff. Sling load
it looks
anything.
it looks janky.
I was never taught officially, but like I have hooked up sling loads. Like I showed Steven a video. I've got a video I can show of me hooking up a sling load to the bottom of a Chinook.
I could share that.
Yeah, and
please show that.
yeah, and so like I will say that it's like that looks like a really like a flat piece of rope almost. That looks like a flat piece of cord almost. That doesn't look like a flat, like almost like a ribbon cord is what it looks like. It doesn't look like anything that you would sling load normally with, which are usually braided, either chains or really thick ropes, like really heavy duty ropes.
Would you use a nylon tie down or come along or something like that too, like a like a flat, like a 4 or 6 inch nylon tie down, or would you be using rope in this case, you think?
And here's Grider's video, by the way. We're gonna.
I mean, it just depends.
Like, it really depends. This is why it's good to have people that actually know what they're talking about, because don't you think that let's take Ross Coulthart and set him aside. A real journalist, if they talk to somebody like Grider, could look at this video and offer some kind of opinions that would maybe make you go, well, maybe it's not an alien spaceship here. You know what I mean? This is Grider actually
keep in mind too, Stephen,
doing this.
Keep in mind too, Stephen, is that like,
which one are you? Are you the guy on the box? Are you the guy on the box? Or are you
the guy that's on the box. Yeah, the guy's on the box.
Look at those backwards pointed feet on the bottom of there. That's just like on the Tic Tac. Look at the backwards pointed feet on the.
Here's the thing: is that like, keep in mind, like, I kind of have to admit that, like, when I first saw the video, like, when I first saw the News Nation video, guys, I thought that it was literally a fake to the point, like, I thought up until Manny started talking about 20 minutes ago, I thought that it was like some dude with like a piece of fabric, like up above, like,
It still
his
could be.
kitchen table, like
Still could
making
be.
a video. That's what I thought. It was like
Seems
an
very
egg wrapped with like
suspicious that
fishing line.
It seems very suspicious that there's zero rotor wash. Even if that's very short grass that it's being dropped into, you would see some movement. And I looked at it, but people have to forgive me in case anybody's unaware. I'm literally half blind, so I'm not very good at video analysis of these type of things. I have to rely on other people.
Do you want to see a video filmed from the bottom of a Chinook? And
yeah, that'd be cool.
Here, I can
Hey,
show you.
Share my
let me
screen
share
real
my
quick
screen.
too, Stephen. I've got a video for comparison here.
Okay.
Of what he's talking about.
And where are you sending this to me?
It just says I'm sharing the window.
Oh, okay. You're doing it right here. Okay.
Yeah.
This is Grider screen share, Manny. Is this one?
Yes.
All right. You go. And this is fair use, friends.
There's what Grider is talking
Hey, now
about.
this looks pretty believable.
Yeah, look at that.
Now that's
it looks more believable than what we saw on News Nation. I mean, come on now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, if you replace that with a better line and put like a little bra on that egg, that's the video, dude. Like that's the video.
Oh man,
Put some
you
sound
get another one.
effects
We get a
in.
pair of them.
Yeah.
Turn your ceiling fan on so you get some rotor wash on that shag carpet, and you're
Yo,
good
you
to go.
should have
Like, we're close.
we should have
There we go,
saved
dude.
this for Griff
But the
month.
thing is, it is all about the name, guys. We have to come up with a name, like, the jellyfish, the Mojave Triangle. We got to come up with something, something sexy, something that really gets people excited. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything.
Can I just say, here's something that I think skeptics that bothers me about skeptics and debunkers. We spend so much more time trying to figure these things out.
Yeah, and we have to be 100% right and 100% overwhelming evidence. And meanwhile, the other side, not so much. I agree.
Right, and also just the fact that I don't particularly even care to try to figure out what it is that I'm seeing in that video, because I have been given absolutely no reason to think that there's anything interesting in that video to begin with. So one of the things that I noticed in both videos that he played, the egg one and also the so-called like space dogfight one, is that the story is what is telling us what we are seeing. The videos do not speak for themselves. The videos
Right.
could lend themselves to a million different interpretations. It's the story that goes with them that influences what we think we are seeing. And
We weren't even given the story, right? Like,
well, no,
we don't know who the video came from, do we?
Right. But the story in terms of, for example, the egg video, when he was first showing it, Coulthart refers to it as a UAP multiple times. He also says this UAP has no visible means of propulsion. He calls it a craft. Notice that the language that he's using is forcing an interpretation on what we are seeing that the video itself absolutely does not show us. I am not looking at a spacecraft. He is telling me I'm looking at one. And so why would I
Good point,
bother
yeah.
to even try to fucking find a debunk for this when I have absolutely no reason to believe that the story he is claiming to be giving us is true in the first
And
place?
also,
It's
the
just a waste of
story
time.
it's very important that we keep hammering this point. The story was promoted that this whistleblower has evidence. He's going to show us a video of him participating in an alien spaceship crash retrieval. And then they do a bait and switch and go, oh, here's a video that was sent to me from an anonymous source at great personal risk to them that we got independently, which means it didn't come from the source. It came from somebody else. So who cares? It's apples and oranges. You're mixing two. They do this all the time. They conflate separate events into one. And to a casual observer, they might miss that and go, oh, this is the video that this guy made while who's telling the story about the alien crash retrievals. And,
I think that's what they're counting on, Stephen, is that to the mainstream and to casual observers that they're not going to know the difference. And unfortunately, they're right. There will be places, red label news services, like the Sun UK or something that picks up this story tomorrow and shows that as an authentic UAP or UFO. runs with it. There's going to be people that run with it. But for most of the people who have followed these people, this is just nothing new. It's the same old bait and switch, overhype, under deliver. And I agree with everything that Sky Anomalies was just saying right there. We need to take the stories away and the anecdotal evidence away and just look at the evidence, which is just this video, which isn't even this guy's claim. This is like a completely different event than Baker is even claiming was his. So
yeah, and it's a
what are we gonna do
conflation of
about it?
events to sell a story, which proves that this is stagecraft and deception. And
Mhm.
I try to hammer it home, like maybe I just spent too much time in the entertainment industry, but I know how to put a show together. And so many of these UFO big events, it's a show. It's just a show. Come on in, get your ticket, and we're going to use stagecraft. We're going to use a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And I love how they also, they pepper in also, well, these are some other military guys that say he's very credible. But that doesn't really tell us that they weren't witnesses to what he claims he witnessed. So that's not really evidence, but it's kind of evidence. It's like halfway evidence.
It's character evidence, but it's not
Yeah.
direct evidence. Again, and we have to discount the character evidence and the anecdotal evidence because it's unverifiable. There's nothing you can't prove or disprove it. There's really nothing there.
Yeah, and I just want to take a moment to mention, I hate to be a pay pig whore here, but I screwed up on the goal, friends, if you're listening in the live chat, and I set the timer for like 20 minutes, so I reset the timer. We got 5 super chats of the 20. I reset the timer. We'll be reading all the super chats after the conversation here, which is going great, and I don't really want to interrupt it to praise the cash every 5 minutes. I hope you guys understand, but I will read them all. So
Can I ask a question real quick? Did I understand correctly that when he retrieved this object, he at the time had absolutely no reason to believe that it was
yeah,
NHI or extraterrestrial? It was
he just didn't
after
know
the
what it
fact, right?
was.
And it was after the fact that
So
someone
yeah,
told them, and that's when.
and guess who? Members of the UAPTF, which are part of this core
Yeah.
group of true believers that Stephen Greenstreet has called repeatedly the Spooky Gang. It's the same core group of people that keep promoting these stories. And if you notice, members of the same core group of people were deeply involved and entrenched in this story. We've got Gary Nolan is involved in this story. We've got members of the UAPTF, which remain unnamed. So they do the lie by omission because if they name the people that told them it was aliens, most of us skeptics would instantly go, yeah, that guy's a wackadoo. I believe it was Travis Taylor and Jay Stratton, 2 people who are complete and total true believer wackadoos. One believes werewolves followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch, and the other one doesn't know the difference between a bug flying by a camera and an alien spaceship doing 3,000 miles an hour.
You know what's interesting is in the
They
post
basically, those guys got fired from the United States government for being wackadoos looking for aliens, and they totally missed all the Chinese spy balloons and spy surveillance systems that were encroaching on our territory because they were too busy looking for aliens.
Yeah,
Right? So they basically get fired, and then they had to set up a new organization that would be more skeptical and a reaction. And also, the UAPTF also had that girl, Sarah Gam, who is a psychic medium, and for $150, she'll talk to your dead grandmom for you. And they also have other wackadoos, as Stephen Greenstreet described. There's one guy who was on the UAPTF task force who believed that when he slept, a ghost girl tickled his feet. Like, these are the kind of people that were in the UAPTF. They were all wackadoos. I guess the government was like, we need somebody to work on UFOs. Who can we get? And they just got these wackadoos. So again, it's a deceptive part of the story. Another lie by omission point, and we'll go around here, and I want everybody's thoughts on this. This guy could prove parts of his story. He claimed that he was a contractor. He could show us the contract. He had to sign a contract to become a contractor. He could show us the paperwork. He could show us the NDAs. And if he's working in a classified setting, he's not allowed to even speak about that. So why is he on News Nation telling this story? Unless maybe he never was. That's what I thought. Because if you truly worked on in a classified area for the United States government, even as a contractor, you can't talk about it even years later. You sign an NDA and you face very stiff consequences if you divulge anything, even your involvement in these kind of projects. And so he could show us the contract. He could tell us what company he was working for as a contractor. He didn't. He didn't show us the contract, didn't tell us what company. Then there was claims that he was medically, affected somehow by one of these crash retrievals, and he may have had they pulled out the radioactive, I might have been exposed to radioactivity and I could possibly have been suffering from the effects of radiation poisoning. And who did they bring in to validate that point? Gary Nolan, another known wackadoo who's not a medical doctor, who said, oh, he evaluated his medical records. Well, then show us your medical records. He said he was in the hospital after this event, and so were his crew. Show us all the medical records. They didn't.
You know what?
And I believe we'll never see any of these documents. We'll never see the contract when he became a contractor. We'll never see the NDAs he signed. We'll never see his medical records. But hey, we showed the medical records to this other wackadoo who's helped Ross Coulthart sell other completely and totally fake stories, like the ball shaving stories, where they claimed that they had conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man. And then they cut to a shot of Michio Kaku. Michio Kaku didn't confirm alien technology. They didn't have any evidence, let alone conclusive proof. So this is all a carefully constructed narrative. It's stagecraft, in my opinion. What does everybody think, starting with Manny? And then we'll go Grider and Sky Anomalies. He could prove this story or big parts of it if he released more information. I don't believe he will.
He could at least prove some credentials, like you said, which would go to speak to his character. But it's not, again, if he's in a Chinook and they're transporting something like that, there's another pilot and there's somebody else that's operating the lift and running the cable.
Corroborating witnesses. Name the corroborating witnesses.
Be there that could back up his story and confirm it. So let's get into that. And again, like you said, I have a feeling that it's not a classified program, or he wouldn't be talking about it as freely as he is. If he was, he'd be facing going to jail for it. So I just don't understand.
Manny, somebody already clipped. People already clipped your they're calling it extraordinary UFO footage, and it's on Twitter already.
Oh, the egg.
Yeah, the egg. Somebody
That's not mine. I found that on social media.
So did you?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I thought you made it. Okay.
No. That's funny though. Yeah. So there's that. We don't know what this is, but we know what it isn't. It isn't what they promised us. It's not smoking gun evidence of a whistleblower crash retrieval program, reverse engineering. Once again, they've lied. They've baited us into it. They've goaded us into it. They've told us what they're going to show us, and then they show us something completely different and go, see, I told you, and just like Sky Anomalies was saying earlier, without that narrative attached to it, what we have is nothing. We've got nothing here. This is absolute nothing burger. And I'm so disappointed, man. These people, these UFO disclosure activist group people, this whole clump of people have given me blue balls so much in the last 8 years. My balls are so blue, they're like dark purple. They're almost black. Like, come on. Like, shit or get off the pot, guys. Shit or get off the pot.
They got it. They're trying to give you the disclosure boner, but all they give you is disclosure blue balls, because they never, it's always, you're right though, it's always over promise, under deliver. And then why does Ross get a pass? He should not get a pass for promoting this story as if the whistleblower is going to show us the video of him retrieving an alien spaceship and then he bait and switches us. He should never get away with this again. And in fact, I was shocked at the number of people who were arguing with me leading up to this, because I go, look, I'm not feeling well a couple days ago. I'll post this 10-hour video of all of Ross's fake previous stories, and then people will understand that this new one's probably fake. Nope. Everybody's telling me what a great journalist he is, all this stuff, and how wrong I am. And I'm like, the history doesn't matter. There's never a consequence. And I guarantee within 6 months, he'll be back with another one of these. I guarantee it.
Well, if his past behavior is any indicator of his future behavior, I agree with you. He's done this so many times where he overpromises, comes up with a new scam, a new hype, whatever. It's always a new whistleblower. And it's just, I mean, if this is the caliber of the 40 whistleblowers that Dave Grush had, I hate to say it, but it was all bullshit from the start. It was all a bunch of bullshit.
I think these are the 40. I think these are the 40.
This is pathetic.
This is the spooky gang. Imagine a circle within a circle. In the inner circle was the spooky gang that Stephen Greenstreet talks about. Hal Puthoff, Lou Elizondo,
Yep.
Gary Nolan, all these people, Jay Stratton, Travis Taylor, Brandon Fugel, Leslie Kane. They're all in the inner circle. And in that, right in the next circle are all of these people: Dave Grush, this guy Barbara, this Michael Herrera. And that's another thing. This whistleblower is deeply connected with Michael Herrera, who's already been busted as a complete and total fraud. His whole story was fake. So I think these were the guys that were in the outer circle, not the inner circle. So they were close to the spooky gang, and they were hovering around, and they sent Grush on a wild goose chase in that outer circle to talk to all these clowns. And so then he became convinced, and now we're seeing some of these people that were probably the same people that Grush talked to.
So real quick, Ross did an interview right after the show itself. He did mention that Grush confirmed this specific guy was not one of the 40. Doesn't make much of a difference, but this, yeah.
All right. Yeah, well, great. We like that for clarity then. Okay, so Grush said this guy wasn't one of the 40, but he kind of said Jason Sands was one of the 40, then said Jason Sands was one of the 80 or something like that. Like, he did talk to him, but he wasn't one of the 40. So who knows? And who cares what Dave Grush has to say? That those guys made millions of dollars off of taking advantage of an autistic, mentally ill man, convincing him that aliens are real and to destroy his career. And people argue with me, but anybody that can do third grade math can add up the monetized YouTube views from everybody that covered the Grush story. Millions of dollars were generated. I don't really care what Grush has to say. He has no evidence. He's not a whistleblower. He's a storyteller, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, secondhand storyteller even, you know, telling, or third hand in some cases.
Somebody told me. Trust me, bro.
Yeah, and it all comes back to, I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of it goes back to Hal Puthoff, you know, like he's the one who's been spreading this stuff around, and it, you know, goes.
Yeah, but even if they're decades of grifting off of this stuff, Hal Puthoff did a stream today with that slob girl. I can never remember her name. Something about a rabbit hole, I think. And they had 5,000 viewers with Leslie Kane, Hal Puthoff, Gary Nolan. So people have to realize what a small subculture this is. These guys have been grifting like this for decades, and they do a live stream all together. And that's another issue we should talk about. All of this seems coordinated. It's like, I got a whistleblower, I got a whistleblower, I got a whistleblower. None of them have any evidence, but they all got whistleblowers, right?
Right.
And it's all coordinated to come out around the same time, I think, so that they can get maximum excitement and maximum impact. So it's clear, at least to me, it's my opinion, I freely admit it's speculation, but I feel like they're all working together to maximize the grifting profits. They coordinate these drops. And also, how long did this happened to this guy years ago? He's just now telling his story, and apparently he told his story to other people long time ago. They all sat on it. They told the UAPTF, those guys all sat on it. They sit on it until they need it at a convenient time when it's slow in UFO land. That's not a coincidence, right?
Stephen, in response to the question, what you said about stagecraft, a mutual friend of ours wanted me to read this out loud for you. This is from Jeremy McGowan. This was the most overhyped, under-delivered bullshit story that has ever existed, aside from purple mantis beings living in a cave.
I think I know that mutual friend and thank them. And Manny, you had something to share here. Do you want me to share that screen?
Yeah, you can pull that up. That's just kind of this is some of the research that I did into some of the things that this is why I think that we might have been looking at an aerostat, or in this case, an aerostat or blimp.
Well, if you wanted that read, can you do me a favor and read that? Because I can't read that.
Yeah. Well, if people don't know what aerogels are, they're something that NASA's came up with. They're an insulator, and they're going to be using them to make blimps and balloons because they're, as you can see in this photograph right here, which I can probably zoom it up a little bit here. They're extremely high density but low weight. You know, like they can hold a lot of weight. They don't have a lot of weight. They're I think it's 98% air. You know, it's like air infused in this gel, but they're extremely strong. So they're building with them. And in fact, there's this patent from 2018, I believe, where they're building balloons out of them back as far as that goes. And they're still continuing to file for patents on them all the way through, you know, today.
Well, it beats latex, right? It's a better material.
Yeah, yeah, and they're going to be using it in a lot of aerospace applications. Lockheed Martin's already talked about using them, and I think they've already been using them for some of their new in aircraft design.
And let's do me a favor and let me catch up. I do want to catch up on some of these super chats. Taxenstein says tonight's tithing, one for the goal, and I'm way behind. Mike Larry has gifted 5 memberships, which is why you should subscribe, because if you are in the live chat and you're a subscriber, not yet a member, you can get a free membership. Saiwilla, why Google got a free membership thanks to the kindness, generosity, and support. Sneed got a free membership. Dylan got a free membership. Morse Code. Dontron got a free membership thanks to the kindness, generosity, and support of Mike Larry. We have Double Tap Rangers Outdoor. Trust me, bro. High Intel, Inside Source, blah, blah, buckle up, blah, blah, blah. Hey, Steven, glad I made it. I'm glad you made it too, and we'll take your $6.99. Thank you. Pentaxenstein, the final experiment is a perfect example of the flat Earth side. It's kind of pathetic. Yeah, it's funny. All the flat Earth people are freaking out because somebody went to Antarctica and proved that the sun is going around. Build a better potato can, and the UFO community will beat a path to your door, says Pentaxenstein with 5. Thank you. And we've got Mike Larry with 20 gifted memberships. I'm not going to read all the people that got a free one, but that is why you should subscribe, because then you get a free membership. All 20 people got a free membership thanks to the kindness, generosity, and support of the MVP of Mike Larry. And then he gifted 10 more free memberships. Thank you, Mike Larry. Very generous of you. I'm almost caught up. Just give me one more moment, and then we'll continue towards the goal. We have Duco's Alpha Ralpha, so it just says praise the cash with $2, and don't touch me, I'm crazy with $2. Is Ross going to sit on the egg until it hatches? Yeah, and let's talk about that. Do we really think he's going to get away with this? I do. I think he's going to get away with this because people are going to be arguing, telling us we can't prove that's a balloon or whatever for the next year. Alien eggs can be traded in at Spirit Halloween, says Duco. Thank you with another $2. Another one towards the goal. And we're all caught up. Okay, go ahead, Manny. I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. To answer your question you asked, I do think he's going to get away with this. For one, the News Nation platform is unfortunately larger than Truth Seekers.
It's garbage.
And they don't care. They
They hired him to do this, by the way. They hired him to create sensational clickbait fake stories. They did it on purpose.
And they're getting their money's worth out of him. He's more than full of them, and he doesn't care, so might as well. If you want to be the modern-day equivalent of the National Enquirer or the Weekly World News, go ahead. But don't expect people who are serious and who have an ounce of rational thinking to take you seriously, because we're not. News Nation is just has lost all credibility along with
Absolutely
at this point.
They never had any to begin with. For those unaware, News Nation is where all the fired journalists went. Like Chris Cuomo got fired from CNN, Elizabeth Vargas got fired from somewhere. She went there. If you've gotten fired in a scandal and you can't get a job in any other news organization, you go to News Nation. It's not just those two. It's not just those two. Those are just two examples I could think of. I did some research into many of the people on News Nation, and it appears to me to be it's filled with people that got fired from real jobs.
Yeah. And as people pointed out, this latest whistleblower had been on there before.
3 times in the past year. This is the 3rd time in the past year. So
and now all of a sudden, here 2 months ago or a month ago, he sets up a business that is basically sounds like one of the businesses that Elizondo and TTSA was going to do about this. And
it's got the guy from the SALT conference he's running it with as well.
Right. It's the same old people, same group of people. And they're setting up a for-profit business, and
they want government contracts from the government. They want government contracts.
You got it. And who's going to give it to them? The UFO czar, the new UFO czar, Luis Elizondo.
By the way, do you think that's really going to happen, or is that hype? I don't think that's really going to happen.
I don't think so. I think with a little bit of digging, they're going to do some research into Lou and probably
find out he's a grifter.
And find his anti-Trump sentiments that he's put out there on the internet. It's probably not a good idea to say that kind of thing and then go ask the guy for a job. But who knows? I mean, like anything, in this wacky world we're living in today, where bullshit just seems to get rewarded and the fight for truth gets punished. I wouldn't be surprised if it does happen. I don't think it'll work out the way they want. If Lou Elizondo does get some kind of government gig as a UFO or UAPs are, I think he's up a shit creek because he's, for one, he's going to have to be answerable to the public again. For two, it's gonna put him under a Freedom of Information Act microscope because that there's people out there who will just be filing FOIA requests on every single
Everything he does. Yeah.
because he's made so many enemies over the years. Like that guy probably can't walk down the street without getting a FOIA request, on him if he was in a government position.
Well, yeah. For those unaware, I have some history with him ever since. For those unaware, I hosted Manny when he made a film that was very critical of Lou Elizondo. And then all of a sudden, people were putting my address out. People were coming in my live chat, threatening my wife by name and my children by name. Geniuses of the millennium. Like they looked me up on Facebook, right? And then, of course, I have a registered LLC, so I guess anybody could find my address. But they doxed me. They did all kinds of stuff. And he was well aware of that. And he just let them do it. So ever since then, I'm like, fuck that guy. And I hear that he really doesn't like me because I call him the Pentagon UFO program director from the land of make-believe. He just isn't who he says he is. Even he has walked back what he originally claimed to be. He can't get his story straight. Oh, I was the director of a $22 million program. Oh, I was an important team member of a program. It wasn't even a program. It's so stupid. This is where we get into like the circus. Look, we've got a fake Pentagon program director. We've got a fake alien scientist, Gary Nolan. He's a fucking biologist. He's a immunologist. He's not a medical doctor. Why is he looking at medical records of this new so-called whistleblower, who, by the way, also is kind of edging towards superpowers and psionics and psychic powers, because I guess they couldn't fill the hour with just his UFO stories. So they had to round it out with some psychic shit to get those crystal hippie bitches rolled into this,
Plus that medical part that he was talking about, I don't find it disbelievable at all because it sounded a lot like Jeremy McGowan's experience when he had to guard that crate, I think, in the desert, I think it was. And it's very conceivable that he was carrying a weapon of mass destruction. And
yeah, it could be, but why not show us the medical records? Because listen, if you're going to tell a fantastical story, and let's say, for example, Sky Anomalies, that there's 20 data points to all of your story, and you can prove 5 of them 100%. You could show us. You could bring in the corroborating witnesses to the event, name them, interview them. You could show us the medical records. That's another data point. You could show us notes. You could interview his doctor. That would be another data point. You could interview the doctors at the hospital that treated all these people. That would be another data point. You could show us the contract that you signed to be a contractor at this classified area. That would be another data point. You could verify your employment with that contractor. That's another data point. There were so many data points here that a real journalist would have went after, and conveniently, Ross Coulthart didn't do any of that. I don't think that's an accident. That's not an accident. That's a purposeful lie by omission. Let's just leave it out. And, we can say this medical stuff, and then we can say we had this prestigious Stanford University guy verify all of this. And to a casual listener, they go, well, he's a Stanford professor. He's pretty credible. They don't know that he's running around telling people that, he's been abducted by aliens and all this crazy shit that he talks about.
Right. But just remember that all of those things could be true, and it would still give absolutely zero. It would still be not at all evidence for the actual stuff that we care about, the UAP stuff. So
yes,
all of those things could be true.
If you can prove 30% of 100% of your story is 100% true and accurate, that goes a long way towards maybe we should believe him on the other portion of the story, which he can't prove.
Sure, and I'm happy to, and I'm
do
happy,
that.
yeah, and I'm happy to grant them that because it's just not that interesting. But I think the real answer is because we are not the target audience. That that the people that they're catering to are not asking the kinds of questions that you're interested in, or
I always
me.
say it's LIVs. It's low information viewers.
Yep.
LIVs.
Yep.
Low
So
information viewers.
they don't care for those medical records. They don't want to ask those kind of questions that we really like dive deep into, and we're demanding. It's just not what
I gotta pick this one because he's in the live chat. Fantomas Fanto with the kind of generous 5 towards the goal says, is there any UFO researcher out there that you think does credible research? What about Jeremy Rise, the alien scientist? Well, we've got the people on the panel I think are credible or they wouldn't be here. And Jeremy has been here multiple times. And I always say I can count the people I think are credible on one hand, maybe two. And Jeremy is still on one of my hands. I like Jeremy's science-based approach, and I'm sure we disagree on many things. Pentaxenstein with another 10 towards the goal. Lou has exalted member of the Lollipop Guild. Thank you for that. And I'm just going to check in with the goal real quick. We need 13 more of you to hit the goal, but thank you all. We appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support. We're a viewer-supported show. Throw some money in my hat so I don't have to become a grifter, right? And did we lose somebody?
No, I just stopped the
You-
screen
you
share. 'Cause
stopped
we're
the
not
screen
really,
share.
yeah, I mean, people got the point that I believe it was
Okay,
an error
let me-
theft limp. If
let me
anyone wants
fix
to
this
see
then.
those
There we go.
links, I can drop them later in the chat or something, so they can go do the reading.
Yeah, or give them your
It's
Twitter.
not-
You're going to put them on Twitter,
Manny,
right?
I mean, it just doesn't look like an arrow set to me. I tell you what it looks like. It looks like a fuel blivet. You know, I mean, it looks like a fuel bladder is what it looks like to me.
Could be. There's another possibility.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah. It just doesn't look like an aerostat because there's no like aerodynamic fins on it. Like I've been really looking hard at it, and it just doesn't look like an aerostat.
You'll have to look at the link
yeah.
writer that I have for these vacuum balloons because they're a little bit different. They don't need any of that, and they don't even fill them with helium.
But I mean, you can tell that this this object is under pressure from the tie-ins, that it's from like the rope. Like you can clearly see where the rope is like pressuring the outside of this
right
balloon bladder, whatever you want to call it. So it's under pressure. So
I don't think it's a solid object though. I do think that it's either some type of balloon or fuel bladder is another good.
You can see the pressure, like you can literally see it if you go. Like you can see
I don't think a solid object would a solid heavy object. I don't think would roll like that object rolled. It would stop on the ground. It wouldn't move once you dropped it. I don't think. I mean, I don't know. We have to get somebody like Jeremy Rise, who has a physics degree, to look at it. I'm sure Jeremy, shout out to Alien Scientist Channel, he'll be picking that video apart as well. But it's interesting that they didn't even try to eliminate prosaic explanations before they jumped straight to aliens, right? It's definitely aliens.
Yeah. Do you find it interesting that they clearly believe in CA5 and its efficacy? And number one, what's interesting is the video that they shared does not show what they claim was happening. We just see some blurs on the video. Right. But number two, if CA5 is actually efficacious, why are we still even debating this question? It clearly,
I always say that Stephen Greer should go live and summon the aliens and prove everybody wrong. He should just go live and summon the spaceships and show us the spaceship. Get 20 people with high power cameras and telescopes all in one location, summon the aliens and show us.
Right. We don't even need the government for that. We don't need government disclosure. We could just prove it ourselves if this stuff is real.
He's been grifting off that $10 app. And by the way, I bought the app and I'm going to do it and review it live on Truth Seekers. We're going to try to summon some aliens. And then if I don't see aliens, I'm going to sue Stephen Greer in small claims court to get my $10 back. And I swear to God, I'm going to do that. If I don't see aliens, I want my money back, because you're basically telling people, give us $10 and you can summon alien spaceships. So if I gave him the $10, if I can't summon an alien spaceship and I promise I'm going to follow all the instructions, I want my $10, right? Another one for the goal from Mega Palestine. Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate that. And we just need 12 more for the goal. So do we even want to talk about this Jesse Michaels grifter? This guy basically told the same story or part of the story of that the alien armband, that was an old story. He is the worst of these so-called whistleblowers so far. And didn't you do some work on him, Grider? Or that was Average Chris, actually had a space, and they had real Green Berets ripping him apart. So he's kind of a nothing burger because, again, they called him a whistleblower to sell the story. He only has a story. He has no evidence whatsoever. Anybody want to chime in on Jesse Michaels' fake whistleblower?
Jeez, yeah. I know Grider did a lot of. We did a space on him. Grider did a lot more work on his background than I did. But yeah, again, it's just more of the same. It always fits a common pattern, and it's so once you recognize and you learn what the pattern is, you can't help but unsee it every single time that these people come up. He's not whistleblowing, first of all. Maybe at most he's an experiencer. There is no claims of government misusing of funds or unethical behavior or misappropriation. Like that's what a whistleblower is. He's not claiming any of those things. So that word has become so watered down that it's actually meaningless in this
The UFO
community.
people have destroyed the meaning of that word. They don't understand the meaning of the word. I always say a real whistleblower has consequences that don't include documentary deals, book deals, and live speaking fees. And also a big red flag for that guy for me was he claimed that there was a door, and on the door or next to the door, I don't remember if it was on the door or next to the door, it was off-world technology. So, like, the government has top secret alien technology, and they just put a big fat label on it. This is where we keep the off-world technology. Put a big sign there next to the door. It's so stupid. It defies logic. And thank you, Artisan Tony, for the super sticker.
I just want to say that
That's
I
pretty
stand
cool.
with. We wait on Artisan Tony's little super chat. I stand with Michaela. I think she's the most credible whistleblower. All right, you can see. I mean, she's a woman. She's an experiencer. She's a veteran, and she's a whistleblower. It's like the quadfecta of credibility, in my opinion.
Wait, who?
So,
Who is
like,
this?
you guys can hate all you want.
Who is this?
Michaela. She's the Air Force whistleblower. She's blowing the whistle all over the place. Yeah, she's very, very credible.
She's blowing people. Well, the
And
whistle. She's blowing the whistle.
I did not say that. No, that's not what I said. I did not.
You said
say
she's
that at all.
blowing all over the place.
I said she's blowing the whistle all over the place, as in she's in a lot of spaces blowing the whistle on all types of things. That's what yeah. So I support Michaela. She's a veteran, a woman, an experiencer, and a whistleblower. So if you don't stand with her, then you're a misogynist, anti-American communist. In my opinion.
And isn't it interesting that
I stand.
All these guys that sell these whistleblowers, they pull out the PTSD, and it's like a deflection card. Like, you can't be critical of them because they're an American hero. And didn't Jesse Michaels said if it was proven that guy wasn't a war hero, he would stop making videos. And there seems to be a lot of problems with that guy. Like, he showed his DD-214, but left a lot of stuff out. Like, there were missing pages.
But that's not the standard either. Who cares about whether or not he's a war hero? What we care about is did he actually experience or witness? Right. And so, like, we're not contesting his military record. We're contesting the other stuff.
When you don't have evidence, you got to hype up the credentials. That's another common thread. They all hype up the credentials. How much of this piece tonight did Ross spend talking about this guy's resume and his impressive work history and, even bringing in character witnesses? But none of that proves that what he claims happened. So again, I go back to the test of falsifiability. I always keep coming back to that. Like, if you're going to submit your story, that's great. But if I can either prove or disprove your story is true, then it really has no value. Then it's just at an impact.
Do not listen to any more veterans coming forward unless they bring a buddy to corroborate the story that was there when it happened. That saw it with. No, I'm dead serious. Like,
well, it's true. Michael
just
Herrera,
because somebody's a veteran doesn't mean that they're like worthy of trust. All right,
somebody figured out.
I mean, I wish people would stop doing that. I mean, hell, if you want to apply that same logic, I'm a veteran. I had a security clearance. I deployed to combat. Okay,
I'm going to use you
trust
for Griff
me.
Week.
When I'm telling you not to trust these, I'm going to blow the whistle because I'm I'm blowing the whistle on the whistleblowers. Do not trust anymore, not a single one that comes by themselves. Lone veteran whistleblowers are not trustworthy. You know why? Because you don't do anything alone in the military.
You're absolutely right. And the
nobody,
perfect
even
example-
Delta Force does not do, okay, well, maybe Delta Force does stuff solo, but just don't trust anymore. Like there's no reason.
There's no reason. The perfect example of what you're talking about is Michael Herrera, one of Stephen Greer's fake whistleblowers. He came forward with this
that guy is
fantastic
the worst.
story. But here's the thing: he said that there was
He
three
got
or four other
a general
people.
discharge.
He said there was 3 or 4 other people with him when this event happened, and instead of
Where
those
are
people
they?
coming forward to corroborate his story, his commanding officer came forward to say he's full of shit. None of this ever happened.
Yeah, his sergeant
I was with him
Nathan.
the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah, the guy's a liar.
Well, I guess we could just.
The guy's a liar.
We could
and
write off.
He got kicked out of the military. He got kicked out.
Nice.
Keep in mind, with
he's a disgraced
Herrera, he got
service.
a general discharge. He did not get an honorable discharge. His service was not honorable. Okay, he doesn't deserve a thank you for his service. The dude was kicked out of the military.
Well, I sent you a video earlier. He's coming.
He's not an honorable person.
He's coming forward, hyping up this Jake whistleblower as being the real deal.
Yeah, you know that Herrera's tied into the Sentinels of the Ether. Like Herrera is all tied into this guy Baker or Barker, the guy that just came out tonight.
That was Michael
He got
Herrera.
a general discharge.
Oh, general. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Right,
A general, yeah.
You also have to remember though that it's a lot easier for
A general means that you were a shitbag. A general doesn't mean that you served honorably. You know?
It's a lot easier for service members and former service members to say what you're saying, but there's a big stigma and taboo against civilians like myself.
No, it's not. It's
don't think
not
so?
though. It is not. It's not. I'm telling you, it's not easy. It is not easy. Do you think that like I enjoyed like that space with Jason Sands? I did not. I did not enjoy that space. I
You're
know.
right.
Just let me finish. Let me finish. Damn.
Go for it.
Just give me a second. No. Okay. Like it is not. It is not pleasurable. Like at least for me. Maybe for some of the other veterans, maybe they enjoyed it. Maybe Average Chris enjoyed it. I don't know. But I know that I did not because I want to be able to trust that other veterans are like doing good things with their life when they get out of the service. All right. Because it gives a bad name to all veterans when you have these people that are running around using the credibility of like being a veteran, you know, everything that it means for, it's like they're cashing in that value of what it means to be a veteran, you know, for their grift. And it's fucked up. And it's like, it's not a good thing in the long run for veterans in general. Now it's like people don't trust any veteran, you know, and it's just.
Well, no, they still do.
It's not good.
This is what happened, Grider. The grifters figured out that if you put a guy that was that has a good military service record or credentials, or even served, and you just leave out like the general discharge, like they did with Herrera, then. And by the way, there's no excuse for somebody like Sean Ryan to not look into him and find that out before he platforms him, right? Sean Ryan's a military man. He knows these things. He knows that a general discharge means you were, in Grider's words, a shitbag. He didn't do it. But these grifters figured out that if you put a guy that was in the military up to say these things, it's much more credible and believable to most people than if you put a regular guy off the street that wasn't a military guy, because people think, well, they're honorable and he served his country. Why would he lie? You know?
Yeah, well, I'm telling you that they're all full of shit. Not a single military whistleblower that I'm aware of has checked out. And I literally went and I spent an entire night searching every press release for the 19th Special Forces Group to try to find if that guy Randy Anderson had a Purple Heart, because Purple Hearts are given and there's a press release attached to it.
And there's a list,
100%. Right? Well, not necessarily, but
there's
there is
not a list of recipients
press release.
There's a press release.
There's something in a newspaper somewhere every time somebody gets a Purple Heart. That's a fact. And 19th Special Forces Group in the state of Utah, which is the National Guard unit that Randy Anderson was attached to, well, that would have 100%, like, they have a very predictable habit of like publishing all their awards in the local papers. for all their awards, not just like Purple Hearts, but like
And you didn't
achievement
find it,
medals,
right?
everything,
You
because
didn't
it's
find
good for PR. I found nothing, and I literally went to the end of Google, like the end of the Wayback Machine. I read every single entry, every single
Grider, did you know? Did you
index
know this?
webpage.
I wanted to
It's
ask you
just
because
not
you're a
there.
military guy. In the case of Charles Hall, he's the tall white alien guy. I busted him as never being in the Air Force, and his whole story starts with the Air Force. And he does live UFO events, and he takes money, and he says, "When I was in the Air Force, I saw these aliens." I was mortified because my original understanding was that stolen valor was a felony, and you would get charged with fraud. But it turns out you only get charged with fraud if you claim you had a Purple Heart or a few other medals, and then you take money. So in this case, if this guy's
Yeah, well,
claiming
they're
that he had
changing that.
if this guy's claiming that he had a Purple Heart and he got paid for that interview or anything, or he takes any money, he's in trouble. That could be considered fraud
Here's
and a
one thing.
felony.
So, based off of my research, it's very possible. Now, please pay attention. Please, like, note exactly what I say. Like the words that I use. It's very possible. It's possible that this guy Randy, never saw combat. It's possible. It's very possible. Based off of the unit that he was in, the National Guard Green Beret unit, the deployment rotations that I was able to find a record of, it is very possible that the only time that he went overseas was for that training. It was that training deployment in Jordan, and that's not a combat. So it's very possible that this guy never
Well,
saw combat. And
Jesse
according to his
Michaels
DD
said,
214,
yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
he had like none of the awards that you would think. He had no Afghanistan campaign medal, none of that. Now, could it have been on another DD 214? Sure, but
Why not show it? Yeah, you'd be proud of it.
Right.
And you know what? Jesse Michaels
doesn't
is
make
a
any
weasel
sense.
because Jesse Michaels said, if it turns out, I screen captured it, I saved it. Jesse Michaels says, if it turns out that he's not a war hero, I will stop making videos. So I kind of hope somebody.
Thank you for your service, Red Cap.
proves. Yeah, I kind of hope that somebody.
Oh, I got a
proves.
fellow red leg out there. That's a guy that did field artillery right there. Red Cap Goblin. You see that?
Matthew
8 years,
A.
never saw combat.
Matthew
That's
A.
a hero
says
out there.
Jesse Michaels is funded by Peter Thiel, and who was the guy that you said? And I want to thank him for his service as well. And we thank Fantamax Panto.
Jesse Michaels. You know that Jesse Michaels is the financial advisor for, like, he managed Peter Thiel's money for a while.
That's pretty funny.
Like, he was his financial manager. Yeah, that's crazy. Huh?
Robert Hastings, his UFO nukes investigation. I'm in gray on that one because I haven't done enough reading and research into him. Double Tap Outdoors. I saw someone talking about the Jesse WB was describing an aliens video game. Well, thanks one for the goal, and we have Mark Center. What's Greer going to say about this egg? Another one for the goal. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And we want to thank all of our honorable veterans for their service. But I agree with Grider, and I was never in the military. My dad tried to get me to go in the Navy, something fierce, Grider, but I didn't want to do it. So I have tremendous respect for military people, though, because my dad was like a drill sergeant and a Navy guy. And a helicopter. He was actually a helicopter mechanic like this whistleblower, but he didn't have any crazy stories, I have tremendous respect for everybody. And I agree with you that it cheapens all veterans if you're going to cash in that veteran card to make some UFO dollars. And I understand you guys get upset. Like, people are pissed at Jason Sands. People are pissed at this Michael Herrera. People are pissed at these guys because they know they're just cashing in the veteran card to get some UFO money. And that they're, kind of making the military a mockery or military service a mockery. Is that why you guys get so pissed?
Yeah, but I'll tell you what kills. Like, I'm done debunking Jason Sands. Like, are done like looking into his. Like, I looked into it pretty hard, and I'm just gonna leave the man alone. And let me tell you why. It's not. It's because of the amount of people, the number of people from the UFO community, people that I'm in spaces with on a daily basis, who have come to me and like expressed like the emotional impact that like Jason Sands and his story had on them and how it's devastated them. like it's devastated them to see Jason Sands be proven like non-credible. And like I know that you think, well, that's what the guy deserved, right? Which I agree to a point, but still, it's like
Oh yeah, I mean, I have empathy even
I'm
for
done with
people,
Jason Sands because like
even for the people I shit
kills
all
me
over.
every
I have
time.
empathy. I have empathy for people, even the people I shit all
It
over.
kills me every time that somebody comes to me and like they're just I can hear it in their voice how they're just like they're
And
so
Jason appears
devastated by the entire thing.
he appears to be, to me, and I'm not a psychiatrist. Maybe we can get psychologists, Sky Anomalies, to talk about this. Like he appears, a lot of these people that I've consumed content from in this community and in the Super Soldier, especially the secret space people, they appear like they might have some underlying mental issues that is based on childhood trauma. So I always try to remind myself that maybe they're a little mental because they were severely abused or something, and these things are like a product of that abuse. It's very common. Sky Anomalies, do you have any psychological insight into some of these so-called experiencers and maybe why they would confabulate things and maybe tell these stories?
Yes, I can't speak about anyone specifically because,
I understand.
but in general, yes, there is something called fantasy proneness, which is an individual who has a difficult time um, distinguishing between what is something that they have simply imagined in their mind versus dreamt versus actually experienced. There's a deficit in what's called source monitoring. So when you, for example, have a dream or a nightmare and you wake up the next day, you typically have no problem recognizing that that thing that's in your mind right now that you're remembering was just a nightmare. It didn't really happen. It didn't really happen. For people who have fantasy proneness, they get lost in daydreams very easily. They're also very suggestible, very hypnotizable, and so they can easily get lost in a very vivid fantasy in their mind that to them feels as real as reality itself. And once they're in that state of mind, afterwards, they have a very difficult time distinguishing whether or not it was something that actually happened to them or they imagined it, because their ability to conjure those images in their mind is so powerful that it actually produces physical reactions and it feels identical to a memory from the first person point of view. So one of the things that Jason said that was really interesting to me was that story about killing the aliens in the caves, that came to him in the middle of an interview with the UAP task force 3 years ago. He had never even thought about it or remembered it until then. Something about that interview, somehow or another, probably led to some suggestive kinds of questions that led him down kind of that rabbit hole. Now, fantasy proneness is not a mental illness. It is something that every human being has, and it's on a spectrum. And the problem is, this is what it would look like if someone had fantasy prone personality, and then you add PTSD, you add a million other things on top of that, and you get a clusterfuck. That's why people like Jason come off as sincere. I don't think he's lying to us. He genuinely believes these things happen to him. The problem is that believing that it happened does not mean that in reality, in the physical world, it actually happened. There's a million different ways that you can have that kind of experience. So again, this is not a diagnosis of Jason. It's not even a mental illness, but this is one of many different ways that you can get someone like Jason in this community. And then the problem is that the community itself reinforces those beliefs by feeding into them, and it takes off from there.
Yeah, it's sad.
I hope that helps.
It does help. Yeah. And I mean, I have empathy for Jason. I kind of left him largely alone too, like I kind of just, to me, I just kind of wrote him off because I kind of went like, this is Corey Good level of fantasy to me, and the fact that he's regurgitating stories from proven fraudsters like Corey Good or Charles Hall with the tall white alien story, it's just kind of and again, there was two conflated events put together to sell that story. Like, oh, there was a UFO, and Jason claims that this alien got in a UFO that looked a lot like this other UFO we have on film. It's a conflation of two separate events. And let me take this one real quick. Fantamus Fanto, Stephen, will you do something on Tim Alberino Peru face peelers? He actually went to Peru to film a documentary. Crazy if you know the story. It's largely fake and hyped up garbage, but you can email me some links at truthseekershow@gmail.com. Thank you for your kindness and for the goal. Kind of avoided that one because it was sometimes the stories are just so stupid I don't want to do them, to be very honest with you. And that's one of those stories that I think is kind of stupid. Manny, we'll get you back in here. Let's get some predictions from Manny. What's going to happen with this alien story, this Ross Coulthart story? I think people are going to debate. People are already telling me how wrong I am, and I can't prove it's not an alien spaceship. And you know the drill. Do you think maybe some experts will chime in and we'll get a 100% clear this is what that object was and it wasn't an alien? Do you think Ross is going to get a pass? Is this going to... I'm even seeing true believers message me like, what a shit show this was and a nothing burger. So what do you think is going to happen going forward with this one?
Well, a couple of things. I think at some point somebody's going to come forward and be able to officially and definitively identify what we saw in that video. It's clearly not anything classified, or we wouldn't be talking about it. They wouldn't have played it. But here's the thing, like, it was promised that this was going to be footage of the whistleblowers, and then it wasn't. So they, right off the bat, it's almost like a non-starter. There's really nothing to debate or to debunk. Because this isn't even footage that the whistleblower had. So really, once again, we've got all this hype about a whistleblower, and all he has at the end of the day is a story, and trust me, bro. So there's really nothing to get into. I mean, it's pretty much over before it even started. There's nothing to debunk. There's nothing to get into. Do I think that Ross Coulthart's going to get a pass in this case? Yeah, he is. Of course he's going to get a pass. The true believers don't care. He could show them a picture of a deflated, wiener balloon from the carnival, and they'd be like, oh, that's proof of NHI, because they're going to believe anything he tells them to believe. As long as he puts the story in front of it, they're going to go with it. And it's just, I mean, par for the course. It's the same old bait switch, overhype, under-deliver, same old garbage, man. It's Jim's Balls version 500, there's really nothing to go after. There's nothing to investigate. There's nothing to, at this point, I feel like we've already wasted enough time on it. We just need to move on past it and go to whatever's next, which is hopefully something with some substance. Ross, if you're listening, bring something to the table that we can sink our teeth into. Bring something legitimate. If there's anything to these stories about NHI and reverse engineering programs and crash retrieval programs, fucking now's the time. Now is the time to show it. Now is the time to bring it out and to
absolutely
and to bring the goods, because even the true believers are jumping ship like rats off the Titanic, man.
Do you think there's like a narrative here though that like, and this seems so very orchestrated. Like first we'll bring out Elizondo and he'll say he worked at this secret program and there's really something to this. And later he'll get deeper and say it's got to be non-human intelligence. And then we'll shoot Grush out and he'll say, I talked to people that worked for these programs. And that'll be secondhand. Then we'll pull out the first-hand witnesses and they'll say, I actually participated in this program. Right? It's like a narrative, but it's leading to nowhere because there's no meat on the bones of any of this.
Guys, Manny and I brought the most credible whistleblower until Michaela, of course. Manny and I brought Charles to the community, and I just want to say that was the most. I mean, right? Like there was some credibility there. I think that
guy went after me today, Grider. That guy went after me today, Grider. He said I'm an asshole.
Something we can be proud of, Manny. Manny.
Yeah, for those unaware, there's a guy named
thinking about the great things.
There's a guy named Charles. We have to explain to the audience who might not be familiar. There's a guy named Charles who's literally in prison. And he's a UFO whistleblower, and he's got his girlfriend bringing a phone to that like glass thing, and he's participating in spaces from prison, and people are sending him money so he could buy some commissary and get some ramen noodles and Cheetos and shit from the jail store. And then he's basically like, I'm a whistleblower, woo! And all these people in spaces are fawning over him, not knowing that he was in prison. Manny figured it all out and got all of his records, and we shared them. And then today he went after me and he said I was an asshole because I called him a kitty toucher. He got arrested for banging an underage girl. Therefore, he's a kitty toucher. Yeah. He was pissed off.
Oh my God, Cambion. I came so close to like almost having a heart attack laughing at you, being like, oh, I think there's a major plot hole here, when you were like, Mr. Doty, tell me, do you go to prison and just like be like, oh, guys, we got a crash retrieval. You know what? Let's go to the prison and get a kitty toucher.
Yeah, let's go to the prison and get a kitty toucher.
That was one of the best.
He
That was one
claimed
of
he
the
was
highlights.
he
This is
claimed
the
he was
best
getting
ever. Oh my god!
He claimed he was getting briefings, and it's so stupid. Like people
And
that
then
are
we're
working.
gonna let him talk about it in Twitter Spaces.
Did he melt away, that guy, or does he
Oh no,
still?
he's still out there and he's gaining viewers or followers, and that I think that right there is kind of indicative of the problem in this community. Is that
A guy
if
that's a
there-
kitty toucher in prison is one of the UFO whistleblowers.
Well, yeah,
Phantasmus Phanto to the panel. This is good. If we can pivot to this, is there any meeting an alien story that seems credible in all of history that you've heard? You guys can all chime in individually.
Betty and Barney Hill.
Betty
Should
and
throw it
Barney
out there.
Hill. What was the
Pascagoula, maybe Pascagoula. I think there's
Pascagoula's
maybe
good
something
story.
going on there.
I
with
never
that.
covered it because I
Pascagoula
can't
is
decide
good.
on that one. Can't decide on that.
Pascagoula is. It's like but how easy would it be for like them to know that like the cops would have had that recording going on and like like I don't know who knows what the hell happened. We will never have an answer on that, but that's one. But really, Betty and Barney Hill,
And by the way,
you can
shout
chalk
out
it up. It could have
to
been some
shout out and thoughts and prayers to Philip Mantle. I hear that he's not doing real well. He's got some medical issues. So I hope he's going to do. I hope he's going to recover because I'd really like to have him here to talk about that case. I could never make up my mind. I bought the book that he just did, and I love the stories, Grider and everybody, Manny, Sky Anomalies. I love the stories that still remain in my gray basket. They're there for a reason. That I can't explain certain things. I just can't explain certain things. Jeff and Iggy with Kind and Generous 20 towards the goal. Oh, that's a super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. And go ahead, Manny. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. What were you about to say before I rudely interrupted you?
Oh, I don't know. I think that there's.
Oh, we're talking about Charles, the child predator.
We were answering the question. No. Stephen. We were talking about we had the person who actually did a super chat.
Any alien?
I'm sorry, I forgot your.
Yeah.
And then I gave like my case that I thought and then it was up to Manny and
Manny and Sky Anomalies. What
you
alien
think are the
meeting,
credible cases?
Yeah, what alien meeting stories do you think are credible in all of history that you heard? Manny, you go first, and then we'll go to Sky Anomalies.
I'm not sure if there's any meeting stories that I think are credible without verification or corroborating evidence. As far as sightings go, I think Agua Dia is still probably one of my most favorite that I think is probably anomalous and worth investigating further.
Have you read the SCU paper? Like the big SCU paper?
Oh yeah. The SCU Bible on it, yeah. And I've done a lot of other research on it and found some other people who have investigated it from different angles, which are interesting. But there's a lot of misinformation out there too about that. Like, I swear at one point I read that air traffic at Rafael Hernandez Airport had been delayed by 15 minutes because of the sighting, and now I can't find that to verify it, even though I know I read that somewhere. So is it on some weird 4chan post that I read that, or was it? Yeah, I mean, like, and there's a lot of misinformation, and the more popular a sighting gets, the more that's going to
also
pop up,
the SCU isn't infallible either.
Oh yeah, and I don't agree with all their.
Where were you during the drone stuff, Manny? Like, man, I kind of miss dude, I kind of miss you, like being a part of that. Like, you weren't a part of the drone stuff at all.
No, there was nothing to be a part of. What, mass hysteria? Like, come on, like that's how I thought
so.
Yeah, dude, it was fun. It was great.
There was nothing to latch onto, and honestly, I was fine with that. Like, I knew that it was going to do what it did and be a big kerfuffle for a while, and then just here we are onto something else. Now we've got eggs to latch onto. Like, it's flavor of the week bullshit, man. And I knew that it was bullshit. There was nothing. Why New Jersey of all the states would you fly over a bunch of drones? Like, when you got people from Jersey Shore are walking the boardwalk on Twitter and they're taking selfie videos and they're like, look, there's a UFO. Like, come on, man. It's just like mass fucking hysteria. And it honestly, it was annoying to me that people are glomming onto this subject that we take seriously, everyone on this panel takes seriously, and they're using it for fucking TikTok views and, flavor of the week nonsense. It might as well have been an ice bucket challenge or something else, like just whatever flavor of the week is. It's annoying. I take this subject very seriously. It's not just for someone to get a couple of clicks and views on and followers on their fucking social media page. And I'm offended that everyone and their mother decided in the last month or two that they could just jump in and have an opinion on the subject, even though they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Like it's
Hey, by the way, Manny, I just took a look at the ResearchGate link that you sent me. Yeah, dude, you got it. Like that's it. Like that's got to be it.
Well, and there's another one that I can send you too, where they're building those same things, but they're building them with an aerogel casing, and that's what I think it was. Not necessarily an inflatable, but something that had a semi-rigid external shell. Have I found the exact same one?
Well
Not
done, man.
necessarily, but that's what I believe it is. And I can show you
Sky Anomalies.
Well done.
I wanted to ask you. The viewer asked, "Is there any cases of alien meetings or anything that you really find credible that you've looked into?"
No, not a single one.
Not a single one.
None of them passes even the minimal threshold of evidence. Benny and Barney Hill.
Like a scientist, yes.
Benny and Barney Hill, for example. Just read Charlie Weiser's takedown of that case. There's so much obvious. Yeah, so
it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, none of them even remotely come close to meeting.
I still have a gray basket myself. And back to the
guys. How about Bledsoe?
Oh, but wait one second.
You guys think Bledsoe's going to get taken down this year?
Wait 1 second. I want to hear about that, but back to the drones for 1 second. Manny, my favorite was a content creator we both know, and I don't want to blast him, so we'll tell you off air. He made a video that kind of went viral, giant quadcopter over New Jersey or something like that. And I happen to have his address, so I go, when did this happen? He's all excited about this giant quadcopter. When did this happen? What date and time? He gives me the date and time, forgetting that I know his address. And I look it up on Flight Radar, and there's a police helicopter right over his house where he filmed the giant quadcopter.
Oops.
Drone. But he still wouldn't accept it. He would not accept it. And
you guys know that I actually deleted a post during the peak of hysteria. So I had a post that went viral. When a post goes viral and it's just the likes are just rolling in. I mean, it was insane. So it was by far my most popular post ever. It was ridiculous the amount of
for deleting it. It was
the amount of numbers.
Or what?
But I deleted it because I was claiming that I had seen on Flight Radar where this drone, this MQ-9 had been, or not an MQ-9, it was the Trident, the M4C had been flying in an area where I had never seen it before, right off of the coast, right there by the Chesapeake Bay.
Nice.
And so I posted a screenshot of the flight tracking, and I was like, hey, this is abnormal. Turns out it wasn't abnormal. There's a training base, or excuse me, there's a research base for the Navy right nearby in the Chesapeake Bay. That same drone had flies that same path once a month for the past 5 years. Somebody proved it to me, and I deleted my post.
Good for you,
I wish I wouldn't have deleted the post. So yeah, but I should have kept it up though.
Hey, Steven,
my point is that should have kept the clout.
Steven, how does Bledsoe respond to when you point out the flight tracker stuff? What's his exact response?
It wasn't Bledsoe; it was somebody else. But
okay, gotcha.
But I have called Bledsoe out on multiple occasions, and one of the funniest things to me is that there's videos of Bledsoe talking about stuff in his garage, surrounded by remote control airplanes with LEDs taped to them, and he's filming these orbs in the sky all the time at night. And nobody questions him on that.
He is filming through telescopes. That's what he's doing. He's taking a telescope,
and he's also been caught with,
and then
he's also been caught with laser pointers and projectors. Yes.
No, but literally, that's what he's doing. Is he's filming stars through a telescope. I have a video on my Twitter, where it's showing side by side. That's what he's doing now.
He's so grifty, and he's a one-stop shop.
People eat it up.
There was a slide I shared when I did the Murder in UFO Land story. I shared a slide of this guy, and it's he saw Bigfoot. He sees angels, he sees demons, ghosts, poltergeists, aliens. It's come on, dude, pick a lane. You can't be doing all these things. And it was very grifty, he was doing these healings. And this guy, Christopher Gray, got so involved with Bledsoe and the lady, and he killed his own father. He stabbed him to death while he was talking about the lady. And he live streamed it. It's really disturbing. These things have real world consequences when these people put this stuff out to some schizo people. It's real. But then his son got
how about
caught.
Big Homie? You
Who?
can't hate on Big Homie, right?
I don't
Big
even know.
Homie. You know Big Homie?
No, I don't know.
Dude, he's like, dude, he's a whistleblower too. Yeah, Big Homie.
You must
Brought
be
to the
spending-
community
you're
by
in
Artisan Tony.
spaces.
They're kind of buds.
You're in spaces an awful
Dude,
lot.
Big
and I
Homie's
avoid
legit though.
them.
He's got like he's like a Bigfoot kind of whistleblower, and he's got like UFO whistleblowing too. He's very very credible.
He's
you know,
Keep him in
whistleblowing on
mind.
all the things.
When I'm having a tough week and I need a
on
guest
all
for
of them.
anything, right? You just call that guy. And
No, seriously,
Bledsoe's
Big
sons
Homie
got
would be a
caught.
great guest.
He once got caught putting a Lego man. Like, I have 2 kids, 8 and 12. I know what a fucking Lego man looks like. He put a Lego man on a stone in his backyard and put a flashlight behind it and took a picture and said it was a spaceman that appeared to him and his father. And he tweeted it and then he deleted it. Like, it's so, some of the stuff is so stupid. It's just so stupid and childish, But the fact that Bledsoe's a big deal is kind of funny, right?
Hey, I've got about 30 hours worth of flare footage, guys. I have a ton of parachute flares.
I want that for
ton of
Griff
videos
Week.
and
Lend it to me for Griff
I'm
Week.
saying let's do it.
Griff month.
No, forget
Griff
Griff
month.
Week. Let's start doing it full time, man. We'll have get some of that Corbell money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We'll be living large.
Absolutely. I would
All
like
right.
it. I would like to have a Cybertruck, right?
Yeah, if people want to see parachute flares, we got to give them what they want, right? Like, how is that wrong? I'm just saying, can't be wrong.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, some of the stuff that goes on. And I was going to share this. People have been sharing those Corbell. We should at least share one of the Corbell freakout videos, right? Psionic abilities. Come on, man. This newest guy is just right out of Central Casting. Like, oh, there's a psionic element to this and a psychic element to this. And come on, man. I can't believe that this is the top. And remember that these guys like Corbell and Ross Coulthart, these are the top tier people in UFO land. And this is the garbage that they're putting out. This is the garbage that they're putting out.
Has there ever been somebody that has ascended to like not peak ufology, but has got popular based off of like just their genuine merit? Like somebody that's really done great research that has like become popular and like made a little bit of money and or at least lived
I would
off of like
say Stanton
their success.
Friedman.
Stan Friedman?
Because he was
Hynek as well.
Hynek for a time, yeah, but he's kind of fallen off too. But Stan Friedman, here's what I'll say, because I knew him before he died, pretty good. We used to have phone calls. He was on my audio podcast one time, but every once in a while he would just call me up out of nowhere. He was one of those guys that really believed it, and I was always fascinated by him because he was a nuclear physicist. He was a real scientist. He was no joke. He was very educated and he was totally convinced. So that made me think there's got to be something to this. But the longer I got to know him and the more conversations I had with him, I felt kind of bad for him because I felt like he just totally believed it. And then that informed his investigations more than actual evidence. It was like he would cherry pick. But he was very data based, and he would give you both sides of the story, even if it didn't fit his narrative sometimes, But then there was other things that he was totally convinced on, like Betty and Barney Hill star map, and he didn't want to let go of that even when it was debunked. But he was considered very credible, and he made a good living, And
do you ever have moments, Stephen? Like, do you ever have like fleeting moments, like moments, not a panic, but kind of like panic, where it's like you kind of think, "Oh shit, maybe this is real."
Yeah,
Like,
what if I'm wrong?
like,
Yeah, what if I'm wrong? Yeah, what if I'm wrong? I did when Grush
man, I have
first
them all the
came.
time.
When Grush first came out, I went, "Well, maybe I've been wrong about these guys all being, And for a fleeting moment, I did with Elizondo too. I thought maybe he's going to be different than all these grifters because he really worked at the Pentagon and all these things. But it kind of feels like those kind of moments, they fade away very quickly with time. Because the longer these people are here, the easier they are to spot as bullshitters, But I still try to keep an open mind. And I have said recently that I've been too harsh to certain people. Like there's one show host in particular that I just shit all over, but there is a few data points that person did excellent work. But I can't forgive loading, like if you like shit all over a high school gym and then you just clean up one area of it for me, I still don't give you a pass for shitting all over the rest of the gym. So if you put out misinformation 360 days of the year, but 5 days of the year you put out good information, I can't really give you a pass. And I'm going to share this. This is we're going to share one of Corbell's moments here because it's funny. Let's.
What are your thoughts on real quick on gosh, before I forget, on Stewart, Jon Stewart. Do you like Jon Stewart or no?
I here's what I'll say. I like him as a person, but his research is cherry picked too. He's already made up his mind and he's trying to find data points to support the mind that he's already made up. And by the way, we're going to be doing a debate.
He's a nice enough guy.
It's funny. He is a nice enough guy. It's funny that you mentioned that because I've been being on this really big show on Kick called Kino Casino, and they're kind of like me, but they shit all over everybody on the internet, like internet personalities instead of UFO guys. I somehow became their UFO guy, and I go on every couple of weeks and tell them a UFO story, and so they were fascinated with the debate that we had on my channel, and they're like, do you think that guy would come on and do that kind of debate again, but on our show? I go, I don't think he will do it. I talked to him and he was like, yeah, sure, I'll do it, but let's be friendly, let's not be assholes to each other. And I agreed to that. So in the next week,
moderate a debate with me, so me and Arthur, Arthur Preston, like we were going at it again over 29 Palms, and Jon Stewart volunteered. He's like, "Hey guys, I'll be the moderator for a third debate."
Well, in the next couple
Arthur
of weeks,
Preston just backed out. He backed out though.
Yeah. That's kind of.
I gotta give him. I gotta give him credit for coming on your show, Stephen. That took
balls. And then also, when I talked to him about this Kino Casino thing, I said, those guys are got a huge reach. So if you want to sell that documentary, they'll plug it. They'll help you plug it, and we'll listen. We can get. In the next couple of weeks, I'll announce it soon. I got to get the holdup is he's never used Discord, and those guys use Discord calls to do their show. So I got to get him hooked up on Discord first so that we don't have problems the night of the show. But we basically said, we can get spicy and be, sort of whatever, but we have to remain friends at the end. And I agreed to that. I'm not there to destroy the guy, but I think he's full of shit because that whole hoax was created by, I don't know, a child predator that was convicted and did jail time, and another guy that was convicted for bank fraud and robbing all these old people, and another guy that's a fraud and a fake image analyst. Those are the people that put that thing together. So, but I give him credit because he's willing to engage in debate. And how many of those guys are on the other side of the aisle? Most of them run. They would never debate somebody that's skeptical because they know they would look bad. He's
Steve,
okay.
Steve, can I ask you something? You mentioned earlier Corey Good in comparison to Jason Sands. And I was just wondering, in your opinion, does it seem to you like Corey believes his own stuff?
No, I think that the evidence is very clear that Corey Good constructed all of his stories specifically to make money. In fact, there's proof that he mined the Avalon forums, which is kind of like Above Top Secret before Above Top Secret. And he went through every experience or story on the Avalon forums, and little bits of all the stuff that we know he was reading on the Avalon forums eventually made its way into his stories. So I don't think that he believes any of it. I think that he carefully constructed his narrative to be unable to be impeached too, because he's got an answer for everything. Like, oh, you were in space for 20 years. Why didn't anybody know that you were gone? Well, because they age regressed me and then they put me back right before I left. And, he's got an answer for everything. It was carefully constructed. And there's also people that worked for him that said that he used to mine science fiction and take notes. Like he would watch Stargate SG-1 and then take notes, and some of those stories ended up in his stuff.
That's one of my favorite shows ever.
Yeah, I like that shit too. I love me some of that shit, right? Let's take a listen to Corbell crying. This will be funny. And this is fair use. This is transformative work. We're educating the public and shitting on Jeremy because we can.
What?
It was made by Cosmic Judas, but it was made by Corbell. It's my
So thank you,
fake
Mr. Schellenberger, for
documents.
this information. We are all reading it in real time now. 12 pages about this unacknowledged special access program that your government says does not exist.
What went through my head when I heard that?
I didn't get credit for my
About
fake
1,000
document.
things. I was surprised that they thought they could lie without consequence.
Who lied?
Representative Nancy Mace and maybe about 50 congressional staffers, they all lied.
Committee staff asked me to go ahead and I will do it, enter into the congressional
He's desperate
record
for material.
this 12-page document that Michael Schellenberger
This
brought
is a
today
nothing
that
burger.
describes the Immaculate Constellation government program.
I submitted those 12 pages. Michael Schellenberger did not. It is immeasurably dangerous that they lied about this.
It was a
And it's
simple
not for the
oversight.
reasons you think. Every single whistleblower that has ever come to me or George Knapp should have absolute guttural fear if they understand what's going on right now.
What's going on? They made a mistake. And listen, just for those uninformed, Michael Schellenberger wrote a big article about this right before the hearing. So it's very easy for people to, mistake that the documents came originally from Schellenberger when apparently they were first given to Corbell, who let Schellenberger use them, and then he submitted them to the congressional record. But he's getting all butthurt here because he didn't get credit for these worthless fake documents. Well, the document's not fake, but the information in it probably is, and the program never existed.
Congress just lied to the American public.
Oh, he's crying.
I submitted
Crying like a
dicey
bitch.
Ask Schellenberger, he'll tell you.
He gets
Everybody sat
mad.
there as they
He
said,
gets really
"Hey,
mad.
Why?
Like he wanted
Ask
his
yourself,
credit.
What? It should be trivial.
Do you guys know that
It should be
CapCut
trivial.
just got
Fucking
banned in
not.
the U.S.? So if you use CapCut, all your files are gone.
CapCut is banned too?
And all your files are gone. You're
I don't
locked
use
out. Like, your
CapCut.
files are
Why did CapCut get banned?
Nancy Mace said.
Hold on, let's
Schellenberger
finish this. It's
escaped
one more minute.
An 11-page report on Immaculate Constellation from a whistleblower. Okay. That was a lie, and she knew it. She was told 3 times. You notice how Burchett and Luna kept going after her? They know I submitted the entire
Those are
document.
my
Schellenberger
papers.
never had it. And Schellenberger did admit that standing up after. And I did say to him, they lied, and you know they lied. I submitted the report. You didn't. Is that right? He said, it was confusing. I go, no, it
Schellenberger's
wasn't
like a
confusing.
deer in
They
headlights.
lied, and you didn't correct them.
Cry, bitch, cry. Suffer! Suffer, Wilcock, you bitch!
Everybody should be asking on something that appears so trivial. Why would they erase my name? I'm the only person on planet Earth that was given that document.
Oh, so that's it. That's it. He's just crying like a bitch. And yo, isn't there's like an hour of him crying about this shit. That's what his new docuseries is about. An hour of him crying because the fake government program and the documents about it written by an anonymous source that he handed into Congress, he didn't get credit for handing into Congress.
It shows not only the ego, but also just shows
Narcissism.
the proneness to immediate conspiratorial thinking for obvious things that could be explained by a simple fluke, a simple mistake. Like it's such a obvious thing. Okay,
Absolutely.
confusion, especially in a big crowded room like that. But immediately his mind goes to what? Lying. Why? Some nefarious motive behind the scenes, and you should all be terrified. Like that's the kind of mentality that this whole UFO culture just instills in people, and you can see it on display right there. In addition to his massive ego.
And that's also the world he lives in, though. If you look at the Tubi video where he's talking about the big lie that they're going to tell people.
Oh yeah, they're going to tell us that there's a
mentality.
giant alien. What is it? They're going to tell us that there's a giant alien spaceship
Yeah, there's a
on the way to
super star
Earth.
destroyer on its way to Earth. Like.
But meanwhile, people like Elizondo and who's the religious studies lady that's totally into UFO cult now? She's a professor. She's telling people the same thing that, oh yeah, I've heard there's a giant alien spaceship on its way to
Yeah,
Earth.
they all heard it from the same people, and they all tell the rumor back and forth in that big circle jerk, and it just goes in a circle, and it's a telephone game. It's ridiculous, man. It's absolutely ridiculous. By the way, 2027, folks, kiss your butts goodbye. It's all over. Big alien ship's coming, but that's a lie, according to Corbell.
John
More
Ramirez
according
too. Yeah.
to fucking Hal Puthoff and Lou Elizondo and Eric Davis, and it's all reality. So like, whatever.
Oh, just to make a note, we've got 8 of 15 towards the goal, so we need a bunch more, 12 more to hit the goal. But it's okay. My voice is dying. For once, I don't care if we hit the goal and get to overtime. We want to thank Fantomas Fanto. Do you think Tedesco brothers are onto something with their Long Island research? At least they are in the field and are doing something, in my opinion. Yeah, at least they're trying, but I don't think that what they have is very credible. But thank you. Another one towards the goal. So how do we wrap things up here? I try to find an off ramp, like I'd like to say, like, what's going to happen next? I think it's going to be rinse and repeat, right? Everybody will forget about this big, overblown, over sensationalized nothing burger. And in a month or two, they'll all be back with another one. Let's go around. Grider first. What's coming up? Grider?
Probably more, probably more BS. Just nonstop, just over and over again. It's going to happen all year. I think this is like the new standard in our society, is just nonstop. It's about output of like stimuli now. You got guys like Ashton, that's the formula. And they started to kind of like ramp it up this past, like last year, where it's like it got kind of progressively worse with the drone sightings, right? It started, with the drone sightings out in California, that turned out to be like Hawaii drone shows, right? You guys remember that during that at the end of the summer? Then it just ramped up, and overseas, then over here, and to like a fever pitch. I think that's the new standard, is like that's the new thing, whether it's induced like intentionally by like the powers that be, if you want to get conspiratorial, or if it's just us as a society getting kind of stir crazy. I don't know, but I think that's the new norm, is like constant panic, manufactured panic. So I think that there's no stopping this. I think it's just going to keep ramping up, and there's no debunking it. There's no getting people to calm down. It's going to get worse, So I almost want to start believing it, just to like join in on the fun, to be honest.
Fever pitch, I agree with you. And Sky Anomalies, you really do look at this from a psychological perspective, right? Like, what do you think of the psychology of that mass hysteria of the drone event, and what do you see going forward? Is this ever going to end, or are we just in one big, like, never-ending cycle of sensational nothing burgers?
Yeah, I mean, that was a textbook example of what mass hysteria looks like in real time, as opposed to reading it in a textbook. This flap will end, but historically, mass hysteria kind of comes around every couple of decades or so, even several times per decade, and it just always looks different according to the norms and whatever the belief system is of that culture. Thankfully, this stuff is very insulated to this UFO community. No one in the real world cares about this stuff.
Yeah, this was only on News Nation.
Right.
World-changing information, only on News Nation. Nobody else covered it.
Right.
Nobody
So
cared.
if you only spend time around UFO folks, you might get the mistaken impression that the world is going to shit, everyone is getting panicked, but no, it's just this community. The outside world is not paying attention to this, nor should they. So thankfully, the outside world is, paying attention to things that hopefully matter, because this certainly doesn't. This is just, mass hysteria in one little subculture of one little, pseudoscientific cult that unfortunately sucks a lot of people in, but not enough to gain actual, critical mass.
Yeah, I can't say I disagree with you. And Manny, we've already kind of asked you, but do you think that these guys will ever have any consequences? Or, and I'm always curious, like, why does this keep working? Especially like Corbell. How many fake bullshit stories does he get before people stop paying attention? It seems like infinite. It seems like he could just keep doing this. So I almost don't blame him. Like, he's collected millions of dollars off of stupid people with fake as shit, right?
Yeah, and I don't think there's going to be any end until people decide to end it. About the point in time that he puts a video up and nobody clicks on it, views it, watches it, talks about it, goes and downloads it, whatever, and the money dries up or the well dries up, then it'll end. But as long as there are people out there in the cult, so to speak, that are going to go and consume this grift day in and day out. He's going to continue to do it. He has no motivation to stop, and neither do any of them. Neither does George Knapp. Neither does Gary Nolan. Neither does Lou Elizondo. They're only getting more and more invigorated and getting more and more emboldened. I mean, we just saw, like we talked earlier about Elizondo being named the UAP czar, and one of the things that Jeremy Corbell leaked when he's throwing his tantrum was that there was supposed to be an after party after that congressional hearing where Schellenberger got the document and Mace read it in. And that after party was hosted by the UAP Disclosure Fund, which we all know how shady that fucking group is. So now we see what they're doing on the sidelines is they're taking money. They're going to DC behind closed doors. They're throwing these dinner parties, engagements, after parties, and they're wooing select impressionable Congress people. And if they weren't manipulating Congress and getting taxpayer dollars and laws changed and altered and things like that, I wouldn't care. I'd just say, this is just buyer beware. It's caveat emptor, buyer beware.
You're right.
But when they start influencing Congress, because you get 3 or 4 impressionable, ignorant, let's say it, just dim-witted Congress people that are susceptible to this, that will believe any conspiracy theory out there. Why not throw a UFO one at them and get a few bucks for your UAP Disclosure Fund or for your Enigma Labs or for your, whatever.
Everybody's got a UFO company or
they all
organization.
do.
They all do.
Every single one of them does. They all. I mean, look at Lou Elizondo. How many LLCs has he set up over the years? Like a half dozen.
I think it's up to 8, isn't it?
Trying to get bucks. Like it's all. And anyone who thinks it's not about money, that right there tells you that the proof is in the pudding. It's all about dollars. It's not about altruism. It's not about warning humanity that they're going to be the saviors of humanity. It's not about any of that. It's about dollar bills, and that's it. So stop giving them your dollars and they'll go away. But until then, they won't. As long as
I don't think they're ever going. I don't think they're ever going.
I just want to say my integrity's for sale. I'm putting my integrity for sale. So if anybody wants, hit me up in DMs.
Grider, I'm not kidding. I would like to formally ask for the help of all 3 of you. Sky Anomalies, you know a lot about psychology, so I'd like to talk to you in preparation for my Griff month. And Grider and Manny Area 503, you guys have been at this long enough that you can help me fake some really convincing great shit. And we'll cut you in on the money. We got to do Griff month because it would be what a tremendous social experiment for us to just put out fake shit for a full-on month, as much as we can, and see what happens. And then my wife is an accountant, so I promise the audience and everybody else, we're going to keep track of every penny that I make on Griff month. And then we're going to track where everything goes, who runs with our fake shit. We're going to do Griff month, and I could use your help. And then
when's this going to be so I can go on and start making some sock accounts and start building them up?
I wanted to say we would do it in April, but I'm not sure I'm going to have enough time to get all my fake videos together. Yeah, so if not April, sometime by the end of summer at the latest, we'll do maybe we'll do the month of July or the month of August if we can't get it together. But I want to have 100 or more fake videos, and I mean,
can we have a contest?
Yeah,
see who can
we'll see who gets the most. Who gets the most views? Yeah.
How are we going to handle this? Respond. How are we going to have this not bite us in our ass? At the end when we come clean.
This is what I've decided. I'm going to keep a spreadsheet of every dollar we make off of all the fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery, and then at the end of the month-long experiment, we'll come clean and say this is how much money we made, and then I'm going to give the money to charity, but I'm going to give it to certain charities like Expanding Frontiers Research. Or we'll give some money to government transparency organizations or FOIA organizations.
PsyCop.
Yes, it's good 501c3 charities, and then nobody can blame us.
Video poker machines.
Yeah, or maybe we'll have a strip. We'll have a night at a strip club, like a party.
Oh, hey, Steven, if you really want to piss them off, give it to the Guerrilla Skeptics.
Oh, that's great. No, we'll put them on the list. So far on the list, I have Expanding Frontiers Research, because every once in a while when I have some extra money, I give them $50 or whatever, because I think they do great work in government transparency. And they do stuff that I wish I had time to do, like force the government to release documents they don't want to release. They go to court and shit. They don't fuck around. So we'll make a list, and yes, Guerrilla Skeptics will be on there, and maybe we'll give some money to McWest and Expanding Frontiers Research. We'll make a list of the people that will benefit from our grift so that nobody can really blame us. So let's say we make $10,000. It'll be funny, and then we'll give all the money to good charities that are kind of, maybe we'll give some to the Skeptical Inquirer or whatever, like skeptic organizations, government transparency, anybody that is kind of anti-woo or anti-bullshit will spread the wealth, you know. Perfect. Except for the strip club night. We got to have a strip club night, you know, like to just wind down after grifting all month. Grifting is hard work, man. And I think we'll do good because, you know, grifters are lazy. And I'm not lazy, and none of you guys are. So we'll do better than the real grifters. It's going to be fabulous. I can't wait. But so far, I've only made a couple of videos that look convincingly good enough that I would want to put them out. They look really good, like, and they're difficult to debunk. You know, I mean, we can make a bunch of trash too and just see what happens, because you see some of the stuff out there, it's garbage.
Yeah, all you need to do is take a video of an out-of-focus Venus or a star or something. Like nowadays, that's what passes for UFOs. So
Absolutely.
Film an airplane at night, and that's good enough.
Yeah, I mean, if in New Jersey people are taking videos of literal fucking airplanes and calling them UAP, I mean,
and going viral.
Craft Beer will be out there debunking his own creations. Like he'll be out there creating videos and then debunking himself, patting himself on the back. Being
we can do stuff like that.
One.
Like he can make some fake videos, and so can you, Grider, and then I'll have you come here to do the analysis of the fake video with me. But we got to, you know, pretend that we can't debunk it.
If we okay, no. All right, so
and then at the end of the experiment, we're going to show how each video was made. We're going to explain, like, this one's Pepper's Ghost, this one's a laser pointer on a black wall of fake stars, this one's Saturn through a telescope, this one's model on a green screen. Whatever we do,
I've got the
videos.
I've got it. Like, I have a great formula down. I think I'm gonna, yeah.
All right, we'll talk.
I think I'm gonna win this contest.
Don't give it away. And yeah, we'll do some kind of prizes for best grifter that helps me with Grift Month. And I'm in there too. So if mine do better,
like a T-shirt or like a hat or like a trophy to get like a grift trophy.
No, we're gonna
with like a UFO or something.
I know a guy who makes trophies. I could get trophies made.
Best grifter. I'll pitch in for it. Yeah,
we'll do first, second, and third, right? by view counts, by total view counts.
Oh yeah,
yeah. All right. Well, listen, I want to thank each of you guys. My voice is starting to leave me. And I want to thank you especially. I didn't want to let this go. And I'm feeling terrible. And my voice is leaving me. So it was great to have you guys to fill the
I couldn't tell a difference
tonight. Oh, really? Well, thank you. I guess I'm here.
You sounded great.
I've been sucking down cough syrup and cough drops and cold medicine.
I have to say that I think the night's MVP goes to Manny. I think Manny came through by far the MVP.
By far,
of tonight,
with the debunk.
Right?
20 minutes. Forget about 24 hours.
Well done, Manny. Yeah, well done, dude. You totally screwed up all my material that I had coming into the. You know, I mean, I'm saying you like woo. But well done, dude.
So I do want to ask,
Manny,
like,
really well done.
Can I ask Manny? So the balloon thing that you presented, obviously that's one possible explanation. It's not, it's not
100%.
Yeah.
Sure.
What percentage of what's your kind of degree of confidence that that's the right target, do you think, for what's on the video?
I'd say 4.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's up to whoever to determine that for themselves. I mean, I feel like I'm pretty confident in it, more so than any other possible explanation before NHI, for sure. There's nothing to show. There's like zero evidence that there's anything extraordinary there that's not man-made. But yeah, I don't know, 40, 50%. I would at least go half and half. And if it's not something like that I come up with, it's probably something extremely similar to the object that I've described. So,
okay. Yeah, I think you did a great job. Yeah, great job, Manny. And thanks to all our panel members tonight. We had a great one. Sometimes I hate these panels, but those are usually the open ones because we get a lot of strange. It's better to have a controlled panel. So thank you guys for all coming and helping me out while my voice is leaving me. You guys have a great night. I'm going to throw you out and do a quick wrap up, and I'll be in touch with each of you. I'd like to have Sky Anomalies and I'd like to have all you guys on separately as single guests.
You got to have Sky on though.
Yeah,
you got to have Sky on.
Great job.
We went
mono. I want to have him back on and explore just the psychological side of the group dynamics and the group think and all of that stuff. So I would throw you all guys all out of here and do a quick wrap up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sky Anomalies. Thank you, Grider. And thank you, Manny, Area 503. Thank you for your help. All right, friends, we made it through. I'm glad that I powered through. I really feel terrible. And every once in a while, I get something that my kids had, and my wife just calls it man flu. The kids have it, and they seem to be sniffly, but okay. We keep them home, whatever the doctor tells us. Apparently, it's something viral, though, according to my son's doctor. I haven't been to the doctor yet, but I kind of feel like it's strep throat because I'm literally keep losing my voice. We'll take a moment to thank another kind and generous benefactor. The audience is getting smaller, in my opinion. Says, "Don't touch me, I'm crazy." Grush was the high watermark. Yeah. And people, people are experiencing fatigue from this because it's more and more of the same. Like, okay, here's another whistleblower that doesn't have any evidence. And for those that are keeping track, we're at 9 of 15 for the goal. So unless we get 6 more in the next few minutes, we're not going to make the goal. But it's okay because I really am not feeling great at all about doing additional time. I'm happy enough to have made it through. And really, if you count all those kind and generous memberships, by the way, be sure that you hit the subscribe button because tonight, a kind and generous benefactor, Mike Larry, MVP of gifting free memberships, gifted, I don't know, was it 30 or 40 free memberships? So 30 or 40 people got a free membership to our channel for the month just for being in the live chat and being a subscriber. But be sure to smash that subscribe button because if you're in the live chat and you're not a subscriber of our channel, when somebody gives those memberships, they get distributed somehow, random number generator, to people in the live chat, but you must be a subscriber to get those free memberships. So thanks to Mike Larry, I consider that's more than the goal that I wanted to hit financially anyway. So technically, maybe we didn't get it, and then also I owe for our last live show, I owe the overtime, but it was just a little thing, a little extra I was going to throw in, and that is Corey Good drama. For those unaware, Corey Good has been mired in legal battles for years. Most of them from his own. He's the one that sued everybody, even though he had the Light Warrior Legal Fund. But it's interesting what has happened now is that his shady ass lawyer, who was a Kool-Aid drinking member of his cult, has been she has been accused of some heinous things. And now there is, well, I have to be very careful because she's a lawyer. She's been allegedly accused of some things. And there's some court documents, and I'm going to share my screen here. There is some court documents in which, let me share my screen real fast. One second. And we want to thank Light Warrior. The allegations against Llaneros and her husband are no joke. If the plaintiff can prove them, she could lose her license to practice law and could even be criminally indicted. Oh, look at this. So this is wonderful. It couldn't happen to a nicer lawyer, in my opinion. And for those unaware, this woman was a Kool-Aid drinking cult member, in my opinion, of Corey Good's cult. And she, in my opinion, she legally terrorized innocent people that were just critics of Corey Goods on the internet for years and years, accusing them of all kinds of things, helping Corey Goods sue them. Basically lawfare, in my opinion. And so apparently she has been accused of, her husband has been accused of some things, and somebody has filed a temporary restraining order application against her husband and her, Valerie Llaneros Huesqueros, or whatever her new surname is. The court finds that Cars for Kids has shown a probable right to relief sought in the verified petition and application. Apparently, her husband was affiliated with that organization and took some data from them, so they've sought a restraining order. And according to Light Warrior, who is kind of a legal analyst, but I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a law enforcement officer, an officer of the court, so I'm relying on, we're just sharing what's on Twitter, so don't sue me. According to Light Warrior, who found these court documents and the restraining order against Corey Good's one-time lawyer, I think still-time lawyer, the allegations against Llaneros and her husband are no joke. If the plaintiff can prove them, she could lose her license to practice law and could even be criminally indicted. This is the former client who secured a temporary restraining order against her. Here are some excerpts. And Light Warrior goes on to say, this is a restraining order. Now both Valerie Llaneros, Corey Good's lawyer, and Corey Good are distinguished in Dallas County as having both had orders of protection filed against them. Valerie and her husband allegedly illegally accessed and downloaded documents from America Card Cars for Kids, her former client. So that was the bonus that I missed for our bonus. We hit our goal, and I was supposed to do this in my last show, and I sincerely apologize. But you can go check out our last show and fast forward all the way to the end, and my voice is almost completely gone. And that's what I was focusing on. Like, oh my God, I've never done a show where my voice was that gone by the end of the show. So I was just focused on like, I have almost no voice left. Just finish up the show. And I had forgotten that we had hit the goal. And the overtime goal was to share with you this Corey Good drama. Couldn't happen to a nicer lady. Unism says Cars for Kids must be a scam meant to impersonate actual, probably reasonable charity cars for kids. Yeah, I don't know. So that's allegedly. I don't know anything about the plaintiff that is seeking the restraining order, but I will be calling them and asking them if I can interview them about this temporary restraining order and about what happened with this situation, because I think it's relevant. So this was the little bit of bonus that I had for hitting our goal. And I want to thank everybody for helping us hit our goal for the last show. To be honest, my voice isn't quite as bad as the end of the last show, but it still feels like it's leaving me. I didn't want to miss tonight, right? Think, everybody's all in an uproar about these latest whistleblower revelations that I knew would be a nothing burger. So it is what it is. I wanted to be here, and I thank my panel member guests. I knew I couldn't do a 2.5 hour show with just my voice talking for 2.5 hours. So we called in the cavalry, and boy, I had a great time tonight, which reminds me that these panel shows are good if they're pre-planned and we have good guests, right? Here's Scott Starbird with a kind and generous $5, says a little something towards the goal. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, but we're still 5 away from the goal. But I still considering the huge generosity and support of Mike Larry, there's 30 memberships. What is that? $150. So we did great tonight as far as financial support, and I really, truly appreciate it. It really does help us to stay not grifting, even though we're going to grift for Grift Month, but that's a pre-planned scam month. We're going to scam everybody for a month, but then we're going to come clean and be honest about what happened and how we did it. I want to educate people about how easy it is to fool people on the internet with fake ass videos. And I think this would be a tremendous social experiment, and it'll help us to educate people. We want to be a public benefit here. And it's funny. Me being so skeptical and being so, I hate to say it, but morally self-righteous about these goddamn grifters, me becoming a grifter for a full-on month, it's funny. It is funny. So I don't know what's going to happen, but according to Light Warrior, because of this temporary restraining order and this situation, Corey Good's lawyer might not be able to continue being his lawyer. I don't really understand why. I'm going to have to get a lawyer to explain that to me, and I'll get back to you guys. I don't want to misspeak because I don't want to get sued by Corey Good's Kool-Aid drinking cult member lawyer. And that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. Yeah. Boy. So we'll take some comments and questions. Sorry about that. We'll take, I popped the wrong one off. We'll take some comments and questions from the live chat before we wrap things up here. And boy, what can I say to wrap things up? Another nothing burger. Jesse Michaels. Jesse Michaels is the same scumbag who brought us Dave Grush's evidence-free story. Now he brings us this Green Berets evidence-free story. Jesse Michaels is as credible as a crackhead. And, I always hate to be too harsh because people get nasty with me and they say, well, he's got tons more subscribers than you and he's so much more successful. You're just jealous. I'm never jealous of somebody who got somewhere by lying to people and scamming the public with fake shit. I'm not jealous of that. You know who I may be jealous of? Somebody like Michael Shermer. Like, look at his views, right? And he got there by being skeptical and by educating people, or maybe the Skeptoid guy. I'm a little jealous of him when I see his numbers, right? I'm not jealous of a grifter who got great numbers by grifting. It doesn't impress me. You got there by doing the lie by omission and over sensationalizing, clickbaiting, lying to people, selling stories are fake just to get ahead. Same for Sean Ryan. I still do I can't lie though, I still do like Joe Rogan, even though he platforms a lot of these grifters. I just think he doesn't know better. And if it's not a UFO guy on Joe Rogan, I really enjoy the Joe Rogan show. Sean Ryan's show, on the other hand, I think is garbage. Pretty much no matter who he has on there, I don't really care to listen. So I'm hesitant to be too harsh to somebody like Jesse Michaels, but I think Jesse Michaels is a wannabe Sean Ryan grifter. He's just trying to get numbers. He doesn't care what he has to sell as long as he gets the numbers. And part of me thinks maybe I should respect that, because if it's just about making money, hey, you do what you got to do. But if doing what you got to do includes lying to people on a daily basis, I think you're a scumbag. And as far as Jeremy Corbell's been a grifting scumbag since he hit the scene. I knew Jeremy Corbell before anybody even knew who he was. Long before the Bob Lazar film. I didn't know him personally, but I had spoken to him in messages a few times, and we had friends in common and whatever. But Jeremy Corbell's entire life's work in UFOs has been one big circle jerk of nothingness. Right? So I can't respect him. Like, congratulations on the $1 million properties you bought and the Cybertruck, but you got there by lying to people like a scumbag. Like, you don't get points for that with me, right? So, and Ross Coulthart, of course, I honestly feel bad for Ross Coulthart because he's got a wife and children and things, and like, what a scumbag of existence it's got to be. Like, what do you tell your kids? Like, oh, daddy just lies to people and makes up fake shit on the internet to make all this money that we enjoy. Like, that's not something you or your family should be proud of. You should be what happens when your children get a little older and they realize that daddy's a grifter on the internet and they're ashamed of you? And I'm just speaking from my own heart, but like, if he was my father, I would be ashamed of him. I would be like, Dad, you can't keep scamming people on the internet like this. That's bullshit, but it is what it is. So as far as going forward, as the UFO flying saucer turns, this is just going to keep going. It's just going to keep going, but maybe it's better for us if it does keep going, because there will always be smart people that want to take the second red pill. And tonight we try to bring you that second red pill. It's the best analogy I could think of. You think that these so-called truth seekers are out there seeking the truth, but they're scumbags that are literally lying to you for cash. So you got to take the second red pill, come to truth seekers, and here we will peel back the layers of deception that are used to create these fantastic, over-sensationalized clickbait garbage stories that have no basis in reality 99% of the time. But to me, it's still interesting to peel back the layers of deception, to see how they're able to use stagecraft and deception and the lie by omission in order to craft these stories that do have a societal impact. Let's be clear. There's a reason they get millions of views. So some of them are very good at crafting very deceptively edited, deceptively promoted, as we saw today. Ross Coulthart completely deceptively promoted this, pretending that his so-called whistleblower had a video of his alien crash retrieval. It was from a completely different event, a different source. It just matched the story that guy was telling. So conflation of all these different things, and we put it together, it's a big bullshit. It's like putting a bunch of different, take 5 people, make them all take a shit in a bucket, put it in a blender. That's Ross Coulthart, and that's the work and legacy of Ross Coulthart, a garbage peddling shit peddler. And it is what it is, but this is where we find ourselves. So what can we say, friends? We've done our due diligence. I am going to go try and not speak for the next day, maybe 2. I probably will not be back until Tuesday, given, or maybe 3. Yeah. So, well, I don't know. Follow me on Twitter. It's, or X. I'll be saying Twitter for the rest of my life. Follow me on X, or formerly Twitter, at Stephen Canby. And we always announce our shows there before we do a show. And if you're listening in audio podcast land, we love and appreciate you, but please do become a part of the show. Go on over to YouTube, hit that magnifying glass, the little search tool, put Truth Seekers, one word, in the search bar. You'll see a strange guy with sunglasses pop up. That would be me. Go to the channel, smash the subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and you too will know when we're doing a live show. Don't just listen to the show. Don't just watch the show. Come in our live chat and be a part of it. You are most welcome. We want to take a moment to thank you, kind and generous benefactors, you Patreon supporters, you YouTube channel members, super chatter, super sticker, super thanks, you Patreon supporters, and you people buying me a coffee. If you'd like to help our show, all the instructions for how to do that are in the description of this video or podcast. I will be taking probably a day or 2 off because I really need to rest my throat, try to get over. I'm going to try to, every once in a while when I get sick like this, I try to sleep it off. Just sleep as much as possible and then take a nap when you wake up and a couple hours later. Just try to sleep as much as possible. Best thing for you. My wife has kindly gotten me a bunch of cough syrup and cough medicine and cold pills and, cough drops and chicken soup and vitamin C, and we'll see. Hopefully this too shall pass, but I'm glad that we worked our way through it. I didn't want to miss today. This is just too big of a hype fest and a crashing down nothing burger to miss, right? So I really didn't want to miss it. And who would want to miss it, right? 1 second. So also be sure to follow us, or be sure to visit our website. It's truthseekershow.com, where you can get all the latest episodes, whether that's the audio version of our show or if you want the video version of the show. It's all at truthseekershow.com. So we've done our due diligence. We want to also thank our kind and generous guests and panel members tonight. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Canby, and good night, and God bless all of you.
Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Truth seekers, exposing the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes. They lie again. Have you had your fill? Let go of lies. Take your second red pill. I know you've had your fill. It's time to take your second red pill. I know you've had red pill. I know you've had your fill. It's time to take your second red pill. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Truth seekers, exposing the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes. It's time to take your second red pill. I know you've had your fill. It's time to take your second red pill. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Truth seekers, exposing the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes.
Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
My name is Lou Elizondo. For years now, I have claimed I ran a sensitive Pentagon UFO program. The truth is, I never ran a real Pentagon UFO program. I lied to the New York Times. I lied to TTSA investors. I lied to hundreds of show hosts and podcasters for profit for years. In my own paperwork with the Pentagon, I admitted that it was not a program but rather an activity. An activity that I pursued in my spare time while working at the Pentagon. In other words, while I was being paid to do real work for the Pentagon, I wasted taxpayer money and resources on my own personal hobby of being a UFO hunter. The program I claimed I was the director of never really existed. That's right, I declared myself the director of a program that had no funding and never officially existed. My own Pentagon personnel records confirm I had no assigned responsibilities around or involving UFOs. The truth is I was a Pentagon desk jockey. That was boring, so I created a whole fantasy world for myself where I was the director of a $22 million official program. I only ran a Pentagon-funded UFO program in the land of my own imagination. I'm the Pentagon UFO program manager from the land of make-believe.
What's the most compelling modern thing that you've seen?
Oh my God, Joe, I can't talk about it, but let me say this. One night, me and a bunch of the guys are playing strip poker, and all of a sudden I lose. So here I am, walking around base in high heels along the outskirts, and everyone...
Oh, that sounds crazy.
So here I am, walking around base in high heels along the outskirts.
I am not saying you're crazy, just the story.
No. You're good. And all of a sudden, this massive black craft floats above us, and I stop and stare at this craft, and next thing I know, I'm on the craft. And all these aliens are having their way with me. It was a horrible experience, and I have the scars to prove it.
So these beings did butt stuff?
Yes. Oh man, Joe. Among many other fucked up things. I still can't sit comfortably, but that's a story for another day. As for the ass play, I really can't get into it because I am under contract to keep quiet. I can lose my top secret clearance, and I need that to keep my grift game going. I'm sure you can respect that.
Absolutely. Still digesting the butt stuff. Christ Lou the pain. You're dealing with good God, brother. It's tough.
Well, thank you for being so open-minded, Joe. That's why I came on your show today. You just want to listen, and I really needed that today. Sometimes I sit in the dark and just cry.
So these beings did butt stuff.
Oh my God, I can't talk about it, unfortunately. This is my frustration, Joe, because I know what I've seen. I know what my colleagues have seen, right? And to this day, there's video that's coming in on a regular routine basis that is very, very compelling.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Mr. Lou Elizondo, the fake Pentagon UFO program director, who appointed himself the director of an imaginary program in the land of make-believe, then lied, in my opinion, lied to the New York Times, lied to hundreds of podcasters and show hosts and media organizations, news organizations, investors in Two Stars Academy and more, is back with a new book. And this kept bothering me when I was thinking about this situation. This man had, what, 6 or 7 years to spill the beans. And he never went this far as to say, oh, the government definitely has alien bodies and alien crash retrievals are real. He waited till he had a book to sell to suddenly come out with those revelations. Before he'd kind of dance around, we may not be alone in the universe, and all manner of dancing around. But it's interesting, now he's back doing, I suppose, the media tour. I always knew that he would eventually do Rogan because I'm told by a little birdie that Rogan uses Jeremy Corbell, who is a garbage peddling fantasist who's been caught selling completely and totally fake stories over and over and over again. But apparently, Mr. Rogan uses Corbell to get whoever he wants in UFO land in to talk, including Grush and others. And it kind of makes sense that that's true, though I don't know 100% for sure. I only have one source who told me that. Not sure. But I always knew that Elizondo would do Rogan, but knowing the profiteering nature of Elizondo, I knew he wouldn't do Rogan until he had a cash grab to do. And let's be very clear, and I'll admit this is my opinion, this is a cash grab. This guy had 6 or 7 years to spill these beans, and he waits until he has a book to sell to suddenly go way out there on a limb and tell everybody he has remote viewing superpowers. We'll get into that later tonight. And also to do Joe Rogan, which is the biggest podcast in the world. Interesting, though, the average Chris posted that Rogan and Elizondo are just getting destroyed in these comments. And many of the comments are, have the same tone, like, great, another bullshit artist storyteller with no evidence, but lots of stories. Who cares? And I just want to put on the record before we begin, I don't have anything against Joe Rogan. In fact, I have credited Rogan many times with sort of being one of the inspirational forces behind this show. Rogan gave this speech one time. I'm always trying to, every once in a while, I try to find this again, and I can't. So if you have a clip of this, I've tried, but Rogan once gave a sort of inspirational speech about if you're unhappy with your life, find something that you really want to do, and then go there every day and water that garden, for surely that garden will grow. And that's sort of, those words hit me right at a point I needed them to, right before I started this show. And I thought, okay, there's only 4 live viewers, but I'm watering the garden. And then in a few weeks more of watering the garden, there's 10 live viewers, and whatever. Months later, there's 100 live viewers. Years later, there's sometimes a few hundred live viewers. For surely I have come here and I have done my best to tend and water this garden. I credit Joe Rogan for that. And on every other guest, other than UFO people, I love to listen to Joe Rogan, but I can't listen to Joe Rogan talk to a UFO person because it just appears that Rogan does not understand that he is platforming huge grifters. That's what he's doing. Many of the people that he has platformed from UFO land have been caught time and time again, profiting from and promoting completely and totally, provably 100% fake stories. Chief among them, Jeremy Corbell, who is sort of his UFO guy connection, I suppose. So nothing against Rogan. I just wish that he would do more research. Platforming a guy who lied to the New York Times about actually running a Pentagon, being the director of a $22 million Pentagon UFO program, without challenging him about any of those false statements, is really disappointing to see. But I understand he's got a show to do, and I hear he just likes to talk about this stuff, and so that's why we see people like Jeremy Corbell or Joe, Billy Carson or some of these other people. He just doesn't understand the minutia of these people and their previous claims. So we're not going to cover the Rogan and Elizondo interview, but let me know in the comments or in the live chat, do you want me to go through that whole thing? Because there's plenty there that is just absolutely ridiculous false statements from Elizondo and a great deal of evidence-free stories. But tonight we'll be covering this interview with Ross Coulthart. And for those unaware, Ross Coulthart is a disgraced Australian journalist. I'm not going to say he was fired from 60 Minutes, but I can say his contract wasn't renewed from 60 Minutes Australia after promoting a completely and totally over-sensationalized story about the British Parliament and being child predators. And he named names in that story. It turns out that his so-called witnesses were nut jobs that were looking to sue people and make money from false claims of being assaulted as children. It was completely untrue, 100% untrue. And in fact, Media Watch slammed his story. And Media Watch has continued to slam his story. If you're a reporter and Media Watch is calling you out, then you're a disgraced journalist. Ross Coulthart has been caught selling completely and totally fake stories over and over and over again and again and again. And isn't it interesting that also Ross Coulthart is the person who primarily was behind the big David Grush push? And we have to take a moment to realize I've lost my old counter. I can't find those old graphics I used to make. I used to just update the day. But it's interesting to note that Lou Elizondo is going to Ross Coulthart. And let's be clear, if someone was a true, incredible person, you don't go to a disgraced journalist who keeps getting caught selling completely and totally fake stories for an interview. You would refuse that kind of interview. But Lou Elizondo's story has been in slow motion. It's taken 6 or 7 years for his story to come completely and totally crashing down. So his options for a media tour to promote his garbage book are pretty limited. It's no surprise to me that he's going to Ross Coulthart. Remember, Ross Coulthart's also the guy who claims he knows where a giant spaceship is, but he can't tell us. Remember that? And then there was the Patchgate story. I haven't, but I will put in the description of the video our previous coverage of all the fake stories that Ross Coulthart has been caught selling, some of which we caught him selling. And I'll take the credit for a few of them, not the Pedogate story, but many of the others involving UFOs. We've busted him for selling completely and totally 100% provably fake stories. So why would Lou Elizondo, if he's actually on the level and credible, go to a guy who's been caught selling many completely and totally fake stories? Well, the answer is very clear. Lou Elizondo is a garbage peddling, evidence-free storyteller. In other words, a bullshitter. And who better to go to than somebody who makes their living? And by the way, this weekend I had an incredible conversation with a source that I can't name, but worked very closely with many of these people. And I got to tell you, what a conversation. I'm hoping that person will be going on the record. In fact, I know they will be going on the record. And what they told me is absolutely astonishing. Among other revelations is that Lou Elizondo has done that recruitment thing. Remember how he tried to recruit Jeremy McGowan, telling him he was going to be a hero of disclosure and all these other things, but he was always completely, totally focused on getting TV show deals and book deals and, money deals. So some UFO messiah, he really cares about the truth. No, he cares about the cash. He's here for the money. Let's be clear. He's here for the money. He's not here for anything else. He doesn't care about the truth. If he did, he wouldn't get caught lying so much. Or at the very least, he wouldn't be caught with all of these inconsistent stories. And he can't even keep his own story straight. Oh, I joined ATIP this year. Oh, I was the director of ATIP. No, I was just a key player. I was recruited into ATIP.
This man can't get his story straight. You know who else can't keep their story straight? Liars. Liars have trouble because they forget when they lie before. You know, it's hard to keep track of all those lies in your noggin. So eventually you're going to make mistakes and say something differently than you said it the first time. The truth doesn't change, but a lie does. And also take a moment to recognize that the truth does not require your participation. You don't have to participate in the honest proof that Lou Elizondo never ran a Pentagon UFO program. Full stop. You don't have to participate in that. That's the truth. And the truth is just the truth. It doesn't require your participation. But if you want to go into a strange rabbit hole and enter a delusional fairy tale world of lies and embellishments and exaggerations and nothing burger evidence-free stories, you have to participate in that because a lie requires your participation. So any of you people foolish enough to believe that this man ran a Pentagon UFO program, you're participating in a lie. Congratulations. But the truth doesn't require your participation, and we're going to bring it to you tonight. Now, I want to take a moment before we do to remind people that Lou Elizondo is doing interviews with Ross Coulthart, and Ross Coulthart is the disgraced Australian journalist who brought us the Dave Grush story. And it has now been 448 days now with zero evidence of Dave Grush's claims. So it's been 448 days, and neither the debrief or Ross Coulthart or any of the people that promoted Grush's story and profited from it, including Yes Theory and all those others. You remember, it was a big story. Everybody was jumping in to interview this guy and get their piece of the money. And by the way, I have the spreadsheet. I have made a spreadsheet which definitively and 100% with math that anybody else can do proves that the people who promoted and profited from this bullshitter collectively made hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in monetized views on YouTube. I've done the math. I've got the spreadsheet. I'm going to be sharing that, but not this evening. We'll wait until a development in the Grush story to drop that bit on you. Now, remember, I got attacked viciously by some Kool-Aid drinking cult members. You keep saying that they made all this money. You can't prove it. I've got the proof. Anybody who could do third grade math can add up all those monetized views. And even if you use a very low CPM rate, like $8 per 1,000 views, in other words, for every 1,000 monetized views these people promoting this story got, they made $8. Then you just add up how many thousands of views did they get, or millions of views, and you come to a figure. Then I've put them all on a spreadsheet. News Nation made the most money. Well, News Nation and Joe Rogan, I believe, made the most money. But of course, we've got Tucker Carlson with millions of monetized Twitter views as well. We've got Yes Theory and everybody else that was pumping up and promoting this absolute former mental patient bullshitter who for 448 days now has provided nothing, no proof whatsoever. Just trust me, bro. The aliens are here. The government has the aliens. They got alien biologics. And my favorite of his claims is that interdimensional space monsters are murdering Earthlings. He said that under oath. I think it was under oath, either under oath or in the News Nation original interview, which is absolutely ridiculous. He's provided zero evidence after 448 days. Now I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to make a prediction. We will reach 448 days post the publication of Lou Elizondo's book, and he will have not proven any of these claims, such as the government has alien bodies, the government has alien spacecraft. Just like this guy, I predict we will reach 448 days from, let's just say from today. And Lou Elizondo will never prove any of that because I know where he's getting his information from. He's getting it from the same place this bullshitter did. People like Eric Davis, people like Hal Puthoff, and all of these other people. It's the same core group of assholes that have been telling the same story over and over and over again, repeating it, telling their friends Pete. It becomes a game of telephone, right? Where the details keep getting changed, the stories keep getting grander. But one thing they never get to is the actual evidence. We always think, some of these people think, wow, we're making real progress and that dam is about to break. No, it's not. Because in order to break the dam, you need actual evidence. Stories aren't going to cut it. You're not getting into that blue room to see the aliens unless you have smoking gun evidence or proof. And isn't it funny how millions of dollars are generated from what has been called a very lucrative industry by some of the people in it? Most notably, Corey Goode, who in a courtroom deposition claimed that the UFO and disclosure movement was a, quote, billion-dollar industry. I'm not sure if he's right, but if you add up the millions of dollars that everybody's making, let's see, James Fox, Stephen Greer, TTSA, many, many other people, Linda Moulton Howe, I don't know, Third Phase of Clowns, all of these entertainment projects, UFOtainment, collectively, sure, they've probably hit $1 billion. So maybe Corey Goode was correct about one thing he said. He lied about everything else, but maybe he was correct in saying that the UFO and disclosure industry is a $1 billion industry. So no surprise to me that Lou Elizondo goes to the same guy who sold this fake story. And yeah, I'm calling it a fake story. Or let's just say sold this evidence-free story. Lots of stories. Oh, did you get your disclosure boner hard from this guy? And I warned you at the time, 448 days have passed. I warned everyone from the moment I saw this man, he will never provide evidence. He will never provide any proof. And the reason I was so confident about that is because I knew who was feeding him this bullshit. And isn't it interesting that the same people that fed this guy the BS fed it to Lou Elizondo too? And in his book, he says Hal Puthoff said many, many times. Hal Puthoff is at the core of so much of this crap. The Skinwalker crap, Dave Grush crap, Lou Elizondo crap. It's all crap because it comes from Puthoff, a man who believed that Uri Geller had real superpowers and wasted how much in research funds, and then determined that Uri Geller had superpowers. No, Uri Geller was using children's magic tricks, and I know that. And Uri Geller, Hal Puthoff was also fooled by a man named Banachek, who was sent in specifically to fool him and did. And right now, Banachek is a Las Vegas mentalist who does a magic show about mind tricks. He's an incredible individual. He fooled Hal Puthoff into believing that he had real superpowers. How did he do it? Magic tricks. Hal Puthoff also claimed that he got superpowers of his own while he was doing Scientology. And he was once a high-ranking, him and his wife, high-ranking Scientology people. They believe in that Xanadu and the body thetans and all of that, the volcanoes and the human souls. In other words, Hal Puthoff is a complete and total wackadoo who's been into everything from free energy to psychic superpowers to poltergeists to UFOs. But guess what he's never done? He's never proven anything. He is a garbage peddling pseudoscientist huckster and is regarded as such by any real scientist. Go ask some. Nobody believes that Hal Puthoff is credible except for UFO wackadoos who like his disclosure boner ready stories. Get that boner hard, man. Just listen to Hal Puthoff. He'll tell you Roswell was real, psychic powers are real, remote viewing is real. He just never proves anything. And it's the same clown standing behind both these clowns, David Grush and Lou Elizondo. It's the same guy feeding them the stories that they're just repeating. And Hal Puthoff has no evidence because for decades now, he has proven nothing. So I'll go out on a limb here and tell you that Lou Elizondo will not prove any of these
alien body claims, any of these recovered alien spacecraft claims, he won't prove that for the next 448 days. We're going to start a new counter. Today, we'll say it's been 1 day. Well, I got to find the actual original publication date of his book. And we're going to go from that date. And that's where we're going to run the timer. And we're going to run a timer on both these UFO huckster bullshitters who keep making these claims, right? Oh, no, trust me, the government's got the alien bodies. There's alien space monsters, and they're murdering humans on Earth. Wouldn't you think that's goddamn important? Like, if there's interdimensional space monsters murdering Earthlings like this guy says, isn't that pretty goddamn important? And you better drop the evidence and make sure everybody is on the same page. Because if this is true, we better start preparing to battle these interdimensional space monsters. It's all a childish, ridiculous, evidence-free story. That's what we get here. And I'm sorry to be the Debbie Downer all the time. I was talking to a friend who told me, and I've used this analogy several times. He said, Stephen, you're like the guy that comes into the party and everybody's having a good time, and you just drop your pants and you shit all over the party. And then you just ruin it for everybody. Yeah, I'm sorry. Does the truth ruin your disclosure boners? I'm sorry if I'm ruining your disclosure boner. But these things are, fantastical claims require fantastical proof. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. Famous quote, right? Not only do these guys not have extraordinary proof, they don't have any proof. They've got evidence-free, trust me, bro, somebody told me stories. So it's largely second and third hand accounts, and you never get any documents except for fake ones or misrepresented ones. We'll get into that. Elizondo misrepresents documents to be something that they are not. And both Lou Elizondo and this guy promoted a completely and totally fake UFO case out of Italy that involved William Brophy, who is a proven UFO profiteer, huckster, hoaxer, garbage peddler. He's also the huckster and promoter and hoaxer behind the Trinity fake UFO crash case. And that's proven definitively that Trinity case is fake. Jacques Vallée still hasn't taken his book off of Amazon and still doubling down. He is desperately clinging to the belief that he didn't get fooled. Yes, he did. Everybody could get fooled, including Jacques Vallée. And I know a lot of people respect him, but come on. If you're going to take the word of William Brophy and you don't do adequate research, you deserve to get caught selling a completely and totally fake story for money. And that's what happened with Jacques Vallée, who, by the way, is another person that these people cite, a guy who got fooled by hucksters and hoaxers. But I have some notes here and thoughts on Mr. Lou Elizondo that we're going to go through before we get to the actual interview between Luis Elizondo and Ross Coulthart, disgraced journalists. So Lou Elizondo and the so-called UFO program, I consider this a skeptical examination. Lou Elizondo, a former intelligence officer, gained significant media attention after claiming to have headed the Pentagon's Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, or ATIP, a program he claimed was a secret and sensitive government initiative, which he alleged focused on investigating unidentified flying objects. Elizondo, through essentially manipulating and lying to members of the media, including most famously the New York Times article, which in 2017 kicked off this whole UFO craze based on lies. Remember, all of this UAP, everything UAP started on Lou Elizondo's lies. So, based on a completely and totally made up fake resume, Elizondo positioned himself as a whistleblower of sorts, and he was going to reveal the government's knowledge of extraterrestrial life and technology. However, a critical examination of his claims, especially those about running an official Pentagon UFO program, concludes that he made that all up. Lou Elizondo never ran an official or funded or real Pentagon UFO program. What he did was waste taxpayer money pursuing what was a hobby for him while he was assigned with other responsibilities. And in fact, paperwork from his own personnel file show that he had no assigned responsibilities involving a program called ATIP. He had no assigned responsibilities involving UFOs or UAPs, and he had no responsibilities for investigating anything UFO, alien, or UAP. He made that all up. And in fact, he would admit in his own paperwork to the Intelligence Community Inspector General that what he did wasn't really a program, it was more of an activity. In other words, a hobby, like a dart club or a bowling league. But in this case, Lou Elizondo essentially admitted to misappropriating taxpayer money to fund his own ridiculous hobby of hunting UFOs in his spare time at the Pentagon. But that's what kind of a person he is. He was tasked with doing certain things at the Pentagon, and instead of doing his real job, I suppose he was wasting his time and taxpayer money funding his salary to do other things on a hunt for aliens, UFOs, and interdimensional space monsters, as we'll see. Most troubling is when we get to, the fact that he pretends that he was going to be revealing the government's knowledge of extraterrestrial life and technology. I mentioned that I spoke with a very good source this weekend who confirmed for me that all of the material that Lou Elizondo shows, even people he's pitching big projects like television shows and documentary projects to, are essentially hoaxes and garbage that he cobbled together from the internet. In other words, he has no actual insider knowledge other than his stories of becoming involved with OSAP. But when asked for proof of aliens, crash retrievals, extraterrestrial visitation, he basically shows people garbage from the internet that he pretends, I suppose, that he got while working as an insider into the government. But as we can see with his promotion of this fake Italian Mussolini UFO crash case, these are all things that he got from the internet that anybody can get. In other words, he has no insider knowledge. So what we get with Mr. Elizondo is a bait and switch. So, my friends, a critical examination of his many claims, especially his most recent assertions that the U.S. government possesses alien bodies, reveals a pattern of evidence-free statements that mirrors similar unsubstantiated claims made by figures like Bob Lazar and David Grush. If we take a closer look at his claims, what we find out is that Elizondo first entered the public eye in 2017 when he claimed to have run ATIP, a Pentagon program that supposedly studied UFOs. While some claim there is documentation to prove that such a program existed, the Pentagon has continually denied that Mr. Elizondo had any involvement in any program around UFOs or any program such as OSAP or ATIP. He had no assigned responsibilities that relate to that. So the Department of Defense has distanced itself from Elizondo's claims, stating that ATIP was not a funded or official program, as Mr. Elizondo claimed. In other words, he lied to us all. Despite this, Elizondo has continued to make increasingly bold claims, especially now that he has a book to sell. And isn't it a coincidence that his claims became increasingly more bold leading up to the book that he has to sell? So his bold claims, including that the U.S. government is in possession of alien technology and even alien bodies, are mostly based on anecdotes or stories people told him. And the people who told him these stories are less than credible wackadoos who have been often discredited as fantasticists and bullshitters. Similar to Elizondo, David Grush, another former intelligence officer, made headlines in 2023 with his allegations that the US government had retrieved and reverse engineered alien spacecraft. And like Mr. Lou Elizondo, David Grush's source of sources are all the same people. It's very clear now that they are both drawing from the same bunch of bullshitters. Grush's claims, like Elizondo's, have met with skepticism due to the complete lack of verifiable evidence. After 448 days since Grush's initial statements, no evidence whatsoever has been presented to substantiate his claims. Next, we get to Elizondo and his claims of having superpowers. A lot of people here know, I have a keen interest in people that make claims of having psychic superpowers, having formerly been a stage magician and mentalist, a professional at that. I have investigated perhaps hundreds of people who claim to have psychic superpowers. And what those investigations taught me is that superpowers aren't real. And in fact, as open-minded as I try to be, as soon as an individual begins claiming to have superpowers, I instantly lose interest and consider them a wackadoo. Because despite investigating, and I mean really thoroughly investigating, even testing in some cases, people who claim to have psychic superpowers, I've never found a genuine person doing anything that I could not explain by trickery, deceit, cold reading, or other methods that these shysters use. So when people start talking about their superpowers, instantly to me, they lose all credibility. Elizondo has claimed to possess remote viewing abilities, suggesting that he was trained by the government in this supposed psychic skill. Remote viewing is the ability to perceive distant or unseen targets using the mind alone, and it was popularized during the Cold War era. There were real programs like the CIA's Project Stargate, which attempted to use remote viewing for military intelligence purposes. But these efforts were ultimately deemed worthless and unsuccessful. Scientific studies on remote viewing have consistently found that it lacks any validity beyond chance. In other words, you can put somebody just guessing next to somebody who claims that they have remote viewing superpowers, and their accuracy or hit rate will be about the same. In a very good example, a 1995 evaluation by the American Institutes for Research, I will include that study in the description of the video at the conclusion of our broadcast. That research study concluded that remote viewing had no practical applications, and its results were indistinguishable from guessing. Furthermore, a review by psychologist Ray Hyman found that remote viewing experiments were plagued by methodological flaws and that results could be attributed to sensory cues or outright fraud and deception and trickery rather than a test subject actually having real psychic abilities. Historical examples further illustrate the lack of credibility in remote viewing claims. In the 1970s, well-known, world-famous, some would say, psychic, I put psychic in quotes, Uri Geller was tested by researchers at the Stanford Research Institute. Who ran that? Hal Puthoff, the source of Lou Elizondo and David Grush's alien and UFO claims. So we have Hal Puthoff at the Stanford Research Institute wasting money studying Uri Geller. And Hal Puthoff and the Stanford Research Institute initially reported positive results. However, further scrutiny revealed that Uri Geller's apparent successes were likely the result of trickery and deception rather than any real, measurable paranormal ability. The broader scientific community remains intensely skeptical of remote viewing, regarding it as a pseudoscience rather than a legitimate field of study. So isn't it interesting that Lou Elizondo would claim that he has superpowers that real scientists say this is bullshit? And by the way, I just want to put that on the record as well. I have several times I have offered people who claim to have superpowers $10,000 to prove their superpowers. I still have the money because nobody's claimed it. Do you know why? Because nobody can prove that superpowers are real. I live in the real world where superpowers aren't real. And by the way, I grew up reading comics. I would love it The world would be a much more interesting place if psychics were real and superpowers were real and remote viewing was real. It's not. So I will make a public declaration and challenge to Lou Elizondo. I have a billet in my office here. A billet is a little slip of paper. There's something written on it. We'll do this more properly at another time. But for now, it's enough to say I will give Lou Elizondo, who, by the way, keeps crying poor, right? He keeps claiming that he doesn't have any money. He's not making any money from this, which is a completely and totally bold-faced lie and factual. It's not factual that he hasn't made any money, and we can prove that. But however, he keeps crying poor. I'll show you the funny proof of that. I will give Lou Elizondo $10,000. All he has to do is remote view what's on that billet, what's on that little slip of paper in a glass case. That also includes the $10,000. If he can tell me what's on that billet, and by the way, I will share what's on that billet with 2 trusted members of the community who will not divulge it under any circumstances until Lou Elizondo makes his attempt. By the way, you get one crack at it. You don't get multiple guesses. You get one chance to read what's on that billet. And by the way, I will move that billet with the little slip of paper and the $10,000 into a secure bank facility with a safe deposit box. I'll put it in there. So according to Lou Elizondo, remote viewing superpowers are real. Prove it. Prove it, you bullshitting liar. You mean to tell me you couldn't use 10 grand? You're crying poor and claiming that you got to live in a trailer, right? And by the way, it's a really nice RV trailer. It's not like an old beat up camping trailer. And I think we found out from Area 503 that Lou Elizondo owns multiple homes. So all this talk about being broke and living in a trailer, it's a smokescreen. He's not broke and he's not living in a trailer, at least not full time. Why would you if you own multiple homes, right? Now, his situation may have changed. I don't know. But here's an interesting factoid about Lou Elizondo crying poor. And hey, I'm a helpful guy. He claims he has superpowers. I want to help him out. If he can prove his superpowers are real by remote viewing what's on that billet in that bank, security box, I'll give him $10,000. I'm a man of my word. I swear on my parents' grave and my grandparents' grave, if he gets it right, I will tell the truth and I will give him the $10,000. But here's something. Lou Elizondo says, you have had 7 years of my efforts for free, which have nearly bankrupted me and my family, and lived in a trailer for nearly 2 years. Never asked for a dime from you. Don't want to read my book, please don't buy it. It's my unfiltered experience, not asking you to buy or do anything. But here's the problem. Lou Elizondo, you got paid to be a member and part of TTSA, which took $2 million plus, I believe, right? And I'm going from memory, so pardon me if my number's off. It's several $1 million, nearest I recall, was collected from the UFO community based on your promises. You and your buddies told everybody you were going to build a spaceship with a revolutionary power source that would change the world. You and your buddies claimed to be in possession of exotic materials, which may be from UFO crash retrievals, right? Oh, that turned out to be a missile casing. You lying, deceptive bullshitter. You lied to investors, you and your buddies. Clearly, you lied to investors just based on claiming that you were going to build a spaceship, and you never did. What happened to all that money? Millions of dollars. How much of that money were you paid? And you're going to sit here and say you have had 7 years of my efforts for free? How much did you get paid for the Unidentified show? But clearly you got paid to be on a television show. How much did you get paid for every speaking engagement? You did speaking engagements with Richard Dolan during COVID online. That was like $500, I believe, as best I recall, to watch you and a bunch of other UFO profiteering clowns tell stories with mostly no evidence, right? How much did you get paid for that? You mean to tell me that you did that? You did all this out of the goodness of your heart, right? You were in TTSA and you didn't get any money for that after millions of dollars were collected? You mean to tell me that you were on a television show and you never got one check? Even if you got one check, You're a goddamn liar, Lou Elizondo. Why are you lying to everybody saying that you did all this for free? How much did you get paid for the book deal? There was reports that there was a $250,000 advance offered, right? Wasn't there media reports of that? Or at least six figures, right? Oh, you did all this for free. You did it all for free, Lou Elizondo. How nice of you. And while he's crying poor and claiming that he's living in a trailer for 2 years, he's on Joe Rogan wearing a $10,000 watch. And thanks to Dogbert, Detective Dogbert, if we want to be formal here. And I wrote, compare and contrast this. Elizondo lying through his teeth, claiming he hasn't made any money, and him wearing an $8,000 to $10,000 Rolex watch on Rogan. Elizondo on Rogan was wearing a Rolex Explorer 2. Go look it up. How much is that watch? You're really going to cry poor, Lou Elizondo? And hey, let's not forget that him and his supporters are saying every member of Congress needs to read this book, even though there's no evidence in it, right? It's just stories. Oh, so they started a GoFundMe to buy books that they're going to give to members of Congress. Why can't Lou Elizondo just give each member of Congress a book? Why can't he do that if he's doing this all for free? No, this is all about profit. And that GoFundMe is a way to make his followers. They're encouraging followers. Don't just buy one book, buy one book, and then donate the cost of one book to the GoFundMe so we can give every member of Congress this book. That's a way to get his followers to buy two books instead of one. It's brilliant, man. What a grift. This is Griftonomics 101. You lie to your followers and say, I did all this for free. I never got paid for that TV show or that TTSA deal. Never got paid nothing. I never made any money for all those speaking engagements. Never made any money at what is that? That UAP science organization? That's a joke, right? That bans anybody that tells the truth about Elizondo and Ross Coulthart. UAP, the Coalition for UAP Studies, I think. Remember those clowns? They banned me from their Facebook group for saying Lou Elizondo never ran a Pentagon UFO program for that was funded or official. And by the way, that's a fact. So what kind of science organization is banning journalists? But I'm in good company because they also banned Stephen Greenstreet for telling the truth about this clown wearing a Rolex, crying poor, buy two books, not one. This is where we're at. This is the clown show that is Lou Elizondo and friends, right? It's wonderful, friends. So we're going to get into the video. I'm going to put my fair use banner. But before I do, we want to recognize some kind and generous friends. Remember, we're a viewer-supported show, and I'm not living in a trailer or crying poor, but we could use your support. That's for sure. All funds that are sent to the show are used to support the show. And we thank you very much. We have kind and generous Christopher Wester, who's also a member with £5, or is that euro? I can never get these things right. But what is Sarfati's put-offs and Mellon's endgame? That's the real question. Or is it remnants of the CIA's LSD party MK Ultra reference? You know, I've often thought that, and it's funny. I've asked Jack Sarfati to come here, and he said he would, and then he sent me like hundreds, well, not hundreds, probably tens of emails of completely, totally fake shit. Like totally, you remember that video of the alien that was being interviewed that was CGI? He sent me that. He sent me all this fake nonsense. I don't know what the end game is, Crystal Wester. I wish I knew. I think it's a group of people who desperately want to believe this shit, and they've wasted decades of their life on this, so they can't admit it's all fake. That's my take. And it's what has been described by Sean Kirkpatrick as a self-licking ice cream cone. By the way, pardon me. I mentioned a source that I spoke with over the weekend. And it appears that Sean Kirkpatrick will be making a great many more revelations about all of this situation. And if you're one of the people that are tired of these clowns making all this money lying to everybody, I got to tell you to buckle up and stay tuned, because there's going to be a lot more coming from one Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. And I think he's their worst nightmare, because essentially when you hear the inside baseball on who went to Arrow and their connections, it's going to blow this whole thing as a completely and totally fake thing right out of the water, in my opinion. Also, Krister Wester, with another $5, says Elizondo is probably going for a Hank Moody. Starts out as Fox Mulder, writes some books, and gets Hank Moody's lifestyle. Very keen observation, and I can't say I disagree with you, but thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and for helping us to praise the cash, Krister Wester. Thanks for being a great supporter.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, now we are going to, we'll take a moment to check in with the live chat as well. Boy, we've got a great attendance tonight. Happy to see so many of you. I see some veterans and also some new faces. So to all the new people, I got to remind you, do the good YouTube thing. Please be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell. You'll know when we're doing a live broadcast and you can take part in it. We'll be taking comments and questions from the live chat after we get through this video, which I hope we will be able to do in a short amount of time. This is also why I chose to do the Ross Coulthart one, because honestly, let's just take a moment to realize that if this Lou Elizondo person was credible, he wouldn't need to go to wackadoos like Leslie Kean and Ross Coulthart to help sell his book. He'd be on real networks. And while he did get on CBS, he got on CBS for like 4 minutes. So this is a transformative work. We're educating the public about disgraced Australian journalist Ross Coulthart and fake Pentagon UFO program director Lou Elizondo. We're going to be critiquing the video we're sharing, discussing it, using it to educate the public. This is covered under fair use and is allowable by law. Let's get to that, friends. This is about a 40-minute video, so I'm going to try to keep my comments brief so that we could get through this. And I just want to take a moment before we begin to recognize and understand that Ross Coulthart is the same person who brought us the Grush story, which, I got to admit, they're good at putting stories together and making them seem convincing. But the problem is that they do not ever actually provide evidence. Oh, I forgot my little wrap up here from my notes. We'll do that first. So the problem here is that there are disgraced journalists and profiteering hucksters like Ross Coulthart, and they really seek profit over truth. And by the way, I've been informed by multiple sources now, take from this what you will, that Ross Coulthart knows this is all fake. And he doesn't really want to be a UFO guy, but it's the only thing that he can do to make money. So let's just spitball here for a moment. If my sources are correct in that Ross Coulthart knows this is all fake and he's just trying to make money, that means that he has the ethics of a drug dealer, a crackhead, a pimp, that kind of person. He has the ethics of a criminal. And knowingly, if it's true that he really knows this is all fake and he's doing it anyway, then that means he's not only lying to people, but he's helping other people lie to people so that he can personally profit. And I have a note here, the role of media, profit over truth. Ross Coulthart is bringing us both of these evidence-free stories. And Elizondo and Grush's claims have been widely covered by News Nation especially, often without the necessary skepticism or critical analysis. Media organizations, especially those that would employ a completely disgraced journalist like Ross Coulthart, are driven by profit motives. They have a vested interest in these sensational stories that can capture the public's attention, regardless of the veracity of the claims being made. The UFO phenomenon, and aliens in particular, has long been a lucrative topic for less than credible media companies like News Nation, people like Ross Coulthart. And that's due to its mix of mystery, government secrecy, and potential extraterrestrial life. But Ross Coulthart, by promoting figures that have no evidence, like Elizondo and Grush, along with News Nation, these media outlets can generate huge amounts of money and significant viewer interest and advertising revenue, even if the stories lack any evidence at all or any substance at all. I believe strongly that it is this dynamic that creates an environment where dubious claims can gain traction and be treated with undue seriousness, further blurring the line between credible journalism and entertainment. And let's be clear, Ross Coulthart brought us this Dave Grush story, and we are now at 448 days, and neither Ross Coulthart or Dave Grush has provided any evidence of the claims they made, and yet people like News Nation, Ross Coulthart, and others have made hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars off of the Dave Grush story. I will be providing the spreadsheet proving that very, very soon, and I will be sharing it. And one of the hallmarks of a great researcher and a real truth seeker is when I provide this spreadsheet, anyone will be able to go after me and fact check the spreadsheet and find the numbers correct and know and understand that I am 100% factually correct when I say that Ross Coulthart, News Nation, and all these people that promoted this evidence-free Dave Grush narrative have made hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. But back to Lou Elizondo, his claims about running a Pentagon UFO program are completely and totally false. His claims of possessing remote viewing abilities are just a story. He has no proof or evidence of that. And his stories about the U.S. government's alleged possession of alien bodies should be viewed with a very, very high degree of skepticism. After all, look at the sources that he's using. The same sources that told Dave Grush this stuff, and Dave Grush hasn't provided any proof for 448 days. So like Dave Grush's similar assertions, Elizondo's statements are characterized by a complete and total lack of any evidence and rely heavily on anecdotes or stories that people told them and on the media's willingness to amplify sensational stories for pure profit. The scientific community's dismissal of remote viewing as a valid practice further undermines Elizondo's credibility. In an era where misinformation can spread rapidly, it's crucial to critically examine these kind of claims and to absolutely demand smoking gun or rigorous evidence before accepting these extraordinary assertions or claims as true. All right, I'll get off my soapbox now, friends, and we'll get to the video. Again, this is fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public. We'll be critiquing the video that we are sharing, discussing it with the live chat, using this to educate people on disgraced journalists that have to sell fake UFO stories to make a living, and fake Pentagon UFO program directors that have to lie to disgraced journalists like Ross Coulthart to sell a book full of evidence-free stories.
Your book title is imminent. Something is about to happen.
Oh, something's about to happen.
What's about to happen?
Well,
I think what's about to happen is Lou Elizondo is about to get some pocketfuls of UFO dollars, personally.
If we're lucky, disclosure. The realization that the U.S. government is aware.
By the way, there is no disclosure. And this clown has followers like him. Remember, Matt Ford said in 2023 that by the end of the year, they would have disclosure, right? How long has Stephen Bassett and Stephen Greer been promising that disclosure is just around the corner? It's basically the carrot on a stick. It never happens, but they make people keep chasing it, right? Disclosure is an abstract, fake construct. It doesn't exist.
That the topic of UAPs is not only valid, but they're real.
The book lays out in vivid detail
Yeah, and here's the problem. UAPs or UFOs are real because certainly there's always going to be something in our skies that we can't identify. The problem is that people like Lou Elizondo, Jeremy Corbell, Ross Coulthart, and all these others, they jump straight to, well, if UFOs are real, they must be alien. There's no evidence or proof of that.
Allegations that the United States military has been running a UAP retrieval and reverse engineering program.
And people have been making these claims for decades. Most famously, the convicted pimp, fake scientist Bob Lazar, who popularized the idea of so-called crash retrievals in 1989. Let's just examine that for a moment. So Bob Lazar claimed that the government was recovering. And by the way, Len Stringfield, many other people have made these claims, right? That the government has, is somehow they are collecting alien vehicles and they are essentially back engineering them. But Bob Lazar had since 1989, that means he's had 35 years to prove his claims. You think Dave Grush is bad with the 448 days of no evidence to confirm original claims? Bob Lazar, the original grifter UFO alien hustler, well, one of them, 35 years he hasn't proven his claims. But here we are, and everybody just keeps repeating this idea that the government has alien spaceships
for years and has even recovered alien bodies. Aliens, non-human intelligences, are real, and they have been engaging with humanity.
Isn't it interesting that he never said this stuff until he had a book to sell? You waited 7 years until you could profit from a book. By the way, that's a great screenshot. Looks high here, right? You got to be high to believe him. I think so anyway. I love that he had 7 years to tell everybody this stuff, and he waits until he has a book he can buy on Amazon before he starts saying this stuff publicly. And isn't it interesting? This is UFO disease. People tire of your original story. You only got a few years to tell that original story for cash, and then your claims have to get bolder and more grand. We've seen it happen over and over and over again. How many people, when they first come out, their claims seem credible? Robert Salas is a great example. When he first came out, like, oh yeah, wow, UFOs shut down nuclear missiles. Wow, that's a great story. And he was a military guy, seems very credible. Fast forward years later, and Robert Salas is telling people that him and his entire family are getting ritually abducted by aliens and abused by them. And he's got altars to aliens in his house, right? The claims always get more grandiose as time goes on, the longer these people are in UFO land. They have to keep one-upping their previous claims in order to still get attention and still make the money.
Ross, we're not alone. We are not alone in this universe, and it is a simple fact. And the U.S. government has been aware of that fact now for decades.
It's a fact, but there's no facts and evidence to support that it's a fact. That's the problem. And in his book, he says things like, in fact, Earth is not the only planet inhabited by intelligent beings. But then he doesn't provide any evidence that that is indeed a fact. Or, you know, there's no facts and evidence to support that it's a fact. Why are you saying it's a fact if you can't show us the facts? Could it be because you're just repeating evidence-free stories from wackadoos like Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff? The same people that told Grush this stuff and made him destroy his career over it? Poor Grush, I think they manipulated him. And Brian Bender said that Lou Elizondo groomed him into his role as a UFO whistleblower. So what we see is the same core group of people making these claims. They never have any real evidence, right? They never have any real proof. It's always tantalizing maybe proof.
The American public, the entire planet, is being lied to by the American government about what's really going on.
I think if the American public knew just how deep this lie went, then we would have a very significant constitutional crisis on our hands.
Why should you believe
a constitutional crisis? Well, why don't you drop the evidence? This guy danced around for 7 years collecting every UFO dollar he could, pretending that he knew the government insider secret. Then he finally drops his book, and the only secrets he knows came from wackadoo Hal Puthoff. That they're not real secrets, they're just stories. Oh, and that he has superpowers, right? He's got superpowers, and Hal Puthoff told him the aliens are real. A guy who also thought Uri Geller had superpowers when he was getting fooled by children's magic tricks. And by the way, I know they were children's magic tricks because I was once a professional magician and stage mentalist, award-winning, honestly. And I know some of the tricks that Uri Geller used to fool Hal Puthoff. This is the quality of the information that you're getting, friends, from these wackadoos. But hey, more power. They're making hundreds of thousands of dollars selling this crap. It's crap.
Need any of this? And who is this Elizondo character anyway? Well, it depends on whom you ask.
Let's bring in his TTSA co-conspirator, who also stood on a stage while they were promising investors a revolutionary spaceship with a revolutionary power source that would change the world, right? This is another wackadoo who once said, I was assistant secretary of undersecretary of defense, whatever his position was. The actual one escapes me at the moment. Somebody can correct me in the live chat. He once said he saw, while working in government, he saw zero evidence of extraterrestrial visitation on Earth. Suddenly he gets in with TTSA and and all those CIA people, and suddenly does a 180. Oh, the aliens are real.
Very hardworking, very diligent, intelligent, and patriotic.
He is just a normal guy who is trying to do something.
By the way, here's a surefire sign that the grift is almost over. As these grifters progress in their grifting careers, selling these fake alien and UFO stories, eventually they run out of material. They run out of people they can trust to help them with the grift, and eventually many of them involve family members. We're seeing that right now. Corey Good's bringing his wife in to the thing. Corey Good's bringing his children in to the thing, and now we're seeing that with Lou Elizondo. To me, there's no difference between Corey Good and Lou Elizondo, except they both have different fairy tales that they sell the public.
Extraordinary.
What defines Lou Elizondo?
UFO bucks.
Loyalty. Transparency.
Transparency. Great. Okay. Transparency defines you, Lou Elizondo. I challenge you, Lou Elizondo. Publish your tax returns for the past 7 years. Prove that you didn't make any money from the UFO community for the past 7 years. You want to be transparent, right? You want the government to be transparent about the aliens. You claim that transparency defines you. Publish your tax returns for the past 7 years. Let us all see how much money you made. He'll never do that, friends. I challenged him once to publish his tax returns before, and he didn't like that question. It was on the Theories of Everything show. A question I sent in. Oh, I'm not publishing my tax returns. Yeah. Some transparent guy. Let us know how much money. If Lou Elizondo publishes his tax returns for the past 7 years and he hasn't made any money, then I'll apologize for calling him a liar when he claims he hasn't made any money. You want to be transparent? Publish your tax returns, Lou. Let us know how much every penny that you've bilked out of the UFO community for the 7 years. As to the best of my knowledge and ability to research, Lou Elizondo has been doing this UFO shuffle for 7 years. So when he says he hasn't made any money from the UFO community, wouldn't he be dead from starvation by now if he hasn't made any money in the past 7 years? Wouldn't his family be dead? I mean, I don't know. I got kids. If I didn't make any money for 7 years, we wouldn't survive. So the lie that he hasn't made any money, and hey, I'm super transparent. Great, then publish your tax returns. Let us make sure that you weren't lying when you said you've made no money from the UFO thing.
Honesty.
Honesty. He lied to the New York Times. He lied to TTSA investors. He lied about running a funded Pentagon UFO program. He lied about being the director of a UFO program. Honesty defines him. Come on, Lou Elizondo. This is an act. He's playing the part of an honest, patriotic whistleblower. But reality is very far from the fiction that he pretends, that the fiction that he projects.
Officially, the Pentagon disputes what Elizondo says he's done and seen.
Yeah, they say he never ran a Pentagon UFO program. You know why? Because he didn't. He made that up. It was his hobby while he worked at the Pentagon.
But everyone agrees he's an Army veteran who has served in hotspots around the world.
And also, according to his own book, he was a torture czar, the Darth Vader of torturing terrorists, according to his book. Sounds like bullshit to me.
Then oversaw counter-espionage and counter-terrorism investigations for the Department of Defense. In short, he's an American badass. You've been in combat situations, haven't you? You've been in life-threatening situations.
That's another thing. Well, let's let him answer the question first.
I've been in some very unfortunate situations. Yeah.
So he basically said, yes, he's been in combat. Let's see the DD-214, Mr. Transparency. Let's see proof that you saw combat. I'm sorry. I don't believe anything this man says until I see paperwork that proves it, because he's been caught lying too much.
I've got a lot of regrets, and I want to make sure that whatever I've done in my life, serving the people in that building, I don't want to forget, even the bad things.
Do you regret all the people that feel like they got ripped off, that invested money into TTSA? Do you regret that millions of dollars was taken from the public under false pretenses, that you were going to build a spaceship with your buddies and you never did? Do you regret the people that felt like that was done unethically, immorally, and possibly illegally, since you straight lied to investors while you were soliciting public investment money? Do you regret that? Oh, I've done some things I regret. I bet you TTSA he does regret, but not because it rips people off. I think he regrets it because he didn't get enough out of that couple $1 million pot of money they collected.
To make sense of the man and his claims, you need to go back to when it all started. That was 2009, when Elizondo was working as an intelligence operations specialist for the Department of Defense. He'd risen to the coveted GS-15 pay scale.
Well, isn't it funny he can give people documents when he's making money? And by the way, Mr. Transparency, how much did they pay you to do this News Nation interview, or did you just do it because you knew you were going to get some book sales out of it? Either way, you're profiting from this interview. You're not doing it for, altruistic purposes.
The highest level federal employees can attain.
Remember, I was a senior GS-15 at the time, which is
he could release it if he wanted to be transparent. He could release his records
in Kent Island, Maryland, with his wife Jen and their 2 daughters.
We had a really nice place to live. This was a great place to raise our kids, and it was just a really laid back area to grow up, to raise a family and to live here.
But Elizondo says it all changed after he met this man, a renowned missile systems expert named Jim Lakatsky. He was running a program called ORSAP.
He was running a program called OSAP, correct.
Which I have to read the acronym. It's the Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Application Program. But you learned soon.
And that program was not supposed to have anything to do with UFOs. It was supposed to investigate aerospace developments from an adversarial perspective. In other words, what emerging aerospace technology should we be concerned about? And instead, the people who got the money for that program wasted it on studying dino beavers, poltergeists, right? Skinwalker Ranch. Oh, and UFOs too.
That what ORSAP was investigating was not just advanced weaponry.
Yeah, I remember distinctly Jim pulling me into his office. He said,
I agree, Pathfinder. Bringing your family into your grift is shameful, in my opinion.
And so I responded truthfully. I said, I don't. I wasn't interested, particularly as a kid, into science fiction. I wasn't a big Star Trek fan or Star Wars fan. So I consider myself kind of a gumshoe investor.
And here he goes with this false narrative that he was never a UFO guy. Apparently, he was at a dinner with some of the people from OSAP telling him about UFOs and his psychic superpowers years and years and years ago. So again, this is more play acting. He's playing a part. It sounds like a convincer, like, well, I was never into science fiction or UFOs. I never thought about UFOs. Bullshit. I call bullshit.
Investigator, old school, just the facts, ma'am kind of guy. And he said, that's fair. But he said, make sure that you don't let your analytic bias get the best of you. You have to remain open-minded.
He basically
Gumshoe
told you
investigator.
UFOs, unidentified
Sure.
anomalous phenomena, UAPs, are real.
Yeah, so Jim told me point blank they were studying and collecting information on UFOs.
Elizondo claims he was invited to join a program under the ORSAP umbrella called ATIP, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. And soon that...
But again, this is a misleading mischaracterization because no program called ATIP existed. And now the story is changing, right? In the original New York Times article in 2017, we get a completely and totally different story from Lou Elizondo. Now the story has to change. Do you know why it has to change? Because reporting from people like Keith Clore, Area 503, Stephen Greenstreet, principally, John from the Black Vault, me here at Truth Seekers, have proven that his original story is bullshit. So now he's got to change the story in order to keep the grift going.
Invitation became an initiation.
Wow, it was a bit of like Alice in Wonderland going down the rabbit hole. And it kept getting deeper and deeper.
Elizondo says his first real epiphany came during a meeting with a Brazilian Air Force general who'd come to brief them on a series of incidents in a city called Colares. Tell me what was happening.
These people.
This is a big problem for Lou Elizondo. He claims that a general came and briefed him, right? We just heard that. A general came and briefed him. That's not entirely accurate. It wasn't the general that came to brief him, because according to his book, he told a different story, right? Why can't this guy keep his story straight? I want to thank Elish D. Avalon for this one. So here he's claiming that a Brazilian general briefed him. That's not entirely the case. Just give me one moment while I get this together for you. 1 second. Ill prepared. I thought I had this already. I thought I had this already queued up. My apologies. Oh, we'll just do it here. And this is in that Facebook group that I got thrown out of because, you know, I ask questions. I'm surprised this guy won't get thrown out of. Okay, so on the recent Joe Rogan interview with Lou Elizondo, Rogan asked Lou a few times when Lou had his moment of realization or aha moment on discovering that the UFO phenomenon is real. Those questions were asked after Lou started telling how he initiated his activities on OSAP. When Rogan asked for a third time, what was the first thing you saw that made you realize that there's something going on that defies conventional wisdom or conventional understanding of propulsion systems, Lou responded to that question by telling that he attended a dinner sponsored by Robert Bigelow with OSAP guys and a Brazilian army general, General Uchoka, that was involved with Colares, and Lou has shown some of the Colares case evidence, and that's what triggered his realization of the UFO phenomenon. But General Alfredo Mercer de Mendocia Ucoa died in 1996, and he was not only an army general, but he was an important figure on Brazilian ufology. He was involved in Colares. The operation conducted in Colares was led by Brazilian Air Force, and the officer in charge of the Operation Saucer Prado was Captain Urange Holenda. So we've got a big problem here. Let's go back to the video, however, and see exactly what he says. And then I think we have a solution. And I think that solution was he never met with that general. He met with his son. And isn't that interesting? There's a big difference between meeting with the general and meeting with the general's son, because now Instead of first-hand information, you've got second or third-hand, right? Or at least second-hand information. He can't keep his story straight. Let's go back.
Elizondo says his first real epiphany came during a meeting with a Brazilian Air Force general who'd come to brief them on a series of incidents in a city called Colares.
Yeah, and isn't that interesting that they both use this storyline? It's almost as if somebody wrote out the storyline. Okay, if somebody asks me what convinced me, this is what I'll say. It seems very contrived to me.
Tell me what was happening.
These people, the townspeople, were being plagued by UFOs. In some cases, they were being pursued, and reports of these laser beam type, if you will, emissions were coming down and harming people, to the point where the Brazilian government actually deployed doctors and the military to investigate. And then when they arrived, they substantiated. They encountered these UFOs, these UAP as well.
But Lou, I know the report of Colares. Officially, according to the Brazilian government, Colares didn't find any evidence at all.
Yeah. Well, that was not the case. And it was very clear that it was a very
well, that was the official case.
Legitimate investigation. And what they found was that these things were coming in and out of the area and harming people.
As Lou went further down the rabbit hole, he says he learned that many of the classic UFO cases were, in fact, much more than legends.
Yeah, right. Because Hal Puthoff told him. But one second, we'll get to the solution here, I guess. One second here. Let me just find this. So his book says something kind of different. His daughter and personal translator, highly placed in their government and well regarded. So I guess the son was a general too. General Uchocha was Brazil's top drug czar and a four-star general in the 1970s. His late father, General Uchocha, launched the Brazilian Center for UAP Studies and devoted more than 30 years of his life to the subject and other paranormal and mystical studies. I don't think then that somebody that spent 30 years of their life investigating the paranormal is a good source. But here you go. It was the son of the general, not the general, not the original. I guess they're both Uchocha. But the father of the general that he met with was basically a UFO wackadoo. So there you go. Not a good source. I'm sorry, but somebody that runs a UFO organization is not a good source for truthful information about UFOs, even if they are a former government official. Back to the video. He claims that these UFO stories are not just legends. Well, if they're not just legends, why can't he show us any real evidence to prove these things? Just making bold declarations.
Including the famous incident in Roswell, New Mexico. Roswell, 1940s.
All of this information that he's about to tell you came from Hal Puthoff, according to his book and other sources.
What happened?
There was a UAP that crashed. In fact, there were two UAP that crashed, and one flew away while the other one did not, and it was recovered by the U.S. government.
You must appreciate people watching this, hearing you talking about aliens, recovered craft, recovered bodies. It sounds crazy.
Because it is, and it came from basically a crazy person in the form of Hal Puthoff. His claim or assertion that Roswell was crashed alien beings came from Hal Puthoff, another person just telling a story. Do you see what we're talking about when we say this is all one big circle jerk? It's all one big circle jerk. One person tells a story, he tells it to this guy gets on TV, gets on News Nation repeating the story. The first guy had no evidence. Where did Hal Puthoff get that information from? What evidence does Hal Puthoff have that his claim that Roswell was two crashed alien spacecraft and they recovered bodies, where did he get that information from? Did he get it from Jesse Marcel? Did he get, this is one big self-licking ice cream cone. You never get to any evidence. It's just people repeating stories ad nauseum.
Well, as I've said before, I'm not saying it doesn't sound crazy. What I'm saying is it's real.
Coming up, are alien abductions real?
Oh, yeah. So the alien visitation on Earth, what he's saying is they're real. He just doesn't have any evidence that he could show us to prove that they're real.
People have been taken away from their homes and had things planted in them. Is there a connection between aliens and psychic powers?
This is real morphology occurring.
Real morphology, according to who? Oh, Gary Nolan, another member of that inner circle of UFO circle jerkers. And he's going to be making some claims about alien implants. You know, that's real easy to show the evidence of. Why isn't he going to show? He's going to show you a picture of what he says is an alien implant. Why don't you show us the goddamn DNA results of some testing that proves it's alien? Oh, that's right, because you don't have that. You've got a story, though.
When Lou started bringing his work home with him.
I had no idea what the hell I was getting myself into.
Stay with us.
Oh, we're going to hear about the alien space orbs.
Former Pentagon UFO
Alien
investigator
space
Lou
orbs,
Elizondo
yeah.
writes in his new book, Imminent, that non-human intelligence has been
Good point,
engaging
aliens
with
are
humans for decades. So what do they want?
UFO rainbow
There
dollars,
are many
definitely.
commentators who say they're friendly. They're no threat at all to humanity. Can we assume that?
Well, I think in order to understand if something is a threat, from a national security perspective, it's a very simple calculus. It's capabilities.
You could be right, Jim Morris. That was the first
We see
mention
some
of the bodies.
capabilities,
You're
and by the way,
absolutely
we can't
right.
replicate them. We have no idea the intent. So to presume or to assume that these things are friendly or
Yeah, we can't. I'll agree with that. We can't presume if aliens are visiting us that they're all friendly, like idiot Stephen Greer says. Jim Morris makes a great point, which I wanted to verbalize. The crash bodies came from Stanton Friedman in that crap book he wrote with Don Berliner. Yes, the original Roswell story did not include any stories of bodies. That was an add-on in a book from Stanton Friedman with Don Berliner. Suddenly there were two craft and a second crash site. So what we see is the original story becomes grander. This is the way of ufology. This is the way, friends.
or they're hostile. There's not enough data.
Elizondo says the Pentagon's UFO investigators were keenly interested in the impact UAPs were having on individuals, especially military personnel.
There's enough reports that substantiate that not all these interactions are necessarily benign or peaceful. Some people leave terrified. Some people leave injured.
Yes, that'll be next.
US
Lou has an
service-
implant. You're right.
There is people that are on full 100%
They abducted Lou's neck
right now from the U.S. government because of an interaction with UAP. And it's in writing, by the way, from the U.S. government because of their involvement in an incident.
Indeed, the Veterans Administration has granted full medical disability benefits to this man.
Yeah, this is the Rendlesham Forest incident, another very problematic story. And remember how many times that story has evolved, got more grand, and changed. In the original story, nobody came that close to the so-called craft. Nobody touched it. Then the story got grander and grander and grander. And it became that somebody touched it. They got a binary download. These were alien, or these weren't aliens. These were time travelers from the future, allegedly. I don't think that this person, he's about as credible as a crackhead, in my opinion. We could do, you know what? We've never covered the whole Rendlesham Forest because I think it's such a problematic story. We can, but again, this is not, this is what they put forth as evidence. Oh, this guy's on disability because he claimed that he got disabled after an encounter with the alien spaceship. He didn't even say it was alien. You guys are saying it was alien. They claimed it was human time travelers from the future. You see the problem? It's like, you remember when you were a kid, those choose your own adventure books? This is like choose your own story. Oh, Rendlesham's supposed to be human time travelers from the future, not aliens. But in our case, we want to talk about aliens. So we'll just say he had an encounter with an alien spaceship. Very problematic.
Airman John Burroughs, for injuries to his heart and eyes he claims he suffered during the famous 1980 UAP incident in Rendlesham Forest, England.
Yes, and this person, John Burroughs, has made a multitude of incredibly inconsistent statements. His story changed dramatically over the years. I don't think he's a credible witness myself, but hey, if you're just trying to sell a fake story, you got to take bits and pieces from anywhere you can, right?
And Elizondo says that's just the tip of the iceberg. Did you, in any of your UAP investigations, come across evidence of alleged abductions of humans by non-human beings?
We came across information that suggested that people were having things put inside their body that they did not give approval to.
Oh, now he's bringing in alien implants. And I'd love to know the source of this. Is it Roger Lear? You remember him, guys. He was a foot doctor that claimed he was removing alien implants from everybody. And we know Roger Lear is fake as shit because Jeremy Corbell made money with him. And Jeremy Corbell is fake as shit. Sorry, not a credible source of information. And notice they're not going to tell you where this information came from. Do you know why? Because they know that even people that aren't very interested in UFOs thought Roger Lear was full of shit.
People have been taken away from their homes in the middle of the night and had things planted in them.
Something that was put inside their body, something invasive, right? Something that was not put there by their permission.
These claims have been made for decades. Nobody has ever proven these claims.
To do something.
You've seen one of those implants, haven't you?
I have been privy to some very interesting things.
This photo, he says, shows one of those interesting things. It's alleged.
Notice how cropped it is so we can't see who's holding it? Spoiler alert, it's not somebody credible. That's my opinion. I'm entitled to it. Or they wouldn't have had to crop it like this.
A biological sample removed from a US service member and submitted for analysis. This is possibly an alien implant.
Well, if you look, there's actually a piece of the chip sticking out and what appears to be these fibers that were moving on their own. And then
notice he's not going to provide any proof that it's a chip or that the fibers moved.
It looks like this chip or whatever this is, this foreign object, is encapsulated by some sort of biological material.
Yes, and just to be clear, if a foreign entity, like let's say a chip of metal, enters the human body, it gets encapsulated with organic material. That is real science. It doesn't mean it's an alien implant, but people have been making these claims about alien implants. You could watch Jeremy Corbell's shit awful movie, Patient 17, where they made all kinds of claims about people having alien implants. But again, it was a discredited, less than credible foot doctor who claimed that he was removing alien implants from multiple people. I don't buy it.
Could that not be something biological, microbiological, or parasitic?
Well, it's certainly the outside looks like it's some sort of masking device. In essence, you have a
and this is
foreign
all
object.
speculation. He's not going to provide any evidence
in there, and it seems to be encapsulated by some sort of biological material.
Where are the lab results proving that that was a metal object? Where are the lab results on the organic material that encapsulated it? We don't get that. You know why? Because this is another evidence-free story.
Material.
How do you know it's not just a bit of metal that somebody's knocked into on a building site?
Well, in this particular case, this was
more story. It was moving on its own.
Metabolic activity.
Oh, it had its own metabolic activity. Can you show us the lab results showing the metabolic activity? Well, no. Can you show us the video of the object moving? Well, no. Trust me, bro.
It terrified one of the doctors who was looking at this under a microscope. Said,
"Can we interview the doctor?" No.
But
no.
Are UAPs abducting people at random?
Was the doctor Roger Lear
to certain
discredited UFO nutjob?
Says research has revealed an intriguing pattern among UAP experiences.
There you go, Sandra McDonald confirming I'm correct. The metalware in her spine has grown scar tissue and blood vessels around it, making it impossible to remove or repair.
It's responsible for all sorts of stuff, and some have even speculated precognition
but certainly intuition.
Intuition for sure.
Elizondo says the caudate putamen is larger in people with alleged psychic powers, what the government has called remote viewing. What about people who've had UAP experiences?
Notice he's not showing.
Interesting.
Notice he's not showing any peer-reviewed scientific studies that prove that people with a larger portion of this brain have psychic superpowers, because there are no peer-reviewed studies. This is all stories he's repeating, I believe, from Gary Nolan, another UFO wackadoo that he is running organizations with.
Thing. And by the way, that's not me telling you. These are medical doctors and scientists.
Stanford immunologist Dr. Gary Nolan
There
has
you go.
been researching this topic. And while his
There you go.
conclusions are not...
What scientists are saying this other than UFO wackadoos like Gary Nolan? And God damn it, when is Stanford going to fire Gary Nolan for promoting UFO garbage? If you run a prestigious educational institution, should you really have a professor on your staff that keeps becoming involved in completely fake UFO stories? I mean, I don't know.
Definitive. There are two working theories. One, that people with naturally large chordate putamen might attract UAPs like an antenna.
Even Ross Coulthart admits this is a theory.
Another, that UAP encounters with normal people cause that same part of the brain to get bigger.
And there's a lot of information to substantiate.
Where is the data? Notice they don't show you any data to support these theories.
That.
So basically, this is all just speculation by UFO wackadoos.
This is real morphology occurring in the human brain.
Elizondo argues that people with
Gary
enhanced
without makeup.
chordate putamen
Giving
might
Stanford
have
a
a
bad
talent
name.
both for
I agree.
remote viewing and communicating with UAPs. And that's important because it's
A living
an established
blob
fact
aliens
the
or
Pentagon
something?
has had an interest in remote viewing for military purposes.
In the vernacular, they used to
I
call
agree,
it
Pizzerloo.
psychic espionage. There was a program in the U.S. government. It's called Stargate. They were taking young soldiers and civilians, and they were training them.
Yeah, that is entirely true. But what he's leaving out is that Project Stargate and the CIA determined that remote viewing superpowers were unreliable and weren't real. And I have that study here. And in this executive summary, this is a study of the government's conclusions and the CIA's conclusions on remote viewing. And I'll save you we'll try to skip to the end here. Essentially, they determined that it's bunk. It was noted in Section 5 that some of the remote viewing information obtained from operational tasks regarding North Korea and others concerning the Middle East depended upon the precognitive ability of the RVs in predicting events yet to occur. These data provide an opportunity for post-analysis on the accuracy of the predictions by making a comparison with subsequent information regarding actual events. Access to classified information from other sources, such as post-analysis, would provide data for evaluating the ability of remote viewers to perform precognitive tasks and of the related operational value of the predictions. And spoiler alert, the value of the predictions was garbage. So they ended the project. If remote viewing worked, why would they end the project? But hey, according to Lou Elizondo, it did work. We've got paperwork that it didn't work, but hey, he's got a book to sell, so just believe him.
To conduct espionage behind enemy lines. And the term was called remote viewing. A lot of people that were in the remote viewing program had MRIs done of their brains, and a vast majority have that specific morphology.
Why can't he show us the paperwork to prove that?
Do I think it's extraordinary? No, it may be a vestigial capability that humans had for a long time.
But does it work?
Oh, it absolutely works.
It absolutely works, and yet the government determined it didn't work, so they concluded the program. It was a waste of money and taxpayer resources. It didn't work, Lou Elizondo. If it did work, they would still have a remote viewing program. Don't you think we'd like to know what's going on over in North Korea
in Israel and in Russia and in the Ukraine right now. If you could just remote view what's going on, you wouldn't need field agents. It would be a tremendous cost savings. It doesn't work. Science has proved it doesn't work. And again, I challenge Lou Elizondo, prove your remote viewing superpowers. I'll give you $10,000. You can't and you won't, because you, sir, are a lying bullshit huckster. That's what you're doing here. Huckstering bullshit and making false statements like, well, remote viewing works. Trust me, bro. Even though all the studies, even the ones from the government that ran that program that you referenced, say it doesn't work.
It absolutely works.
You see, remote viewing has been discredited. The CIA determined that it doesn't work.
Okay.
Remote viewing failed to produce actionable intelligence.
It absolutely works.
Okay. So everybody in that government study is wrong. But Lou Elizondo, because he's got a book to sell, he's right. No, it really does work. Prove it. Prove your remote viewing superpowers, right? Tell everybody how big my cock is with your remote viewing superpowers, Lou Elizondo. You can remote view anywhere, including into my pants. Tell everybody how big my cock is. I'll get a ruler out right now and confirm or deny your guess. Remote viewing doesn't work. It's pseudoscience garbage from garbage peddlers like Hal Puthoff.
He knows it works because he was trained in remote viewing himself.
There you go. He's got
like
superpowers.
To publicly talk about it.
He's got
My involvement
superpowers.
was only tangential.
There's a story you tell of a terrorist suspect, and there was a remote viewing operation.
Patty says we would not need spies if
of.
remote viewing
Yes,
was real.
we did an experiment. Probably shouldn't have, but we did. And long story short, it appeared to be very effective.
That alleged capability for remote viewing and its potential.
Here's where he shook a terrorist bed with him and his other buddies that have remote viewing superpowers. Oh, it's getting thick in here. I'm going to need waiters if this keeps up.
Connection to non-human intelligence may sound like a gift, but Lou says it was also at least partially a curse. He says that's because after years of studying UAP encounters, he began experiencing what's known in UAP circles as the hitchhiker effect. UAPs were appearing.
Got to bring in Skinwalker Ranch and the hitchhiker effect.
He was attracting them. What started happening?
Oh, wow. Where do I start?
And does anybody notice we're almost halfway into this? Exactly how much evidence has Lou Elizondo provided to support that his claims are true and accurate and real? Oh, that's right. None. No evidence.
Well, we would have these weird glowing
Get more stories
balls of
with
light
no
in
evidence.
the house. They were green. They were.
Don't worry, he's going to have his
they were
wife
diffuse,
corroborate his fake
kind of
story
like,
here.
Like a little neon ball, and it really caused some disruption for my kids and my wife.
What were you seeing?
I would routinely see orbs.
What do you mean by orbs?
Small little spherical green.
His wife is seeing balls. All right, I'm going to leave that one alone. Still, you notice that both Lou Elizondo and his wife claim that they were routinely seeing these glowing orbs in their home. Wouldn't you set up some cameras? Wouldn't you get out your phone and take some pictures? You know what's missing from the book? Proof of this story. So this is just another story which does not pass the test of falsifiability. We've talked about this many times. There's a concept called falsifiability, which means if they're telling this story, and if I can't disprove the story, and they can't prove the story, then it's not falsifiable. Then it has no value. It's just a story. Well, it does have value to people like Ross Coulthart here, who is selling fake stories for a living. We've proven that he sold multiple fake stories for money. This one's very problematic. And the fact that he's bringing in his wife to corroborate these evidence-free stories, as a married man, it's very troubling to me. I would never, ever, I don't know.
Lightish green type of color.
Yeah, just so everybody's aware, the green ones were okay, but the blue ones were evil. Proving once again that blue balls are bad. Blue balls are bad, friends.
And I'd be just walking down the hall and I would just stop and it would just continue to go right through the wall.
So I would wire my entire house with cameras to catch these if they were happening on a routine basis, like these people claim. But they didn't do that. Instead, they waited and never, and by the way, 6 or 7 years now, Lou Elizondo never mentioned his story until he had a book to sell.
So we're talking about the hitchhiker effect. Something had followed Lou home from work.
Or by his very nature, yes.
How did he explain things? Was he able to talk about what was going on?
Not well.
Blue Ball's hurt real bad too.
I
Says
can
Admiral
imagine you
Rascals.
were pretty angry.
I was very upset. The house had been turned upside down.
Yes, it sounds like the stuff of madness.
Yeah,
Tall tale,
just to promote a book. She wants a new handbag.
Where was
Yeah, maybe she gets a new Louis Vuitton worth about as much as this $10,000 Rolex.
The world would see it on video.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the SA. My gosh.
Stay with us.
Yeah, the man who knows too much. Yeah, right. He knows too much, but he has no evidence.
Would shock the world and change it.
2004 November, the USS Nimitz carrier strike group were
Really
doing
no
what
proof.
they call workups off the coast of San Diego. And as they are doing this, there are two different radar arrays that are picking up these objects over the course of several days, dropping from 80,000 feet and within about a second or less, all of a sudden being 50 feet over the water and hovering and then popping back up again.
This is a claim. No one's ever produced radar tapes. So I have a problem with this. Oh, these things defy. Remember what we said before. People like Lou Elizondo love to say, well, these things defy the laws of physics. They went from 80,000 feet right down to 50 feet over the water and then right back up into space. They just never prove it. Isn't it interesting that they can tell these stories but never actually prove them? Just incredible. We want to take a moment to thank Astro Mastro for kind and generous $10 Canadian. Oh, thank you. They say, aside from your occasional shouting and vulgarity, you are truly an outstanding source of info on this crazy topic. Just kidding. Love the vulgarity and the shouting. Well, I'll try to yell more just for you. And thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support. We're a viewer-supported show. Thank you, Astro Mastro, for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash.
We'll try to get through more of this. Yeah.
So
I don't know how I'm going to get through that Rogan one because I'm going to be screaming at. I'm going to be screaming at my screen.
Vector the two F-18 aircraft, and they go to look at this thing. And long story short, after visually seeing this tic-tac looking object, rough.
Stop. They never visually saw it because it was at night. How can this UFO expert get the facts so incredibly wrong? Did you hear him? After seeing this visually, they never saw it visually because it was at night. They never saw the craft visually. They only saw this on their display screen. We'll back that up so we can hear him make an ass out of himself and give completely and totally 100% provably factually incorrect information while selling a story in his book.
About a second or less, all of a sudden being 50 feet over the water and hovering and then popping back up again.
No proof of that.
So they vector the two F-18 aircraft and they go to look at this thing. And long story short, after visually seeing this tic-tac looking object,
they never visually
about
saw
the
it.
same length of a F-18 fuselage, performing in ways that we still can't replicate, bouncing around up and down.
So this is an intelligent technology.
This is absolutely, and it's responsive.
Fravor claimed to
And
see
it's
it.
not human.
It's
The others.
Though the Nimitz tic-tac incident had occurred back in 2004, Elizondo didn't see the video until 2009. And then in 2015,
Yeah,
it happened
and he made a
again.
career profiting from it.
Naval aviators attached to the USS Roosevelt recorded these two other videos during exercises off.
Yeah, and actually, I'm sorry, just a correction. In his book, he says that some people visually saw one of these three when they didn't because it was at night. I'm not sure that's the Tic Tac. We'll clarify things.
The coast of Florida. That also caught the attention of intelligence consultant and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, Chris Mellon.
Yeah, who got the videos in the parking lot of the Pentagon. Remember that? Who gave them to him? Oh, I can't say.
The Navy was experiencing a number of incursions into restricted areas.
Actually, as best I recall, in his book, he claimed that people visually saw one of those three, the gimbal, the go fast, or the Tic Tac. I don't believe it was the Tic Tac. It was either the go fast or the gimbal, and they didn't visually see it. In the Tic Tac event, two people, Fravor and Alex Dietrich, did visually see it for a short time, but their accounts vastly differed from each other.
Airspace, and I met Lou at the Pentagon, began to hear about these incursions, and the more I learned, the more I realized that we
Just
had
another UFO fart in the wind. Yeah.
The videos remained undisclosed to the public for years, and it's easy to see why. These weren't just strange objects in the sky. They conformed to what ATIP would establish as the 5 observables.
No, they didn't.
So the 5 observables include instantaneous acceleration, hypersonic velocity, low observability, trans-medium travel, and anti-gravity.
Yeah, and none of those 3 videos prove any of those things. Full stop. None of those 3 videos prove any of those things. Full stop. So, you know, it's interesting how much of Lou Elizondo's whole shtick is built on lies. None of those 3 videos show any of these characteristics.
In essence, the ability to defy Earth's natural gravitational force without the associated technology or means to do it. The government has said that, for the record. This is not our technology. You know, people always say, well,
no, they didn't. I don't believe that they said that this is not our technology. And they tried very hard. I believe 2 of the 3 videos, all but the Tic Tac, are completely debunked as not what Lou Elizondo claimed they were. And you can see Mick West's excellent debunks. And he believes, by the way, that the Tic Tac is just a faraway aircraft that's misidentified. So all of this hype, all of this guy's career was built on 3 videos that don't show all those things that he said. Those 5 observables that he mentioned, the videos don't show those characteristics.
you know, these things are clearly from outer space. And I say, well, you know, let's hold off on that. I often tell people, look, they can be from outer space, inner space, or frankly, the space in between. There's a whole reality around us. There's life in the bottom of the ocean.
That's interesting, Sun Lover 5000.
They survive off chemosynthesis, not the sun. And then we have life that's, you know, deep down in the Arctic ice that's thriving.
Oh, more speculation.
Space
weird science. Throw in some weird science.
Explanation for the intelligence that we're witnessing.
I mean, these things could be just as natural as we are. They could be from the oceans. We don't know.
Elizondo says ATIP also identified another pattern.
Space fish?
In several
it could be from the oceans.
UAPs have allegedly appeared near American nuclear facilities or weapons systems.
And here's where it gets great, because they bring in the Robert Salas fake story. It was a power failure. UFOs did not shut down nuclear missiles. It's clearly been debunked.
Both the Nimitz and the Roosevelt are nuclear powered.
Oh, you got to bring. Oh, they're attracted to nuclear power.
Interest that UAP have towards our nuclear technology.
A daunting thought, to be sure. But Elizondo says ATIP also developed a hypothesis that the UAPs might have an Achilles heel, a vulnerability that the American military.
And this is going to be a problem for him. This next story he tells might be able to be fact-checked by the Pentagon. We'll see if they are going to actually cooperate with journalists covering Lou Elizondo's strange stories and confirm or deny this basically nuclear power trap story.
Can exploit electromagnetic pulses of some kind, could bring down these craft.
Yeah, the general consensus was that these vehicles, the propulsion units, are susceptible to electromagnetic pulse, meaning they are using a technology that the electromagnetism, if they were to...
The general consensus of who? Notice he doesn't name who said this. More speculation. There is no verifiable empirical evidence to support that electromagnetic pulses can bring down so-called UFOs.
Encounter a certain frequency of electromagnetism.
These are stories that have long existed in ufology. In fact, people claim that radar or an electromagnetic pulse gun was used to bring down the Roswell craft.
Would interfere
But these are
with their
stories,
ability
claims.
to fly and maneuver.
It's never
Building
been proven.
on that hypothesis, Elizondo says his team devised an audacious secret plan to disable and capture one of those Tic Tacs.
We had proposed a
yeah.
honey trap to try to collect data and information on these UAP.
So this was an operation known as Interloper.
That is correct. So you have a nuclear-powered carrier.
Yeah, we
with
have
other
great attendance
nuclear-powered
tonight. Our
vessels,
Kick Revival, welcome.
potentially
Good to see you.
nuclear-powered submarines, which also may have potentially nuclear weapons. So the idea is to create a nuclear footprint that is so irresistible to these things, we would create a trap, and then that trap would be sprung.
But Operation Interloper never made it past the planning phase. Interloper was stymied, wasn't it? It was scrapped.
It was scrapped.
It was a pretty good idea.
And it was approved by a lot of people and a lot of agencies.
And yet, when it finally got to the top, it was stopped. It was blocked. It's almost like somebody perhaps already knew the answer.
Or didn't want us having the answer.
Yeah, and again, so basically, this guy who was just a desk jockey at the Pentagon, he had no command capability, is basically saying that like him and his buddies were going to get like nuclear powered, submarines with nuclear missiles on them, and nuclear powered vessels like aircraft carriers, and trap the UFOs, honeypot the UFOs. He had no ability to do anything like this. This is another bullshit story like the Mattis story, in my opinion. And we'll take a moment to also recognize the excellent reporting of Stephen Greenstreet, who says, Lou Elizondo changes his story yet again. May 2021, publicly. I was not a part of OSAP. May 2021, to the Department of Defense Inspector General. I joined OSAP in 2008 and became OSAP director in 2010. August 2024, in his book, I was part of ASAP. August 2024, in public statements, I was not a part of OSAP. How can this man's story keep changing so much? He can't keep his story straight. You know who else can't keep their story straight? Liars.
Elizondo says the shelving of Operation Interloper was just one of several.
They give the name Operation Interloper, so I think we're going to have some FOIA requests about Operation Interloper from John from the Black Vault and others. And it'd be interesting to see if this is a real program and if he had any part of it, or if it's just something he heard about and he weaved into his UFO bullshit book.
Puzzling and frustrating setback to ATIP's mission. And eventually he came to believe it was more than just bureaucratic inefficiency. Someone was trying to block his team from making progress.
I took an oath to the American people to defend this country from all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Including aliens!
Out that the enemy was elements in our own government. It was the bureaucracy.
That realization would lead to the biggest and riskiest decision of Elizondo's life.
Accomplish my mission. I knew I had to leave.
He accomplished his mission. What was his mission? Occupying himself, looking up UFO crap on Pentagon computers while he was supposed to be doing other things? So stupid and childish.
A. Withers. If it's true that the Pentagon's so-called legacy program has been secretly retrieving and studying non-human craft and even bodies, well, where are they? Area 51, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in...
That's what the mythology says, that they're at Area 51, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, also a Navy hospital.
Ohio, or somewhere else. No one has come forward with those specifics. Not even famed military intelligence officer turned UFO whistleblower David Grush, who went public on News Nation last year.
Yes, and still has not provided any evidence of his original claims.
Those details were not approved for me to talk about.
But now, Lou Elizondo is going there.
And by the way, that's a lie. Dave Grush was approved by DOPSR to talk about alien bodies, alien crash retrievals, alien spaceships. He could provide all the details he wants about those subjects because those, by definition, are not classified. So he just lied there when he says he wasn't approved to talk about the location of the alien bodies. If the location of the alien bodies would be classified, they wouldn't allow him to even mention alien bodies. This is the circle jerk. Welcome to the circle jerk. And now we're going to get some more circle jerking from Lou Lizolato.
There comes a point in your book where you name names. You name Lockheed Martin, TRW, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, Raytheon, BAE Systems, and the Aerospace Corporation as being some of the private corporations that are involved in working on retrieved alien technology.
Just a note, in his book, he accuses them of being part of these programs and either housing, back engineering, working on, or studying the alleged alien crash retrieval materials. But he provides no evidence whatsoever. So basically, he's just accusing all of these companies of having aliens. If I ran any of those companies, I would sue this guy into oblivion for making those conspiracy-laden accusations with absolutely no evidence. But hey, that's just me.
True?
It is true that it is in my book. Yep.
You also.
It's true that it's in my book. Is it true that those companies have the alien material? Well, it's true that it's in my book. Who says that? Who answers that question that way? Did you catch that? Well, it's true that it's in my book.
Reveal how some non-human alien biosamples are now being kept at Fort Detrick in Maryland, or with the FDA.
Or were. That's his get out of bullshit card free, right? If the government issues a statement that they have no alien materials at that army base, he's going to just say, well, they were there.
And that they've been moved around so many times, their origins have likely been forgotten. Elizondo claims that some of the answers, and perhaps the biological samples, can be found here at the Department of Health and Human Services, which oversees the FDA and the NIH.
And here we go. Complete conspiracy, zero evidence.
Certainly, we know that a lot of these samples were farmed out to experts like the National Institute of Health, NIH, and the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, which absolutely fall under the authorities of this building.
This is so ridiculous. Like, come on, dude. All of these aerospace companies are involved in this massive conspiracy. All of these government institutions are involved in this massive conspiracy. And nobody involved in any of those organizations was like, holy shit, we've got alien bodies. We better tell the public. Nobody blew the whistle. Nobody got any evidence of that. Come on. This guy's right. And everybody, all like thousands, tens of thousands of people are all lying and in on this massive conspiracy. You know, Occam's razor applies here. Either tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of people are in on this massive conspiracy, or Lou Elizondo is a bullshitter. Those are the two choices.
Logically, it makes sense that there are people in that building right now that may know the location of where these biological samples are.
The defense companies Elizondo names,
yes,
the Pentagon,
you're absolutely
and
true,
the
Admiral
Department of
Rasmus.
Health and Human Services all categorically deny Elizondo's claims. He says those denials are only possible because he could never get the evidence to prove their involvement.
Yes, you're right, Capsule. Let's elect the president so we can get the
wanted
UFO truth.
to investigate those samples, and you were denied access.
We were, yeah.
You became increasingly aware, didn't you, that there were people in the Pentagon, in the intelligence community, in private aerospace who didn't want you investigating UAPs.
Yeah, and by the way, if he had requested to review biological samples, there would be emails, there would be paperwork. There isn't. Another plot hole.
Absolutely. We began to run into some fierce resistance. And the more we continue...
Oh, we got to bring in the men in black.
To investigate, the increased level of that resistance became. There were elements the only way I can describe them as religious fundamentalists.
It's a group that is euphemistically dubbed as the Collins elite, isn't it?
It is.
The Collins elite has long been rumoured to be a cabal of religious fanatics within the Pentagon. Many consider them a myth. Elizondo thinks otherwise.
That group is alive and well. It exists. I encountered elements of that group firsthand.
And they're gatekeepers inside the Pentagon who don't want the UAP story investigated.
That is correct, Ross. There are religious fundamentalists inside the Pentagon and inside the U.S. government, and specifically the intelligence community, that have a very, how shall I say, strict interpretation of their philosophical.
And this is a story he has told before, where members of the government said, "Oh, those UFOs and aliens, those are demons. So we know they're demons. Stop looking into it."
Belief system.
Elizondo recounts one specific encounter with a high-ranking member of this so-called Collins elite.
He stopped me in the halls at the Pentagon. He said, "Have you read your Bible lately?" And I was kind of surprised by the question.
Again, another evidence-free story he's told hundreds of times.
Let me ask specifically, what do you mean?
Well, I don't know about hundreds, but he's told it a lot of times.
Are demons. These are demonic beings, and we shouldn't be looking at them.
But aside
there's no proof of that either.
potential
Yeah.
religious motivations for the secrecy, Elizondo suggests there could
Yes,
also
evidence
be
of Barney the dinosaur, Bob
geopolitical
Molly. That's one of my
considerations at
favorites.
play. Do the
Proves he's a
Russians and the
wackadoo.
Chinese have recovered craft?
I can't speak on behalf of what the Russians or Chinese or any adversaries may have or may not have.
Well, could that be driving our concern that we don't want to show our hand?
There's always a concern when a foreign adversary is looking at something. There is this cat and mouse. We don't want the adversaries to know what we have, and we also don't want the adversaries to know what we don't know.
Well, that part's true.
Right? So there's always a reason not to broadcast what you know and don't know to your enemy.
Whatever the motivations for the alleged cover-up, Elizondo says it went way beyond mere bureaucratic foot-dragging. People were threatened, weren't they?
Oh, absolutely. Some of our folks were told, if you're not careful, we're going to do exactly to you what we did with the Rosenbergs. You're done.
So people are being threatened with death if they talk about this.
Sure, because, and by the way, people say, oh, the government would never do
Yeah,
that.
Lou Elizondo is saying that people were threatened with death. I don't know about you, but if somebody threatened me or my family with murder, I would blow the whistle immediately. But none of these people do, right? And they never name any names. If somebody comes to you from the government and they're threatening you or your life, you're going to know something about those people. You should be able to track them down, right? This is the intrigue, the spy, the 007 part of the story. Like, oh yeah, this information is so dangerous that my life was threatened, right? But they never name any names. They never prove it. I can think of 10 people off the top of my head that have made these similar claims or exact claims. None of them ever prove it. Funny that.
Try getting on Area 51. There's signs on the fence that say lethal force is
Yeah, that's a completely different story.
authorized. You absolutely can use lethal force to protect national security investments and equities. That we do it.
Elizondo describes the mounting obstructions, the denied requests, the scrapped plans, the threats, and above all, the...
Yeah, and couldn't the denied requests just as easily be like, what is this wackadoo talking about alien bodies and alien implants? Like, tell them that we don't have time for this nonsense. They never provide the evidence or proof of the denied request. This whole thing so far is one big trust me, bro.
steadfast refusal to disclose any of this, either to the public, the Congress, or even the president. By early 2017, it had all become
Aliens Are Us Volume 2.
So there came a time
Yeah.
during your work with ATIP where you just decided,
Good night,
I'm getting
Arlene
nowhere.
Atkins.
I'm getting
Zell,
blocked. I'm getting stymied.
have a good night.
What did you decide to do?
I went public. I resigned.
How hard was it for you to write this letter?
They threatened to cut Lou's food
No.
supply off. He freaked.
Yeah, this letter is my resignation memo to the Secretary of Defense.
That's not the resignation letter. There's multiple resignation letters, right? In the one resignation letter, he just said, oh, I had a job opportunity come up that I have to leave for immediately. So sorry. Bye-bye. But then to dramatize his exit and sell it to the TTSA investors, he wrote another letter to the Secretary of Defense.
Oh,
Dramatizing his UFO
probably the hardest
bullshit.
memo I ever had to write.
In the letter addressed to Defence Secretary James Mattis, Elizondo said he was
He's banned from
because,
McDonald's,
despite
maybe.
overwhelming evidence, certain individuals in the department remain staunchly opposed to further research.
I don't think he. I think the IG complaint found nothing. I think
aerospace threats. Because you wrote that memo and circumvented your immediate bosses.
Yeah.
What did they do?
Well, they made my life hell.
Hard times were ahead, but Elizondo was about to make some hell of his own, as he and those explosive videos were about to go public.
those worthless videos that don't prove anything that he claimed. You know, a lot has been made of these videos. At least 2 of the 3 of them are completely debunked as not what he claimed that they were.
I'm doing this because I believe it's the right thing to do.
The right thing to do, gather up all the UFO money you can.
2017, the world woke up to a bombshell. Lou Elizondo, working with Chris Mellon.
Yes, the bombshell in the New York Times was completely and totally not factual. They lied to the New York Times multiple times throughout that article, and it was written by known UFO advocate and proponent and activist Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal, who basically are UFO wackadoos, who didn't fact check anything he said and printed it in the New York Times. And a great deal of what he said that they printed turned out to be completely and totally factually inaccurate, as proven by Keith Clore and Stephen Greenstreet and John from the Black Fold and many others.
Had gone public with the now famous Nimitz Tic Tac video.
I contacted 3 different news organizations, and eventually the New York Times editors were
it could be hiding
to do a front page story.
Top
The
secret
New York
projects.
Times published an explosive article revealing the Pentagon's
Completely
secret
factually inaccurate
UFO
article.
program.
Reports the U.S. government is still collecting information about encounters between unknown aircraft and our military.
But the government wasn't collecting that information. Lou Elizondo was, as a hobby. The government wasn't doing it. They didn't tell him to do it.
Elizondo spent 10 years as head of a secret study of unidentified aerial objects.
Did you hear that? He spent 10 years as part of a secret study. There's George Knapp helping to amplify a lie. He was not part of a secret study, except in his own hobby and imagination. It was an unofficial, unfunded effort. In other words, a hobby.
U.S. government is still collecting information about encounters between unknown aircraft and our military.
Elizondo spent 10 years as head of a secret study of unidentified aerial objects.
Notice that they cut out that he was the director of this program, because now we all know that he wasn't the director of anything except in the land of make-believe. So there's some careful revisionist history taking place here.
When the story broke, this covert operator who'd worked in the world of intelligence suddenly became an international public figure. What was it like?
It was terrifying. I had spent my entire life living in the shadows. As an intelligence officer, anonymity is your friend.
I think you should have stayed in the
Coming out
shadows.
was for me,
Because
one
now
of
he
the
just
most
looks like
difficult experiences.
a UFO clown.
Elizondo's face became synonymous
Yeah,
with the
and here he is with known UFO wackadoos and sources, Eric Davis, whose work has been called crackpot research by the United States Air Force. And on the other side of him is Hal Puthoff, the guy who claims that he got superpowers from doing Scientology, and who claimed that Uri Geller had real superpowers, and Banachek, who was a magician that tricked him into believing he had superpowers. And of course, he is a proponent of free energy and all kinds of strange science, never proven anything in his life. He's the guy who's telling Lou Elizondo these alien body stories that he's just repeating with no evidence. And then we have Eric Davis. You remember him. He's the guy who wrote some of those wackadoo reports for the $22 million that essentially were nonsense. Remember, we have the Barney the dinosaur, Einstein waving at Barney the dinosaur through a time warp portal, wormhole. Remember that? His work was called crackpot research, Eric Davis's work was, and he's the proponent of fake UFO stories. He's the promoter of fake UFO stories, the originator of fake UFO stories, like the Wilson Davis notes, which are completely and totally fake because the admiral called them, quote, a work of fiction, unquote.
The UFO question. And
That's his
now,
buddies,
with his days
UFO
at the
bullshitters.
Pentagon behind him, Lou devoted himself to the cause. He took a job with To the Stars Academy, a UFO.
Wait, right there. He took a job with To the Stars Academy. Well, I don't know about you, but every job I've ever had came with a paycheck. But what about Lou Elizondo's statement? Ross Coulthart just said he took a job with To the Stars Academy, right? But in his statement, he said, "You have had 7 years of my efforts for free, which have nearly bankrupted me and my family, and lived in a trailer for nearly 2 years." But Ross Coulthart just said he took a job with TTSA, which would mean he got a paycheck, right? So is he lying here when he says, "You have had my efforts for free"? I would think so. If he took a job about UFOs and took a paycheck, did he take a paycheck for the television show? Did he take a paycheck for those speaking engagements? Lou Elizondo is a proven liar. Full stop.
UFO research and advocacy group founded by rock star Tom DeLonge.
False. The To the Stars was not funded by Tom DeLonge. It was funded by public investors who were told that Tom DeLonge and Lou Elizondo and Hal Puthoff and everybody getting a paycheck from TTSA were going to build a spaceship with a, quote, revolutionary power source that would change the world. And they may have alien crash retrieval materials in their possession. It wasn't funded. This is factually inaccurate. It wasn't funded by Tom DeLonge. It was funded by public investors and has been called a, quote, techno scam, unquote. Get your facts right, Coulthart.
Together, they appeared on History Channel's Unidentified.
Again, did they get a paycheck for that? I would think so. Lou Elizondo said you got all of this for free, but yet he got a paycheck. So which is it, Lou Elizondo, Mr. Truth and Transparency? And again, I challenge Lou Elizondo, publish your tax returns for the past 6 or 7 years. Show us that you weren't lying in this statement where you said, "You have had 7 years of my efforts for free, which have nearly bankrupted me and my family," while he's wearing a $10,000 watch on his Joe Rogan appearance. Great. What a liar.
Side America's UFO investigation, which garnered him even more fame. Someone even started selling t-shirts with his face, but that attention came at a price. There were a lot of positives, but things also were about to get bad, weren't they?
I did not think that our lives would be this turned inside out.
Well, I don't know about his wife, but my wife would tell me to stop grifting and get a real job, especially after it became clear that millions of dollars were collected by TTSA, and TTSA didn't do any of the things that they were promising investors. But hey, maybe that's just my wife. Maybe, my wife lives like me, simple and cheap. We don't like expensive things. So who knows? And I don't know. Maybe his wife is like that too. But she seems to be right here to help her husband make these UFO dollars.
Many years. It's exhausting. It's exhausting.
You suffered retribution, and in fact, the Office of Special Investigations in the Air Force began a criminal investigation against you, didn't they?
Yeah. Why did they begin an investigation? Oh, it's because apparently somebody took 3 videos out of the Pentagon that were not meant for public distribution. They were only cleared for internal use only as training. And in those forms, those 3 objects in the Gimbal, Go Fast, and Tic Tac videos were labeled UAV, UAS, balloons, drones. In other words, unmanned aerial vehicles, unmanned aerial systems, balloons, or drones. Meaning that Lou Elizondo knew they weren't anything alien when he requested they be released for internal use only. Then somehow those 3 videos, which he got declassified for internal use, somehow made their way out to the Pentagon parking lot to a waiting Christopher Mellon, who then went right over to TTSA with those 3 videos. And then Lou got a job the very same week that happened, or the week after that happened. And they started the TTSA, what has been called the TTSA, quote, techno scam, unquote. So it's no surprise that the government would investigate that, because those videos were never meant to be taken out of the Pentagon and then used by a private organization to profit from UFO fans for years to the tune of millions of dollars. I believe that an investigation should be ongoing into that matter. If you or I took classified materials that were, even if they were unclassified but not meant for public distribution, if you or I took those materials out of the Pentagon and then profited from them, got television show deals, book deals, live speaking engagement deals, we, normal people, would be prosecuted for that. I'm not sure to this day why he wasn't prosecuted criminally for the entire TTSA fiasco. But just to be clear, I'm not a law enforcement officer. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what happened with that situation entirely. But it's very, very shady.
They did.
What happened with that?
The initial allegation was that I was responsible for unauthorized disclosure, and then I stole classified videos out of the Pentagon and a whole bunch of stuff. And long story short, the Air Force OSI came back and said, nope, actually we seized the computers. There's no wrongdoing. Didn't take anything home.
Interesting. The 3 videos were confirmed to be unclassified, but they were not confirmed to be used by private citizens to profit off of UFO fans and get TV show deals. So even if it wasn't illegal, it was extremely shady what happened in that circumstance.
And he never had a conversation about anything classified. Everything's unclassified.
Publicly, the Pentagon has also denied Lou's claim that he was the head of ATIP, both in prior public statements and directly to News Nation for this report, effectively calling him a liar and a fraud.
Yeah, they are calling him a liar and a fraud. Do you know why? Because he is. Listen, regardless of how corrupt and really despicable the United States government can be at times, they're very careful when somebody is making these kind of public claims. And the Pentagon has issued multiple statements refuting that Lou Elizondo ever ran a real or funded Pentagon UFO program. And yeah, they effectively called him a fraud and a liar. But that hasn't stopped him from making excuses and continuing to profit from stupid people.
ISIS, Al Qaeda, whatever. Those don't scare me. Those don't bother me. What bothers me is when people question my loyalty, my intentions of what I'm trying to do.
Well, so far, all the evidence supports that what you're trying to do is profit from stupid people who will believe your false claims of running a Pentagon UFO program you never actually ran. I mean, actions speak louder than words. What has he produced in 7 years except a lot of income for himself? Nothing of value.
That's deep.
What do you think yourself of the fact that the Pentagon, as you describe it, has been actively trying to discredit Lou?
I think it's shameful. This is how you're repaid. It makes no sense to me.
Maybe your husband shouldn't have been grifting for 7 years, lady, right? Maybe he shouldn't have been lying to the New York Times about running a Pentagon program that he never ran, that was just made up, that was a hobby, right? Oh, that terrible government telling the truth that he never ran a UFO program. He basically sent a complaint into the Inspector General that, the way I read it, was like, these people in the government are messing up my UFO grift, saying I never ran a government UFO program. That's because you didn't, Lou Elizondo.
It makes no sense.
We need to have an intelligence community that is willing to speak truth to power. Here comes a guy who does that and clearly is correct.
I agree. Patty says Elizondo is an embarrassment
for identifying a huge, major vulnerability in America's air defense.
Ethics was connected to Guantanamo Bay.
No, he gets harassed by these bureaucrats.
That's what he says. He claims he was
that is inconvenient.
He
On
was
top of
he
the
was the
reputational
torture
attacks,
czar.
Lou and his family were uprooted from their home as Lou's new job at To the Stars Academy called him to California. Then the job fell through. You'd essentially gone from fairly steady jobs, well paid in Maryland.
The job fell through. The job didn't fall through. Lou Elizondo left, and he told Jeremy McGowan he left because Tom DeLonge was wasting all the money on pet projects and stupid movies instead of their stated mission. The job didn't fall through. He quit.
And you'd basically taken a complete financial bath.
I had to get a job at Target.
Oh, so
and
sad.
Then after that, I got a job at Home Depot.
The family
so
went from their
sad.
house in Maryland to this mobile home. Does it frustrate?
Now, this is where it's crazy because according to public documents, I believe he owns at least one home, maybe several. But hey, feel sorry for me. I took a financial bath and we went bankrupt, and my wife had to get a job, and we're living in a trailer. Then get a job, Lou Elizondo. Don't let your wife support your family then. Stop the grift and go back to a real job.
Frustrate you sometimes that people perhaps don't understand the sacrifice that you and Lou and your family have had to endure?
Yeah, especially because everyone thinks we have all this money. Oh, they're just grifting.
I agree.
Come live
Oh,
for
they're
a
just
day
grifting.
in my life. I guarantee.
Oh, wait a minute. I got to get a timestamp. About 32 minutes in, she says, oh, we're just grifting. I'm clipping that. We're going to use that. Oh, we're just grifting.
You will run back to yours.
Why is this worth it, Lou? I mean, you were a DS-15 in the senior executive service of the...
It's worth it because what he's not telling you and why he won't release his tax returns is because, and this is my personal belief and speculation, and I freely admit that, I believe he's made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of the UFO thing. Why else would you put your family through it if it wasn't lucrative?
Defense Department. You ended up having to dig your own pit toilet. You couldn't continue to pay your rent. Why is it worth it?
I have 2 daughters and I have a wife, and we have been through hell. But there's a lot of people who had a lot worse than me. I feel terrible because the stress I have put my family through and what they've had to endure.
Subway uniform would look good on
Finally
Lou
came
Elizondo.
in April 2021 when Senator...
And there is now Stephen Greenstreet of the New York Post is saying that Lou Elizondo wrote this letter. He has a source who claimed, I should be very clear here. Stephen Greenstreet in a recent space said that he has a source who claimed that Lou Elizondo wrote this letter, the only so-called proof that he was the director of ATIP. And by the way, let's just recognize for a second that Harry Reid is a terrible source because he was in on a scheme to defraud the U.S. government out of $22 million, in my opinion, which was given to his campaign donor, Bob Bigelow, to study his own spooky ranch that he owned. Does that sound shady to you, that a senator would get $22 million in taxpayer-funded money and give it to a campaign contributor in a no-bid sweetheart deal contract and say, here, take this $22 million and use it to study the spooky ranch that you own? Bob Bigelow's a billionaire. Why did he need $22 million in taxpayer money? Well, if you know anything about wealthy people, one thing that they're real big on is never use your own money for something if you can use the government's money or other people's money for it.
Harry Reid wrote a letter confirming Lou's role in ATIP.
It's in black and white.
Personal vindication.
Yes, so there's one letter from Harry Reid, which a source familiar with this told Stephen Greenstreet that Lou Elizondo actually wrote the letter and Harry Reid just signed it. Now I'm still waiting to see some more reporting and confirmation of that. So take from that what you will. A single source claimed that Lou Elizondo wrote the letter and Harry Reid just signed it. And I have to admit, I don't know that that is factually correct or accurate, but that's a claim that's being made. And that's the only so-called evidence or proof that he ran this program he claimed he ran. Meanwhile, there's at least 4 or 5 statements from the Pentagon that say he never ran the program that he claimed. He had no assigned responsibilities around aliens or UFOs while he worked at the Pentagon. So take from this what you will. But Why is it always that these UFO guys are so easily discreditable, right? Like Bob Lazar. Oh, you'll see headlines. Former government scientists claim to have work on alien spacecraft at Area 51. There's just one problem. Bob Lazar is not now, nor was he ever a scientist. He's a convicted pimp, fake scientist. So a lot of these guys, I swear, sometimes these things are government psyops, because why do they put people out? Why are these people so easily discreditable? Like Lou, oh, I ran a $22 million funded government program. And then we find out years later, no, you didn't. It was a hobby that you did while you worked at the Pentagon doing completely unrelated, boring things, unrelated to aliens or UFOs. They're always easy to discredit. And I don't think that this is by mistake. I think it's intentional that these mouthpieces, if it is indeed true, and many people have speculated that some of these people are just mouthpieces for the government, putting out disinformation, misinformation, and propaganda. A lot of people speculate to cover black projects, right? Because, hey, don't look for the latest, greatest drone technology we have. If you look up in the sky and see something really weird, you don't think it's aliens. I don't know if that's true, but it's too convenient that these guys are so easy to discredit as total bullshitters and frauds.
Aside, Elizondo says he's most proud of the momentous shift that's taken place in the national conversation on the UAP question, both among the general public and on Capitol Hill. In 2022, lawmakers passed legislation that called on the DoD to create a UAP office which would report to Congress. That office is...
Yeah, because we haven't wasted enough money on spooky alien hunting based on zero evidence. And I, for one, am a taxpayer. You know how many homeless people there are in California? You know how many homeless people there are in New York City right now? That money could be so much better spent on real world problems. But instead, we get a bunch of UFO true-believing zealots who somehow are forcing the government to waste money, time, resources, and taxpayer money on their personal beliefs that aliens are visiting Earth. And in some cases, even that interdimensional space monsters are murdering humans.
It's now known as the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or ARROW. You have come a long way since 2017. What's been achieved?
I'm most proud of the fact it's being openly discussed in the halls of the Pentagon. That means that the stigma, the taboo, is finally evaporating, and we can begin to see the topic more clearly.
Unidentified objects in any domain pose potential risks to safety and security, particularly from military personnel and capabilities.
With the testimony of the first ARROW director, Sean Kirkpatrick, in 2023, it seemed like the UAP renaissance had officially commenced. But would it really be an age of enlightenment?
What he was saying is not consistent with the truth. And when someone like that blatantly tells you something that is not true.
Yeah, basically, for those unaware, ARROW's former director, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, basically came out and said, none of these people have any evidence. And I believe that that's a factually accurate statement, and not just based on his reporting, but on other sources that I have. And notice how they said, Lou Elizondo said, he's most proud that this is being discussed openly in the halls of Congress. Well, a former congressman just boldly said on Twitter that Lou Elizondo is full of shit, right? That's interesting. I'll see if I can't find that and pull that up. I believe I may have retweeted that. Former congressperson basically clipped Elizondo telling his evidence-free alien stories and basically said that there's no evidence of this. This is fairy tales. So yeah, you're right, Lou Elizondo. It's openly being discussed in Congress. And I want to take a moment while we're doing this to recognize researcher Steve Long, who made a very good point. Elizondo's claims on himself and ATIP. First, he said he was the former ATIP director. that was now this Lou Elizondo's whole story is being retconned right now. Later amended to former Pentagon official. First, he said it was an official program. That's now been amended to unofficial portfolio. First, he said it was funded with $22 million. Later amended to unfunded. All amended after skeptical researchers proved them to be false. So I truly believe that if people who were the skeptics here, like Keith Clore and Greenstreet and Mick West and John from the Black Vault, myself and others, hadn't accurately reported that Lou Elizondo was lying to everybody, he would have never changed these things. He would have kept right on lying to everybody. And here in a stunning video is ATIP contract focused. There was no contract. There was no ATIP contract. He's lying in the header of the slide that he's showing while he's being a paid speaker at an event. He was paid to speak at an event, and he's lying through his teeth here. ATIP contract focus, but wait a minute. There was no contract for ATIP. Full stop. There was no ATIP contract. Where is he? Pardon me. Where is he getting this slide from? ATIP contract focus. There was a contract, and they were supposed to study lift, propulsion, power generation, spatial temporal translation, signature reduction, technology integration, human effects, armament, human interface, configuration and structure, materials. Wait a minute. There was no ATIP contract. Lou Elizondo is right in this video being paid to speak in an event, and he's lying through his teeth. This man is a proven liar. Over and over and over again, it can be proven that this man is a liar. He took money and he lied that ATIP was a real program and that ATIP had a contract to focus on these research areas. No, they didn't. He lied and he took money while lying.
You've got a serious credibility problem.
Yeah, you do have a serious
solemnly
credibility
swear
problem.
Or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
On the 26th of July, 2023, Navy pilot Ryan Graves, Navy Commander David Fravor,
Yeah,
and
big
former
nothing
Air Force
burger.
Intelligence Officer David Grush testified at a congressional hearing heard around the world.
I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program.
How did it feel for you, that moment?
It was a very profound and proud moment for me. So you had 3 military personnel testifying on the reality of UAP. Now that's historic.
Whistleblower David Grush came.
And the main whistleblower, so-called whistleblower, David Grush, for 400 and what was it? How many days are we up to? 448 days now, has provided no evidence of the claims that he made. So what value does that have? What these people don't realize is that when you put a total bullshitter with no evidence up to Congress, and after some time passes and they realize, oh, this guy was just telling stories, he doesn't actually have any evidence, then it cheapens the whole subject. And people say, this is why people say this is all fake, because idiots like these activists put up a fake whistleblower. Real whistleblowers have evidence. These whistleblowers don't have any, but they've sure got lots of stories. And hey, don't worry, News Nation made a lot of money selling this bull.
On News Nation and made an earth-shattering claim.
Yeah, a claim, an evidence-free claim. And here we are, 448 days. How many days? Let me just check. I don't want to get it wrong. I had the graphic earlier, but I'm sorry, I'm getting confused here. Yeah, 448 days later, he hasn't proven a single one of his claims. What he has proven is that he's dumb enough to repeat completely and totally fake UFO stories like the Mussolini story, which involved William Brophy, known UFO hoax promoter, right? So stupid.
It felt, for a moment, like the dam was breaking, that full disclosure was about to happen.
The American people deserve to know the truth on this.
But it didn't work out like that. First, Arrow denied David Grush's claims. Then, like Lou, Grush became the subject of a vicious discrediting campaign, including his own medical history.
And they try to discredit, just like they try to do me, just like they try to do anybody else who comes out and steps out of rank.
What's more,
they didn't need to try to discredit you. They did discredit you. You know why, Lou Elizondo? Because all you have is trust me, bro, stories from your wackadoo friends. All you have is lies that you ran a government program you never did. All you have is you and your buddies collecting millions of dollars in TTSA, promising people a goddamn spaceship. And you have to try to discredit you. You discredit yourself by your own activities. They don't need to try to discredit you. And by the way, you know what would be a great way to prove Dr. Kirkpatrick wrong? Throw down that evidence, Elizondo. Throw down the proof of alien bodies. Throw down the proof of alien spaceships and say, here's the proof, Dr. Kirkpatrick, you bitch. You lied to everybody. We have evidence. All Dr. Kirkpatrick is saying is that Grush, Elizondo, and all of these people have stories and no evidence. He's the one who made the analogy of a self-licking ice cream cone. These people are simply repeating stories, and that's it.
Or Arrow has publicly declared that it has found no evidence to support any claims of a government UAP retrieval program. As for the UAP captured on those famous videos, yes, they remain unidentified. But while the Pentagon says Arrow will follow the data wherever it leads, it says it has not found any credible evidence of extraterrestrial activity. So do you think that people like Sean Kirkpatrick are operating according to a dictated agenda, that they're being told to try and suppress interest in the UAP?
What I can tell you is that what he was saying is not consistent with the truth. And when someone like that blatantly tells you something that is not true, you've got a serious credibility problem.
I love how when they do the back shot of Lou Elizondo, they blur out his big bald spot. Come on, dude. If you're bald in the back of your head, don't make the producers blur out your bald spot. But anyway, there's plenty to attack besides this clown's appearance. Look, like I said, you want to prove that, you want to claim that he's not telling the truth, then show the evidence that you claim there is. You claim there's evidence of alien visitors. David Grush claims there's evidence of interdimensional space monsters murdering humans. Show the evidence. Call the bluff. And if Kirkpatrick is bluffing, call his bluff. And you notice how, look how animated he got. That's because he knows that Kirkpatrick is destroying him and his buddies' grifts, right? No evidence of extraterrestrial visitation. And he went further into basically saying, oh, and he also blew apart Lou Elizondo's fake ATIP claims in that Arrow report. So Elizondo hates this guy. He's ruining his book sales. He's ruining his grifts. Well, I got bad news for you, Elizondo. Dr. Kirkpatrick is going to be back with more for you. He's got a lot more for you. Did you know that? Do you know why he's been quiet lately? Well, maybe, just maybe, he's working on something, Lou Elizondo. And you, sir, are going to be blown to bits when he finally spills all the beans. And I, for one, can't wait for it.
Dr. Kirkpatrick told News Nation, "At no time did I provide false information to Congress. In fact, my team provided actual evidence, something that all of the other claimants have failed to do." Why haven't you appeared before Congress yet? There must have been numerous opportunities.
Well, sure, but there's only been one public hearing so far. There's going to be more.
Right.
And it's not.
He can't appear before Congress because he'd be forced to defend lying to the New York Times about running a government program. You know, imagine him sitting in front of Congress and one of the Congress people, I don't know, watches Stephen Greenstreet or Truth Seekers or John from the Black Vault or reads Keith Clore's articles or reads Art Levine's articles and suddenly starts asking him about the TTSA thing, which has been described as a techno scam. Suddenly starts asking him, why did you lie to the New York Times? You never ran a funded Pentagon UFO program. Suddenly it becomes clear why Mr. Elizondo has never testified.
Up to me, but I can tell you I've been asked, and my response was absolutely, I will testify.
He's been asked, and why didn't he testify? He could have testified at that Grush hearing, right?
Lou's a patriot, isn't he?
Yes.
Oh, real patriot, yeah.
What's driving him?
He feels that humanity is owed this information.
Oh, yeah.
People should
It's
know
all true.
we are not
You
alone.
know it's all true.
No government has the right to keep that hidden.
Well, wouldn't Elizondo be the gatekeeper then? Why doesn't he provide the evidence that he pretended that he had, right? Gabbard Beast TV is here and says, Stephen, you should ruin Elizondo's book sales too. Expose this lying sack of crap. Well, we do our best to get to the truth, right? Operation Shutdown says, this is getting good. We're going to be wrapping things up here. We've only got a few minutes of this video left. Then we'll take comments and questions from the live chat.
To agree, as interest in the UAP question continues to intensify, both online and at UAP conferences around the country. Plus, there's been a veritable avalanche.
Yeah, and I think they're showing that UAP scientific organization that has to ban journalists who go in their Facebook groups and tell people the truth. You got to love a science organization that can't let a reporter report in their Facebook group. Those guys are intellectual weaklings and cowards, right? They run the Facebook group. UFOs, a serious look, but you're not allowed in there if you're actually investigating these people making these claims and finding out that they're lying, grifting scumbags. And let's be clear, these people are lying, grifting scumbags. Well, let me clarify that. Well, I mentioned I was talking to a source over the weekend, and we both agree that some of these people are lying, grifting scumbags, and they know that it's fake, and they know that they're lying. But some of these people just believe any of it. They want so desperately to believe. So I guess there's categories. Some of them are pure grifters. And I've been told that Ross Coulthart knows this is all fake, but because of fiasco at 60 Minutes Australia and calling a bunch of British lawmakers child predators with no evidence and getting caught that story was fake, he can't get a real job. So he has to do this to make a living. That's one category, the people who really know this is fake and they run this grift anyway. And then certainly there are people that truly believe it's all real, right? One can speculate about every personality in the UFO community. Which one is it? Are they one of the scumbag grifters that know it's all fake and push it anyway? Or are they true believers? You decide, friends. And let me know what you think in the comments in the live chat. We'll be taking questions and comments from the live chat in just a moment.
Of former military officers coming forward with similar claims, including Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet.
And here we go with the circle jerk. Carl Nell, Tim Gallaudet, David Grush, Lou Elizondo. They are each using the other's statements as proof. But neither of these four individuals, I'm going to list them again, Lou Elizondo, David Grush, Carl Nell, and Tim Gallaudet. Neither of these four people have provided any evidence or proof of their claims on their own. But yet each of them uses the other guy to back up their claims. So what we have is four evidence-free storytellers who are telling you this is all real, the aliens are definitely here, and yet none of them have any evidence of that. But when asked specifically what proof did Carl Nell have, he cites Lou Elizondo and David Grush as proof. So what we have is a circle jerk, four wackadoos, also known as the wackadoo prover maneuver. What's the wackadoo prover maneuver, you might ask? Well, if you're a regular viewer, you know what the wackadoo prover maneuver is. But if you're new to the channel, I will explain. The wackadoo prover maneuver is when one wackadoo who has absolutely no evidence of his claims, like Carl Nell, is asked for the evidence of his claims, and he cites another wackadoo who equally has zero evidence of his claims as proof. You understand now? It is one big circle jerk, one big self-licking ice cream cone. In other words, a wackadoo prover maneuver. What's your evidence that aliens are visiting Earth, Carl Nell? well, just look to the statements of Lou Elizondo and David Grush. And nobody goes further and says, but wait a minute, Carl Nell. Neither Lou Elizondo or David Grush has ever provided any evidence of their claims. So how can you use them as proof of your claims? The truth is, in the real world, you can't. But welcome to the UFO Clown Show, where you can do the wackadoo prover maneuver. You want to make bold claims like alien space monsters are killing humans. They're murdering Earthlings. Interdimensional space monsters. I always get emails if I don't put the interdimensional part. Grush didn't say that they were aliens. He said they might be interdimensional beings. Whatever. Interdimensional beings with spaceships are murdering humans. Has no evidence of that whatsoever. Tim Gallaudet has never seen anything himself. He has no personal experience. He's just a fan of Lou Elizondo, Dave Grush, and these other wackadoos. And we covered a whole interview with this guy. He's going to be the USO guy, unidentified submersible objects, right? And he's made a plethora of completely and totally evidence-free claims. And now Lou Elizondo is doing the wackadoo prover maneuver, saying multiple military people are coming out and saying that this is all true. Ross Coulthart and Elizondo just forget to tell you that none of those military people. Oh, yeah, the APAC. It's a scientific conference, but they have to ban reporters. They have to ban reporters to tell the truth. Some science organization. God, what weaklings. Intellectual weaklings and cowards. Why don't you let me come and debate at your organization? I'll debate any of these people, and I will wipe the floor with you with facts, evidence, logic, and good critical thinking skills. They don't want that. It'll ruin the grift. But here again is Lou Elizondo and Ross Coulthart using the wackadoo prover maneuver. That's when one wackadoo, Lou Elizondo, who has zero evidence of his fantastical out-of-this-world claims, uses other wackadoos who have equally zero evidence of their claims as proof. It's the wackadoo prover maneuver. None of these so-called military people, and notice, they love people with military credentials because that makes it more believable.
At UAP conferences around the country. Plus, there's been a veritable avalanche of former military officers coming forward with similar claims.
I wouldn't call it a veritable avalanche. And by the way, multiple people making similar claims, when all of those people making similar claims all have no evidence, is not proof of anything except maybe they're buddies. And yes, David Grush, Lou Elizondo, Tim Gallaudet, and Carl Nell are all buddies. And many of them are involved in these organizations that want to basically scam the government out of tax money to study UFOs, in my opinion, allegedly. Oh, God.
Including Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet,
who's provided exactly zero evidence of his claims.
And Colonel Carl Nell.
And Carl Nell, when asked for proof of his claims, cited Lou Elizondo and Dave Grush, who equally have no evidence of their claims. You see the problem here with this? This is why I call it a circle jerk. It's one big... these guys are just all, oh, UFOs, the aliens are real. My boner, my disclosure boner. And they're all in a circle together doing that. The aliens are real. Pass it on. Yeah, the aliens really are real. Keep it going. It's all one big circle jerk, friends.
Non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity. This interaction is not new.
And military.
Yeah, but what they cut out of that is right after he said that non-human intelligence is real, they're interacting with humanity. Right after he said that, the interviewer said, what is your best evidence of that? And what did Carl Nell say? Well, just look at the statements of people like Lou Elizondo and David Grush. One big evidence-free circle jerk of wackadoos, friends. Wake up. These people are taking you for a ride. I love how they always say, buckle up. Yeah, you know who else tells you to buckle up? Somebody that's about to take you for a ride.
Grade UAP videos are now popping up regularly, like this one over Puerto Rico.
Which proves nothing, could be a balloon.
This one along the Arizona border.
Proves nothing. People have speculated that it's a bag flying in the wind. Is this the best you got, Lou Elizondo? Is this the best you got, Ross Coulthart? You're at the top of the UFO grifter food chain, and the best you can do is a likely balloon video and a likely bag floating in the wind video?
And this one over an undisclosed conflict zone in the Middle East.
This is more than intriguing, more than provocative. It's potentially revolutionary and transformational.
Or it's a balloon and a bag floating in the wind.
What can
and not
people do?
aliens?
What should any citizen do? How can they help you?
You got to give you money. Buy his book.
Talk to your members of Congress.
You got to go
Ask
buy the book.
questions, whether it's around the dinner table or the water cooler. That's what I would encourage people to do. Start
Chinese
asking the
spy
hard
balloon.
questions.
Good possibility.
So Lou Elizondo, crystal ball. Let's go 1, 2 years.
And when they
in.
come, it's very
are we
messy.
Going to be as much in the dark then as we are now?
No, but disclosure isn't a sprint.
Oh, it's not a sprint. It's a marathon.
Not going to happen overnight.
Yeah, because I need to sell a couple more books before everybody finally wakes up and realizes I'm a proven liar. And I'm sitting next to another proven liar being interviewed about the lies that I've been telling for years. The evidence-free stories. There's no proof. It's one big circle jerk. Eat that nothing burger. Buy the book. Buy the documentary. And keep chasing that carrot because disclosure is going to come soon. But it's a sprint. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. That gives him plenty of time to sell more books, sell more documentaries, and more evidence-free stories.
Disclosure isn't an event, it's a process. I think this next generation, if our kids are any indicator of hope,
they'll get us disclosure.
That's where real disclosure is going to occur.
They'll get us disclosure. Our kids will get us disclosure. Wow. And there we have it. Confessions of a UFO hunter. I don't know. I'm left laughing at this. Maybe I'm just too far along in my skeptical view. I bet you there was a time maybe 10 or 20 years ago when I would have been completely enthralled by this video. But when you look at it at the kind of face value, especially at the end there, where we can demonstrably prove that they're citing each other as evidence. Oh, look. There's a whole bunch of UFO revelations coming from former military insiders. The revelations are stories, evidence-free stories. And when asked for evidence, they cite each other. It's one big circle jerk, friends. Welcome to UFO land. It's a strange place. And so we'll take some comments and questions from the live chat. I appreciate your indulgence. I really didn't think it was going to take this long to get through all of this. Troll says these Boeing astronauts are going to be stuck up in space station until next year. Yeah, and I think it's funny, regardless of what you think of Elon Musk, I'm kind of a fan of just the way he handles himself. Like when he did that interview and he was like, I'm not going to be bribed by advertising dollar, F off, But anyway, Elon Musk posted an article that was like, can David take on Goliath? Can SpaceX take on Boeing? And it was from years ago. And now SpaceX has to bail out Boeing. And isn't it interesting that in a very short time, SpaceX will be doing one space launch a day. Can you believe that? Every day they're going to be sending a rocket into space. That's pretty amazing progress in a relatively short amount of time. And regardless of if you're a fan of Musk or not, he's killing Boeing. He's killing Jeff Bezos' company, and he's killing NASA. And that's a little sad. I grew up with NASA, watching the space missions and the space shuttle. Was a big fan, but they haven't done anything. They don't do anything anymore. Why do we even have NASA if private companies are doing it all for them, like SpaceX? But for those unaware, these astronauts were supposed to go on an 8-day mission, and now it's going to turn into an 8-month mission. They're stuck on the International Space Station, and Elon Musk's SpaceX has to do a launch with a capsule and get them off the space station. So it's kind of You have to laugh, right? Boeing, the giant of aerospace, is getting killed by SpaceX. They have very good technology. Have to laugh. NASA is trying to say the risk was acceptable. Well, you know, you're talking about, what is it, 2 people's lives, and there's some kind of malfunction in the space capsule, which means they have like I've heard varying percentages, but one article I read said they have like a 20 to 30% chance of burning up if they try to take that capsule into Earth. I don't know about you, but I'd wait for Elon Musk's spaceship capsule to come and get me if it was my decision to make and my life at risk. Whatever happened to Charlie Bronson? He died some years ago. My father was a big fan of Charlie Bronson movies, right? Bob Marley, let's drive our kids nuts with new age shite. Yeah. So questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. We will check in with the PayPal pledges. I believe we've read all the super chats. For those unaware, we read every single super chat. That means if you send a super chat during a live broadcast, we read it. We thank you. You can write any message that you want, but please be kind. And also, you could send a PayPal pledge. And we've got several of those to read out. We have a message from AM and a kind and generous $25 PayPal pledge. And AM says, keep up the good work. A voice of reason prevails. Thank you, and long live Truth Seeker Show. Love the synth music at 2 times playback speed. The algorithm, the French band, that kind of heavy sound might inspire you. Thank you, AM. And for those unaware, you can also, besides sending a super chat, send a PayPal pledge or buy me a coffee. Instructions in the description of the video. Thank you, AM, for helping us to praise the cash. All right, we've got a few more kind and generous PayPal pledge benefactors. We want to thank DB, no message, DB with a kind and generous $10 PayPal pledge. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Thank you for appreciating us. We sure appreciate you and anybody helping us to praise the cash. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. All right, and we've got one more. And that is AM, Village Floral House. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. A kind and generous $5 PayPal pledge. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. And we've got Maria, the MVP of PayPal pledgers, with a kind and generous $100 PayPal pledge. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We thank you for helping us to praise the cash, and we'll give a praise the cash and thank you to our Patreon supporters and our YouTube channel members who also help us to praise the cash on a monthly basis. For those unaware, you can join our Patreon for as little as $1 a month. You set the amount, whatever you like, on Patreon. And our YouTube channel membership is $5 a month. You get all the same extra goodies and benefits as you do on Patreon, but you get one of those. You get some YouTube extra goodies like a channel member badge, letting everybody in the live chat know you're a big supporter of the show. Thank you all for helping us to praise the cash.
You're watching Truth Seekers. Praise the cash, praise the cash.
Wow. And we want to give a very big shout out to Mike Larry. For those unaware, Mike Larry was the guy buying all of those free YouTube memberships that all you guys have been enjoying. By the way, some of you cheap people just took the free membership and then you didn't give me the $5 the next month, but I understand. It's a tough economy. Hey, brother, can you spare $1, right? But Mike Larry realized that YouTube can take 30%. Or does take 30% of all the income here in the form of the super chats, super thanks, super stickers, and gifted YouTube memberships. So if you have a large amount that you would like to share with us, and we do appreciate you big donors. You keep us going. Well, every donor keeps us going. But we have to take a moment to thank and recognize you kind and generous people who are sending so much through either PayPal, and we encourage you, if you are going to send a PayPal pledge, or excuse me, if you're going to send a large amount, please do both of us a favor, because I'm sure you want us to keep more of your gift and your pledge. Please do us a favor. If you're going to send a large amount, send it through Buy Me a Coffee or send it through PayPal, because in that circumstance, they only take a couple of percentages of it. And so we're able to keep much, much more of the gift that you send. So we want to thank Mike Larry for a kind and generous. He bought 32 coffees, and those are $5 a piece, so that's $160. Thank you so much for your kindness, generosity, and support, Mike Larry, making it rain up in here. Thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support, all of you. If anybody has any more support to send, please do it in the next few minutes. We'll be wrapping things up here. And I just want to make a few show announcements. Some of you are aware that I have been very busy. Summers are very busy for me. All year long, I work on this cabin that belongs to my wife and myself. During the summer, it belongs to her. My wife doesn't really enjoy the cabin during the winter months at all. She doesn't like it. And I don't blame her. It's brutally cold there. We're in the highest elevation in the Pennsylvania mountains where the cabin is. It can get to be -20 on some winter cold nights. I kind of like that. I don't know. I go there regardless of how cold it is because the cabin is very well built. It's incredibly well insulated. 2-foot thick log walls. So, but my wife doesn't like that. And she is kind of nervous about the children, and I don't blame her. So she really gets all of her cabin time in the summer. And so I've been very busy trying to soak up as much of that as possible, doing all the cookouts, going to all the lakes in the local area, doing all the hiking and all the fishing. And for those that have asked, my family, my whole family, we do a fishing tournament every year. And our little cash clown is killing me this year. I'm up to 6 fish. I have caught 6 fish during this entire summer. And the little cash clown, Xavier, who you see in the Praise the Cash bumpers, he has caught 32 fish. 32 fish. And he's also caught the biggest fish, which is incredible. I'm going to take credit for that because I taught him to fish. He's only 8 years old. So an 8-year-old boy, and by the way, he's baiting his hook. He's starting to, if the line gets snagged and cut and he has to cut it, he's able to, rejigger the line and put the bobbers on and the hook on and everything. It's amazing. 8 years old, 32 fish. He's way far in the lead. I think the next person that's closest to him has 16 fish or something, maybe 12. I think that's my wife is in second place. I'm in almost last place. I don't know. I didn't have very much luck this year. But in any case, I'm meandering here into the weeds. Summer is the busiest time of the year for me. And I work very hard on the cabin and everything. So during the summer, I like to help my family enjoy that cabin to its fullest. So I've been very, very busy. And as such, sometimes I go on Thursday and we don't come back until Sunday or Monday. It just depends on my wife's schedule. So in any case, there's been a decrease, obviously, in shows, output, in special events here, in everything for the summer. And I don't take weeks off at a time, ever. I've only taken I took 1 3-week sabbatical, and really that was for medical reasons during the entire, 4-year run of Truth Seekers. But I do take those weekends off. We try to give you the replays. In any case, we've had a reduced output. And YouTube won't let me forget that. Like, your views are down. Make more content, And in any case, next weekend is the last weekend with my family for the cabin for a little while. My wife's probably going to come once in the fall, and we're going to visit Bushkill Falls. You can look it up on the internet. Bushkill Falls is right near my cabin. It's beautiful. One of the most beautiful scenic waterfalls you'll ever see is right near our cabin. We're probably doing that sometime in the fall. But otherwise, I'm going to have more free time. And also, during the summer months, I'm daddy daycare. My children, both of them are home. I'm just incredibly busy during the summer. And every year I notice, too, that when it's summertime in the United States, at least, the viewership drops because people are outside and they're riding bikes and hiking and doing all these things. So we sort of pull back a little bit. But that period is ending starting next week. My children will be in school. We'll be done with the summer at the cabin. I'm still going to be going to the cabin because I'm building a new cabin. But I won't be as busy. And my children will be at school all day, which means I have more time. And for those unaware, even though we do the show at night, if I have free time during the day, I'm researching stories, writing scripts, booking guests, doing all the support work, graphics, thumbnails, video editing, whatever I need to do for the show. So for those that have asked, why are you doing so few shows a week? We've been doing 2 or 3. It's going to go back up to 4 or 5, starting very shortly. If you have show suggestions, please do put them in the description, or pardon me, put them in the comments section or in the live chat. And we will be looking for new show topics, new show guests. So if you have some suggestions, now is the time. Aaron Flores says 32 fish. That's a lot. I think so. He's really taken to it, Aaron. Like he's a natural. I'm going to get him in the fishing tournament next year, like a public fishing tournament. They have many around the cabin. He's learning a lot about bait and lures and, good methods. He's got good technique. Like he doesn't just cast and leave it. He slowly reels it in, trying to get some interest. He moves the rod around. He's doing great. I'm very proud of him. All right. So questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. Hank McGurk is proud of me. Well, I'm proud of you too. Right. And JLW says family first. Yeah, I totally agree with that. The most important thing in my life is my family. And the only irreplaceable thing in my life is my family. Everything else I could do without, right? But not them. And it really is important to me. For those unaware, or if I haven't mentioned it, I spent every summer at a little cottage that my parents owned near a lake in New Jersey, right next to Fort Dix Army Base and McGuire Air Force Base. And to this day, some of my best childhood memories are spending summers at that little cottage. So I think a big part of me wanted to recreate that experience for my own children. And also, for those unaware, my oldest son, who's 12 now, is nonverbal autistic. He doesn't speak, or he barely speaks. He speaks a little bit, but mostly requests for food and basic needs. But one of the things that Zachary, my autistic eldest son, really loves is swimming. So around the cabin there's all these lakes. We let him swim, and there's a pool in the cabin community where we're in as well. So I guess if you're a parent of a child with special needs, you can relate to this. It's sad a lot of times being the parent of a special needs child, because there's many things they just can't do or won't do. But those times where I get to observe my son just enjoying himself and being a kid alleviate a lot of that. Just seeing that smile on his face. He'll swim for hours. He loves it. We have to go in and get him sometimes and pull him out. He won't get out. So for this and many other reasons, and the quality family time, recreating, I want my children to have great memories of that cabin. And I'm sure our little cash clown, who is learning fishing and outdoor things and, camping and survival skills and bushcraft skills, he's going to inherit that cabin someday and maybe make some memories for his own family. In any case, the cabin's incredibly important to me. And that brings me to another announcement. Before the end of the winter, I'm finishing a book, maybe two. And I know this isn't the audience for it, but the book that is near completion is about building cabins and the benefit of cabins, both physically, psychologically, mentally. And that book is called Build a Cabin, Change Your Life. I've got a new YouTube channel called Build a Cabin, Change Your Life as well. I'll be working during the winter. If I'm at the cabin and it's too cold to work outside, and most of the time it is, I'll be working on the book. And the other book is certainly going to be about the wacky world of UFO land. So I'm going to have a busy winter too, but I think the fall will be very media and content rich here. So let me know your suggestions. What do you want to see? What is it? What guests would you like us to have here? What directions do you want to see the show in? Do you want to see more? A lot of people are telling me that they're getting sick of the UFOs and aliens, even though that's our primary thing here. But I'm down to talk about anything except politics. I want to stay out of politics. But interestingly, on that note, today, Mark Zuckerberg filed a letter, which is very disturbing, which essentially confirms that the United States government, I don't want to get it wrong here, I want to address the contributions I made during the last presidential cycle to support electoral infrastructure. The idea here was to make sure a local election jurisdiction across the country with resources they needed to help people vote safely. Oh, no, that's not what I'm looking for. Oh, here it is. And here, I'll share my screen because, listen, I don't talk politics here, but no matter what side of the aisle that you are on, this is very, very disturbing. And this was the most disturbing to me, the bottom here. In a separate situation, the FBI warned us, this is Mark Zuckerberg filing a letter with Congress, warned us about a potential Russian disinformation operation about the Biden family and Burisma in the lead up to the 2020 election. That fall, when we saw a New York Post story reporting on corruption allegations involving then Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden's family, we sent that story to fact checkers for review and temporarily demoted it while waiting for a reply. It's since been made clear that that reporting was not Russian disinformation, and in retrospect, we shouldn't have demoted the story. We've changed our policies and processes to make sure this doesn't happen again. For instance, we no longer temporarily demote things in the U.S. while waiting for fact checkers. So what that proves is that the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation actively, whether they intended to or not, interfered with the 2020 election by getting Facebook, and some say other media companies and social media companies, to ban or not allow the laptop story to be seen by United States citizens. That's very, very disturbing, and it should concern all of us. If that story had been allowed to be shared openly and then it was talked about openly, that, I believe, would have affected the outcome of the election. Not that I'm a Donald Trump fan and want him to win, but I want the system to be fair. It is far, far from fair. Now we've got the stunning revelations that somehow the Biden administration fudged the numbers and created 80,000 jobs that weren't there. This is why I don't do politics. It's so corrupt, friends. It's so corrupt. Michael Siebold says, topics. Sure. Aaron Flores says, I'd build a cabin in the desert, UFO watch at night for real. Yeah, and that's other news, Aaron. I got a really good telescope that allows me to connect my phone to it and take pictures. I've done some preliminary tests, and the tests were good. We're going to be doing sky watches from the cabin, I hope. Yes, Admiral Rascal says, Zuckerberg is Lord, Data's evil twin. He sure acts like a robot sometimes. Sunlover 5000 says, no kidding, Sherlock, kind of known. Yeah, but now it's confirmed. So before, Sunlover, if you would say that they did that, people would say, well, there's no evidence of that. Now we've got Mark Zuckerberg confirming that the United States government essentially leaned on them to censor stories critical of Biden. It's stunning. That means the FBI actively interfered with an ongoing election in favor of one candidate. They're supposed to be nonpartisan, meaning they shouldn't take political sides. There's something really, really not right with him, dude. Reminds me of creepy Data from Star Trek. Rascals. Yeah. Zuckerberg is a robot. Pathfinder says, UFO Observatory Desert Retreat sounds awesome, Aaron Flores. I agree. Well, I guess I've rambled long enough. So the announcements really are, we're going to have more shows here. We're going to keep them mostly at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but I am considering doing a separate show called Truth Seekers Today, where we could just try new things. And if it doesn't work out, it's not our usual time slot or our usual show slot, so I won't be upset if we get half the views or whatever. Let me know what you think of a Truth Seekers Today show that would air at 1 p.m. Eastern Time and would be 1 or 2 hours long, like our, maybe 1 hour long would be better. So maybe 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. or 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Let me know what you think of the idea of exploring new topics under the title Truth Seekers Today. And we're going to at least give that a try. Also, I want to encourage you to check out the Murder in UFO Land series. I have yet. I'm going to make a playlist. I keep forgetting to do that. And those of you who have asked, why is the audio podcast behind schedule? Kind of explain that. Busy with the cabin stuff. But I will be getting that up to date later this evening. So I'm glad that you audio listeners are out there to let me know that I'm slacking. I'll try to not slack off so much. So what can I say, friends? To wrap up on Lou Elizondo, this guy's just another UFO messiah, and a false one at that. And in the history of people making these claims about alien bodies and alien crash retrievals, not a single person has ever provided real empirical proof or evidence of their claims. I think that sometimes history is our greatest teacher. We've now had Dave Grush make these claims, and 448 days later, he hasn't proved any of those claims. How long will we wait for Lou Elizondo to prove the very similar or same claims that he's making? I have a feeling it's going to be 448 days or more. We're starting a counter. So, yeah, what can I say, friends? That's all I got for you. I would caution you, before you believe any of these UFO messiahs, first of all, you have to fact check every single thing that they say. And you also have to be aware that sometimes they use scumbags like Ross Coulthart, who that dude, I swear to God, that dude would like bang his own mother in the butt on film to sell a story. Like, that's how I feel about Ross Coulthart. He'll do anything to sell a story. He doesn't care about the facts. He doesn't care about evidence. And when they say he's an award-winning journalist, what they forget to tell you is that he won the Bent Spoon Award in Australia for fakest stories of the year. Yeah, award-winning for how fake his stories are. You really need to be skeptical of these people. Be cautious. Be discerning. And don't allow them to remove your ability to critically think. Does this make sense that there's this vast, huge conspiracy involving tens or hundreds of thousands of people and nobody's ever able to ferret out proof of that conspiracy? Does it make sense that Lou Elizondo stories and Dave Grush stories have made hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars without providing a single shred of any proof or evidence? Doesn't make sense to me. It's not the truth. It's UFO-tainment. Never forget that, friends. So that's all I got for you. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
I'm an intel guy. Consciousness. I'm an intel guy. If I call your mother a hooker. If I call your mother a hooker. Consciousness. I'm an intel guy. Consciousness. I'm an intel guy. If I call your mother a hooker. If I call your mother a hooker. Consciousness. I'm an intel guy. Consciousness. I'm an intel guy. If I call your mother a hooker. If I call your mother a hooker. If I were to call your mother a prostitute. If I were to call your mother a prostitute. If I were to call your mother a prostitute. 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 Prostitute.
Tell me a story, Papa Lou and Mr. Graves and Nolan. Tell me a story, Papa Lou and Mr. Graves and Nolan. Tell me a story, Papa Lou and Mr. Graves and Nolan. Tell me a story, Papa Lou and Mr. Graves and Nolan. Papa Lou and Papa Lou. Papa Lou.
I'm an intel guy.
Papa Lou and Papa Lou. Papa Lou.
I'm an intel guy.
Papa Lou and Papa Lou. Papa Lou.
I'm an intel guy.
Papa Lou and Papa Lou. Papa Lou.
I'm an intel guy.
We don't know precisely what UFOs are. We don't know precisely what UFOs are. These are transmedium vehicles. That's what they are. That's what they are. These are transmedium vehicles. That's what they are. That's what they are.
I won't sell.
Maybe he's just a confident, well-spoken, ex-military intelligence officer who just happens to have lost his mind. Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Have you ever had a psychosis, a delusion?
No.
Is there anything in your medical history that might be capable of being interpreted as a reason why you might be confabulating, making things up?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Maybe he's just a confident, well-spoken, ex-military intelligence officer who just happens to have lost his mind. What if some of that shit is so big? What if some of that shit is so big it can't be moved? Big, big, it can't be moved. Big, big. What if some of that shit is so big? What if some of that shit is so big it can't be moved? Big, big, it can't be moved. Big, 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 big. In a country outside of the United States of America. Big. In a country outside of the United States of America. In a country outside of the United States of America. Big. In a country outside of the United States of America. Big. 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 They're too bloody big. They're too bloody big. So they're too bloody big. They're too bloody big. They're too bloody big. They're too bloody big. So they're too bloody big. They're too bloody big. I know exactly where it is. I know exactly where it is. But it was bollocks big, 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 big. but it was bollocks
Greetings and salutations, friends. It's not often that we get a 2-for-1 grifter bundle, but tonight we're going to get just that because two of my favorite of the UFO land grifters apparently decided to do a grifter team up. Grifter powers activate! With all our grifting combined, we can make twice as much money from retarded people on the internet. And I'm here to tell you, this is one hell of a grifter team-up. Ross Coulthart, who famously claims that he knows where a giant alien spaceship is on Earth, and it was too bloody big to move, so they had to build a building around it, and he knows exactly where it is, but he can't tell us because, you know, that I guess it's classified. And of course, Ross Coulthart is the same guy who said anybody who withholds information about aliens or UFOs on Earth should be tarred and feathered and drugged behind a Humvee. So I guess we got to start up the Humvee, get the tar, heat up the tar. Ross knows where a giant spaceship is, and he's got to tell us, or he should be tarred and feathered and drugged behind a Humvee. This guy is ridiculous. And in the introduction to our show tonight, did you hear him asking Ross Coulthart if he had any mental problems? That's called incredibly terrible journalism. That's called clickbait nonsense. Let's make sure that people don't think that you're crazy while you're telling us that alien space monsters are running around Earth murdering humans. Do you have any mental issues? No. Oh, except that he got put in a mental institution twice against his own will. Was it once or twice? I'm not sure, Ross. How the hell do you work for a news organization? And I know that, but you don't. And then they cut that part from the video. You know that part where they asked, and when it became clear that David Grush was a former mental patient, they cut that from the interview, that little section there. But I still have it. This is Ross Coulthart also famously accused a whole bunch of members of the British Parliament of being child predators, aurists. You know, rhymes with grapist. You remember? Yeah, you remember that? And then his contract wasn't renewed with 60 Minutes, and he couldn't get a job anywhere. But don't worry, along comes clickbait fake news channel News Nation to give him a job. So he jumped into the grifting space. He's been caught selling so many fake stories, or let's just say evidence-free stories. And today we're going to sample him interviewing another of my favorite grifters, a guy who once accused me of racism because I correctly pointed out that he got arrested and pled no contest to bank-related fraud charges, as best I recall. I got a letter from a lawyer accusing me of being a racist because I said a black man got arrested and pled no contest. And he did. I'm not a racist. Those are facts. I don't know. And Billy Carson, famously, he's been having a tough time lately. Billy Carson got his entire lost books of the Bible kind of grift destroyed by a real biblical scholar, which made me happy because I'm a Christian, and I watched him for years telling people completely fake things about these so-called lost books of the Bible. He didn't know what he was talking about. He was completely wrong about all the shit that he said. So he got pummeled and destroyed by Wes Huff, and everybody cheered. Fuck this grifter. There goes your Bible scamming career, grifter boy. But, as luck would have it, he still had aliens to grift off of, and he still had ancient mysteries to grift off of. You know what his ancient mysteries are? The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, a completely fake book by basically a lunatic. Yeah, great. And those tablets were teleported in and out of pyramids and shit. Oh, it's a great story. And Billy Carson also made a documentary about the fakest, stupidest UFO story ever in the history of UFO stories, the Black Knight satellite, which, you know, there's a few cool looking pictures of this thing, but the most famous of which turns out to be a thermal blanket that somehow escaped from the space shuttle cargo bay and was floating near the space shuttle, and somebody got an image of it. It's not a satellite. So he's completely wrong about that. And I love how these guys we're here to bring you the truth while they're lying to you or bringing you completely and totally fake as shit stories. And we want to welcome some kind and generous benefactors like Days of Boyhood with £5. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Oh, I want to show you something. Thank you. Look at this. Yeah, I've already started. Days of Boyhood, throw $5 in our hat. I'm starting a bird sanctuary in the Pocono Mountains very soon, maybe as soon as next week. I was going to go to the cabin this week. Looks like it's going to snow. Thank you. It says cabin birdhouse money. Can you play the air horn for my super chat? Absolutely. If people don't like it. So yeah, I've already started collecting the birdhouses. I've got a pile of 10 of them over there. They're all different though. This one's very nice, made by a really nice craftsman called Wild Wings. You see that? It says Wild Wings. He makes these, and the cost of the lumber and all that sanding, and it's just not worth me making them myself. So I'm trying to get 20 birdhouses, 20 feeders, and 5 bird baths to start it off. So thank you, Days of Boyhood. Yes, that's my grift. It's the bird sanctuary grift. Everybody should contribute. Don't you want to help those little birds? Don't you want them to have a nice place to take a bath and eat some shit and have houses? You don't want the birds to be homeless, do you? You can't let the birds be homeless, friends. You've got to contribute so I have some extra money, right? Yay, a birdhouse. Thank you, Days of Boyhood. All right, so after Billy Carson's entire Bible grift scam got busted, right? And I have to say, as a Christian, I had been watching him get these so-called Bible stories completely wrong for years and years and years. Some of you know, I went to like 12 years of Catholic school, and I also spent some time at a priestly seminary, almost became a priest myself, very well versed with the Bible. And I have a specific interest in what is called often called the lost books of the Bible, or the non-canonical books of the Bible, like the Book of Enoch, Book of Jubilee, these kind of things that got cut from the Bible. So I knew that he was completely wrong in most of the shit that he's been talking about on the internet about the Bible for a long time. So Wes Huff comes along, bam, screws up his Bible grift. Then his wife divorced him. Oh no, that's his second failed marriage, I believe, at least according to Google. I don't know if that's true. 2-time loser. Yes, the Apocrypha, it's often called. Lay people don't usually use that term. I most often hear the term the lost books of the Bible. And anyway, so his Bible grift gets busted by a real biblical scholar that made him look like such an uneducated, stupid asshole. It was glorious. And then his wife is like, oh man, all the Bible scam money is going away. It's all drying up. All that Bible grifting money is going away, and you won't be able to talk about your hidden knowledge, forbidden knowledge of the Bible that's all wrong. And yeah, all that money's going away. I want a divorce. And for the second time, a woman apparently divorced him. Well, he might have divorced the first woman himself. I don't know. 2-time loser at marriage, right? Which doesn't surprise me, because these grifters have an up and down. When the grifting money is good, everybody's happy, including the wife. But as soon as that grift money dries up, they leave. Well, I'm pretty sure Corey Good's wife will be filing for divorce any minute now. We know that a lot of these grifters end up divorced because the grift starts failing. It's hard to just live with a guy who lies to people every day. You got to imagine, if somebody's willing to go out in public and just lie to the public every day, he's probably lying to his wife about a lot of shit too, but who knows? Apparently, though, Billy Carson claimed that he had an amicable separation from wife number 2, who I believe may have had some criminality in her past as well. At least that's what I've heard. Take from that what you will, rumors and speculation. Yeah, he divorced that Asian chick. Yes. Yeah, she left. Space Cash. Yes, Billy's second ex has her own grift YouTube channel too. Yeah, she learned from Billy Carson. Why have a job? Just talk about new age nonsense, and you too can make a whole bunch of money. So I'm going to put my fair use banner up, but first we have to change the background here. I apologize here. Let's change the background. That's better. And I'll put my fair use banner up. This is a transformative work. We are educating the public and critiquing the video that we are sharing. We are going to be discussing this video with my live chat. I'll be offering my own commentary and opinions on this grifter team up. This is the best grifter team up, at least, you know, that I've seen in a while. Like, these two both have been caught selling completely and totally fake shit multiple times each. So it's a lot of fun to find out that they found each other. And where did they find each other? At Conscious Life Expo, where all the grifters go. If you want to know if somebody's fake, just look at the Conscious Life Expo grifter speaker list. Ismael Perez, the guy who has Superman powers, is there this year. And I guess Billy Carson and Ross Coulthart are there as well. Nice, right? All right, so I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to begin. We're going to get right into it. Uh-oh, that's not good. Huh. Hold on one second. Oh, there we go. Man, being like half blind sucks sometimes. I'm like, in the right place to this. We will get into this. And I love that grifter Ross Coulthart, who, by the way, we felted him something fiercely. We caught him selling so many fake stories. There was the Patchgate fake story. There was the "we have conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by Michio Kaku" fake story. The fact that a news organization would give this complete and total grifting, scamming scumbag a job tells you everything you need to know about News Nation. Why do they give a job to a guy who gets everything wrong, who does no fact checking, no research? He's willing to interview literal mental patients talking about aliens in order to get a juicy story to sell. In other words, he's a complete and total scumbag, right? But it is what it is. This is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. And by the way, thanks to the person who posted this in my Discord, I had no idea this happened. But people wanted to hear what I have to say about this, so here we go.
G'day and welcome back to Reality Check. I'm your host, Ross Coulthart, and today I am very excited to welcome to the show someone who I have watched with wonder, awe, and envy for years, Billy Carson.
He was jealous of his grift. Did you hear him? I've been jealous of this grifter. I'm so excited. Maybe he can teach me how to scam morons on the internet. Awesome.
Billy, welcome to Reality Check. Good to have you here, sir.
It's great to be here.
I'm going to tell the audience a little bit about...
By the way, wasn't it Billy Carson who gave himself a Lifetime Achievement Award? Or was it... He got a Lifetime Achievement Award given to him by Jimmy Church.
Billy
and he cried, I think, when they gave it to him.
From
Anybody find that clip? Email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com because it's hysterical, but I couldn't find it when I looked earlier.
Queens, New York, was raised in Miami, Florida. He had a challenging upbringing marked by poverty and curiosity about the world beyond the visible.
Yeah, when I got a letter from his lawyer basically was arguing that since Billy had a tough childhood, I shouldn't correctly point out that he was arrested because he had a tough... Well, look, man, I grew up on the mean streets of Philadelphia, poor as shit. Like, you don't get a pass for that kind of stuff.
You were an entrepreneur from a very young age.
He's an entrepreneur.
This is just an incredible fact about you. At the age of 12, you had started your first business, a digital car stereo company in Black.
Don't you love that Ross Coulthart is basically just reading the script about him that he was handed by... I bet you he was handed this by Billy Carson. Like, here's my bio.
13, you were earning more than your mum. Yeah. That's pretty impressive. These early experiences in overcoming adversity.
Who boasts about something like that? Like, unless you're trying to sell me a course on how to be an entrepreneur, right? Like, Oh, I started my first company at 12 years old, and in a year I was making more than my mom. Only an egomaniac, loser, asshole would boast about something like that.
Fueled your drive to explore deeper truths. You were inspired by ancient texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Enuma Elish, and the Emerald Tablets attributed to the Egyptian deity Thoth. Billy's worldwide, how do one say this? Your worldwide distribution has evolved to encompass theories of
2 days ago,
origins,
this was posted.
extraterrestrial
Somebody's
influences,
asking how old
and
this is.
consciousness. You posit that humans may have been genetically engineered.
Yeah, where have we heard that before? We just heard David Wilcock saying that humans may have been bioengineered by aliens. Well, go talk to a geneticist or an evolutionary biologist. They'll tell you you're wrong about that, right? But hey, don't let things like science and facts get in the way of a good story you could sell morons on the internet.
By advanced beings not native to Earth, and that reality could be a holographic simulation tuned to cosmic rhythms.
Wow, he's hitting all the conspiracy tropes, isn't he?
In the early 2010s, Billy founded Forbidden Knowledge, Inc., a multimedia empire dedicated to uncovering forbidden knowledge.
Yes, and he also formed, I don't know what year, I'd have to look it up, but he also formed First Class Space Agency, where he claimed that they were going to create space technology and free energy. And he ran that as a charity, I believe, right? Wasn't it? Was that a charity? Billy's free to correct me. And for 3 years, he collected money for that, but he never filed his 990 form, so they revoked his charity status. So I have a very important question. Billy, how much did your charity collect, and what did you do with all that money? You're required by federal law to report to the appropriate federal authorities how much money you collected for that charity and how much money you spent and on what. So how much money did you collect, and where did all that money go? I've been asking this question for years. I can't get an answer because he never filed the 990 forms for 3 years in a row. And when you don't file those forms for 3 years in a row, they revoke your charity. And to the best of my knowledge and recollection, that's what happened to Mr. Carson's charity. Though he constantly, people send me stuff all the time where he claims he's giving books to homeless children and, giving money to charity. I don't know. It seems shady to me. That's all I will say about it. And that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it.
On ancient civilizations, UFOs, hidden technologies, and conscious living. This platform became a hub for documentaries, online courses, ebooks, even a record label, attracting millions seeking alternatives.
Yeah, who's on his record label? His son. Awesome.
To mainstream.
To the best of my knowledge or recollection, his son. There may be some others, I don't know.
Dream narratives. Billy's a best-selling author. Breakthrough book was The Compendium of the Emerald Tablets.
And just so everybody's aware, when we did our Wes Huff, like when he got pelted and felt it and destroyed by Wes Huff, we went over all his Emerald Tablet stuff. It's completely and totally fake. So I love when people are like, I'm a best-selling author and everything in my book is a lie. Like, who cares that you're a bestseller? You got to be a best-selling author by selling lies? Like, that's not something you should be proud of, pal, right? Yeah, I keep hearing this. Steve Mack says, your live YouTube keeps not giving me notifications about the 5th time. P.S. I love this show. Love you, man, for waking us up from the grift. Thank you. Everybody right now should check that you are subscribed and that your notifications for my channel are turned on. That's all I can tell you. I don't know. I get messages all the time where people aren't getting notices. The best thing to do is to follow me on X at Stephen Cambion. We always post the shows there a few hours before broadcast, so you'll know when they're going to be. RP is here. Did you go full DSP and abandon goals? No, there's a goal posted, isn't there? I thought I posted one. Did I forget to save it? Let me check. I apologize. Thanks for letting me know. No, we gotta have a goal. Yeah, there is a goal. The goal tonight is 30 super chats of $5 or more. It's a very meager goal, but we thank you, RP, for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Much, much appreciated. Set notifications to all from our channel. That is correct. I am not goalless. We do have a goal, and we need 28 more. Yeah, right at the top of the chat. And Arlene is sharing my X, so you could just click that link and go right there. Also, before I forget, best practices. Right at the top of the oh, sorry, I'm doubling up here. Right, I went to 1 second. All right, right at the top, pinned at the top of the live chat is our new Clips channel. And I appreciate everybody that has subscribed there in the last couple of days. If you haven't already, go to our Clips channel, subscribe there, and watch every video there. We're trying to get the watch time up so we can get that channel monetized and given to our longtime contributor, Spooky, to run. But we have to get it monetized because Spooky's not going to spend hours and hours every week making clips of the live shows without compensation. And I don't blame Spooky, right? RP708, thank you. With another one for the goal. See, I got 2 out of you. Says, oops, I wasn't scrolled all the way to the top. No worries. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and big support of the show. RP, we got 2 from RP and Days of Boyhood. We might be able to buy 1 birdhouse already. Nice. Thank you, guys. Let's continue.
The modern decoding of ancient wisdom. Follow-ups include The Epic of Humanity, which explores human origins. You've made TV, film, you've been a producer, host, you demystify topics like the afterlife, higher dimensions, and alien encounters.
And how much evidence does he have for all of his claims? About as much evidence that he had that Jesus wasn't crucified. Remember that?
Forbidden Knowledge TV, a streaming
which is
network.
offensive to all
Really
Christians.
got me. You also have a first-class space agency, an aerospace firm researching zero-point energy and alternative propulsion.
I can't believe he's still putting that on his resume. The charity got revoked. Didn't the charity for your first-class space agency get revoked by the federal government because you never reported your income or expenses?
Yeah. And you host the Forbidden Knowledge podcast. Yes. So, Billy, welcome.
Yeah, thanks for giving me the piece of paper so I could lick your asshole for the first 3 minutes of this interview.
Talk in the context of what's just happened in the last 24 hours.
And by the way, listen, if you're going to interview somebody, shouldn't you do some research on them? Why didn't Ross Coulthart know that Billy Carson got completely felted or that his charity got revoked? Like, these guys are all so fucking lazy, it drives me nuts. Like me, if I get one fact wrong, my whole channel is over, right? Feels that way anyway, right? And people hold me accountable as well as I should be, but there's never any accountability. Ross did no research. He's just at Conscious Life Expo, met the other grifters and was like, oh, let's get some grift money going.
Yeah. What's your take on President Trump's announcement that he's supposedly going to open the files?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's twofold. One is he's got a lot of negative attention because of the Epstein files. And I think that his advisory board and his cabinet probably came to him and said, look, Obama kind of leaked out that aliens are real just about maybe 36 hours prior.
Remember what I said, that these guys twist what happened into whatever narrative they want? And here we're seeing it in real time. Obama clarified his statements later. They always leave that out. Obama was just saying, the universe is so big, I believe there's intelligent life out there somewhere. That's what Obama said.
And I heard Trump, he was actually getting on Air Force One, and he was asked by a journalist about what Obama had said about the aliens, and he said that...
I gotta say, Billy's looking awfully rough right now, isn't he? Or is it just me? Man, I think that West Hoof feltoning and the divorce really took a toll on him because he looks beat up, tired. He looks like a I'm not gonna say it. He'll threaten to sue me.
Obama violated a secret oath. He had violated.
I thought that was the hilarious part, because we've all been told for years that aliens aren't real. There's no aliens coming to this planet, and then all of a sudden Trump lets slip that Obama's talking about something classified.
It's classified. You can't talk about the aliens. He's signed off on. He's putting out classified information. But I don't know if aliens are real. But now all of a sudden, the day after, I think his cabinet got together and said, you know what? This will be a great distraction away from these Epstein files. So let's go ahead and release the aliens.
Oh, how unoriginal.
Now, the aliens, some people think, well, he's just...
How are you going to distract from the Epstein files? There's a public searchable database, and people are finding new things in them every day. That story is not going away, unless maybe that story would go away if you showed some alien bodies and that was real. But a simple distraction is not going to stop the Epstein, avalanche.
Doing it just to do a cover-up. No, I think the information he's going to put out is real. I think there's a lot of question marks around it already, just because government has been so inconsistent with a lot of what they've done, and people are starting to see through the cracks. But I believe that the information they will put out actually will be real information.
What's your take? Do you think the American public, the world, has been lied to about any knowledge of a non-human intelligence on this planet?
It's not that we're being lied to.
Why doesn't Billy Carson ask Ross Coulthart where the giant spaceship is buried?
Now, in the past, we were lied to, but now...
And isn't that interesting? Ross Coulthart knows where 100% proof of alien visitation on Earth is, but he can't show us.
It's being obfuscated.
Instead, he's making podcasts talking to other, disgraced grifters that got caught.
And so they're using, curious terminologies like UAPs. So now it can be something they created or another government created, or maybe it could be a UFO, a real alien craft. They want to take control of the narrative, because if you just say UFO, they had already categorized that as somebody wearing a tinfoil
I'll do that, Tim Curley.
And so now we can take control of the narrative, give it a new acronym. So that we
he doesn't live near me, though, so he's probably going to send it.
The fact is,
FedEx.
in my opinion, the secret behind all of the secrecy is really getting access to these craft, utilizing scalar wave technologies and other different types of weaponry to bring them down, to go capture them, reverse it.
More UFO mythology, repeated nonsense. Billy Carson, what is your evidence that scalar technology has been used to shoot down alien spacecraft? Is your evidence of that? Other grifters said it. Other scammers that had no evidence said that. This guy, for all of his ego and all of his pretense, right? He's very pretentious. This guy, he's dumb as shit. I'm allowed to say that. He's dumb as shit. This Billy Carson is dumb as shit. There, I said it. Anime Chris is here with one for the goal. He says all he's got left is that Walmart blazer. Can't even afford a dress shirt anymore. Times are tough, man. He's probably got to pay alimony and a divorce settlement and shit like that. I don't know if he had kids with that woman. Maybe if he did, he's got to pay child support. It doesn't leave a lot of room for expensive wardrobe, right? That's why it's all he's got left. That is correct. And thank you, Anime Chris, for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show.
Near the technology, weaponize it, and then monetize it.
When I'm on the road chasing UFO whistleblowers with Megan here...
Yeah, this is his producer. She's dumb as shit, too. This girl, poor girl, she got a job producing at News Nation Ross Coulthart's fake stories. What do you think that's going to do for your career, you dumb bitch? How stupid are you? Do you think that's going to look good on your resume, that you were helping a UFO scammer who's been caught selling countless fake stories? You're producing a disgraced journalist whose contract was not renewed because he accused members of British Parliament of being PDF files. You think that's going to look good on your resume, you dumb cunt? And I'm sorry, but I'm run out of patience for being nice to these people. Rhonda Iser is here with one for the goal. That's a birdhouse. That's a whole birdhouse right there. Rhonda Iser, very kind and generous of you. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. She says, thanks, Stephen, and praise the birds. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. That's one birdhouse. We're one birdhouse up. Thank you, Rhonda. Billy Carson should have been a narrator for nature documentaries instead of a UFO grifter. Well, I often say this. Some of these guys, these grifters, are very talented. I don't really count Ross Coulthart or Billy Carson as one of those talented grifters, but some of them, sure, they very imaginative. If they put their skills into doing something other than scamming people with fake stories, they would probably do well. Arlene says, poor Gail, bet she was assigned to him rather than choosing him. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of funny too, because she does that thing where like her Twitter profile picture makes her look like she's like a hot piece of ass, but then you see the full body shot and you're like, oh, big girl, right? A lot of women do that. I don't like it. It's deceptive.
Very difficult to get a decent feed. So when I get home here, there's nothing better than cooking a great home-cooked meal.
Look at what this clown is shilling, right?
I love home cooking. And I've discovered there's a really good way of doing that, Megan. Do you cook?
Unfortunately, Ross, I do not. So I'm really looking forward to what you're about to tell me.
I want to tell you about...
His commercials are ridiculous. He's always shilling something. Wasn't he shilling like supplements and shit? And Billy Carson, go look at his website full of ridiculous products, right? Is he still selling the Fountain of Youth in a bottle, right? Oh, a lot of controversy there. I don't even want to get into that for legal reasons, but okay.
A young age with ancient ideas. What started that? What kindled that?
I'll be honest, after reading through a lot of the children's books, my father caught me reading the Bible. We had, the Bible there. We had...
If you read the Bible so much as a child, why did you get all your Bible takes so completely wrong, buddy?
A couple of fragmented pieces of encyclopedias at the time in New York. I was in New York. And then, of course, children's books. And he caught me reading the Bible. And he said, are you reading that? He said, can you read it out loud? So I started reading the verses out loud. And I think I was reading at that time, I was reading the 23rd Psalm. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie in green pastures. He leads me to still water. He restores my soul, so forth and so on. And so I'm reading that.
I wonder what does Jesus think of Billy Carson pushing fake Bible nonsense for so many years, right? Someday we're all going to meet our maker. He's going to have to explain himself.
And he's like, you can read that. And I was like, yeah. He said, okay, from now on, you're going to do book reports. I was like, okay, I didn't know what a book report was, but he explained to me what it was.
I don't know. From what I've seen, I have kind of a hard time believing that Billy Carson can actually read. It's my opinion. I'm entitled to it.
Wow.
And he gave me these sheets of paper that had enough for the name, the title, the date,
Maybe he can read, but he chooses not to,
and then a description and a summary.
This is a good daddy you got here.
Yeah, I mean, he did a lot of crazy stuff, but that one thing he did, okay, because it forced me to get comprehension.
Sure.
And when a kid is from age 1 to 7 is when you have a brain like a sponge.
Yeah.
You can learn almost anything.
He taught you how to think, didn't he?
Yes, he taught me how to think. This is why I dedicated my financial literacy book to him, because I wouldn't be able to
financial literacy
most of the things
with
I've
Billy
done
Carson
today without that comprehension, knowing how to think constructively and knowing how to ask questions.
So what was your favorite book that captured your imagination about unexplained knowledge, ancient civilizations?
Yeah, he's smarter than everyone else. Exactly.
Well, as a
failed thinking class, Billy.
The text was really in the biblical text initially.
Because the Bible is
you're right. He decided it's easier to make it up.
A lot of mythology and a lot of text that parallels other more ancient texts.
But it's funny, I only learned this, I have to admit to you, because I started reading the
we ought to check that out.
As a result of you. I went, for heaven's sake, I'm going to have to go and read this stuff.
A lot of
but it's a
IPs, trademark.
The Enuma Elish is literally, I think it's 1,000 lines.
That book is total shit. Billy Carson's Emerald Tablets book is total garbage.
And deciphered from the Sumerian.
Right.
The Grifter's Bible, his favorite book.
Creation.
Yes.
Right. Came out of the Library of Ashurbanipal.
The reason why I'm talking about this in the context of the Bible is you've talked about how there are links, so many similarities between what the Enuma Elish, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Emerald Tablets, these mythical retellings of human civilization and prior civilizations.
Well, see, but it's mixing nonsense with real history. The Epic of Gilgamesh is real. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth is basically a channeled book of nonsense from a complete and total scammer grifter, right? Basically, Billy Carson picked up some old school grifter's scam and then ran with it and expanded upon it. I don't mixing the real ancient text with fake ancient texts
are evoked in the Bible as well.
Exactly. So what I found, and the terminology, the correct terminology.
Yes, no proof of the Thoth tablet.
Found out exactly. Can't say it's copied, but you can say paralleled. So when you read the Enuma Elish, which predates the biblical text, you see a lot of parallels there, including
that's fair. A to Z, yes.
Itself, even the formation of our
AZ0 AZ. I mean,
well, even I noticed that the fundamental idea, and I've always thought it's quite sexist, really, is that women.
This is
came
called the
from man.
grifter reach
They're a
around.
bone from the man that was used to create woman.
Right.
And I've always assumed
That may be
kind of
a little bit
outgrowth
at
of
least.
DNA or some kind of
SCF and
genetic,
network.
analysis.
Definitely genetic.
But it's
sure.
interesting because it's in the Bible. But until I read the Enuma Elish, it's also in the Enuma Elish.
It sure is. And you look at some of the other texts that came out within that time range of 7,000 to 8,000 years.
You can smell the grift on them. That's bad when you can smell the grift on them.
Goddesses of ancient Kemet, before it was called Egypt. She also had a Sumerian name as well, but she decided that she was going to give birth to Adamu, the first man.
Yes, this info that Carson is spewing is what helped shred it.
This Adamu, this first man, she says she's
Some
going
of
to
it,
take it, add her essence to an egg of one of the existing beings, or one of the hominids that were already here, probably our cousins.
Sure.
And they genetically modified something within that that egg. In the modern terms, we call it making a zygote. And we insert that zygote into the uterus of the.
This guy knows as much about like science as I know about like I don't know. Like, this is just ridiculous. You go ask a geneticist if there's proof in human DNA of genetic tampering, Billy. Go ask an evolutionary biologist.
Woman, and she'll take it to term. She says she took this baby to term for 10 months. Gave birth to the Adamu.
Yeah, Johnny Carson is way better than Billy
man.
Carson, yes.
And then she tried to
Oh,
make.
really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know if they did, right?
It's the precursor to Adam.
Yes.
Isn't that interesting?
That is Adam.
That would be fun.
Adamu is Adam.
So do you think there might be some truth, some eternal truth?
Yes,
in
a
all of
South
this?
Park episode would be
there
good,
is.
Wojcik.
I think that what we're missing here is that these were people that did this genetic modification and this tinkering with us.
Were they people, or were they
no evidence of any of the shit that he's talked about so far?
I believe they were
someone else.
I believe that they were just advanced beings.
Yeah.
I really do believe that they were advanced beings. I don't think they were multidimensional. I think they were people that were here that came to this planet. And my theory is that they came from a very
There you go. Anime
they
Chris
originate
with a very
in
good
my
point.
opinion,
He said, "My sister happens to have a degree in genetics. When I asked her, she just laughed." That's what every scientist does. But we're supposed to believe that every geneticist, every evolutionary biologist, every anthropologist, every archaeologist, all of those people are wrong about human origins and evolution. And somebody like Billy Carson, with no scientific degree that I'm aware of or background, is somehow right. And every other scientist on Earth is completely wrong about that. And that's the arrogance of these grifters, right? Like, oh no, don't talk to a real scientist and ask them about this. I found an ancient story that I'm going to twist and turn and connect dots that aren't really there.
From the Pleiadian star system.
Why do you?
It's like taking the story of Adam and Eve and twisting it into aliens made Adam and Eve. It's a story. That's not science. It's just so thin, tissue paper thin, what they build their bullshit on.
Say that. What led you to that view?
I collect a lot of artifacts, and I have replicas of a lot of artifacts. A lot of the ones in the British Museum.
Yeah, I won't look at anything that goes against their story.
Attention to these artifacts and these cylinder scrolls, you'll see a lot of depictions of the.
No, they're not settled, but I'm pretty sure most scientists would agree that there's no evidence of alien tampering with DNA to create humans.
Star maps leading through Orion's belt and everything else to get to the Pleiades, and then.
So you think this shows an alien civilization that actually had an understanding of where star systems were in the universe?
They knew this. They knew how to get there.
I'm going to check them at the Kick Live chat. Thanks for reminding me.
Sumerian that shows the Pleiades and other star systems and the path that a comet took through that to hit Earth and strike Earth.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, this is pretty intense stuff. They have a display of our entire solar system on a disk with all the planets orbiting the sun.
Now, at this point, Billy, I'm going to be the scornful, contemptuous, orthodox science. I'm going to say, this guy, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not a professor of archaeology.
Winter Soldier is throwing pennies at me.
Civilization.
Matthias followed the channel.
What do you know, Billy Carson?
All right, a penny up. Thanks to Winter Soldier. A kick penny.
I've done the work. I've done the research. I've spent years traveling the world on my own dime. I spent over now $2 million traveling the world. I've been around the world now 23 and a half times.
I don't know about all this. This seems pretty braggadocious. And wasn't he running like Egyptian tours? So it was a business for him to go to Egypt and give people tours and talk about his nonsense. I don't think that qualifies as on your own dime if you're being paid to do it.
I visited ancient cultures, well, you know, the modern sites, but to study the ancient cultures. I've sat with Bushmen, sages. I've gone for walkabouts in the outback with Aboriginals. I've sat with the pyramid priests. I've done all the work. I've sat with real archaeologists, real geologists that teach, that are
Who? Name them. Why won't he name the scientists he sat with?
professors at universities. I've done the work, and I've done my own studies. I have a certificate from Harvard in ancient civilizations.
He took an online course. Did you hear that? This is where it gets grifty.
Certificate from Harvard in ancient civilizations.
I have a certificate from Harvard.
That are professors at universities. I've done the work, and I've done my own studies. I have a certificate from Harvard in ancient civilizations.
That was as best I recall, a free online course that anybody could take. Does anybody remember Harvard X or MIT X, where they offered some online courses? So Billy took an online course, and then he called himself Harvard alumni in some of his marketing and grifty material. He called himself Harvard alumni because he took one online course. That's how grifting is done, right? Take one online course. And by the way, I'm a big supporter of those online courses. I took a bunch of MIT coding courses that I could never hope to afford if it wasn't a free online course. So I'm a big supporter of those. And I've taken a whole bunch of MIT X online courses and passed and got a certificate. I'm not out here calling myself MIT alumni, but that's what Billy Carson did. He called himself Harvard alumni.
And I have a certificate from MIT in applied neuroscience.
And there you go. And he called himself MIT alumni, or did he? I'm sure he called himself, as best I recall, I'm sure he called himself Harvard alumni. I don't know if he's running around telling everybody he graduated from MIT too.
What I was going to ask you was, do you cop a lot of invective from establishment science when you make some of the connections that you make?
Oh, they don't like it.
No.
Yeah. Because it goes against their mainstream, calm, cool
Because it's
system.
pseudoscience,
They don't wanna
fake
hear that,
nonsense, Billy.
There were a civilization that potentially genetically modified existing hominid to create what we call Homo sapiens sapiens.
And yet, this is what really fascinates me.
That is
something
true,
happened to
Chris
me when I was
Delirious.
about 25, and I interviewed a molecular biologist called Michael Denton, who's
I
become
flew on a
quite
plane
famous
once,
since.
saw him a
And
pilot,
Michael
says
wrote a
Copley
book
CFO.
about how the hypothesis, it's not a theory.
Troll,
it's only a
got a
hypothesis
degree
of the
from Cracker
evolution
Jack
of theory.
University.
It doesn't make sense.
He graduated from
And
BS
I remember him
University.
telling me that
That's
the
correct.
rates of mutation for the development, the level of development of the human forebrain.
That is
couldn't
correct.
explain
I'm more
how we
MIT
went from
alumni than Bob
hominid
Lazar.
to incredibly advanced Homo sapiens in relatively short periods.
They
of
really
time.
are good at
And he
embellishing
said,
and
"It just doesn't
exaggerating. Yeah,
make
that's
sense
how it
for us."
works.
And he talked about, I still remember
Is that
this,
a
he
Superman?
talked about
Yeah, I don't
cosmic
know.
shove. And he said, I can't explain it any more than that. Something
Maria
gave it a
went to
shove."
catatonic state.
And that's what you're describing. You're suggesting that there was deliberate tinkering
It's even
by a
deeper than that.
non-human intelligence.
It's even deeper than what he suggested, because I started studying, why am I dark skinned? Why does my skin reflect sun a different way than your skin? You're light skin, right? Why are some people more yellow, more red? Why is that? Well, I started looking into genetics, and I found that there's a 2% variance in races. So we're all a human race, but there's a 2% variance that makes me dark, makes you light, makes someone else yellow, red, whatever. And so, but that 2% variance can't happen in 200,000 years.
7 p.m. as usual,
It would have
Sherry.
taken millions of years
Eastern
for it to
time.
occur. And scientists and geneticists say they call it an artificial mutation.
And you know the thing I find also, I mean, I'm having fun slagging off.
Yeah, we got the melanin from the
enjoying it,
aliens,
right?
Anime
But
Chris. That's
I
right.
get really annoyed about the arrogance of orthodox science. I think it's been wonderful. It's achieved a lot of technological breakthroughs. But on the theory of evolution, for
Good job,
example,
troll.
one of the things that fascinates me is we don't have the fossil record
Sons of the
to show the
Yakub.
transitions between different species.
Yeah, we don't have it. What we do have is quite a few different hominids that were here at various different times, and some running consecutively, concurrently with each other at the same time. But we don't have the transition between. We have like a species here, and a species here, all fully formed.
Yes, and we're discovering more. We're always discovering more. I don't know that they'll ever fill in all the blanks.
All fully operational and functional, and some
This is the
eventually
excuse
fade out
these
and
alien
disappear.
pushing
Of course,
nonsense
we ended up
peddlers
becoming the
give.
apex on this
Well,
planet.
we don't
But
have the
at
full
one point, there
map
could have been
of
8
all
to
of
10 different
evolution,
versions
so
of a hominid
must be
running on the planet at the same time.
Sure. That was an amazing description that you gave of the fact that they understood how a comet had got from a star system to Earth.
Yeah.
Are there any other examples like that where you sort of sat back on your heels and went, "Oh my goodness me, this is
Thank you,
evidence of
Dan, and
something that is
we're posting
completely
episode
outside
2.
of the
It'll be on
normal
this Sunday,
level of
8
human
p.m.
understanding"?
Eastern.
Yeah,
Hope you
well,
tune in.
when I went to Egypt, I go sometimes twice a year. I'll be there twice this year. You go to the bent pyramid at the shore, and you look at the structure itself, the outside casing. You can see that something struck it energetically and blew it up. And the pieces of debris that are strung.
Oh, and here we go again. Every Egyptologist is wrong. Something struck that pyramid and blew it up. Sources? Trust me, bro. All those archaeologists and Egyptologists, they're wrong. I know what really happened.
Strewn out all over the desert.
Forbidden knowledge, more like forbidden bullshit.
They're charred pieces of rock. And when you pick them up, you can see that they've been charred and burned.
Yeah.
Not by the sun, but by something with extremely high temperature. And you begin to realize that something struck here. When you look at Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley in Afghanistan,
Man, he's good at mixing up a bunch of stuff. It's like the David Wilcock school of grifting. Just mix up a bunch of shit. We're 17 minutes in.
Buildings.
He talked about the Bible, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Emerald Tablets of bullshit, the ancient pyramids. Evolution is wrong, and aliens made people.
The sand brick buildings that were made from mud, they turned to glass. The
Wow,
bodies are still laying in the street today in 2026,
They're still there.
untouched. Still
Wow.
there, holding hands. Some are holding hands. And there's no evidence of any scavenging of the bodies because the radiation is higher than background level radiation.
So do you think it was a nuclear explosion or
Oh,
something?
absolutely. 3,000 degree
Oh,
temperature
God,
is
come
required to
on.
turn sand to glass and to immediately irradiate people and kill them on the spot.
I agree.
What's this place called?
I agree, Black Hood.
Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley. It's located in Afghanistan.
Wow. It's funny, I've heard of another nuclear explosion. Apparently there's a town in India.
Yeah, we're all
where
getting
there's
stupider
high
just
levels of
listening to these
isotopes that
fools.
are only
That's right.
consistent with a nuclear explosion. And I've asked friends of mine, interestingly enough, who work in weapons of mass destruction.
That's
whether
true, Archaic
And
Revival.
they actually sort of
Yes.
gave me a kind of a curious look, as if to say, how did you know that?
Wow.
Why is this secret not really discussed? 'Cause
That's
the
probably
idea that
correct, Humboldt,
there's
honey,
been-
but I'm no
I mean, a
expert
nuclear
in ancient
explosion,
history.
I know that there's a mine in Africa that reached criticality
Yeah.
by natural
Yes.
happenstance.
Mhm.
And, you know, there are isotopes that are consistent with forming different isotopes of uranium. But what you're talking about here
Now they're
is
gonna
a
try to
nuclear
out-bullshit each
explosion
other.
That's
Yeah.
consistent with a nuclear weapon
With a
having
weapon.
been used on this planet.
Yeah. With a
So
weapon.
what's the history of that?
Well, when you look at, for example, you look at Mars as the god of war, right? And I started looking at Mars when I saw all these areas and some of these deserts on Earth, and I realized
Now we got to
this could
grift
be
off of
weapons
Mars,
fire.
too. Mix
And then I
Mars
started
in.
looking at Mars, and Mars had a similar resemblance to some of these areas on Earth that had been destroyed from what looked like to be
No,
ancient
they
war. And
copyright
it's
claim
also in the
everything.
text in the
You can't.
Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Indian Vedas talk
Is
about
this the
war.
Leering Center?
And I said,
Yeah,
why
it
do
sounds
they
like
call
the
it God of
Leering
War?
Center
So
to
I started
me.
researching a lot about Mars, and I found that the
The
Mars
cat's
rover
on
surveyor
holiday.
and some of the rovers
Dueling
that came back and said
bullshitters.
that there's
Yes.
extensive amounts
SEFN
of xenon in the
network.
atmosphere and the
I am
soil.
leering.
Not any kind of xenon in terms of isotope, but weapons grade xenon that can only be produced, as far as we know, a byproduct from nuclear warfare.
You might have heard of, I think his name's Dr. John Brandenburg.
That's
who's-
right.
And
Great
he's,
book.
he's talked about the fact that he thinks there was a nuclear weapon used on Mars.
Yeah.
And it might explain why. Only yesterday, actually, I tweeted. There's a symbol of a spherical cylindrical object that was seen by Mars by
Two
the
totally
rover. Do you think
uninformed
that NASA is
retards
suppressing
comparing
photographs
notes on
to
their
show evidence of life?
levels.
I formed a
That's
group
what
called
we're
the
witnessing
United
right
Family
here.
of Anomaly Hunters years ago.
We are leering
Oh, yeah.
about lying
And
grifters.
a lot of
That's
our anomalies
FPU
have made
soft.
to
That's
Ancient
correct.
Aliens,
Thorncrow says
History
it's
Channel
weapons
series,
grade.
CNN, NBC, Huffington Post. We made mainstream news.
Y'all
because we're
gonna
showing
leer
objects.
today.
We've gone through over 1 million
Salty
downloads.
pug.
Cataloged about 60,000 anomalies, things that are out of place objects that should not be there. A lot of it looks like,
Next year starts
broken
the secret
down
space
or
claims.
destroyed
Yes.
construction. broken pieces of
the leering
things
is
that may have
reaching
looked like they
epic
were
levels
intelligently
here.
made.
Yes.
Some things you can't make out, but what you can say is, doesn't look like it belongs within this area. And other things that
Could be.
resemble similar things on
He
Earth.
sure is a name
like
dropper.
structures in
Yes.
Egypt and other temples in Peru. So it's a big question mark. But when you go to the Epic of Atrahasis, and you find out that there were a group called the Ijiji.
This is where, sorry?
The Epic of Atrahasis in the British Museum.
Okay.
They have text in it to talk about this concurrent civilization.
If he was so wrong about all those Bible books and he got everything completely wrong about that, I don't really trust this guy to tell me the truth about ancient manuscripts, because apparently he's a little bit retarded when it comes to ancient writings, right?
On Earth and Mars at the same time. And that the people who were working there in some way wanted to go to war against a new Enki and Enlil. So this war may have happened. In the Mahabharata, they have a weapon called the Brahmastra.
Yeah, and then Joe Rogan brought on Wes Huff
to
destroy everything that he talked about while he was on Joe Rogan.
Joe
Joe Rogan was the height of his grift, and it's all downhill from here for
It's
him.
interesting, President Trump and President Putin.
Wasn't that long ago he was on Joe Rogan, and then Joe Rogan felt like an asshole for having him on and had Wes Huff on to debunk all of his bullshit, which Joe Rogan almost never does, right? But the outcrying, and now he's talking of Ross Coulthart, disgraced Australian journalist who accused people of being PDF files with little or no evidence.
Russia. At different times in the last year or so, they've both made reference to super weapons.
Yeah.
And they've both indicated that, they have weapons that the world doesn't know about.
Yeah.
And I really worry that we're at a period in history where we're in a more dangerous time than ever before. And yet, from what you're saying,
I will say
there
this.
have been more
Some of those ancient texts are really hard to get through. Like, I tried to read a few of them, and it's tough to get through those.
There's times that we just don't know about.
Yeah, we're just catching up. We're the new kids on the block, We're just catching up to what the ancients
Just
already
like Corey
knew and
Good,
already had.
making all this
The problem
crap
is we're not
up.
learning
Yeah.
from past
The off
mistakes
is
and
cool
suppressing
story,
this
but it's
information
just
to
a
the public.
story. It's
not
fake.
allowing us to learn from past mistakes.
So do you agree with people like Graham Hancock when he says that there have been
maybe.
prior civilizations on this planet?
Oh, I believe so. And the Hopi tribe as well. The Hopi said we've gone through 4 worlds and we're heading into the 5th. And I believe Graham Hancock was spot on, and that we are a
Terrence
species
got
of
Billy
amnesia,
on
that we have
JRA.
risen
Yeah,
and
maybe.
fallen several times already. And
Yeah,
some could
I
be through
agree. It was sad to see him
geological
get that
disasters, and some
shot.
could be through
A
war, or
lot more people
combination of
deserve
both.
that shot than him.
Of all the places you've been in the world, what's the one location that captured your imagination in this context?
Egypt is the place. Every time I go back, there's a new discovery.
It's an amazing place, isn't it?
They're just digging and digging, and more things come up. And now I predicted the underground area beneath the Giza bedrock.
Do you think that's real?
In 20, oh yeah, that's 1000% real. In my book, Compendium of the Emerald Tablets, and on page 34, I show columns going under the ground, underneath the pyramids at Giza, and I say that they go on for miles. And I have a quote there from Herodotus, who said he actually saw the construction underneath there, and it was greater than anything the Greeks could have ever built. And then, of course, fast forward 7 years later,
He's heading for the 5th.
Filippo Biondi and Armando May, with their satellite SAR technology with a 10 gigahertz band, discovered this area underneath the bedrock that's about the size of 5 or 6 Burj Khalifas.
Yeah, and that's all that stuff under the pyramids is still in debate, and the papers aren't peer reviewed. There's no scientific consensus. It's basically one guy or a few guys saying that there's all these structures underneath the pyramids. I would wait for real science to determine that before you just believe a bunch of proven guys that have been caught selling fake stories and giving out fake information, Just think about how much disinformation, misinformation, and fake information about the lost books of the Bible that Billy has been caught spewing. He's not a trusted source of information. He's basically an idiot.
Now, look, I'm not a scientist, but I've always been taught by friends of mine who do synthetic aperture radar imaging that you can't look down that far. With
Did you get this from the wizard that lives in the Emerald City, Billy?
He's doing is legitimate?
Oh, yeah. I've been through several of his lectures in person. I've traveled around the world to come show up at his lectures and watch his science and review his documents and review his scans. He's using a slightly different version of SAR technology at a slightly different bandwidth. What he's doing is he's
TJ Felony
picking up
says, "Oh no, not
minute
this guy again."
vibrations under
Yes,
the
you're about
ground,
to get
and
stupider
that
just
data is being
listening
sent
to
back
this,
to a
TJ
supercomputer, which is
Felony.
then rendering an image.
So it's more than synthetic aperture radar.
Right.
He's
Yes.
actually drawing on vibrations.
He's
Yes,
drawing on
they were
seismic activity and
channeled
vibrations.
book.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's what he's doing, and that data it actually tells.
Isn't
the
it
computer
interesting how many of
which-
the grifters love channeled books? Like a lot of people grift off of the Urantia book. That's channeled off of the Law of One. David Wilcock loves grifting off of the Law of One. That's a channeled book. And the Emerald Tablets of Thoth are a channeled book. Grifters love channeled books. But I don't know about you. I'm not taking information from somebody who claims to channel interdimensional beings and write books through that method. Some people may argue the Bible is channeled too, though. So I guess I shouldn't be too harsh on it. And I have a friend who's big into the Urantia book. And here's what I'll say. Before he got into that book, that person that I know was a mess. He was kind of like a drinker, drugger, kind of a loser, always getting fired. He just was a mess. And he got into this Urantia book, and he's now like a decent human being. So if it helps people, then hey, great, I guess. Even if it's bullshit, I don't know. Chad Wellington with one for the goal. Did you know that it's alleged that official DSP was mentioned in the Epstein files a total of 59 times? He's going for the gold there, golden showers. I don't think that's true. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And thank you also for being a member. Big support from Chad Wellington. Let's get some more support, friends. I will check in with the Kick chat, see if there's anything. But Kopi Berra supporter just send a full send on Kick. Winter Soldier is throwing pennies at me, but at least Kopi Berra supporter, thank you. Kopi Berra supporter is throwing dollars at me. We like the dollars more than the pennies, you clowns, right? Steven is the GOAT. All these years and Steven is still standing strong. Do you know how many people were hoping I would die on an operating table recently, Steve Long? I got sent some screenshots, and I'm not going to say where they were from, but let's just say that the grifters were all like, hope he fucking dies. Fuck that guy. I guess I'd really do affect their grifts and their pocketbooks, but yes, we're still here. I have another minor brain surgery. These are two words that should never go together. Minor and brain surgery. I have another minor brain surgery to get through, but I'm feeling like myself again before the recent brain bleed, brain aneurysm event.
Spaces are empty and which spaces are solid. And then the computer renders that particular image.
Now, it's interesting. You and I have probably at different times come up against.
Yeah, a few people said. You know what was funny, TJ Felony? Of all people, I don't even know that she still had my number. Of all people, do you know who sent me a lot of nice messages? Anjali, that former Defense Intelligence Agency information warfare specialist whose entire original story we busted as completely fake. She sent me all these texts telling me she was praying for me every day and stuff. Nice lady, right? And that's something that I did not expect. Even David Wilcox said that he hoped that I pulled through. But he didn't mean it. Chad Wellington says, seriously, ask PPP. I don't know about that. Are you kidding me? No. Darkside Phil is mentioned in the Epstein files. He can't be. Every once in a while, I go to that search the Epstein files and I look for stuff. It's like a bad guilty pleasure of mine. I'm going to just put in Darkside Phil. Is there going to be anything? No results found for Darkside Phil. Phil Burnell. No results found for Phil Burnell. DSP. No results found. You are fake news, Chad Wellington, but we'll take the $2. Thank you. I had to check. I don't know, right? We need another crossover with you and PPP. Whenever he's willing to do it, I'm willing to do that. Let's continue. Here we are, 25 minutes in.
And the thing that's interesting to me is numerous archaeologists have told me that he suppresses history.
Well, she did walk off on the last interview, but
things such as what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Is there a suppression of history in Egypt? And who's doing it?
Well, behind Zahi Hawass, he's just a front man. He's a puppet. Behind him, there's somebody higher up.
That could be true.
Of Egypt itself. No one knows who this.
That could be true. Do you know,
this
Scopely?
oligarch or whoever controlling.
I was in a rock band in my early 20s, and we played a lot of all ages shows. So if I ever met a girl, I insisted on seeing ID. Like, people thought I was kidding. I would not take a girl or any girls back to the after party unless they were preferably 21, because we had alcohol there. But yeah, we would check IDs because girls, some of these girls, even today, it's even worse, right? Isn't it worse? Do you ever see a girl that's like, I don't know, 16 and she looks 30, you know? I don't know. I used to check IDs, Scopely CFO. That's what you got to do. Chad Wellington with one for the goal. Can't we just pretend? Just say you believe it, or it sounds like something he could be involved in. Well, I don't know about him being in the Epstein files, but do I believe that maybe Jeffrey Epstein introduced him to a 13-year-old Panda Lee? Yes. Yes, Chad Wellington. He's disgusting and despicable enough that he would do that. I believe that. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and being a big show supporter and channel member. Never take anyone's word for it. Yeah, especially in a rock situation, because the all ages shows, there would be like, I'm not kidding you, I swear there was like 13, 14-year-old girls in there and boys in the mosh, and they would mosh and whatever. And the bar area, you had to show ID and like go upstairs to drink at the bar. So I generally tried to meet women upstairs because then I knew that they had ID, right? Trolly Troll with one for the goal. Saying DSP is on home repo man's list. Yo, if his bankruptcy is coming, Trolly Troll. For those unaware, I think Darkside Phil is living off of credit cards again. Yeah. Especially when people get, well, you know, groupies Watch Sick knows, because Watch Sick was in a band. There are a lot of groupies at rock shows. And I used to say, Watch Sick, always remember, you're just one show away from your next new girlfriend. I'm not kidding you. But you know what? I was kind of not very kind to a lot of women, and I regretted it later. But it's just like the access you get, and there's always more women. So like if a girl was pissing me off or whatever, I'd just dump her and go to the next show and get a new girlfriend. There was always all these women around. And yeah, they get horned up at the rock show. You got to be careful, right? Out of all the grifters, Anjali is the one that baffles me. I can't decide between she had a psychotic episode and really believes herself, or is she a paid actress absolutely lying? Maybe I ought to get her back on the show. We'll see. You know, I think she kind of moved on to doing new talking to alien stuff. I don't know. It's sad seeing Ross fail so much. With every episode with total grifters like Carson, bit by bit, whatever credibility he has is getting chipped away. I don't think he had no credibility since he started in UFOs. He's basically fired from 60 Minutes for the most egregiously fake story ever to air on 60 Minutes. Contract not renewed. I'm sorry. Fired. Same thing.
Factor is, but they don't want the world to realize that Egypt was a highly advanced civilization that have achieved the golden age and maybe even achieved space travel.
Still claiming to meet the ones in the cave.
To know that,
all right.
Because then we're going to question the status quo, and of course we're going to question religion and everything else. They want us to believe we're just slaves
that to me, Billy. I just
that's irresponsible, TJ Felony.
Suppress that, because I agree with you.
Right.
I mean, I don't doubt it for a moment. I've been to Egypt myself a few times, and I've seen and spoken to people who've told me that their discoveries they've been told they'll never come back to Egypt again if they publish what they've got.
Yeah.
No, come on.
I've been threatened as well.
You can publish anything you want. Now Billy Carson's getting threatened by Egyptian officials. This is just like the Men in Black are trying to kill me, like David Wilcock grift, Corey Good kind of grift, Lou Elizondo kind of grift. Oh, I'm in such danger. I got to have all these dogs and guns at my house.
Oh,
no, you're not.
I had Secret Service, Egyptian Secret Service follow me around and shut me up from talking to my group sometimes. I've had all kinds of
Egyptian Men in Black.
Like
oh, no.
They don't want the world to know because, you see, religion is a multi-trillion-dollar control system. And it brings in a lot of money, and it allows people to sacrifice and give everything that they've got towards that cause. And people behind the scenes.
No, that was Sarah
and
Adams.
Leaders,
Anjali is a really old
and
story.
People under
Actually,
level of control.
Anjali was my first really big story in UFO land. And for those unaware, she's a former Defense Intelligence Agency Air Force woman with a very impressive government resume that claimed that she met aliens in this secret underground alien tunnel. And then I found the guy who owned the property with the so-called tunnel on it. And we proved that there was no tunnel, that she never met aliens, and that basically she was on a bunch of drugs, including Rick Simpson oil and antidepressants and a bunch of other stuff. And the guy who owned the property basically ripped her story to shred, and we interviewed him. Just search for go to our main channel and hit that search bar, a little magnifying glass, and hit Anjali. That was our first really big story that got us on the map. So, because she was blowing up huge at the time for her stories, and then we proved her stories were all fake. Honestly, the whole situation made me kind of sad.
Them as sheep. If we were to find out that these particular technologies, anti-gravity,
walks it back and relaunches it,
and
yes,
zero-point energy existed, well, then our minds would be completely unlocked and open to want to do
research. No, it was after. Yeah. Nobody right really cared when I did the Stanton Friedman interview because I just had a little audio podcast. I got lucky that he did that.
And we don't want to think about anything else. And we better not think about anything else. And if anybody rises above that, they might.
Arlene's posting links to the Anjali story. It's a great story.
First-class space agency, and you're researching zero-point energy.
Yeah.
Why? What motivated that?
Yeah, this is great. So he's asking about first-class space agency and Billy Carson researching free energy. But as a journalist, shouldn't Ross Coulthart ask him, how much money did you collect for that? And what did you spend all the money on? And why did your charity for that get revoked? Of course he's not going to do that. Of course he's not going to do that.
Well, you know, I was studying the flower of life, the ancient symbol of the flower of life. Inside the flower of life, there are enough spaces where the circles interconnect to put in 64 tetrahedrons in a three-dimensional format.
This sounds like new age quantum nonsense to me.
I noticed that where the tetrahedron touch in the center, it creates these vertices, which is like the vector equilibrium. And at the center of that,
look at him using big words.
Based on the mathematics, you should be able to tap into unlimited energy. That the universe itself appears to be this space or this atmosphere, but it's really this seething super unlimited power.
Do you believe the United States and possibly other countries are aware of and have broken through to develop ZPE?
Absolutely.
Zero-point energy.
Because when you look up the patents, all of a sudden you find a lot of patents, and then you find that they've commandeered some of these patents, and then you find out that they've gone and re-engineered some on their own and put their patent in.
It's funny, you know.
I'd like to see the paperwork on that myself.
I'll tell you, Billy, I had a conversation with a scientist.
Keywords, yes.
Developed.
When I touch it, it creates equilibrium.
And he's not gone public. It's not Salvatore Pay, who a lot of people talk about. It's another scientist.
I remember UAP.
And
I remember.
The time that he was speaking to me, he was going to go public.
Here we go with the shapes.
And then in the time that he was speaking to me, he basically got told to pull his head in. And he was adamant that this was a working technology. And I'm in the situation as a journalist where I can't verify that. I can only really verify it if I can go there, show that there's no energy coming in and there's, you know, gigawatts coming out.
Right.
That's what I'm told exists though. Yeah. Why suppress technology like that?
Yeah. Well, because they can't meter it. They think they can't meter it.
And this free energy thing really makes me angry because Stephen Greer ran a free energy scam as well. And in his free energy scam, he collected $500,000. I'm talking about Stephen Greer now. and he never delivered anything that he promised. What happened to all that money? Nobody knows. Then Stephen Greer grifted another $500,000 to make a film about free energy, and that, I guess, he delivered. But that would mean that Stephen Greer has grifted $1 million off of free energy and delivered no working prototype, no proof that any free energy device works. And when I say that I'm somewhat experienced in free energy devices, I am. I was one of those kids growing up building, radios out of circuits and, parts, electronic parts and circuit boards. I used to get in a lot of trouble because I would pick the trash and I would take like broken TVs out of the trash and desolder like parts out of the circuit boards. But, that's dangerous. And my father would lose his mind, like, oh, what the fuck are you doing in that basement now? But I got interested in, you could look it up. I got interested in free energy devices, and I started buying plans off of eBay as pretty much, a youngster. And I don't know, none of them worked. And they would always blame you for why it didn't work. Chad Wellington with another one for the goal. Thanks for being a member. And thank you for all the support tonight. The MVP of support tonight so far, Chad Wellington, says he just said they touched tips. I agree. It was weird. Crystal power cells. Look that up. Hutchinson. That is one of the most tantalizing things I've ever built. And I played with magnets a lot, Wojcik. You are correct. Trying to build magnetic motors and basically a lot of free energy is that free energy devices is that you're trying to build a perpetual motion machine, which is impossible according to the laws of physics. And the third law of thermodynamics precludes free energy working. And this is established science, established physics. Free energy is not scientifically possible according to real science. But there are some tantalizing things that you could build, like a little crystal power cell that will light an LED for years on end. That's very tantalizing to me. But when you try to scale those things up, they never work. And I spent probably a few years building these things in my basement, in my garage, and I still have a huge box of parts and stuff. Maybe I should do a show on free energy, right? Laws are meant to be broken. Yeah, well, that's what the promoters of these things, but they've always got something to sell you. Imagine still believing in laws this day and age of lawlessness. Well, good point.
See, the mindset of a person that's understanding how to control civilizations, they only see that they have to use it through power and force. They don't understand that you can do it through love and light. They haven't figured that part out yet. Control and work.
Love and light.
Power,
yes, trust in science.
And monetization. But if they really
sometimes that's stupid advice. I agree.
The other side can be not only just as profitable, but even more abundant, because you can free the world, but you can also put parameters in place that allow everyone to live a great life, and you can still live a phenomenal life. You can travel the world, travel the stars, do whatever you want.
Sure.
You can actually do more than you can do now, because right now we're limited.
Now, what do you say to...
Yeah, this is the utopia. Everybody that scams on free energy is like, well, we could build a utopian world. You won't have to work anymore because energy will be free. You could heat your home for free. You could have all the, electric toys you want, electric heaters, anything you want, because energy is free. You won't have to work anymore. It's a... Stephen Greer is expert at pushing this utopian free energy. It's a fantasy.
Those probably sitting at home, probably scientific orthodox viewpoint, scoffing and saying, these two guys, they don't know what they're talking about. This is just conspiracy, wacky tinfoil hat nonsense.
Trust the crackpot science.
For a person to have that opinion. Everyone can have their own opinion, but you got to remember something in science. Everything starts off as a theory until it's broken or proven.
Well,
right?
yeah.
And the only way
try powering a house on a free energy device.
A lot of understandings, ideologies, and beliefs about how science worked had to get broken down and reconfigured and re-understood, or we wouldn't be here today.
Yeah, that's the talking point. Yeah, you could boil all the Earth's oceans with a teacup of
the Alcubierre drive,
0 point
warp speed drive,
energy.
Not faster than light. Actually, yeah, faster than light.
Yeah, FTL.
It's possible.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not done yet officially. Mm-hmm. We also know that energy from the quantum vacuum, ZPE, 0 point energy, is hypothetically possible.
Yeah.
Do you believe it was
Who says that's possible? Nobody but crackpots.
achieved in prior civilizations on this planet?
Oh, I definitely believe so. And the reason why I believe so is because in these ancient texts, it talks about people becoming space refugees, basically. They're leaving the Pleiadian star system. They're fleeing to Orion, Aldebaran, Ursa Minor, Ursa Major, Sirius. If you look
now he knows where the alien migration pattern is. Like, this is just absolute bullshit. Like, they're fleeing this star system and they're going to this other star system. Says who?
The Dogon tribe in Mali, Africa. They knew about Sirius B, a trinary, one star in a trinary star system, light years away.
It's a great story, this. I love
Right?
it. Yeah.
They knew the orbital patterns and
Yeah,
everything of this
yeah, I
trinary
remember
star
that,
system. And then
Mark.
they were
This is not a
grifter.
star system that's visible from
right.
Earth.
You can't see it with the
They
naked
said
eye.
it in
And the
Stargates,
star that
even,
these
so it
people
must be
came
real.
from to Earth
Yes.
to tell them this, it ran out of fuel. It became a white dwarf. So you definitely can't see that.
You
with
are
the naked
correct.
eye.
I
Right,
believe
our
it
sun's gonna
is.
become a
And
white
I,
dwarf as well because it's not large enough.
I regret all the time I wasted on it. I could have been building anything else, and that time would have been better spent. But I had to know. I was not content when, like, a science teacher would tell me it's not possible. And we're like, well, there's these eBay plans, right? And there are some things that actually work. Like, for example, you can build a converter that will take in radiant radio waves and convert it to voltage, but the power you generate is so tiny. Those things are tantalizing to me, though. Imagine making millions of dollars a year talking about only things that have not been proven but are theoretically possible, allegedly, right? Have you ever considered that you have been was taught to you to keep you ignorant? Could be, Rex Holes. That's why I tried my best to build a free energy device and was never really able to do it. It depends on what you consider a success. Like, I could build a crystal power cell that would power a little LED with a little added circuit called a Joule Thief for years on end. Is that a successful free energy device? Who knows, right? Where's Wes Huff when you need him? Exactly, right?
To a supernova. But the thing is,
So how does a remote
How did they get
nomadic
it?
tribe
How?
in Africa know about that?
how did they get this information? Someone came and told them. Now, here's why I say faster than light travel existed.
Yeah, and always these people, they all discount the ingenuity of man. How could they have known about this Sirius star? The aliens must have told them. Maybe they discovered it. Who knows? It's a mystery. They always inject the aliens to explain a mystery.
It's light years away. I don't think those people, whoever they were to come talk to this Dogon tribe, took millions of years to get here, traveling with rocket fuel, because rocket fuel just wouldn't work in that distance. They must have had FTL. They must have faster than light travel at some point or in some way, or achieve a percentage of the speed of light to get from that star system to Earth.
Yes.
Why
I have
did you avoid
I really don't like some of the stem cell scammers. I don't know how, probably because I'm in autism support groups because of my son on Facebook and other sites, but I get served ads for stem cell therapy for autism. And I'm here to tell you that most of those things are complete and total scams, right? They basically promise you miracles. And you know that saying, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Stormcrow says all the stem cells in the universe can't regrow Wilcox hair. Yeah. Stem cells, that's another big scam point lately, just like free energy.
In some of those ancient texts, like the Enuma Elish or the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Wasn't recorded?
Yeah. Or do you believe it is recorded?
Oh yeah, I believe it. You know, if you read the text,
Could
you start to
be,
hear them
Dooku.
talking about
You could be
creating
correct.
something called a
Could be
Dogon
that
Sea,
simple.
a bond heaven earth. And in one
The
text,
Europeans told the Dogon
Enlil,
tribes
one of the
about
Sumerian
those.
pantheon of gods, he says that he can walk from Earth back to his home planet, and from his home planet back to Earth again. And in some of these texts, you also discover in the ancient Egyptian
Somebody can walk to their home planet from Earth? Great.
texts where they had these Sabas, S-A-B-A, which means Stargate. And that
Oh, now we're into
the
this. We're into the Stargates. So far, we've talked about the Bible, ancient texts, how aliens engineered. This is just like a total cavalcade of mixed together nonsense stories from the internet.
had the ability to walk through these Stargates.
Now we're into Stargates.
They have to hold on to something called a Jed Pillar Ankh.
Yes,
So it'd
and
be an
they're
Ankh
completely and totally
with
fake.
A Jed inside, almost like an oscillator of some
100%.
type. And in
That's
some way,
fake
understood that their
pseudoscience.
frequency was allowed through this gate. And so there's also a crystal discovered in Bosnia underneath the Pyramid of the Sun in Bosnia. And in that crystal, which is in a
They're
museum
offering
now, it
hope
says
to the hopeless.
in runes, it's written in runes. It says, we must stand in defense until we can get through the Stargate.
Are there moments in the historical record that you're aware of, that ancient knowledge, where it appears there have been non-human beings sharing this planet?
Well, some people say that, Mark.
Yeah,
but
if you look in the
I don't believe
ancient
that.
cultures of where now is modern day Iraq, you find
And it depends on the severity. My son is totally nonverbal,
and they
or
were
mostly
food-based
nonverbal.
culture. These statuettes are located in.
He is on new medication that has seemed to make him a little more verbal. So we're hopeful. We're always trying to find some therapies or new medications to improve his quality of life and ours, along with his.
The British Museum. And these people are ancient people. They know they had a full culture here, and they left behind a lot of statuettes and some really rundown buildings. They look like reptilians.
Yeah, it's complete horseshit. They won't do the tests under real scientific protocols.
Which means clothes.
Now, what do you
Poor
say
people weren't allowed to wear
the
clothes.
official orthodox explanation for that kind of imagery is it's just playing with allegory. You know, they're just using imagery. It's not a real representation of a real being.
When I look at a lot of these ancient cultures, they
Now we're in
work
cave
on
paintings.
what a cow looks like, what a bull looks
Cave
like.
painting
what
looks like
snakes
an
and
Ant-Man. It
rabbits
must be
and geese
aliens.
And, what a
Maybe it's just simple mythology, right?
person looks like. And then all of a sudden you start seeing objects that look like aliens, that look like technology on their body, maybe suits of some type, or these particular reptilian beings, which they carved meticulously into stone.
Billy Meyer is the worst.
I would just have to
Fake
say, at those
shit,
time periods,
garbage
people were
can
worried
lid,
about taking care of the village,
bottles.
making sure there was food to eat, staying safe, not being attacked. I don't think people had enough time to just lay back, relax, and just start, I'm going to make a sci-fi movie out of this stone. I'm going to, use the cuneiform, and I'm going to take this stylus, this wooden stylus, and write this sci-fi story on this.
Again, this is in the Grifter's playbook. Take an ancient mystery and insert aliens.
Tablet. It just doesn't make sense.
I can't explain this, so we'll just insert aliens, and that explains everything.
I was fascinated with it because there's this one data point that I think you've done a show on recently on your own podcast, Forbidden Knowledge.
Yeah.
And it talked about how a document showed that Hillary Clinton, when she was the Secretary of State, took exceptional interest in the search for the tomb of Gilgamesh. And there is an ongoing conspiracy theory that the real motivation for the invasion of Iraq
to get
was
the
to find
ancient
the tomb of
antiquities and the
Gilgamesh.
Stargate.
Who was Gilgamesh? Why on earth would Hillary Clinton be interested in Gilgamesh?
Well, Gilgamesh
That's probably likely true.
He
It's
was
called
a human,
narcissistic
half
personality
human, half
disorder.
Anunnaki,
They
or
see
half
their lives on a
Anunnaki,
grand
according to the
scale.
text, not according to
Correct.
me. I'm talking directly from the stone tablet in the British Museum. He was half God, half man. He was a giant. Brilliant person, very wise, high level of knowledge. But he was on a quest for immortality because
it's called mythology for a reason. They're myths. A myth and history are not the same thing.
Ancestors had achieved immortality, according to him, and he was on this quest for immortality. It's really the full story of Noah, because he meets Ziusudra in this story, who is Noah in the biblical text, who's building the ark.
So a lot of the let's be polite about this. A lot of the stories and
Turning up the grip knob, that is correct.
Reflections of what has been done thousands of years previously.
Exactly.
Oh, I hope you have a good day at work,
it is.
Ambergeddon. And
But
thanks for tuning in while you're working.
initially he had
Glad we
found
could keep
this,
you company.
He got some instruction where to find this one plant, which was in the bottom of this lake, and he got it. And then somehow he ended up slipping out of his hand.
Peter Dome News.
But
do you know, I was once offered a pass. I might be able to get you a pass, but I don't know. I've been talking a lot of shit about Conscious Life Expo. So I think that offer to give me a free pass to get in might be rescinded. Yeah, I think mythology is interesting, but you can't just take a myth and pretend that it's real history without evidence that it's real history.
I think they really want to find his.
But I do think there's a seed of truth in a lot of mythology. In other words, stories of demigods and the Nephilim may have some basis in reality. Who knows, right? But we need scientific evidence and proof. You can't just declare mythology history.
To see if they can do a DNA test.
Do you think they did?
I think they did. Yeah, I think they did. They went to Iraq under the auspices of this WMD, but what they did was they pulled out an object out of the ziggurat of Ur. I had a friend of mine on that mission.
Well, we
when
got
it
about a
happened.
half
The
hour,
pictures and
Ambergen,
photos
maybe
that
a
he
little
took there,
longer.
I put online years and years ago inside of one of my Anunnaki Facebook groups of the military American soldiers on the
If you
ziggurat.
say so, I don't
a
know.
double-wide Hummer type truck.
Kerry
They put this
Cassidy can get me
circular
in.
device or stone thing on the back. It looked like the same Stargate spinning stone. It pulled off with a tarp on it. Never saw it again.
This is really interesting.
They found a Stargate in Iraq and it pulled off with a tarp over it. And nobody saw it again. Source, my asshole.
I was waiting for you to say that because I get told a lot of things as a journalist, especially because I've got a particular interest in UFOs and the fact that there is this secret covert program where the US is going around retrieving technology. And I'll be honest, I don't often give it much credit.
I got a
to be
scar on
honest.
my
I can't prove
face,
it. I
and
have no
it's
way
a
of proving it,
stupid
but it's
story.
amazing
I used to tell people that I got
how
stabbed in
one
the
of
face.
things
Watch
that they
it.
might have
When
recovered in
people
Iraq
would ask how I
was
got
a
the scar,
Stargate, because
dog
probably
bite.
2 or 3
A dog
people
bit me in
told
the
me
face.
independently that there
I
was
got
a Stargate recovered.
18
This is
stitches
part of what was the
right in
US's
my face
motivation
here.
was for going into Iraq.
Yeah, because Saddam was learning how
I
to
could stick my
activate
tongue
these
out of
things. He was
my
learning how to
head
he was
without
getting ready to
using my
expose
mouth
this to
for a
the
short
world.
time.
His new museum that he had just built with all the information that can prove
Yeah, well,
that there was
listen,
an ancient
the problem is that sometimes I get offered to go to different places like Contact in the Desert or Conscious Life Expo, and traveling for me is very difficult because my nonverbal autistic son, he really only listens to me and I'm his primary caretaker. So to get somebody to cover for me with him for a few days even is near impossible. He just doesn't listen to anybody but me. Well, he listens to my wife too, but I don't know. I loved watching Billy get felted by Wes Huff. Yeah. I think we're going to rebroadcast that episode this weekend.
advanced civilization and an ancient airport, according to his minister of travel, who came public with this, minister of transportation of Iraq, went public. You can look it up and listen to the whole thing. That the original advanced civilization was here in Iraq, and there was an advanced airport with beings flying and everything and landing here in Iraq. And they were going to expose all of this.
Spaceships.
Yeah. This is a public thing that
bitten by a crocodile. Actually, it was a BMX crash.
Transportation of Iraq.
Okay, Billy, help me here, because the thing I have a trouble with.
Yes, Griffin Con Artist Convention,
I've gone from
GCAC,
right,
to knowing there's a cover-up. But the thing I wrestle with is why? Why not bring the world
think
this
I will.
incredible knowledge, this exciting
I
knowledge?
do my
of
best.
other
I gave up.
civilizations,
It puts everybody on the same.
I gave up. When we got his diagnosis, we quickly learned that he'd need 24/7 supervision, and you can't just have a regular babysitter. So I pretty much gave up everything just to make sure that he always had whatever, it's very stressful sometimes. Some days he drives me crazy. It's very difficult. Just imagine living with a human being that can't communicate his needs or wants, and you have to constantly guess, or he has big meltdowns and screaming fits and throws things. And unfortunately, my son's getting real big. He's 13. He's almost as big as me now. He's, I think he's got to be 5'6", 5'8". I'm 6'2". He's almost as big as me.
Same playing field, and the people at the top don't.
Today he was wearing one of my shirts, like a sweater of mine. I think my wife confused my shirt for his. That's how big he's getting.
If all of a sudden we come up with this, we understand that this technology exists and we know how to reproduce it, or people start figuring out how to reproduce it. Now somebody living in a third world country can live at the same level as a person like you and I living in America or Europe or whatever.
Oh, free energy and Stargates, yes.
We're still living on fossil fuels, ground up bits of dinosaurs from 300 million years ago.
Right.
Surely there's a better technology than that, and surely that's
absolutely.
ZPE.
I mean, I can't believe we're still using combustion engines in 2026. It's ridiculous. It's
Yeah.
scary how ridiculous it is.
Well, that I will agree with him on. I think combustion, I hate gasoline engines.
But all of a sudden, if the world starts getting...
Mostly because I can't work on them. I like electric motors.
The same level technologically and energy-wise and water-wise, all of a sudden we're all in the same playing field. And who's the big boss over everyone? At any moment, another another country or another region can rise up and they could be the ones that somehow take control.
What are the Emerald Tablets?
The Emerald Tablets are writing done by Thoth, the Atlantean priest king. And according to the ancient Egyptians...
No, they were not written by Thoth, the Atlantean priest king. They were channeled by a New Age scammer.
From
and we've covered all of this. He's completely and totally factually wrong, or at least he's only telling you part of the story. They're purported to be written by that person, right, in ancient Egypt.
Dynastic era. He ruled over the land of ancient Kemet for 16,000 years, one man. That's what the ancient Egyptians say.
So he lived for 16,000.
No, the ancient Egyptians don't say that. The grifter who wrote that book says that.
He ruled for 16,000. He lived much longer than that.
Really?
In these tablets, which he authored that, and he also authored the Emerald Tablet of Hermes, which is located at Cambridge in the UK. And the other text, as I was told by Timothy Hogan, is now located in the archives underneath the Vatican.
Oh, you know what? I could be wrong because there's two different sources for this Thoth information. One of them comes from a grifter. One of them may be a little more credible.
The rest of the tablets.
It strikes me that the Catholic Church knows a lot about this.
Oh, yeah, they know all about this stuff. And in this text, he talks about being able to see civilizations rise and fall. And he has these places located in Egypt called the Halls of Amenti. And he says one of them is underneath the bedrock located at Giza, which is where they found this underneath open area with all these huge columns going down, and LiDAR scans show energy moving back and forth. Yeah. And he says he would go into these halls of Amenti for two reasons. One, there was a portal.
Now we got a portal to go along with the Stargate.
There were these stone boxes in there.
Yes, it's underneath the Vatican,
diorite, which are radioactive, by the way, because I took my Geiger counter with me to Egypt and found out the radioactivity was higher than background level. And he would put bodies in them. He would transfer his mind into new bodies.
Where's the aliens? All they ever do is talk.
Inside of one of these diorite crystal chambers for 100 years, according to the text, while he walked amongst men, but unlike a man, ruling in different places or another. In China, he was Wang Di, the first emperor. He was Thoth the Mabi in Australia to the Aboriginals. He's Thoth in Egypt, but throughout other parts of Africa, Tahuti and Jehuti. In Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl, Kukulkan, potentially.
He was all these things at once.
So he's been all over the place. And everywhere he goes, he's bringing knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and teaching mankind how to, in his words, how to become the light.
So is it a benevolent intelligence, do you think?
He was benevolent, which is why I loved his work and I loved researching him, because he did not masquerade as a god. And he had an instance in the text where he had a chance to be a god to the people. He landed his sky ship in Kemet, ancient Kemet.
And this is described in the text.
In the opening,
the wooden tablets of Atum and the ruby tablets of Nut are much better read.
What else could that be?
Now he's just name dropping.
And as he sees the people of Kemet beneath him,
just gibberish, man. Just
and the doors open up and he comes out with his crew. And the people of ancient Kemet come to hit him and attack him with cudgels and spears.
So hold on one second.
He raised his staff and sent out a ray of vibration.
I want to just clear up the confusion because Billy Carson threatens to sue everybody. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean are a complete 20th century fabrication, a pseudo-historical hoax with zero ancient origins. But there's some confusion because there is a real historical text called the Emerald Tablet, singular. And it is a short cryptid alchemical passage that first appears in Arabic manuscripts from the 8th to 9th century CE. It was attributed to Hermes, and it exists in medieval manuscripts and was translated into Latin in the 12th century, influencing European alchemy. But the source of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, which is what Billy Carson is constantly promoting, it was written and or, depending on who you ask, translated by Maurice Durrell, a pseudonym for an American occultist and former store clerk with no Egyptological training. In 1930, he founded the Brotherhood of the White Temple, a small theosophical style cult in Colorado, and he later moved around. He churned out pamphlets on Atlantis, UFOs, underground races, and Gobi mysteries. So there's some conflation of one real historical text, right, with this channeled work from the 1930s. And interesting, you know, you can still get these books on Amazon. So there's some reasons why this Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean is completely fake. There's no physical or archaeological evidence whatsoever. Ancient Egyptians did not write on large emerald tablets and more. He borrowed heavily from H.P. Lovecraft. Hounds of the Barrier directly rips off another book, The Hounds of Tindalos from 1929, Creatures That Move Only Through Angles, Follow Souls. Serpent-headed shape-shifting aliens, men who infiltrate councils, straight from Lovecraft's The Nameless City from 1921, and other influences like Theosophy, Blavatsky's Atlantis Lemuria, Frederick Oliver's A Dweller on Two Planets, The Shaver Mystery, Underground Races, Hollow Earth Theories. So, it's a book from 1930, and he's basically saying that this is an ancient manuscript, which is completely and totally inaccurate. It's a channeled work of nonsense. It's fiction.
Stopping them still as fragments of stone in the mountain. So this is a non-lethal weapon. So he didn't try to kill him.
Sure.
He stopped him. Then,
and you know, I am going to rebroadcast. We did an incredible debunk of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. I'm going to rebroadcast that because here's the problem. Once we do like a really good deep dive debunk of something, I just put it out of my brain. I gotta it's like I have to defrag my hard drive. I have to get old information out. So, you know, I apologize if I'm light on the facts and evidence. We'll post that debunk this weekend as a replay so that you could see that these things that Billy Carson has spent years and years and years promoting and profiting from are complete and total horseshit.
when he got to them and released them from that beam, he started showing them that he had magic science.
So this is how, you know, I'm just trying to think of this in the context of Star Trek. It could almost be.
Yeah, so much goes right back to the Blavatsky.
Exact stun weapon.
And how would a civilization represent that? They represent that exactly as you've just described.
Yes.
You are correct.
Oh my God, he came
La
down
Costa
with this giant
Vampa.
ship.
Lovecraft and Howard
So
have
they
inspired
groveled at his
conspiracy
feet.
theories for a long
said,
time.
"No, stand up. I'm a son of Atlantis, and I'm here to bring you back up to a high level of civilization."
Sylvia Brown predicted all this, which is why you know it's not true.
They've forgotten the knowledge.
Okay, Billy, here's the big question. You said they. There's obviously an elite that you ascribe to being responsible for this.
Right.
Who is this elite? What are they? Who are they?
It's the Illuminati.
The ancient text called the Anuna, which is the original name before the name Anunnaki.
Oh, now you got to mix in the Anunnaki.
The knitters.
But I'm talking about who's responsible for suppressing this history now.
Oh, the people who believe.
I thought he dropped the hard end. He said knitters,
That's
not.
who it is. And we're talking about big names. I don't know if you want me to mention it on your show, but these are big names. These are big families. You know, one of the families is worth a combined $700 trillion.
And do you believe all this? I mean, this.
I agree, Mark.
The
yeah,
hard-nosed journo in these
it's
things
a big
is just a
rabbit hole,
conspiracy
Blavatsky.
theory. Have you seen evidence?
I've never done a show on her.
If you
because I can't get through all the research you need to do.
Start to realize.
If anybody, I interviewed poor Virginia Giuffre when I worked for Australian 60 Minutes, and actually no, it wasn't for Australian 60 Minutes. It was another show, but she was amazing. She was such a strong woman.
I don't know.
She suffered so much, and people didn't believe her. They just completely ignored the poor girl. And
Sylvia Brown is
just
a
can't
complete
help but
fraud.
feel
We
she was
felt at her badly
the way
in
she
one
was
of our
treated by
previous
public
episodes.
opinion.
Pretty bad, yeah.
And now we see these horrific crimes coming out.
It's horrific, and it's a big club, and we're not in it.
Yeah.
And this club is extensive, and the things that they were into were levels of corruption off the charts. Besides unaliving babies and everything else that they were doing.
Do you believe all that?
Oh yeah, it's totally.
Oh no, they're killing babies now.
One of the
unaliving.
At UCLA,
Sorry.
Another gynecologist in America, right here.
Yep.
No, we've never done a show on Edgar Casey because that's another one that's so hard to research at all. Edgar
dehydrate
Casey left
babies
behind
and,
the equivalent of like
and do things.
hundreds of thousands of pages of
It's
predictions.
How do we expose it then? I mean, here you are, you're going back as a child.
They had big balls. Anunnaki had
amazing
huge
thing is you've been
genitals.
able to
I
live a
guess
life
they were
where you've
giants, right?
explored,
Yeah.
And you've confirmed and you've educated yourself about this incredible alternative history.
Mm-hmm.
How does humanity come out of that and overcome that suppression, if that's really the case?
Well, one thing, I use what's going on now as a catalyst. I went on a podcast and said, look, this is our only chance. Either we look at this thing, this exposure of not only the government in the United States, but the world leaders and all the people that we saw in positions of power everywhere and see what they're up to.
One thing interesting from the Epstein files, Bill Gates had to apologize and say he banged some Russian girls and cheated on his wife several times. So I believe there's a lot of nonsense in those Epstein files, but there's also a lot of truth. So use your discernment and, be very careful though. But it's interesting that Bill Gates was banging Russian girls while he was married, that Epstein allegedly or apparently hooked him up with. And one of them gave him chlamydia, and then he had to get like medication to give his wife on the down low. He didn't want his wife to know that he got chlamydia.
Behind the scenes. And we take
He got the clap
advantages of saying,
from the Russian hooker.
We're not going to stand for this anymore. The most important thing is for mankind.
No proof they were girls. Oh,
The
yeah.
general population. To
Yeah, he
realize,
didn't really
forget
specify.
Race, creed, color, religion, all these things. Just come together, love one another, recognize each
Yeah,
one as
just
your brother
weave
and your
in a
sister,
fact every
and
once in a while.
organize and realize that we're the ones that they're working for.
Exactly,
We have
yeah.
hired them to work for us. They're public servants, and look what they're doing to
Yes,
us.
penicillin,
They tricked
yes.
us and have us thinking that we work for them when it's actually the opposite way around. We've got to change our vibration, our frequency, as within, so without.
Oh, you got to
as
change
so
your
below. It's
frequency.
us that's allowing
Yeah.
this to happen.
I want to talk to you about the pyramids because I'm fascinated by that whole Giza plateau. And we've spent a lot of time there as well with the other. What do you think they were for? I mean, the official narrative from the Egyptian government.
Listen,
from conventional
George
archaeology.
Norrie basically replaced Art Bell in that space. And what a fuck, George Norrie. He's so boring and so hard to listen to. I don't know how he got that gig. Like, at least I'll say this: George Knapp has a good radio voice. Snorri, not so much, right? Imagine having $100 billion and having to resort to Epstein to meet chicks. Yeah.
Archaeology is that the pyramids were the burial places of the pharaohs.
Yeah.
And yet, as far as I mean, this is a shock for me.
Yeah.
They're not sarcophagi.
No. No.
And there's no hieroglyphics.
Yeah, these two are
inside the
pointless.
pyramid. There is in the Valley of the Kings where they were buried.
Right.
What were the pyramids for?
The pyramids were a multifunctional
That's weird, Scopely.
system.
Really?
The ones at Giza, multifunctional stone computers. And also
Gibman has been a member for 5 months. Thank you for that. You get a free super chat. And he used it to say, suffer, Snorri, Norrie.
No doubt about it.
Thank you for being a member. Give us thank you for the support.
Nile, it meandered away now. But when it ran up,
All right,
underneath
Amber,
the
get his
pyramids,
home. Now it's a party. We'll
the
settle
tubes
in. We're
for the
just
water
going to finish
flow are
up.
Still there. I've been down there.
Sure.
Now, when you have
You keep saying the Geezer Plateau, yes.
Piezoelectric effect.
Exactly. So you get that piezoelectric effect. And you can see the resonating rods going up the Grand Gallery.
Resonating rods, piezoelectric.
The slots are there, but the rods are gone. Going into the Grand Gallery, now you're in this chamber. It's like a cold fusion chamber. And then if you look at the box that's in the King's Chamber now, it's a rose granite box. It's not an original piece of that part of the pyramid. You can even see where it was moved from the center of the room. You can see the scuff marks in the base and the floor where it's moved to now kind of off-centered. If you take the measurements of that in cubits, you realize it's the same exact size for the interior of the Ark of the Covenant.
Total bullshit. Yeah, let's connect the dots. It's connected to the Ark of the Covenant.
Used to sit right in that box. Why? When the water started moving away.
All right, listen, there's no proof that the Ark of the Covenant ever made its way to Egypt, let alone ancient Egypt. So he's saying that the pyramids were built to house the Ark of the Covenant. You know, way to mix a bunch of different ancient mysteries together to entertain retarded people on the internet.
Broke the power function for the pyramid. What better piece to put there than something that was an ultimate power source? like the Ark.
He's got a resonating
I was going
rod
to
in his
ask you
drawer.
What your
Yes.
big dream was
Yeah.
to discover.
Yeah.
Is the Ark of the Covenant one of those?
Oh, I tried. I've been looking. I went to the Elephantine Island.
Have you been to Ethiopia? We've been to Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Have you
I
climbed
haven't
that
been to
ridiculous,
Ethiopia, no.
ridiculous tower in
Yeah.
Ethiopia, the cliff where they
yeah.
allegedly store the Ark?
Yeah, it's gone from there. It's been taken. Yeah. But there's one in Elephantine Island still.
It's alleged by Graham Hancock that the Ark of the Covenant ended up in a church in Ethiopia. And there is some weird stuff, like the caretakers go blind. Every caretaker goes blind, or they get cancer, and people are alleging that's because of radiation coming off the Ark, but nobody's ever seen it inside the sacred place they keep it. They won't let anybody see it. So who knows?
Really?
Yeah. Germany has been digging for 21 years, 7 days a week. And they're paying every day, by the way. They're paying for that. They know that
His knowledge of Ark of the Covenant comes from watching
on
Indiana
Elephantine where it was
Jones.
sitting with the stones.
He knows
that were
everything.
shielding the electromagnetic signature of the Ark, and I've touched the actual podium that it sat on.
Do you feel guided in the work you're doing?
Yeah,
Space gods are from Egypt.
Calling for me. It's just something in me.
I'm prodding you here.
Yeah.
Have you become more spiritual the more you've got into this? You've realized there is a there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt. I mean, I got even more spiritual 2024. In 2024, I got pneumonia in Turkey. I was on a tour. I took people on tour in Turkey. And
This was right before he got felted by Wes Huff.
I came down with a very severe case of pneumonia. I thought I might have just had a cold or something, and it got worse and worse until I lost 30 pounds in the 10 days we were there. Got back to America, and I died.
Well, they don't got a lot of food in
I died over
Ethiopia, so I don't
15
blame
minutes. But in that time, I crossed over, and I was in this most amazing place.
Now he had a
It was
near-death
8K,
experience.
4K, it was 8K, right? I didn't have glasses on. I can see my hands and my feet, so I clearly had a body, but I didn't have any clothes on. And I was looking at this forest.
Now he had a near-death
And there was a
experience.
clearing in the forest, and I was instantly taken to the clearing because I thought about it, but my feet never touched the ground. And then something came and showed me this holographic photo book, is all I can kind of name it, with hominid faces going back millions of years, and they were like flipping back and forth, like, I mean, so fast. It was like a
Oh,
cartoon.
this is getting thick
And I don't know
now.
what it meant or what it was, but it was
Now he died, and he's got a great near-death experience story to throw in right
and
at
I
the
got the
end.
feeling like I could just stay here and explore forever. And then some disembodied voices said, you can stay here or you can go back. And I said I wanted to go back. And when it came out, I was back in my body again.
So when you did go back, what did you resolve to investigate? Like, what's Billy Carson's dream? What's the mystery you want to solve?
Free money for life from
My
grifting,
thing
from
when I came back,
retards on the
it was
internet. That's his
my new
dream.
invention, which just got patent pending. And it's an invention called the 4BK BioKey. And it came out of that because I realized that I had a second chance to impact people here in a positive way, and that my mission here wasn't done. In order for me to complete my mission here, I need to extend my life. And so I was looking for a technology. My mind was looking for a technology that could have told me.
Now he knows the secret to immortality. So he just had a near-death experience, and now he's patenting a device to give him immortality. Like, at some point, you just have to say, shut the fuck up, you grifting scumbag, liar, loser.
Hey, you're pretty sick. A non-invasive way of saying, you have pneumonia, you need to go to the hospital. When you're out in the desert, you don't have any way of knowing these types of things. And so I developed a technology based on human breath, just like the key of life, the Ankh, which is on the actual
The key of
when
life.
you exhale, you have VOCs in your breath, volatile organic compounds. They can read up to, like, they have data up to 1,000 different things wrong in the body.
Now he's inventing, I'm sorry, he's not inventing the key to immortality. I thought that's where he was going. He's inventing medical technology that could diagnose you by just analyzing your breath.
And even right in the body too. And so I developed a device that you can breathe into, and it will tell you if you have pneumonia, COVID, a flu, rectal cancer. All of that.
You can find out if you've got ass cancer from his new invention. I can't wait to breathe on it and make sure I don't have ass cancer.
EPE generator coming along.
Well, that's a project. That's my one coming in behind this one. I finally got so I rolled up for first class space up under forbidden knowledge, which so all my inventions are now rolled up under forbidden knowledge. And then I just went into a reverse merger with
all his inventions.
Just completed yesterday. The press release went out. into Belrose Capital, and now I'm a publicly traded company.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah, so I'm on the stock exchange. So now now these projects are about to go crazy out here. You have no idea what's going. People have no idea what's coming now.
Yeah. What about his streaming network? That was a big thing that he wanted people to invest in. Now he's got another thing that he wants to be publicly traded for people to invest in. It's like an empire built on total bullshit.
But Billy, of course, if you do start getting close to cracking 0 point energy, the men in black are going to turn up and tell you to go home. And
open source. That, my friend, is going open source.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, Billy Carson, I wish you the very best of luck. I love the story of a 12-year-old boy who was lying in bed reading the Enuma Elish, dreaming big. And you've achieved so much.
The Enuma Elish, what is that?
Thank you very much for sharing your story with Reality Check, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for helping me. Thank you for helping me grift with you. Amber Gettin with one for the goal. Saying, suffer Billy Coulthart. Professor Dave does an awesome felting of Billy too. Praise the cash. Yeah, we're gonna check into mine and see if I can't edit out all the the Wesley Huff Bible debunking that Wes did and just give you the Emerald Tablets of Thoth debunking. I didn't think anybody could Thank you, Amber Gettin. Much, much appreciated. Big show supporter, Amber Gettin, and a YouTube channel member. God bless you. Al Garay, I didn't think anyone could outgrift David Wilcock, but this guy is giving him a run for his money. Yeah, it is correct. He was previously known as William Tyrone Carlson with a criminal record in Broward County, Florida, related to predatory business practices. I have to be very careful. This is what I uncovered, that he pled no contest. I once mistakenly said that he was convicted. Technically, he pled no contest to charges, criminal charges, and then the record of his arrest and conviction, I suppose, were expunged. He got a special deal from the judge. This is very common. In my state, it's called ARD, where they'll say, if you plead no contest or guilty, we'll sentence you to probation. And if you get through the probation, 6 months, a year, 2 years, whatever it is, we'll expunge the record of your arrest so you won't have a criminal record. Billy Carson is very touchy about people getting the facts right in that situation. So La Costa Vampa, that's your opinion, and we're sharing it as your opinion. But to my knowledge, he pled no contest. His lawyer corrected me. I once said he pled guilty, and I have apologized for that, and I apologize for calling him a convicted fraud felon, because technically he is not a convicted felon. He got a special deal with the prosecutor, the judge, whatever. He completed his probationary period, and the record of the arrest and whatever was expunged, so he is technically not a convicted criminal. Not that I'm aware of. Who's your favorite grifter? It's so hard to choose, but I really like David Wilcock. But David Wilcock is getting boring lately because his whole grifts keep coming crashing down, and he's getting boring and depressed, and he's not really telling the funny fakery anymore. He's being very cautious because he knows that I'm watching him and ripping his grifts to shreds as soon as he puts them out. It was something like that, Tim Curley, but I don't want to get into the specifics of Billy Carson's one-time arrest or anything like that, because Billy Carson is what we would call a litigious individual. He threatens to sue people a lot. And, in my case, I deserved it. I will say that. I got my facts wrong. And when a journalist gets their facts wrong, they should apologize. So I apologized. And if he never heard the first apology, then I'll say it here. I apologize to Billy Carson for incorrectly stating that he was a convicted fraud felon. I've already, verbalized what happened there to the best of my knowledge or recollection after being corrected and having somebody who is an expert on criminal records. Like I said, he got arrested for something. He pled no contest. He completed a probationary period, and the record, the conviction or whatever, was expunged. So technically, he is not a convicted felon or a convicted criminal, as best as I recall. But that fact does not excuse all the other shady stuff. I will be the first to say that Billy Carson should have to answer a lot of questions, like what happened to all the money that you collected when you ran a charity and never filed your 990 federal forms, and then your charity was revoked? What happened to all that money? What did you do with the money? These are questions he should have to answer publicly, but I don't believe he ever will. It's not in his best interests, right? And now he appears to be rebooting the free energy thing, which is interesting that he would reboot that. But I guess if there's no consequences when you do it the first time, you do it again. That's Stephen Greer did it. Stephen Greer grifted something like, to the best of my knowledge and recollection, $500,000, telling everybody he was going to create a free energy project. It was called Stephen Greer's Orion Project. Then Stephen Greer basically said that somebody ran off with all the money. He never delivered anything. He waited years and years and years, and then he grifted another $500,000 to make a film about free energy, which is interesting. So questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. I want to take a moment again, remind you, if you haven't already, smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and never miss a thing. It's a big, huge boost to our channel, and we appreciate every single one of you that is doing that. Let me try to find my proper bumpers here too. We're trying to do what is generally considered among content creators best practices, and one of the things I'm light on is letting people know how to support the show. We are now broadcasting to 2 different Facebook locations, YouTube, Twitch, X, and Kick, all simultaneously. And most of our support comes through YouTube, but many of you are watching in other areas, so I'm supposed to let you know how you can support the show. The show is not over. I'll be taking comments and questions from the live chat right after these words about how you can support our show.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support.
Sorry about that. So we are back. I will be taking comments and questions from the live chat. Please put them in all capital letters or not. It really does help if you put them in all capital letters, because then I know right away that you want me to share and respond to your comment. And I do happen to be visually impaired. Somebody sent me a message, and I don't know if they were making fun of me or just concerned. Somebody said that my appearance has shifted dramatically since my medical situation. And so I just want to address that. A few people have commented to me like, what's going on? What happened to the jet black hair? And I just haven't cared. Honestly, I was more concerned with my health than my appearance for the past several months. But I have an appointment to get that. I'm going to get a haircut and get back in black, right? Which I vastly prefer, especially on the side where that gray's coming in from my children, right? Stephen, what are your thoughts on Sierra Neblina? Have you ever had a chance to look at the charlatan self-proclaimed SSP experiencer? Yes, I have, Miller Man, and she looks like a really bad copy of Corey Good, almost like she's copying every Corey Good nonsense story. I looked into her a little bit. See, the problem with some of these people, Miller Man, is that if they don't have a huge following, I can't do a show on them, because unless it's really like good, you know. Some of these super soldiers are so funny, even if they don't have a huge following, I cover them. But we have to punch up. So in other words, we want people that have like hundreds of thousands of subscribers, so that when we do a show exposing them, at least some people tune in. The problem is that some of these people have I don't know what Sabrina Neblina, I'm going to look her up right now, but I think she was on my too small to cover kind of a list, if that makes sense. You know, like, let me check. Sierra Neblina, I'm sorry. Let's take a look at her channel. That'll probably, yeah, she's getting 2,000 views a video. That's not somebody that I really want to spend time covering. The interview of her recently there's an interview of her from 2 years ago that got 164 views. So I can't spend so much time on people like her. Do you know what her actual channel is? Because I just searched by name, and you know, I'm finding interviews of her, but not her actual. Oh wait, I found her channel. Sierra Neblina. There's a Sierra Neblina channel that has 131 subscribers. That may explain why I've never covered her. You know, we have to cover big grifters, not small-time grifters. Do you think any of the TGE grifters would actually come on Truth Seekers and try to defend themselves? Listen, here's what I'll say. We have an open door policy, and this is the policy. If I do a show on you, or if I make fun of you, or if I do a show exposing what I think is your scam or your grift, you're welcome to come on and defend yourself. So far, I've had nobody really take me up on that, with very few exceptions, right? The mysterious Texas Tesla Tower is a 190-foot tall, 20-story experimental tower constructed in 2018 by Yves Technologies near Milford, Texas. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know is that somebody trying to recreate Wardenclyffe? Yeah, we're trying to fry base, not minnows. That's a very good way to put it, Broken Hip. So listen, I apologize if you guys want me to cover somebody certain that you have found, but unless they have a big following, it's kind of a waste of time for us, because I'll do a show and I'll get, you know, one $5 super chat from the one person that wants me to do that. You know, we've got to go with people. I prefer to go with people that have millions of subscribers, so that people are actually, that tells me people are interested in that person and would enjoy seeing them exposed, right? Beth would be a great interview. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad and I'm sorry if I get messages all the time, and some, you know, like people for a while were sending me messages about who's the Hitler guy? He's like a Asian fellow, Douglas Dietrich. I was getting messages about him, and then I looked in on him, and he was getting like 40 live viewers. Like, I can't cover a guy like that who's getting 40 live viewers. We have to punch up. Trolley troll with one for the goal. Have you got any of your fishing trips planned yet? Looking forward to seeing photos of the catch. Yes. For those unaware, my whole family and we have a cabin in the Poconos that is around many different lakes and streams, and there's great trout fishing in the area and more. And every year we have a fishing tournament, and whoever catches the most fish through the whole season, usually late spring to early fall, we give a trophy to. And my youngest son usually wins because he never stops fishing. He takes his fishing rod everywhere with him. If we go to the lake to go swimming, he spends half his time fishing. So and we post pictures of them. Yes, Trolly Troll Troll. And there's a place called Hickory Run, which we haven't fished at. I found 4 more lakes that me and my son haven't fished at that are all within 20, 25-minute ride from the cabin, or less, some of them. So there's a place called, I can't remember. It's a funny name for a lake, like Tangle Lake or something like that. And they named it that way because there's so much brush that people's fishing lines get tangled. We found a bunch of new fishing spots that we're going to hit this year. And thank you, Troll for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Much, much appreciated. And yes, we'll be posting, just like always, you know, if somebody catches a fish, we post a picture of it on my Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. So we'll be doing that again. I'm looking forward to spring. It looks like one more week and the whole winter shit will be over with. And what do we have? Days until spring. All right, I have my spring countdown. 21 days until spring. 21 days, 12 hours, 37 minutes, and 19 seconds. 17 seconds. Can't come quick enough for me. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I had the worst winter since I moved here to the Philadelphia suburbs. And it's just been snow after snow after snow. And usually here where I live, if it snows, a big storm for us would be 4 or 5 inches. And then in a week, it melts and it's gone. So it doesn't feel like endless winter. But this last 6 weeks have been rough. We got 18 inches like 3-4 weeks ago, and now we just got 14 inches. And I'm just starting to see grass again. And what pissed me off the last time, we just got this last storm this past weekend. It was just starting to all melt off, and then we got 1.5 inches coming on. Well, I could take 1.5 inches. That an 1.5 inches snow doesn't bother me. 14 inches bothers me. I have to shovel out the whole driveway, and then they come and plow the street, and they shove that shit all back in my driveway. So I have to shovel that mountain away, and then I have to clean off the cars and shovel the driveway again. I don't know if you've seen these, but there's a new trend now with these portable electric shovels. It's like a mini snowblower. My wife got one, and she's big on gadgets, and I hate it when she buys a new gadget because half the time they don't work as advertised. But that electric shovel really does help. Yes, Wilcock can take more than 1.5 inches. That's correct. Sleeping is so much easier when it's winter. If you say so, yeah, it's quieter during winter. But I, for one, have had enough. So 22 more days until official spring. But really, it looks like one more week, and then it's going to be 50, 55 here. I can't wait for spring. For those unaware, I'm in the middle of building a new cabin in the middle of the woods. It's called a hideaway cabin because there's a private road into it. It's nothing but woods for miles in all directions, no neighbors. And I'm 3/4 of the way finished building the cabin. I got a little more work to do on the one side wall, and then I got to put a roof and a floor on it, and we'll be good to go. Maria here with 1 for the goal. Long ago, it was predicted in the Emerald Tablets, you will receive money. That is correct. That is definitely correct. Yes, thank you, Maria. Maria has fulfilled the prophecy of Thoth and sent me money, just as the prophecy predicted. Imagine that. Maybe Billy Carson was right about those fucking tablets. Thank you, Maria, for your kindness, generosity, and continued support of the show. Much, much appreciated. Garaji, I hate you. He says it was 86 today. Wadzik says you got to have a True Seekers campout party when it's done. I plan on that. I don't know if my wife likes this idea. She's like, you're just going to have a bunch of fucking morons that you don't know come and camp. I'm like, yeah, they're okay, right? We've had a few people up to the cabin, but those were usually like other show hosts that I knew a little bit. But we're going to open it up. But I hope you like bears because there's a lot of bears there. There is a whole lot of bears there. I'm buying a shotgun. I finally decided I've been looking for a gun because of the bear situation there. And just to be clear, I never want to shoot a wild animal. But when you're talking about bears, that could kill you. So we want to be well protected. I already have bear mace, bear spray and a siren. Usually I just make noise and they turn around and go the other way. Last time that a bear came really close to the cabin, he wasn't backing down. So I took a pot and a skillet that I had and just started slamming them together and yelling at it. And it did turn around and go the other way. But apparently there is my nearest neighbor who's like a mile or two from me in the woods up the road. He, well, really up the trail, I guess. He feeds the bears every day. He puts out like whole boxes of cereal for them. Apparently they like Captain Crunch. So every time I'm there, I see bears every single time. And a couple of people say, why aren't you taking pictures? Because I'm usually concerned with what the bear is doing to take out my phone and worry about pictures. I learned my lesson. A long time ago, we had a bear at the other cabin, and I was so busy taking pictures that I got charged by a bear. And that's a scary experience, especially, 400 or 500 pound bear. I don't know how many pounds, but big black bear. Show the bear a picture of Corey Good. Gone, baby, gone. Yeah. So I don't know. We're putting up a lot of trail cams this year, though. So I'm pretty sure that we're going to get some really good videos and pictures of bears. I'll be posting those. Is bear spray effective? Many wildlife experts say that the bear spray is more effective of a deterrent than a gun. Because it irritates their eyes, nose, and throat, and they don't like that. So I don't know. I got one of the best bear sprays that you could get, highly rated on Amazon. I keep it with me just in case, but I don't even want to spray that at a bear if I don't have to. I don't want to hurt them. After all, I'm kind of invading their home there in the woods, right? Need some pictures of Bigfoot. Yes, Bigfoot on the trail cam. Yeah, I'm going to start my Sasquatch Research Center scam. As soon as we get this first cabin up, I'm going to build another cabin that's going to be the Sasquatch Bigfoot Research Center. We'll make it a charity so that I don't have to pay taxes on the free money people will give me to look for Bigfoot. And you know how I'm going to look for Bigfoot? I'm going to hike while drinking beer, because that's the best way to find Bigfoot, right? I bet you Bigfoot likes beers, right? They can be unbearable. Yes, they can. Well, I think we've done our due diligence, and I am trying to ramp up and do more shows. Feeling basically recovered from my previous medical problems, and thank you for all of the kind words and prayers and thoughts and, people sending me well wishes. I'm feeling like myself again. So we're going to start doing 4 or 5 shows, and we're going to put back some replays to try to get that YouTube hamster wheel spinning faster again. So I will most likely be back tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern time, but be sure that you follow me on X or Twitter at Stephen Canby and join our Discord server. That's the best way to know when shows are coming, because I always post to X, Facebook, and our Discord server a few hours usually before the show happens. Sometimes, I just decide to take a Saturday night or do something with my kids. So can you claim self-defense if you kill a bear out of hunting season? Well, I've heard that the wildlife enforcement people are pretty fair. So if you're getting charged by a bear that won't leave and you feel like you're in danger, you can shoot him. But again, I've got a soft spot for animals. I mean, I'm building a bird sanctuary after all. It's really, the bird sanctuary is going to be the start of the whole sanctuary. Eventually, the whole place, minus my cabin, will be a wildlife sanctuary. I hope. That's what my plans are for that place. I'm trying to earn more money so that I could buy more land there, because there's some that is available right next to mine, but I don't want to take out any more loans or anything like that. And sometimes, like a lot of men, I have Superman syndrome, so I'm talking to the guy who's got the land, and, he comes up with a figure for a bunch of land around me, and it's like $25K. And I go, I'll just tighten my belt. I can try to come up with that. Working dad, 2 kids, bills galore, like everybody else. It's mission impossible trying to come up with 25K out of nowhere, But I am finishing a book that I'll be selling on Amazon soon. I know I got a few other irons in the fire, new album that I'll be selling on CD of all things. and some other ideas to try to raise funds. The good news is that I think the bird sanctuary is just about a go. I got to find some more bird feeders, find some more bird houses, or build some bird feeders, build some bird houses. I'm going to put in some park benches and like a permanently mounted sort of telescope and binoculars so that you can look around and bird watch. That's pretty much done, or I've got the resources to do that, or that's very doable. The 25K, not so doable. It turns out my Superman syndrome, I arrogantly thought like, oh, I could figure out a way to come up with that. My only backup plan for actually coming up with that is to sell like a lot of things that I would prefer to keep. Like I got a retro computer collection. I have a retro synthesizer collection. I've got a lot of some retro, very desirable older guitars and other instruments. I may have to, but I'd rather not, right? But then I think it's only stuff, right? I'll just get more stuff. But one of the funny things is 3-4 times now I've sold an entire collection of Amiga computers. Look it up, Commodore Amiga, my favorite computers ever. You know, like I had 5 or 6 of them, and I only really used one. So, and then there's emulators. So a friend of mine offered me a bunch of money for them a couple of times, and I sold them. But then I buy them again. So, and then the next time you buy them, they're more expensive, right? So I don't want to sell those, but some of the other stuff I have, once you have it up and running, do a GoFundMe. I don't like GoFundMes. I feel like every GoFundMe I read is like, this is my dream. Give me the money and I'll do it. Well, if it's really your dream, you should come up with the money to do your dream yourself. That's just my opinion. But maybe I get too many people with GoFundMes, man. I feel like my feed is filled with GoFundMes. And it's always something like, it's my dream to make a movie. Give me $20,000 to make a movie. Or, you know, like, if it's your dream to make a movie, figure out how to do it without the money, or you know, find a way. Why is your dream suddenly my problem? I don't like it. DSP wouldn't last a day without electricity in a fridge. You know what I got, Watch Sick, because it's off grid. I have this thing called a Coleman upright cooler. It's so cool. It's like a cooler, but it goes this way. And it has a door in the front, like a little mini fridge. And you put ice in the top tray. You just fill that with like a bag of ice. And it keeps everything cold like a refrigerator for 2 or 3 days, all on one bag of ice. So that's my off-grid solution for that, right? Got any Wang computers? No, I don't have those, right? SEF Network has some Amiga games. Yeah, I love that thing in an Atari ST. Yeah, I love the old computers that I grew up with. And the amount playing with them makes me feel like a kid again. But I got to tell you, my favorite computer lately is this. It's right next to me. I can't really show you. But I got a 27-inch iMac, and it's a 4.2 gigahertz quad core. I think it has an NVIDIA video chip in it. I love that thing. Once I put Linux on it. I didn't like it when it was running Mac OS, but I put Linux on it, and I'm having it feels to me like when I was a kid again when I play with that thing. Of course, I've got it loaded with emulators and old games. I've got like something like 6,000 DOS VGA Sound Blaster games on it, and I've got Amiga games on it, and Atari ST games on it. And I've got a bunch of old video game emulators, Super Nintendo, SNES, TurboGrafx, Neo Geo. I've got just a horde of stuff from my digital past all loaded on there. Yes, Coleman does make some great stuff. I agree. All right, so I think we've done our due diligence. I may be back tomorrow night at 7 p.m., but I reserve the right to take a night off and do some important things. I have exciting plans for the weekend too, Wojcik and everybody. I'm going to build a composting toilet. And for those unaware, it's basically a bucket, but you got to put a wood surround around it, and then there's a urine diverter. One of the big projects for that new property is to put a composting outhouse. I don't want a regular outhouse. I've been in many outhouses on rural properties. They all smell like disgusting sewage, but a composting toilet does not smell. In fact, at the main cabin, we have one inside the cabin, but this one's going to be in a little shed, like an outhouse, but a composting toilet. And you just put sawdust and it separates the one from the two. The one goes out the back of it to a bunch of pine trees that you plant or flowers or whatever. And the two goes into a biodegradable bag and you throw it in a compost bin and it turns into compost in a very short time. But I've been building a composting toilet for a long time. It's been on my to-do list. I just never got to it. And then a few times I was going to buy one, but the least expensive I found was $400, $500. And I just think I could build it in a night or two. I'm going to go get the materials. So exciting plans for the weekend, right? Building a toilet, my own toilet. Me, you could do it. Home Depot, you could do it. And they can't help though. They can't help, right? Yes. And you've got to move them every few years. Yeah. Yeah, a normal outhouse is just a hole in the ground, as deep as you can get it, 6 or 8 feet deep, and then you put the shed over it with a hole that you shit through or whatever, and when you mix 1 and 2, it stinks no matter what you do, and it draws flies and everything else. A good composting toilet is sealed, so when the seed is down, the whole thing is sealed up. It won't draw flies or pests or anything like that. Yes, taking care of business. Exciting weekend plans. If anybody would have told me in my younger years that my exciting weekend plans would involve building a hillbilly toilet. But, I have to save money for other things. So, like, a bucket is $5 and a little bit of wood is only going to cost me $20, $30. I think I could build this thing for $50. We'll see. So I may be here tomorrow. I do have some other shows, backup shows ready to go. I guess we'll see how I'm feeling, but please do follow me on X. Be sure to check out our Truth Seekers Clips channel. We're really trying to get that channel monetized. Go there, watch. If you want everybody too, they ask me, you got to have a Clips channel, Steven, with quick takes. Well, there's a whole channel there and nobody's fucking watching them. So it took months to build that channel. Now we need watch time so that we can make money there. We're trying to do that. Also, be sure to smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you too won't miss a thing. And it's a big boost to the channel when you smash that subscribe button and come to the live broadcasts. You are most welcome. If you're listening in audio podcast land, we love and appreciate you, but come on over to the YouTube channel. Just put Truth Seekers in the search bar, one word, and come on over and be a part of the live tapings. You are most welcome. All right, so we've done our due diligence. I'm going to bounce on out of here. And I just want to say for legal reasons that Billy Carson is free to contact me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. And I'll make whatever, if I got something wrong, I will make corrections. But a large part of tonight's broadcast was just making fun of you because you're worthy of being made fun of because you're a moron. Ross Coulthart thinks Jeremy Corbell's the greatest human being ever. What a joke. Yeah. Well, the grifters, they all help each other out, right? They got to help each other out. They got to, everybody wants to help each other grift. That's basically what it is. Right, Solar Marshall? The grifters all play nice together too. Do you ever notice that? Like they don't rat on each other for being scumbags. All right. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night and God bless all of you.
Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Cambion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
I got scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. 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 I got scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall.
They get the views from the UFO fairy tales and the UFO fairy tale huckstering.
Scrapings off Jim's wall.
They get the views from the UFO fairy tales and the UFO fairy tale huckstering.
Scrapings off Jim's wall.
This UFO circle jerk. 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 This UFO circle jerk.
I got scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. I got scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. I got scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall, Jim's wall, Jim's wall, Jim's wall.
This UFO circle jerk. 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 They get the views from the UFO fairy tales and the UFO fairy tale huckstering.
Scrapings off Jim's wall.
They get the views from the UFO fairy tales and the UFO fairy tale huckstering.
Scrapings off Jim's wall, 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 wall.